Dear readers, a new story has begun. If you like it, please add it to your bookshelf and leave a comment. Love you all. This story takes place in a fictional time period. Please don't compare it with real history. Song Yin-shu, wake up. Don't tell me you forgot what day it is today. It's your 28th birthday. Lin Kiki called from outside the door. But inside the room, Song Yin-shu didn't respond at all. She pulled the blanket tightly around herself, as if hiding from the world. Still half asleep, she murmured, Kiki, I had 3 surgeries last night.
I'm exhausted.
Let me sleep a little longer. Lin Kiki wasn't about to give up. She walked straight into the room, pulled off the blanket, and said with a grin, Come on, Song Yin-shu. Don't be lazy. I've prepared a huge surprise for you today. Startled, Song Yin-shu blinked her sleepy eyes and mumbled, What surprise? Kiki, stop teasing me. I just want to sleep. Lin Kiki smiled mischievously. Hee, you'll never guess. I found a top model with amazing abs just for you. He's waiting in a private room right now. Song Yin-shu's eyes flew open in shock. What? A model with great abs? Where is he? Her voice was full of disbelief and excitement. Seeing her reaction, Lin Kiki laughed. Haha, look at you. Don't worry, just follow me and you'll see. I promise you'll be happy. Without another word, Song Yin-shu jumped out of bed, quickly got dressed, and followed Lin Kiki out of the room. The two chatted and laughed as they walked, soon arriving at the door of a private room. Lin Kiki clapped her hands and winked playfully. Best friend, it's all up to you now. Enjoy your surprise. Then she gently pushed the door open and motioned for Song Yin-shu to go in. Before Song Yin-shu could react, Lin Kiki pushed her inside. She saw the handsome model standing there, about to greet him, when suddenly, the whole room began to shake violently. The next moment, everything went dark. The main character was still wandering in her dreams when she felt something hard beneath her, like a big rock. Half asleep, she reached out and touched it. This strange feeling made her heart skip a beat. Something was definitely wrong. When she finally opened her eyes, she looked down and froze. She was holding onto a man with well-defined muscles. Her mind went blank, buzzing with confusion. What on earth is going on? As soon as she realized what was happening, she quickly looked at the man's face and gasped. This wasn't the model she had seen last night. She almost screamed in shock. Trying to calm herself, she looked around and saw that she was in a simple but tidy room. Then she looked back at the man lying beside her. His face was cold and serious, and he gave off an air of strength and authority. The situation had turned completely upside down. Before she could think further, strange memories flooded her mind. She realized she had entered the story her best friend once showed her, a novel set in the 1970s. She had become a side character with the same name as hers, a woman with a tragic fate. The original character had been foolishly in love. Tricked by her fiancé and her fake friend, she had gone to the countryside to help them, giving them money and supplies, only to be abandoned and left with nothing. Song Yin-shu sighed inwardly. The original one was really naive. Her father had warned her that Xie Jingchuan wasn't a good man, but she refused to listen. What a pity. Luckily, she had arrived in time. Things hadn't gone too far yet. She still had a chance to change everything. Just then, the man beside her slowly opened his eyes. His cold gaze swept over her. You're awake. Done touching? Then leave. Song Yin-shu's heart skipped. This man had a powerful presence. She cautiously asked, Who are you? He frowned and looked at her sharply. You tell me, who do you think I am? Her mind buzzed again as she searched through the original character's memories. It turned out that the day before, the original had caught her fake friend Su Wanwan and her fiancé Xie Jingchuan meeting secretly in the woods. They had plotted to sell her to a man named Gu Yan, who was badly injured and unable to move. Angry, she had confronted them, but they knocked her out and drugged her before leaving her on Gu Yan's bed. Remember now? Get out quickly before someone finds you, the man said coldly. Song Yin-shu snapped back to her senses, hurriedly got up from the bed, and straightened her clothes. Sir, I'm a victim too. My fiancé and my so-called best friend knocked me out and left me here. I'll leave right now. Let's just pretend we never met." With that, she rushed toward the door. But just as she reached it, she heard a commotion outside. Someone seemed to be shouting that they were looking for her. Song Yunshu's heart sank. She turned to look at Gu Yan. He had also heard the noise, his brows furrowing even tighter. "Hide first," Gu Yan said in a low voice. Song Yunshu looked around anxiously. "There's nowhere to hide here," she whispered. Gu Yan glanced around, then looked at the window. "Go out through the window," he said firmly. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yunshu obeyed, climbed up, and jumped out. Moments later, the door was pushed open roughly, and a group of people burst in. It was Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan, who had brought others to catch her in a scandal. They wanted to ruin Song Yunshu's reputation. Su Wanwan walked up to the village head and the team leader. Her eyes were lowered slightly, her long lashes trembling as she spoke softly, looking pitiful. "Village head, team leader, last night when I got up to use the restroom, I saw Yunshu heading toward Comrade Gu's house. I thought it was strange, but who would have guessed? It's already broad daylight, and Yunshu still hasn't come back. I've been so worried all morning." After saying that, Su Wanwan turned her watery eyes toward Gu Yan, her gaze filled with concern and curiosity. "Comrade Gu, is Yunshu here with you? She's a young woman. If something happened to her, what would we do?" Outside the window, Song Yunshu crouched down, listening to the voices inside. Her stomach churned with disgust, and she almost felt sick. Her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes full of contempt and disdain. She muttered under her breath, "Tsk, what a perfect little actress. Look at her pretending to be so kind. She keeps saying she's worried about the original person, speaking as if that person were the most precious thing in her heart, someone she can't stop thinking about. But in truth, every word she says is like a hidden knife, openly and secretly accusing the original person of staying out all night. Her thoughts are truly cruel. Who knows what the original person did to offend her, to make her act so fake and calculating? She pretends to care, but deep down she's hoping something bad happens to the original person. That way, she can act like a good person in front of others and use the chance to step on her to climb higher. I've seen plenty of people like her, always playing little tricks." The more Song Yunshu thought about it, the angrier she became. How could the original person be so foolish? How could she not see through it and end up losing her life for nothing? Then Song Yunshu thought to herself, "Don't worry, Song Yunshu. I'll expose that fake sweet girl and get justice for you." Gu Yan sat on the bed with his arms crossed, looking at them coldly. His eyes were like ice, full of disdain. His brows furrowed slightly, and the sharp lines of his face looked as if they were carved from stone, as though he were facing a group of unreasonable fools. He sneered inwardly. Did they really think he didn't know what they were plotting? The village head and the team leader stood nearby. The village head, Gu Yan's uncle, was the only one in the family who still cared for him sincerely. Seeing the tense atmosphere, worry appeared on his face. He quickly stepped closer to Gu Yan, his eyes full of concern, and asked in a louder voice, "Gu Yan, is what Comrade Su said true? Tell your uncle the truth. If Comrade Song really is here, that's fine. We can just explain things clearly. But if she's not, we need to find her quickly. We can't let anything bad happen to her, or none of us could bear the blame." Gu Yan gave a cold snort. "Uncle, she's not here. I'm injured, and was sleeping deeply. How would I know anything about Comrade Song?" Hearing that, Su Wanwan quickly stepped forward, pretending to look around the room while saying, "That's impossible. I clearly saw her come in. Comrade Gu, you shouldn't be hiding her." Gu Yan stared at her coldly. "Comrade Su, you really are a good friend to Comrade Song. If you don't believe me, feel free to look around and see if she's here." Xie Jingchuan quickly said, "That's impossible. We clearly saw her come in yesterday. You must be hiding her." Gu Yan looked at him coldly. The sharpness in his eyes, shaped by years on the battlefield, made Xie Jingchuan shiver and take an involuntary step back. "Oh, So you and Su Jiqing went to the restroom together late at night and saw her, Gu Yan said in a cold voice. Su Wanwan's face turned pale at his words, and her eyes began to dart around nervously. Xie Jingchuan's face flushed red as he stammered. We just happened to go there at the same time. Gu Yan stared at them icily. I heard that Comrade Xie is engaged to Comrade Song, right? Yet you went to the restroom late at night with another young woman, and together you saw Comrade Song coming to find me. Is that correct? Xie Jingchuan stuttered. Yes, that's right. At that moment, the team leader, Li Kai, quickly asked Comrade Xie if you saw her at night. Why didn't you call out to her? Su Wanwan hurriedly explained, Comrade Li, we thought she came to talk to Comrade Gu about something. We didn't expect she wouldn't come back all night. The village chief frowned even more deeply. He looked at Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan, then at Gu Yan, feeling that something wasn't as simple as it seemed. All right, enough arguing. The brigade leader waved his hand. No matter how you met, the most important thing now is to find Song Yunshu. Everyone, go out and search carefully again. Don't miss any corner. But Su Wanwan refused to give up. Village chief, Song Yunshu is definitely here. You can't cover for Gu Yan just because he's your nephew. The village chief's face darkened as he stared at her. Comrade Su, what are you saying? I've lived in this village for decades, and everyone knows what kind of person I am. If my nephew really hid someone, I wouldn't protect him. But without proof, you can't accuse people without reason. Su Wanwan's face turned red, then pale, but she stubbornly said, I do have proof. I saw it with my own eyes. Just then, a faint sound came from under Gu Yan's bed. Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward the bed. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she said triumphantly, See? She must be hiding under there. The village chief and the team leader exchanged a glance. The team leader slowly walked to the bedside and was about to bend down to check when a dirty little puppy crawled out from under the bed, wagging its tail and whining softly. Everyone was stunned. Su Wanwan looked completely shocked. She stomped her foot and said, How could this be? I clearly saw her come in. The village chief sighed. Comrade Su, it seems you made a mistake. Everyone, let's go out and keep looking for Comrade Song. Su Wanwan bit her lip, full of unwillingness, but she had no choice except to follow the others out. Just then, the dirty little puppy suddenly dashed to Su Wanwan's feet like lightning. Caught off guard, Su Wanwan screamed in fright, her voice sharp enough to make everyone's ears ring. Startled, she jumped up like a frightened rabbit, completely losing control of her body. In that instant, her hands instinctively grabbed the nearest person, Xie Jingchuan. Because of the sudden movement, Su Wanwan fell right into Xie Jingchuan's arms, and her legs wrapped tightly around his waist before she could react. Xie Jingchuan was clearly surprised, but he reacted quickly. Almost at the same moment she fell toward him, he reached out and caught her firmly. Everything happened so fast that no one around had time to react. When they finally came to their senses, they saw Su Wanwan clinging to Xie Jingchuan like a koala. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide, their mouths open in shock, staring at the two of them as if time had stopped. Outside the window, Song Yunshu quietly took the chance to walk around to the front of the house. Standing at the back of the crowd, she cleared her throat lightly and said with a teasing smile, Oh my, that's quite a tight hug. You don't seem ready to let go. Everyone turned toward the voice in surprise. When they saw Song Yunshu standing there safe and sound, they were all shocked. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan looked as if they had been struck by lightning, their expressions frozen in place. Song Yunshu crossed her arms and gave a cold laugh. I came down from the mountain and passed by here. I didn't expect to see such a good show when I returned. Su Wanwan's face turned pale. She quickly stepped away from Xie Jingchuan and said nervously, Yunshu, don't misunderstand. It was just an accident, really. Yunshu walked closer, her eyes cold. An accident? Was it also an accident when you two went out together late at night? And today, when you brought people here to look for someone, was that an accident too? Xie Jingchuan, you're my fiancé. How am I supposed to face others after what you've done? Xie Jingchuan's face turned red, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at anyone.
Subangwan heri forward, crying.
Yinshu, you've got it wrong. We were just worried about you. That's why we came to find you. Yinshu rolled her eyes. So she's pretending to be pitiful now? I've watched enough palace dramas to know how to deal with someone like her. Yinshu pinched her arm hard, tears welling up in her eyes.
Wanwan, really?
Then why didn't you call out to me when you saw me last night? And now you bring everyone here. What are you trying to do? You're not looking for me. You're trying to ruin me. Su Wanwan froze, tears still on her face, unsure what to say. She opened her mouth as if to explain, but then stayed silent. The people around them began whispering, their eyes moving between the two. The air grew tense and awkward. Seeing this, Yunshu sneered inwardly, but kept a hurt expression on her face. She sobbed and continued, Wanwan, I've always treated you as a good friend. Why would you do this to me? Last night you clearly saw me but pretended not to. And today you brought everyone here to Comrade Gu's house to find me. Do you want them to misunderstand me? Su Wanwan's face turned even paler. She shook her head quickly, her voice trembling. Yinshu, no, you really misunderstood. We did see you last night, but you went into Comrade Gu's house and we didn't want to disturb you. Today we brought everyone because we were worried something might have happened to you. Yunshu cursed silently in her heart. Of course you saw me. You even made sure of it yourself. But on the surface, she stayed calm and cried even harder. Wanwan, how could you say that? I saw you and Xie Jingchuan go to the small grove together last night. You were even hugging each other. I was so upset that I ran up the mountain alone just to see if you would come looking for me. I didn't expect that not only did you not come, but this morning you two are putting on such a show. How am I supposed to stay in the village after this? The young workers and villagers nearby began whispering to each other, starting to doubt Su Wanwan's behavior. Seeing this, Su Wanwan grew anxious, stomping her feet as tears streamed down her face. Yunshu, you misunderstood. I didn't mean any harm. We were just
worried about you.
Song Yunshu's voice trembled with tears as she questioned Su Wanwan. A misunderstanding? Then you hugging Xie Jingchuan in the middle of the night was also a misunderstanding? Xie Jingchuan looked flustered and quickly waved his hands. Yinshu, you must have seen it wrong. How could I possibly be hugging Wanwan? Song Yunshu's eyes widened. The clear, gentle look in them was now filled with disbelief and disappointment. She stared straight at Xie Jingchuan, as if trying to see the truth in his heart. Then, who are you hugging in the middle of the night? Her voice rose slightly, tinged with anger. Oh, so it wasn't in the grove, it was behind the shed, wasn't it? Everyone was stunned, whispering among themselves. First the grove, now the shed, what's going on? One of the young women, Wang Zhaodi, stepped forward and said, Su Wanwan, Comrade Song has always treated you so well. She's shared her food and supplies with you. And you repay her like this? That's really shameless. Another young man, Lu Yong, added, so it really was you two in the grove, and now you're pretending it was just a coincidence behind the shed. That's disgusting. Then Zhao Xiangbing spoke up. Comrade Xie was the one saying early this morning that Comrade Song went out last night and hadn't come back yet. Su Wanwan's face turned bright red under everyone's accusations, and tears kept falling. She looked pitifully at Xie Jingchuan, hoping he would speak up for her. Xie Jingchuan forced himself to stay calm and raised his voice. Don't be misled by Yinshu. She's just upset and saying things out of anger. Last night, I did go behind the shed and happened to run into Su Wanwan. She slipped, and I just helped her up, that's all. Song Yinshu gave a cold laugh. Help you up? You call that helping? Xie Jingchuan, don't think everyone here is a fool. The village chief frowned and said seriously, this has caused quite a scene. You all owe everyone an explanation. Su Wanwan bit her lip, a trace of resentment flashing in her eyes, but she didn't dare argue anymore. Xie Jingchuan stammered, the village chief, there's really nothing between us. Just then, Gu Yan came out of the house in his wheelchair. He looked around coldly and said, stop making noise in front of my house. Seeing that things had reached the right point, Song Yun-shu wiped her tears and forced a small smile. Forget it, Wan. I know you both acted on impulse.
I don't blame you.
Young people make mistakes. Su Wan quickly nodded, her voice trembling.
Yunshu, I'm sorry.
I won't do anything like this again. Looking at their embarrassed faces, Song Yun-shu felt satisfied. She knew this little drama was over for now. She could deal with them properly later. She turned to the villagers and said, "Thank you all for your concern.
I'm fine.
I just needed some air after everything that happened. Sorry for worrying you." The village chief and the team leader added, "All right, everyone, let's go." The villagers, seeing this, said no more and began to leave. Su Wan stood still, watching Song Yun-shu's back. Her feelings were mixed. Something didn't feel right, but she couldn't tell what. As Song Yun-shu walked away, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. She thought to herself, "Trying to challenge me? You're still too inexperienced." She had just reached the gate when Su Wan suddenly called out loudly, "Yun-shu, were you alone on the mountain last night?" The crowd, which had just started to leave, stopped and turned to look again. Song Yun-shu frowned. She had planned to deal with them slowly, but now it seemed better to end it all at once. She quickly replied, "Of course I was alone. Who else would I be with?" Su Wan looked at her and asked, "Weren't you afraid to be up there by yourself?" Song Yun-shu saw that Su Wan wasn't ready to give up. Rolling her eyes slightly, she pretended to look frightened. "Of course I was scared, but I was too upset at the time to think clearly. Luckily, I was safe and nothing bad happened." Su Wan's lips curved into a faint, cold smile as she continued, "Yun-shu, were you scared, staying there alone all night?" Song Yun-shu stared at her and slowly replied, "Scared? I didn't dare go down the mountain. But honestly, meeting the two of you would have been even worse." Su Wan hadn't expected that answer and was momentarily speechless. The team leader and the village head exchanged a glance. They were both experienced enough to understand what was going on. The team leader spoke coldly, "It's dangerous on the mountain at night. It's good that Yun-shu came back safely. Let's not keep arguing about this." Su Wan wanted to say more, but Xie Jingchuan tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. She bit her lip and glared fiercely at Song Yun-shu. Yun-shu's lips curved slightly in a proud smile. Holding her head high like a peacock, she walked slowly towards Xie Jingchuan under everyone's gaze. As she approached, Xie Jingchuan frowned in confusion, about to speak, when a sharp slap echoed through the air. Yun-shu's hand had struck his face before he could react. The sudden blow left him stunned. His cheek turned red, burning with pain, and he frowned deeply. After a long moment, he finally came to his senses, staring at her in disbelief. "Song Yun-shu, what's wrong with you? Why did you hit me for no reason?" Before he could finish, another slap landed on his other cheek. Yun-shu's voice was cold and steady. "Xie Jingchuan, you're my fiancé. You were with Su Wan late at night, and now you're both here acting innocent. What are you two planning? Don't think I don't know." Xie Jingchuan was completely shocked. His face burned, and his ears rang. Covering his cheek, he looked at her with anger and disbelief. "Song Yun-shu, have you lost your mind?
What are you talking about?"
"What being together? What nonsense are you saying?" Yun-shu gave a cold laugh, crossing her arms as her sharp gaze cut through the air. "Xie Jingchuan, stop pretending. I saw you and Su Wan together last night with my own eyes. What, are you too scared to admit it now? I was going to spare you some dignity, but since you don't want it, don't blame me for being harsh. You two went behind my back and got close, and now you've brought all these people here to embarrass me? Let me tell you, I, Song Yun-shu, am not someone you can bully." Xie Jingchuan's face turned dark. He clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "Song Yun-shu, stop making false accusations. Wan and I are innocent. She was just upset last night, and I comforted her." "How can you say such things about us?" "Comforted her?" Song Yun-shu gave a cold laugh, her eyes full of mockery. "Does comforting someone mean holding them? Does it mean hiding in the woods together? Xie Jingchuan, do you really think I'm a fool?" Xie Jingchuan was speechless, his expression full of conflict. He opened his mouth as if to explain, but in the end, said nothing. Su Wonwon quickly stepped forward, grabbing Song Yunshu's hand, her voice trembling with tears. Yunshu, you really misunderstood. There's nothing between Jingchuan and me. Last night, I was just feeling down, and he happened to pass by and said a few comforting words. We didn't do anything wrong to you. Song Yunshu pulled her hand away and looked at her coldly. Su Wonwon, stop pretending to be innocent. I've known about you two for a while. Since you dared to come here today, don't expect me to stay quiet. The nearby villagers and young workers looked shocked, whispering among themselves. The team leader's wife, Li Dahua, said, "Oh my, young people these days really are something." First, they said they just met by chance, and now it's about comforting someone who is upset. TSK, TSK. Xie Jingchuan's face grew darker. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with restrained anger. Song Yunshu, you're going too far. Nothing happened between Wonwon and me. How can you spread such lies? Song Yunshu didn't back down, meeting his gaze directly. Xie Jingchuan, you call it nonsense? You two were hugging in the woods in the middle of the night and you still call that innocent? Tell me, what kind of innocent people do that? Xie Jingchuan looked at her and said, Yunshu, it's really not what you think. There's nothing between Wonwon and me. Song Yunshu let out a soft laugh. Oh, Xie Jingchuan, can you honestly say you have no feelings for Su Wonwon? Can you swear that hugging her last night was purely out of comfort? If you can swear to that, I'll believe you. Xie Jingchuan was left speechless by Song Yunshu's words. The anger on his face slowly turned into a mix of emotions. He lowered his head, stayed silent for a moment, then sighed. Yunshu, I only see Wonwon as a younger sister. What happened last night was a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Song Yunshu gave a cold smile, her eyes showing no warmth. Xie Jingchuan, a sister? More like a special one. Since you like her so much, let's end our engagement. From now on, you can be with whoever you want. I, Song Yunshu, don't care anymore. Su Wonwon was secretly happy to hear about the broken engagement, but when she thought of Song Yunshu's money, she quickly stepped forward, holding Yunshu's hand and crying. Yunshu, you really misunderstood us. Brother Jingchuan loves you so much. How can you talk about breaking off the engagement? Song Yunshu looked at Su Wonwon's fake expression and felt disgusted. She knew they were only worried about losing their financial support. Pushing her away coldly, she said, Su Wonwon, stop pretending to be kind. You've been hoping for this breakup all along, haven't you? Xie Jingchuan quickly pulled Su Wonwon to his side. Wonwon truly wants the best for us. Don't you know how much she's helped you? Song Yunshu gave a mocking smile.
Sincere?
I think she's only sincere toward you. Then she turned to the crowd, tears in her eyes. Everyone saw it. Not only were they together last night, but they were just hugging again. How can anyone say there's nothing between them? Isn't that shameless? The crowd whispered among themselves. Yes, they were hugging quite tightly just now. At that moment, the team leader stepped forward and said seriously, since Comrade Xie seems to have feelings for Comrade Su, it's not right for him to stay engaged to Comrade Song. That kind of thinking isn't proper. Xie Jingchuan wanted to say something, but Su Wonwon gently tugged at his sleeve. He came back to his senses, looked at Song Yunshu with confusion, and asked softly, Yunshu, do you really want to end our engagement? Song Yunshu raised her chin slightly and gave a cold laugh, her voice firm and full of determination. More certain than gold. Su Wonwon said softly, Yunshu, please don't say that. Every time you talk about breaking up, you always make up again after a few days. Song Yunshu looked at her coldly. She couldn't blame others for saying that. After all, the original her had indeed done such foolish things, more than once. Xie Jingchuan thought to himself, we've broken off the engagement a few times before, but in the end, she always came back to beg me. This time shouldn't be any different. Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Song Yunshu and said slowly, all right, since you've made up your mind, I'll agree. Before his words had even faded, Xie Jingchuan turned and took Su Wonwon's hand, ready to leave with her. A faint look of pride flashed in Su Wanwan's eyes, but she quickly hid it, replacing it with a show of regret. However, just as they were about to step out of the courtyard, Song Yunshu suddenly shouted, "Wait." Everyone turned to look at her, whispering among themselves, "Is she really going to change her mind so soon?" Xie Jingchuan stopped and exchanged a glance with Su Wanwan. In each other's eyes, they both saw a trace of smugness. He slowly turned back, still wearing that faint, mocking smile. "What's wrong? Regretting it already?"
he teased.
Song Yunshu rolled her eyes and replied sharply, "Regret?
Hardly.
Give back our family's jade pendant." She had just recalled the original story. After the former her died, the jade pendant ended up with Su Wanwan, who later discovered its hidden power by chance. So now, she had to get it back as soon as possible. Xie Jingchuan's smile froze. His brows furrowed slightly, and his tone carried confusion and mockery.
Jade pendant?
What jade pendant? Song Yunshu, what nonsense are you talking about? Song Yunshu gave a cold laugh, crossed her arms, and stared at him sharply. "Don't play dumb, Xie Jingchuan. That jade pendant is a family heirloom of the Song family. It was given to you as a token when we got engaged. Now that the engagement is over, it should be returned. What are you planning to keep it?" Xie Jingchuan's expression changed slightly. He clearly hadn't expected her to bring up the pendant. Instinctively, he touched his chest. He had indeed been wearing the jade pendant all this time, but he had never thought Song Yunshu would demand it back now. He frowned, his tone slightly annoyed. "Song Yunshu, what do you mean by this? You were the one who ended the engagement, and now you suddenly want the jade pendant back. What are you trying to do?" Song Yunshu didn't bother arguing. She reached out her hand, her voice cold. "Stop talking nonsense. Give me the pendant. It belongs to the Song family, and you have no right to keep it." Su Wanwan, standing nearby, looked a little nervous. She quickly stepped forward and held Xie Jingchuan's arm, whispering, "Jingchuan, maybe. You should just give it back to her. It is her family's after all." Xie Jingchuan glanced down at Su Wanwan, hesitation flashing in his eyes, but he soon regained his composure. Looking back at Song Yunshu, he said with a hint of challenge, "Song Yunshu, I can return the pendant, but you have to agree to one condition." Song Yunshu raised an eyebrow and gave a cold laugh. "Xie Jingchuan, what right do you have to make conditions with me? The pendant is mine. You have no place to bargain." Xie Jingchuan smiled faintly, unfazed. "Don't forget, the pendant is in my hands now. If you don't agree, I can simply choose not to return it." Song Yunshu narrowed her eyes, a cold smile forming in her heart. She knew he was trying to threaten her, but she had no intention of giving in. She looked at him sharply, her tone mocking. "Xie Jingchuan, do you really think you can threaten me like this? I suggest you hand it over quietly, or you'll have to face the consequences." Her words made Xie Jingchuan's face darken with anger. He clenched his jaw, about to argue back, but Su Wanwan gently tugged at his sleeve. "Jingchuan, let it go," she said softly. "It's not worth making a scene. Just give it back to her." Xie Jingchuan was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. He removed the pendant from around his neck, holding it in his hand for a moment as a complicated look crossed his face. Finally, he looked up at Song Yunshu and said, his tone unwilling, "Song Yunshu, I'll give it back. But from now on, we're even. Don't come bothering me again." Song Yunshu gave a short, cold laugh. "Xie Jingchuan, don't flatter yourself. I have no interest in you. Once I get the pen back, I'll be more than happy to stay far away from you." Xie Jingchuan's face turned dark with anger at Song Yunshu's words, but he forced himself to stay calm and handed over the jade pendant. Song Yunshu took it, examined it carefully, and after confirming it was genuine, gave Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan a cold look. "The engagement is officially over. Now let's settle the matter of the money and things you both took from me." As soon as she finished speaking, Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan's faces changed. The educated youths and villagers were stunned, so it turned out Song Yunshu had been supporting the two of them all this time. Xie Jingchuan frowned, his tone filled with irritation. "Song Yunshu, what do you mean? What money? When did we ever take anything from you? Song Yin-shu gave a cold laugh. She admired the original owner for always keeping records. She quickly pulled a neatly folded list from her pocket, opened it, and said in an icy tone, "Xie Jingchuan, stop pretending. Over the years, your family has taken plenty from mine under the excuse of our engagement. I just did the math, it's a total of 800 yuan. And you, Su Wanwan, you borrowed money and coupons from me and never paid them back. What, are you planning to deny it now? I just checked, it's 258 yuan. Let's round it up to 260. Everyone watching couldn't help twitching their lips. So debts could really be settled like this? Su Wanwan's face turned pale. She bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, "Yin-shu, how can you say that? You gave me that money and those coupons willingly. I'll pay you back later." Song Yin-shu sneered, her eyes full of mockery. Later? Su Wanwan, how many times have you said that? Every time you promised to pay me back, but I've never seen a single coin returned. Since the team leader, the village head, and so many villagers are here today, they can all be our witnesses. Let's settle this once and for all, so there's no more trouble in the future. Xie Jingchuan's face grew darker. He stepped forward, his voice tight with anger. Song Yin-shu, don't go too far. You gave those things willingly. Why should we return them now? Song Yin-shu looked at him coldly, her tone firm and unyielding. Xie Jingchuan, stop pretending to be innocent. You and your Xie family took money and goods from me and my Song family under the excuse of an engagement. Every single thing is clearly written down in black and white. If you refuse to admit it, we can go to the police and see who's right. The villagers all started talking. Everyone in the countryside knows that when an engagement is broken, everything must be returned. The village head also said, "Comrade Xie, since the engagement is off, you should return what you received." Hearing everyone's words and being confronted by Song Yin-shu, Xie Jingchuan was speechless, his face dark with anger. He knew well that he had gained a lot from the Song family over the years, but he never thought Song Yin-shu would bring it up now. He gritted his teeth and said in a threatening tone, "Song Yin-shu, must you make such a scene? Don't forget, you might need my help later." Song Yin-shu wasn't afraid at all. She gave a cold laugh. "Xie Jingchuan, stop trying to threaten me. I've done nothing wrong and will never beg you. Today, you must settle this debt clearly, or we'll meet at the police station." The villagers around them looked shocked, whispering among themselves. Someone murmured, "I didn't expect Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan to be like this. You really can't judge people by appearances." Hearing the whispers, Su Wanwan's face turned pale. She quickly tugged on Xie Jingchuan's sleeve and whispered, "Jingchuan, maybe we should agree for now and think of a way later." Xie Jingchuan was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. He looked coldly at Song Yin-shu. "Fine, Song Yin-shu, you win. We'll return everything." Song Yin-shu curved her lips into a faint smile and handed him a list. "Here's the list. Take a look yourself. Every coin, every item, including what Su Wanwan borrowed, must be returned. Within 3 days, I want everything back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh." Xie Jingchuan took the list with a dark expression. After a quick glance, his face grew even gloomier, as if covered by a shadow. Staring at the numbers, he frowned deeply and asked in disbelief, how could there be so much money and so many things? Facing his question, Song Yin-shu smiled slightly, her voice clear and firm. "Why not? Every item and every amount is recorded clearly, with time and place noted." Her words carried an unquestionable confidence, as if she was completely sure about the accuracy of the list. Xie Jingchuan clenched his teeth, secretly feeling troubled. He knew that Song Yin-shu's list must have been carefully checked, so denying it was impossible. However, 3 days was far too short. There was no way he could gather that much money and those tickets in such a short time. The team leader, seeing the large amount involved, was secretly shocked. This educated youth really has more money than sense, he thought. The village head quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. "Comrade Song, how about giving them a few more days? It's a big amount and they'll need some time to prepare." His tone carried a hint of pleading, hoping to calm the situation. Song Yinshu looked at the team leader and the village head, knowing she would have to work with them in the future. She smiled and said, "All right, Captain Village Head, how much time do you think is fair?" The two men exchanged a glance. The team leader rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Let's give them 10 more days. That should be enough." Song Yinshu nodded. "Fine, we'll do as the captain says. In 10 days, I expect everything, money and tickets, returned." Xie Jingchuan's face darkened with frustration, but he had no choice except to agree. "All right, Song Yinshu. From now on, we're even. Don't come looking for trouble again." Song Yinshu gave a cold laugh, her tone slightly mocking. "Don't worry, Xie Jingchuan. As long as you return everything, I won't bother you again. Whatever you two do after that has nothing to do with me." Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan stood there, their faces pale and tense, unable to say a word. The villagers watching the scene shook their heads and sighed. Their whispers slowly faded into the air. Standing in the middle of the crowd, the team leader raised his voice. "All right, everyone, back to work." Hearing this, the villagers who had gathered began to slowly disperse. Although they were still curious about what had just happened, they knew they had to earn their work points. As they walked away, they chatted excitedly about the day's gossip, as if it were more important than the work itself. Song Yinshu, however, did not leave right away. She quickly walked up to the team leader. Her face looked a little pale, and she seemed tired and weak, which made people feel sorry for her. Song Yinshu looked at the team leader with pleading eyes and said softly, "Uncle Captain, I'm not feeling well today. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night, so I'd like to take a day off. Is that okay?" The team leader noticed something was wrong with her. He studied her face carefully and saw that she really didn't look well. With concern, he asked, "Comrade Song, what's the matter? Are you sick?" Song Yinshu quickly shook her head and explained, No, it's just a little headache. I'll be fine after some rest." The team leader thought for a moment and decided she really wasn't fit to work today. He nodded and said, "All right, take the day off and rest well. Come back tomorrow. Your health comes first. Don't push yourself too hard." Song Yinshu looked at him gratefully, a sweet smile appearing on her face. "Thank you, Uncle Captain. You're so kind." Song Yinshu walked away from the crowd, a faint smile appearing on her lips. She knew that today's commotion had not only ended her engagement and returned her jade pendant, but also freed her completely from Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan's troubles. From now on, she would no longer be held back by them and could truly start a new life. The so-called tragic supporting role? "I, Song Yinshu, am here to change my fate." Xie Jingchuan watched her back, his fists clenched tightly, a shadow passing through his eyes. Su Wanwan gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Brother Jingchuan, don't be angry. Let's go." Xie Jingchuan nodded, but the anger in his heart didn't fade. He couldn't help but feel that Song Yinshu was completely different from before, as if she had become another person. Thinking about it, he asked Wanwan, "Did you notice that Song Yinshu seems different today?" Su Wanwan replied softly, "Brother Jingchuan, I think so too. Maybe something happened to her last night." Xie Jingchuan nodded thoughtfully and said, I'll see how long she can keep up this attitude." Su Wanwan's lips curved slightly into a faint smile as she said to Xie Jingchuan, "You're right, Brother Jingchuan. She can't cook or do chores. In a few days, she'll probably come crying to us again, just like before, asking for forgiveness." Xie Jingchuan nodded in agreement.
Exactly.
"But when that happens, we shouldn't forgive her so easily. She needs to learn her lesson."
Subangwan smiled.
"Yes, I'll listen to you, Brother Jingchuan." After the group left, Taiju and Lu Erge ran up to Gu Yan and asked, "Brother Yan, what's going on?" Gu Yan looked at the fading figures in the distance, his expression complicated. He shook his head lightly. "It's nothing." Taiju scratched his head, looking doubtful. "Brother Yan, don't hide it from us. I saw it clearly. Song Jiqing climbed out of your window." Lu Erge nodded quickly. "Yeah, we both saw it." Gu Yan frowned and glared at them, his voice low and warning. "Do you two want trouble?" Startled by his tone, Lu Ergu and Taiju shrank back a little, but Lu Ergu still muttered quietly, "Brother Yen, we just happened to see it." But that Xie Jiqing and Su Jiqing were sure Song Jiqing was here. They even brought people to catch her doing something wrong. Gu Yan's voice turned cold, carrying a chill that made them uneasy. Those two aren't good people. They were the ones who brought her here last night. Taiju and Lu Ergu looked shocked and asked in unison, "Really? Then why would they send her to you?" Gu Yan was silent for a moment, thinking, then said slowly, "Maybe because they saw I couldn't move from bed." Lu Ergu spat angrily. "Those two are terrible. They even tried to harm you, Brother Yen." Taiju nodded. "Exactly. And that Song Jiqing really has poor judgment. How could she like someone like that? She followed him around all day, and now look, she's been tricked and doesn't even realize it." Lu Ergu added quickly, "Right? And that Su woman isn't any better. She's always acting close with that Xie guy. Anyone can see what she's thinking. Only that silly girl, Song Jiqing, was completely fooled by the two of them. She trusted them wholeheartedly, which was both frustrating and funny." When Guyan heard them speak so badly about Song Jiqing, he suddenly felt uneasy. Frowning slightly, he said coldly, "Enough. Stop talking nonsense. She just trusted the wrong people, no one else is to blame. But this matter must not spread, or the consequences will be serious." Taiju quickly nodded. "Got it, Brother Yen. Those two troublemakers clearly want to ruin Song Jiqing's reputation. If people find out she came out of your room, who knows what kind of rumors will spread." Gu Yan stayed silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the distance, as if deep in thought. After a while, he said slowly, "Taiju Ergu, keep an eye on that CF fellow and the Su girl for now." Seeing Gu Yan's serious expression, Taiju didn't dare say more and nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Yen. We'll watch them closely." Lu Ergu quickly added, "Yes, Brother Yen. If they try to cause trouble again, we won't let them off easily." Gu Yan didn't reply, only gave a quiet his gaze still distant, as if lost in thought. When they saw he had nothing more to say, Taiju and Lu Ergu scratched their heads and left. Before going, they couldn't help glancing back at Gu Yan, wondering silently what's really going on between Brother Yen and Song Jiqing. Now alone in the courtyard, Gu Yan sat quietly, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Finally, he looked down at his paralyzed legs and shook his head. Meanwhile, Song Yunshu, having regained the original owner's memories, returned to the educated youth camp. Everyone else had gone to work. She entered the dormitory and saw a large bed meant for 6 people. Her head throbbed instantly. Finding her own spot, she sat down. Holding the jade pendant tightly in her hand, her thoughts drifted back to the scene described in the book. At that dramatic moment, Xie Jingchuan and Su Wenwen had led a group of people into the room. She and Gu Yan had been lying on the bed, their clothes messy, and everyone had seen it. Gu Yan's mother screamed in shock, insisting that the two of them must be in a relationship. The original woman was so shocked by the sudden situation that she was completely unable to react. Under everyone's pressure and accusations, she ended up being with Gu Yan in confusion. However, that was only the beginning of her tragedy. Xie Jingchuan and Su Wenwen spread false rumors about her, so the villagers pointed fingers at her, making her life miserable every day. Gu Yan himself was seriously injured and bedridden, and his health grew worse until he eventually passed away. After losing Gu Yan's protection, the original woman was left at the mercy of her cruel mother-in-law. In the end, she was heartlessly sold to an old man in the mountains, where she suffered greatly and soon died in that desolate place. Song Yunshu held the jade pendant tightly, as if she could feel the original woman's past experiences and emotions through it. The pendant seemed to carry her memories and pain, filling Song Yunshu's heart with sympathy. She took a deep breath to calm herself, then softly said, "Song Yunshu, don't worry. I've taken over your body, and now I am you. I will seek justice for you. Those who hurt you will not escape the consequences. I'll make them understand what true regret feels like." Although her voice was gentle, it carried firm determination. She had decided to avenge the original woman and make the wrongdoers pay for what they had done. Recalling the story, After the original woman's death, Xie Jingchuan shamelessly got together with Su Wanwan, and the jade pendant that once belonged to the original woman ended up in Su Wanwan's hands. What was even more surprising was that Su Wanwan accidentally discovered a hidden space inside the pendant. Thinking back to when she had read this book with her best friend, she remembered how angry she had been. She had skipped many important details and never finished reading the story, so she had no idea how it ended. Now, she deeply regretted it and wished she could slap herself for not paying attention back then. But it was too late for regret. Fortunately, she had now crossed into this world, and everything was different. Just like the scene that happened this morning, in the original story, Gu's mother was supposed to appear, but this time, she didn't show up. Song Yunshu didn't know that Madame Gu had actually come, but by the time she arrived, everyone had already left. Thinking of this, Song Yunshu quickly took out a sewing kit, gently pricked her finger with a needle, and let a drop of blood fall onto the jade pendant. The pendant absorbed the blood almost instantly. Suddenly, her surroundings blurred, and she found herself in a completely different world. Looking around, she saw a vast space with rolling green mountains in the distance. A clear stream flowed nearby, beside a stretch of fertile land filled with all kinds of strange and beautiful plants. She was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected the jade pendant to hold such a magical world. Just then, a gentle voice spoke. "Fated one, you've finally arrived." Startled, Song Yunshu turned toward the sound and saw an elderly man with white hair, dressed in ancient robes, walking out of a small bamboo house. Her voice trembled slightly as she stammered. Who are you?" The old man smiled kindly and said softly, "I've been waiting for you, for 1,000 years." Song Yunshu's eyes widened in shock. 1,000 years? She repeated in disbelief. The old man nodded, his smile warm and peaceful. "Yes. I created this space long ago and left it behind, waiting for the one destined to open it." Realization dawned on her, and she quickly asked, "Oh, I see. So this space belongs to me now?" The old man nodded again. "Yes. Since you were able to open it, it now belongs to you." But then Song Yunshu suddenly remembered something from a book she had read. Su Wanwan had also opened this space before. Puzzled, she asked, "Elder, that can't be right. I remember someone else opened this space before. How is that possible?" The old man slowly shook his head. "That's impossible. You are the first person to open this space." Song Yunshu frowned, even more confused. "But I read in a book that someone named Su Wanwan opened it too. Don't you know about that?" The old man was silent for a moment, as if deep in thought. Then he shook his head firmly and said, "Impossible. If someone had really opened this space, I would have known." Seeing how certain he was, Song Yunshu grew even more puzzled. She pressed her lips together, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Elder, I once read in a book about a woman named Su Wanwan. She used her own blood to open a space, and that woman was by my side." The old man frowned slightly at her words, his gaze settling on Song Yunshu. After a pause, he sighed softly. "So that's how it is. It seems I overlooked something." Noticing his change in attitude, Song Yunshu quickly asked, "Did you remember something? Who exactly is Su Wanwan? Did she really open the space?" The old man didn't answer right away. He looked at her and murmured, "Su Wanwan." His tone carried a trace of mixed emotion. "Yes, she did open the space, but that was decades ago. And she didn't enter it in the usual way. She used a forbidden technique." Song Yunshu's heart trembled.
A forbidden technique?
What kind of technique? What happened to her afterward? After a moment of silence, the old man said slowly, "She succeeded in opening the space, but she used a drop of your blood to do it." "My blood?" Song Yunshu asked quickly. "If she used my blood, why didn't I enter the space too?" The old man replied softly, "After you passed away, she mixed your blood with hers to open the lowest level of the space. But she paid a heavy price for it. The power of the space turned against her, and her spirit was destroyed. Her existence was completely erased by the space's force, so completely that even I could no longer sense her." Hearing this, Song Yunshu felt a chill in her heart. She looked at the old man and asked, then, "If I open this space, will the same thing happen to me?" The old man shook his head firmly. "No, you are different. You were chosen by the space itself, not someone who forced her way in. Your previous life ended tragically, but so did hers." Song Yunshu let out a quiet breath of relief. After a pause, she said, "So in my past life, not long after I died, Su Wanwan also died. What didn't belong to her, she tried to take by force, and that's why she was punished." The old man nodded. "Yes, that's one way to understand it." Song Yunshu looked at the jade pendant in her hand and felt a gentle warmth flow into her palm, as if it had merged with her heartbeat. "What is this?" she asked in surprise, turning to the old man. The old man smiled softly, his tone filled with relief. "This jade pendant has chosen you. That means your connection with the space is deeper than I imagined." Yunshu lifted her head, her eyes firm. "In that case, I'll make good use of this power and never let it down." The old man nodded, a trace of approval in his eyes. "I hope so. But remember, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Yunshu nodded seriously, silently making up her mind. No matter what challenges lay ahead, she would face them bravely and never back down. Seeing her determination, the old man said no more and turned to walk deeper into the space. Realizing what was happening, Yunshu quickly called out, "Elder, where are you going? When will you come back?" The old man's figure slowly faded until it vanished into nothingness, leaving only a faint voice echoing in the air. "Go on, your journey has only just begun." Yunshu stood still, gripping the jade pendant tightly, her gaze firm as she looked ahead. She knew the old man would not return. From this moment on, her fate would be tied to this mysterious space, and her story would begin here. With this jade pendant and the space it held, she believed she could find her place in this world and change the ending of the original story. As she wandered through the space, she noticed a small spring where water dripped slowly. Curious, she thought of the stories she had read. Weren't such springs said to never run dry and even be used for bathing? Wondering if this spring was also magical, Yunshu crouched down and carefully caught a drop of water in her hand. The water felt cool and smooth, with a faint warmth spreading through her palm. She brought it close to her nose. A light, refreshing scent filled the air, calming her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she cupped a little more water and took a small sip. Instantly, a sweet taste spread through her mouth, and all her tiredness seemed to fade away, leaving her refreshed and full of energy. Song Yunshu felt a surge of joy. It seemed the spring water truly had something magical about it. She couldn't let it go to waste. She needed to find something to collect it. Remembering that the old man had come out of the bamboo house earlier, she quickly ran there. Inside, she found a completely different world. The bamboo house was furnished with simple wooden tables and chairs. Paintings and calligraphy hung on the walls, and a row of bookshelves stood in the corner. Without stopping to admire the place, Song Yunshu searched anxiously for a container that could hold water. At last, she found a delicate porcelain bottle in a cabinet. She thought to herself, "Wow, who knows how old this is? In the future, it would probably be worth a fortune." Setting that thought aside, she took the bottle and hurried back to the spring. Watching the water drip slowly into the bottle, she muttered, "At this rate, it'll take a whole day to fill it." She sighed, then carefully looked around to see if there were any other treasures nearby. Returning to the bamboo house, she noticed an old, yellowed book on the shelf. The writing was faint, but she could still make out the words ancient medical text. No wonder there are herbs growing outside, she thought. That old man must have been a great healer. She gently ran her fingers over the worn cover, feeling the rough texture and the marks of time. Carefully, she opened the fragile pages, afraid they might crumble at the slightest touch. A faint herbal scent drifted out, as if telling stories from long ago. She studied the faded writing and discovered many rare prescriptions and secret medical techniques. Some of the herbs mentioned were completely unfamiliar to her. Excitement filled her heart. If I can learn these skills, Maybe I can help save more people, she thought. Just as she was lost in the world of the ancient book, a faint sound came from outside. Alert! She quickly looked up. Through the gap in the bamboo window, she saw the youth camp outside. It was Wang Zhaodi and Wu Ruomei, who had returned early to cook. Realizing this, Song Yinshu quickly put down the book and left the mysterious place in haste. Moments later, Wang Zhaodi and Wu Ruomei pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Song Yinshu sitting still like a statue, her eyes empty, as if she had lost her spirit. The two women exchanged a glance, sensing something was wrong. They quickly walked over and asked with concern, "Comrade Song, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Hearing their voices, Song Yinshu slowly turned her head to look at Wang Zhaodi and Wu Ruomei. Her mind was still filled with what she had just read in the book, the tragic story about Wang Zhaodi's fate. The book said that Wang Zhaodi's life had been full of hardship caused by her family. Even her name showed how much her parents valued sons over daughters. Names like Zhaodi, Lady, and Pundi all carried the same wish for a boy, and in such families, daughters were often ignored and treated unfairly. In comparison, Wu Ruomei's situation was better. Although she had also lived in the countryside for a while, her family soon found her a job in the city, and she returned home within 2 years. Wu Ruomei noticed that Song Yinshu was staring blankly at them and felt puzzled. She quickly asked Comrade Song, "What's the matter?" Song Yinshu was startled by her words, then came back to her senses and said quickly, "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. I'll be fine after some rest." Wu Ruomei nodded and replied, "Then take a break. We'll go cook, and we'll call you when the food is ready." She turned to pull Wang Zhaodi toward the kitchen. However, Wang Zhaodi seemed unconvinced and muttered softly, "Tired?" But she didn't even go to work today. Wu Ruomei heard her and immediately gave her a sharp look. She grabbed Wang Zhaodi's arm and hurried her toward the kitchen. As they walked, Wu Ruomei whispered, "You know what happened this morning. Can't you tell she's upset? That's why she feels tired. Stop talking nonsense and come help me cook." Wang Zhaodi quickly nodded.
Got it.
Watching their backs, Song Yinshu felt a mix of emotions. She was indeed tired, but more than that, she was weary in her heart. Since arriving here, she had only been in this place for half a day, yet so much had already happened. She sighed softly, looked at the belongings on the bed, climbed onto the Kong, opened the chest, and began checking what was inside. Inside were a few neatly folded clothes and some candies and pastries. The clothes were simple, typical of this time period, and the fabric still looked new. It was clear that the original owner had been a tidy person. She took the clothes out one by one and placed them aside, then noticed 2 small cloth bundles at the bottom of the chest. Opening one, she found some money and notes. After counting carefully, Song Yinshu saw that there were 221 yuan and 50 cents in total, a decent amount for that time. She then opened the other bundle, wrapped tightly in a piece of faded blue cloth. Curious, Song Yinshu untied it and found a thin notebook and several letters inside. She opened the notebook first and saw that it was filled with neat but slightly childish handwriting. It recorded the original owner's daily life and personal thoughts. As Song Yinshu turned the pages, she gradually learned more about the person who had lived here before. It turned out that the original owner had been a careful and sensitive person. For example, she had clearly recorded every time Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan borrowed money or tickets from her. But she had been quiet and not good at expressing herself. Next, Song Yinshu picked up the letters. On the envelopes were the words to Song Yinshu, written in strong, steady handwriting. She opened one letter and paused slightly as she read, "Xiaoshu, I know you're upset with me and blame me for marrying Aunt Jiang, but life must go on. Your mother passed away early and I didn't take good care of you. Now that you've gone to the countryside, I only hope you live well and don't make things too hard for yourself." Song Yinshu's eyes grew warm. In the original owner's memories, her father had treated her quite well. But after he remarried, things changed. Now that he had a new family and children, his care for her had faded. She gently folded the letter and put it back into the envelope. In her heart, she made a quiet promise, Since I've become Song Yunshu, I'll live well for her from now on. She carefully reorganized the things in the box, folding the clothes neatly, placing the money, notebook, letters, and food together. Using her mind, Song Yunshu tried to move them into her storage space, and soon, the items appeared inside the bamboo house. She then tested taking them out again. After confirming she could control the process with her thoughts, she felt thrilled. This must be my reward for saving so many people in my past life, she thought excitedly. When everything was done, she leaned slowly against the wall by the bed, her sharp gaze fixed on the spot next to her, Su Wanwan's bed. She gave a cold snort and thought, those quilts and sheets were all bought with my money, and now she's taken them without a word. How shameless! The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Without hesitation, she stood up and quickly gathered the quilts and sheets, tossing them aside, as if they were nothing. Just then, Su Wanwan walked in. Seeing her bedding thrown on the floor, she was furious and shouted, Song Yunshu, what do you think you're doing? Why did you throw my things on the ground? Her loud voice startled Yunshu and drew the attention of Li Xianglan and Wang Tsuetsue, who hurried in behind her. When they saw the mess, Li Xianglan, the leader of the young volunteers, immediately sensed something was wrong. What's going on here? Why is everything like this? She asked quickly. Song Yunshu didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked at them with a calm but piercing gaze. In her mind, she quickly searched through the story she remembered, trying to recall what she knew about these two people. After a moment, she remembered. Wang Tsuetsue was not a kind person, jealous and resentful, always speaking badly about the original Yunshu behind her back. Li Xianglan, on the other hand, was the senior among the volunteers. She seemed kind and fair, but in truth, she had her own hidden motives. At that moment, Su Wanwan suddenly burst into tears. With eyes full of tears, she cried to Li Xianglan, Sister Xianglan, Song Yunshu threw all my things on the ground. Seeing this, Li Xianglan quickly asked with concern, Song Yunshu, why did you throw Su Wanwan's things away? Her tone was gentle, but there was a hint of displeasure and reproach in it. Song Yunshu was not frightened by Li Xianglan's question. She stared at them coldly and said calmly, I threw away my own things. What's wrong with that? Her voice was icy and emotionless, making the others feel uneasy. Li Xianglan frowned slightly at her answer, clearly puzzled and unhappy with her attitude. She looked at the scattered items on the ground, then at Su Wanwan's tearful face, and said with a trace of reproach, Song Yunshu, these things clearly belong to Su Wanwan. How can you say they're yours? We're all educated youths working here together. If there's a problem, we can talk it out. There's no need to make a scene. Song Yunshu's expression didn't change. Her cold gaze swept over Li Xianglan and Su Wanwan as she said with a hint of mockery, Are you sure you're not mistaken?
I said these things are mine.
How did they suddenly become Su Wanwan's? Can I even handle my own belongings? Hearing this, Su Wanwan cried even harder. Between sobs, she said, Sister Xianglan, look at her. She's clearly bullying me. Those things are mine, but she insists they're hers and threw them all on the ground.
Li Xianglan agitada.
She crouched down and picked up a few items, examining them carefully. She realized that some of them did look familiar. She had seen them with Su Wanwan before. She looked up, her tone uncertain. Song Yunshu, are you sure these things are really yours? Song Yunshu gave a short, cold laugh, then turned and took out a shopping receipt from the supply store, handing it to Li Xianglan. Li Xianglan took the paper and looked at it carefully. It listed several items, and next to them was the name Song Yunshu. Her expression changed slightly. She turned to Su Wanwan and asked with a hint of reproach, Wanwan, what's going on here? Are these things really Song Yunshu's? Su Wanwan's face turned pale. She lowered her head and spoke softly, Sister Xianglan, these things were given to me by Yunshu. Doesn't that make them mine? Li Xianglan looked at Song Yunshu and asked gently, Yunshu, what do you think? Song Yunshu gave a cold laugh and said sharply, Su Wanwan, I gave them to you, but how can you be so shameless? How dare you say they're yours? Su Wanwan froze, not daring to argue. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said pitifully, Yunshu, what do you mean? We're best friends, and you did give them to me. I know you're still upset about what happened this morning. Song Yunshu laughed loudly. Su Wanwan, how can you call yourself my best friend? Don't you know what you and Xie Jingchuan did to me? Her eyes were sharp, and every word carried weight. Su Wanwan's face turned pale again. She avoided Yunshu's gaze and stammered, I just thought you didn't need them, so I wanted to help you use them up. She tried to defend herself weakly. Li Xianglan and Wang Tsuetsue exchanged glances. They had missed the morning's argument and had only heard rumors that the two had fallen out. Song Yunshu snorted. Help me use them up. You mean for you and Xie Jingchuan? Su Wanwan, I must have been blind to treat you as a sister. Let me make this clear, don't ever think you can take advantage of me again. Su Wanwan was speechless. Tears filled her eyes, but she didn't dare cry out loud. In her heart, she cursed silently. When did this girl become so sharp? What's gotten into her today? She also swore to herself. One day, I'll make her pay for this. Li Xianglan and Wang Tsuetsue didn't dare speak up for Su Wanwan anymore. The air grew tense and awkward. Just then, Wang Zhaodi called out, everyone, come out for lunch. Li Xianglan quickly said, all right, let's go eat. We can talk about this later. Wang Tsuetsue agreed, yes, we've been working all morning. Let's go eat. She then pulled Li Xianglan along as they headed outside. Su Wanwan stood still, her eyes still red, but she no longer cried out loud. She just looked down, clutching her clothes tightly, appearing a bit helpless. Song Yunshu remained expressionless. After placing the last item back into the box, she gently closed the lid and stood up. She glanced at Su Wanwan, thinking to herself, Wanwan, just cry as much as you want. There will be plenty of chances to cry later. Then she let out a soft laugh and walked straight toward the door, as if the argument just now never happened. Su Wanwan looked up at Song Yunshu's back, biting her lip. She secretly cursed, you little brat, I won't let you go.
Just wait and see.
Although she still felt unwilling inside, she knew that causing trouble now would only make her more embarrassed. At the dining table, there was a dish called stir-fried cabbage, but in reality, it wasn't even fried. Calling it stewed cabbage would be more accurate. The whole dish looked dull and lifeless. The leaves were pale, as if all the water and nutrients had been drained out. What was even more surprising was that there wasn't a single oil spot on the dish, as if it had been boiled in plain water. In stark contrast to this bland cabbage, each person had two small, rough-looking bread-like buns. They looked hard and coarse, clearly made from coarse grains. They rested quietly in their bowls, giving off a faint wheat aroma, as if telling stories of life's hardships. Finally, there was a bowl of wild vegetable and flour dumpling soup. The wild vegetables in the soup were chopped very finely and mixed with flour, forming small dumplings. The soup was a bit cloudy and the texture rough, but it was full of the natural taste of the outdoors. This was today's lunch, simple and humble, without any luxury or waste. Despite the modest food, they didn't complain. They quietly enjoyed this meal, which, though not rich, was enough to fill their stomachs. Song Yunshu's gaze slowly swept over the 8 young workers. They stood or sat, each with their own features. First, she saw Lu Yong, the one who spoke up for her that morning. He was smiling at her now, seeming a little curious. She glanced at Xie Jingchuan sitting nearby. She wasn't sure what the original owner thought of him, but she liked this plain, straightforward person. Then, she saw Captain Li Kai, who was tall and strong, with a serious face that gave a sense of stability and reliability. Zhao Xiangbing stood nearby, tall and handsome, with a faint smile on his face. The other 2 people, Song Yunshu knew, were Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianyang. The brothers looked quite similar, both with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and high noses. The older brother, Chen Tianyu, seemed more steady, while the younger, Chen Tianyang, looked more lively. Next to them was a young man named Tang Hui. He had dark skin, a sturdy build, and looked honest and simple. Finally, Song Yunshu's gaze fell on Lu Lingxiao. He was very tall, slim, wearing a slightly faded blue shirt, but his outstanding presence was clear. However, these people were just insignificant to the original person. During these 2 months working in the countryside, the original person's eyes and heart only focused on Xie Jingchuan. They hardly noticed the other young men, let alone talk to them. Wu Ruomei and Wang Zhaodi were busy handing out food, while Li Xianglan and Wang Tsuecue were quietly eating, without speaking. Su Wanwan sat in the corner, her head down, stirring her bowl with chopsticks. Seeing this, Xie Jingchuan quickly asked, "Wanwan, what's wrong?" Su Wanwan looked up with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. She softly said, "Jingchuan ji, I'm fine." Seeing her like that, Xie Jingchuan couldn't bear it. He stood up quickly and said to Song Yunshu, "Song Yunshu, did you bully Wan again?" Hearing Xie Jingchuan's question, Song Yunshu frowned slightly but quickly regained her calm. She looked up, her gaze cold as she swept over Xie Jingchuan and Wanwan, her tone flat. "Xie Jingchuan, which I saw me bullying her. Or is it that as long as she leaves a little mark, you think the whole world is bullying her?" Xie Jingchuan's face darkened at her attitude. Just as he was about to get angry, Lu Yong suddenly spoke up. "Comrade Xie, don't be in a hurry. We haven't figured out what happened yet. Let's not ruin the mood over a small matter." Lu Yong's words made Xie Jingchuan calm down a bit, but he still frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Lu Yong, don't speak for her. Wanwan is crying, can that be fake?" Song Yunshu sneered and took out the list from her pocket, slamming it on the table. "This is the list I found in my box. It clearly states that these items belong to me. Su Wanwan claims they are hers and even makes a fuss about it. Who do you think is really being unfair?" The others at the table looked up when they heard this, their eyes shifting between Song Yunshu and Su Wanwan. As the team leader, Li Kai frowned and said, "Since there is a list, let's see it. We need to clear this up." Song Yunshu handed the list to Li Kai. He looked at it carefully and nodded. "Yes, it clearly says these things are Song Yunshu's." Suddenly, Xie Jingchuan's face turned sour. He looked at Su Wanwan with a hint of doubt. "Wanwan, is this true?" Su Wanwan's face went pale. She lowered her head and spoke softly, almost inaudibly. I don't know. Maybe I was mistaken." Hearing Song Yunshu's words, Xie Jingchuan was left speechless. His face showed embarrassment and discomfort. He looked at Song Yunshu first, then turned to Su Wanwan, as if seeking support from her. After a moment of silence, Xie Jingchuan finally spoke again, louder than before. "Song Yunshu, Wanwan just used a few of your things. What's the big deal? We're all comrades working in the countryside. Helping each other is what we should do." Next to him, Wang Tsuecue quickly agreed. "Yes, Comrade Song, those things of yours are just sitting there. If you let Comrade Su use them, what's the problem? We're all working together in the countryside. We should look out for each other." However, in response to Xie Jingchuan and Wang Tsuecue's defense, Song Yunshu just stared coldly at them, a slight smirk on her lips, showing a hint of contempt. She slowly said, "All right, since you all say that, I have nothing more to say. Since we're all comrades working in the countryside, why don't you give your quilts and sheets to Su Wanwan to use? After all, we're all comrades, helping each other." As soon as Song Yunshu finished speaking, the atmosphere at the table froze instantly. Xie Jingchuan and Wang Tsuecue's faces darkened. They clearly didn't expect Song Yunshu to respond so directly. Xie Jingchuan opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately didn't say a word. Song Yunshu slightly smiled, looking at them with a half-smile that carried a hint of mockery and disdain. She softly said, "Why, are you all speechless now? Wasn't everyone so eloquent just a moment ago? Why do you all become silent when it's your turn? Is this what you call helping each other?" Xie Jingchuan's face instantly darkened. He widened his eyes and shouted angrily at Song Yunshu, "Song Yunshu, don't go too far." Wang Tsuecue was not willing to back down. She snorted loudly, raising her voice to retort, "How can it be the same? Your thing was used by Su Wanwan before, and now you're still using it for her. What's the big deal?" Song Yunshu's gaze shot like cold arrows at Wang Tsuecue. Her voice was icy and firm. I was foolish before, thinking she was a good sister. But now I am awake. She can't take advantage of me anymore. If you really care about her so much, why don't you give her your blanket tonight? I want to see how generous and kind you really are, how much you help each other. Wang Tsuetsue was speechless after hearing Song Yunshu. Her face turned red and she stammered, I still need my own blanket. How can I give it to her? Realizing her words might be inappropriate, she quickly lowered her head in embarrassment, fiddling with her chopsticks in the bowl and not daring to look at Song Yunshu again. Hearing this, Xie Jingchuan's face darkened to the extreme. He roared in anger, Fine, very good. Song Yunshu, just wait and see how you come to beg us later. Song Yunshu stared back at Xie Jingchuan without showing weakness, her expression cold as ice. She responded in an icy voice, Comrade Xie, have you lost your mind? What am I asking you for? You owe me 1,060 yuan. Hurry up and find a way to pay me back. Everyone listening to this number couldn't help but gasp inwardly, thinking, that's a lot of money. Lu Lingxiao stood nearby, silently observing everything. He thought to himself, could it be that they've really completely fallen out? However, based on Song Yunshu's resolute expression, she probably won't easily compromise. I wonder if in a few days she will act like she used to again. As team leader, Li Kai frowned and said, seriously, all right, everyone stop talking. Song Yunshu's belongings are hers, and she has the right to decide what to do with them. If Su Wanwan needs something, she can discuss it with everyone, but she can't take others' things casually. Let's end this here, no more talking about it. Lu Yong nodded in agreement and said, the captain is right. We are all comrades. If there's a problem, we can talk it over calmly. There's no need to make things so tense. Li Xianglan also spoke up, saying, everyone just go ahead and eat. Su Wanwan lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, but she didn't speak. She quietly picked at her food. Xie Jingchuan looked at her and comforted her. Wanwan, don't cry. You can use mine tonight. I'll buy you a new one in a few days. Su Wanwan looked up, her eyes full of tears, and softly said, Jingchuan ji, thank you. You're so kind to me. Song Yunshu coldly glanced at everyone at the table, but inside, she felt nothing. She knew she wasn't popular in this group, but she didn't care. She simply said calmly, since the captain has spoken, I won't say much. But I hope nothing like this happens again. After saying that, she put down her chopsticks, stood up, and walked straight to the door. Her back was tall and firm, as if silently declaring her stance. The others at the table looked at each other, but no one said anything. Li Xianglan and Wang Tsuetsue whispered a few words, seeming dissatisfied with Song Yunshu's attitude, but they didn't dare to say more. Wu Ruamei and Wang Zhaodi quietly ate their food, and the atmosphere remained a bit heavy. Xie Jingchuan watched Song Yunshu leave, feeling a mix of emotions. He had thought she would be like before, swallowing her anger, but she turned out to be so strong. He looked at Su Wanwan, feeling guilty, but also helpless. Su Wanwan raised her head, her eyes showing a hint of grievance and unwillingness. She softly said, Jingchuan ji, did I do something wrong? Xie Jingchuan sighed and comforted her softly. It's okay, Wanwan. Don't think too much. In the future, if you need anything, just tell me, and I will help you. Su Wanwan nodded, but tears still welled up in her eyes. She lowered her head and ate quietly, secretly vowing, Song Yunshu, don't be proud. One day, I will make you pay for your attitude today. The atmosphere at the dining table remained dull, with only the sound of dishes clinking in the air. Song Yunshu returned to her room and lay on the bed, feeling completely indifferent. She knew she was destined to be lonely in this group, but she was not afraid. She silently thought, no matter what the future holds, I will follow my own path. The others also went back to their rooms. Seeing Song Yunshu lying on her bed, no one spoke. They each rested, knowing they had work to do in the afternoon. Song Yunshu felt her consciousness growing hazy, as if a strong force was pulling her, and she gradually fell into sleep. After some time, she slowly opened her eyes. The room was quiet, with only faint sunlight shining through the window. She blinked, trying to wake herself up. Her hand instinctively reached under her pillow to grab her phone and check the time. But when her hand touched the empty pillow, she suddenly remembered she had traveled to this strange world and didn't have a phone. Without a phone, Song Yunshu felt a bit lost. She didn't even know what time it was. This loss of control over time made her anxious. She realized she needed to get a watch soon, so she could at least keep track of time. Suddenly, she sat up, realizing everyone else had already gone to work, and she was still sleeping. A thought flashed through her mind. She should have a watch. She remembered Su Wanwan had borrowed her watch to cook, claiming she needed it, but she still hadn't returned it. She gently patted her head, secretly feeling annoyed that she almost forgot about this. But it was okay. She would ask for the watch when everyone returned tonight. After a quick tidy-up, Song Yunshu left her room. The yard was quiet, and she decided to go outside and take a look. In the field, Su Wanwan was working, and her plot was next to the Gu family's land. She bent over, holding a hoe in her hand, occasionally glancing up at Mother Gu, who was busy nearby. Mother Gu was thin and had a somewhat harsh look on her face. She held a hoe and skillfully weeded the field. Su Wanwan had heard from the villagers that Mother Gu was very good at controlling her daughters-in-law. Besides her fourth daughter-in-law, who was a city girl from a good family, Mother Gu didn't dare offend her. As for the eldest and second daughters-in-law, Mother Gu had already dominated them completely. They worked all day and couldn't even get a hot meal. Su Wanwan sneered inwardly, and her grip on the hoe slowed down. She was thinking, I originally planned to have Song Yunshu marry the third son, who is seriously injured and bedridden, so her life would be over. But why isn't she in bed this morning? Last night, we clearly put her to bed. What went wrong? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Last night, they had knocked Song Yunshu out and watched her be given medicine before bringing her into the third son's room. Since the battlefield, the third son had been paralyzed and bedridden for nearly half a year. The family had little hope for him, and even Mother Gu didn't bother to care for him, leaving him in the collapsing old house. Su Wanwan thought that as long as she got Song Yunshu into the third son's bed, everything would be settled, and the villagers wouldn't say much. After all, the third son was now paralyzed and needed care. But this morning, she found that Song Yunshu wasn't in the third son's room at all. Instead, she was acting as if nothing was wrong, watching them from behind. A wave of irritation rose in Su Wanwan's heart. She slammed the hoe into the ground with a loud thud. Mother Gu heard the noise and looked up at her, her eyes showing some curiosity. Su Wanwan quickly lowered her head, pretending to focus on her work, but her mind was in turmoil. She couldn't understand where things had gone wrong last night. Could it be that Song Yunshu had sensed something and prepared in advance? Or did the third son discover her plan and deliberately let Song Yunshu go? But that seemed impossible. They had given her sleeping medicine before entering the room, and the third son was sound asleep. Where had the problem arisen? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Her grip on the hoe became uncontrollable, almost hitting her own foot. She clenched her teeth and secretly vowed, no matter what, I will never let Song Yunshu, that little troublemaker, have an easy time. Does she think she can escape? Just wait and see. She looked up at the distant mountains as the sky gradually darkened and a cool breeze blew. Su Wanwan tightened her grip on the hoe, planning her next move. No matter what, she must make Song Yunshu pay the price and ensure her plan doesn't fail. Mother Gu was weeding while glancing sideways at Su Wanwan from a short distance away. She had long heard that Su Zhixing was clever and not easy to deal with. This morning, the village elders gathered and gossiping said that Su Wanwan and Xie Zhixing, along with a group of people, had rushed into old Gu San's house early in the morning, claiming they wanted to catch someone cheating. But when they looked inside, the house was empty. No one was there. Mother Gu felt regretful and slowed her work. She couldn't help but think, if I had known, I wouldn't have gone to work so early this morning and missed out on a daughter-in-law. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had missed a big opportunity. Since old Gu San had been bedridden, she disliked him intensely and wished he would pass away soon. But she didn't dare go too far, since many villagers were watching. Everyone in the village thought he was useless. Who would want to marry a girl to suffer like that? But if today's plan succeeded, even if Song Yunshu was reluctant, she would have to accept it. Then, the Gu family would gain not only extra labor but also save on bride price money. Mother Gu felt more and more regretful. She fiercely cut a handful of weeds with her sickle, as if that could ease her frustration. She looked up at Su Wanwan, noticing she also looked uneasy, and suddenly understood most of the situation. Su Wanwan probably didn't expect things to turn out like this. This Jixing really has a good plan, Mother Gu sneered inwardly. But unfortunately, his plan is too clever, and he's ended up trapping himself. She lowered her head and continued working, but her mind was already calculating. She had heard that Song Yunshu came from a good family, was lively and pretty. Although she wasn't good at working, she had money. She also heard that Jixing and Xie Jixing owed her over 1,000 yuan. If she could marry into the Gu family, it wouldn't be a bad deal.
As for Su Wanwan,
Mother Gu squinted and secretly made up her mind. The wind grew stronger, making the crops in the field rustle. Mother Gu straightened up, brushed the dirt off her hands, and started to think. She looked up at the sky. The sun was already leaning west, so it was time to stop working. Su Jiqing, Mother Gu suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a meaningful tone. You must be tired after working today. Want to come to my house for a bit, have some water? Su Wanwan was surprised. She looked up at Mother Gu and saw her smiling, as if she had something to ask. She glanced around and said happily, Sure, Aunt Gu. I'm also feeling a bit thirsty. After saying that, she quickly packed up her tools and turned to walk toward the village. Mother Gu watched her back, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She muttered softly, Sure enough, she's a woman with a lot of tricks. After murmuring, she turned to her family behind her and said, Old second family, you all keep working. I'll go back first. Then she hurried to catch up with Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan followed behind Mother Gu, feeling a little nervous, but still keeping a proper smile on her face. As they walked, she thought about Mother Gu's intentions, staying alert inside. Mother Gu was not an easy person to deal with. Everyone in the village said she was very clever. Today, when she suddenly asked her to sit at her house, it was probably related to what happened this morning. Mother Gu walked in front, her step steady and slow, still holding a hoe. She occasionally looked back at Su Wanwan with a half-smile, as if she saw through her thoughts. Su Wanwan felt uneasy under her gaze. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to fix her sleeve. The two entered the Gu family's yard, one after the other. The Gu family's house was the best in the village, a big blue brick house with tiles. It was said that these were paid for by their third son, who was in the army. But now, their injured third son had returned and was sent to live in the dilapidated old house. TSK, the family was not very kind. In the yard, there was a fruit tree with a wooden table and some long benches underneath. Mother Gu pointed to a bench and said to Su Wanwan, Jiqing, sit down.
Don't be shy.
After sitting, Su Wanwan watched as Mother Gu went into the kitchen. Soon, she brought out a bowl of water and handed it to her. Have some sweet water. You worked hard today. Su Wanwan took the bowl, smiled, and said, Thank you, Auntie. She took a sip and tentatively asked, Aunt Gu, you wanted to see me? Is there something you need? Mother Gu sat opposite her, squinting and looking at Su Wanwan with a half-smile. She said slowly, Su Jiqing, I heard. You went to my third son's room this morning? Su Wanwan's heart tightened, and she almost dropped her bowl. She forced herself to stay calm and smiled, saying, Aunt Gu, I was just visiting my good friend Song Yunshu. Mother Gu sneered and said, Su Jiqing, let's be honest. You and Xie Jiqing brought a group of people and rushed into my third son's room early in the morning, claiming to catch him in wrongdoing. But what happened? Nothing was found, and instead, it caused a big fuss in the village. Su Wanwan's face changed. She suddenly put her bowl down with a loud bang, splashing water everywhere. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to speak. Aunt Gu, this really isn't my fault. Please don't listen to rumors.
I was just with them.
Mother Gu looked at her with a cold, sharp gaze. Su Jiqing, do you think my Gu family is easy to bully? Or do you think because my third son is bedridden, no one cares about him? Su Wanwan was frightened by her stare and quickly waved her hands. Aunt Gu, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that at all. Mother Gu snorted coldly. She stood up, looking down at Su Wanwan with a cold voice. Su Jiqing, I advise you not to have any bad ideas. My third son may be paralyzed, but he's still part of my Gu family. If you dare to think of anything crooked, don't blame me for being rude. Su Wanwan's face turned pale from her intimidating presence. She hurriedly stood up, stammering, Aunt Gu, don't worry, I won't dare anymore. I'm leaving now, leaving now. After saying that, she turned to run outside. Mother Gu watched her back, a cold smile curling on her lips. She quickly called out, Su Jiqing, where are you running? We haven't finished talking yet. Su Wanwan hurriedly stopped, turned around, and smiled sweetly. She asked Aunt Gu, is there anything else? Aunt Gu quickly took her by the arm, saying, Su Jiqing, you haven't told me what happened at my third son's house this morning. Su Wanwan was surprised and didn't expect Mother Gu to be so sharp. She quickly shook her head and said, Aunt Gu, we didn't lie to you. Everyone thought there was a problem, so we went to check. Mother Gu sneered and said, Su Jiqing, if you don't tell the truth now, don't blame me for causing trouble at the youth station and letting everyone judge. Su Wanwan panicked and gritted her teeth as she said, Aunt Gu, Xie Jiqing and I both saw Song Yunshu go to your third son's house in the middle of the night. She didn't come back all night, and this morning we wanted to check on her. Hearing this, Mother Gu's eyes lit up. She quickly asked, Su Jiqing, are you sure you saw correctly? Su Wanwan's eyes twinkled, and she smiled happily. Aunt Gu, I am absolutely sure. I was thinking if my good friend could like your third son, that would be wonderful. Even though she's hurt now, she's still a hero and a military family member. How proud that is. Mother Gu listened and smiled. Yes, yes. So, why isn't Song Jiqing at my third son's house anymore? Su Wanwan pretended to be worried and frowned. Aunt Gu, I'm also confused. When we went in, we only saw your third son alone in the house. I guess Song Yunshu heard we were coming and slipped out the window early. Mother Gu stroked her chin, her eyes flickering with her own plans. She smiled at Su Wanwan and said, Su Jiqing, this news is so important. I must thank you properly. Su Wanwan hurriedly smiled and waved her hand. Aunt Gu, you're too kind. It's just what I should do. Mother Gu warmly added a bowl of sweet soup for her and said, Su Jiqing, if you have any more news in the future, please tell me. I won't forget your kindness. Su Wanwan quickly agreed, but in her heart, she thought that as long as she could help Mother Gu deal with Song Yunshu, she could sit back and profit. Why not? After finishing the sweet soup, Su Wanwan said goodbye and left. Mother Gu stood in the yard, watching her leave, a calculating smile on her face. When Su Wanwan returned to the youth station, everyone had already finished dinner. She went straight to the kitchen, where her special meal was waiting. She ate absent-mindedly and then hurried back to her room. As she pushed open the door, she saw Song Yunshu sitting on the bed, holding a book in her hand, with a half-smile on her face. The other young women in the room were also there, some tidying up the beds, others packing their things, but all of them kept glancing over at her. When Song Yunshu saw Su Wanwan come in, she gently closed her book and sneered, Comrade Su, are you finally back? Su Wanwan's heart tightened, but she forced herself to stay calm and asked softly, Yunshu, is something wrong? Song Yunshu didn't answer right away. She slowly stood up, walked over to Su Wanwan, and looked at the delicate watch on her wrist. Her eyes were cold like ice, and her voice lowered. Comrade Su, what do you think? Su Wanwan instinctively shrank back, hiding the watch under her sleeve, and forced a smile. Yunshu, what's wrong? I don't quite understand what you mean. Song Yunshu sneered, grabbing her hand and raising her voice slightly. Don't understand?
Su Wanwan, stop pretending.
The room suddenly fell silent. The other young women stopped what they were doing and all looked at them. Someone whispered, Here we go again. This is the 5th time today. It just keeps going. Su Wanwan's face changed. She tried to pull away, feeling wronged, and said softly, Yunshu, you hurt me. Let's talk about this calmly. Song Yunshu snorted coldly, releasing her hand. Her eyes were sharp like a knife, and she suddenly asked, Su Wanwan, does this watch look good on you? Su Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the beautiful watch on her wrist, and her face suddenly turned pale. She hurriedly tried to hide the watch, but Song Yunshu's eyes seemed to see right through her, watching her every move clearly. This watch is mine. Su Wanwan's voice trembled slightly, her eyes flickering, afraid to meet Song Yunshu's gaze. Yours? Song Yunshu sneered, with obvious sarcasm in her tone. Are you sure it's yours? The other young women nearby looked at each other, whispering, What's going on? Su Wanwan's face looked even worse. She bit her lip and softly said, What do you mean? This watch. You gave it to me. Gave it to you? Song Yunshu's voice suddenly rose. Oh, really? I remember you borrowed it to check the time. So, after borrowing it for a while, you just claimed it as your own. I didn't. Su Wanwan suddenly raised her head, her eyes already red. Why do you say that about me? It was clearly you who gave it to me. Song Yunshu looked at her coldly, with no warmth in her eyes. How thick is your skin? To openly call something I borrowed as a gift. Tears finally fell from Su Wanwan's eyes. She trembled as she said, You. How can you say that? We are the best sisters. Sisters, Song Yunshu sneered. Su Wanwan, how can you be so shameless to say that? Su Wanwan was speechless for a moment, her face turning even paler. She lowered her head, clutching her clothes tightly, tears dropping onto the ground one by one. The room was silent. Only Su Wanwan's quiet sobs could be heard. The other young women looked at each other, afraid to speak. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the door. Then, Xie Jingchuan's voice came from the doorway. Wanwan, what's wrong? Is Song Yunshu bullying you again? Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the door. Xie Jingchuan stood there, with a serious look, glancing back and forth between Song Yunshu and Su Wanwan. Song Yunshu sneered and pointed at Su Wanwan's wrist. Comrade Xie, how am I bullying her? How did my watch end up on her wrist? You know best, don't you? Xie Jingchuan was stunned, his gaze falling on the watch on Su Wanwan's wrist. His face suddenly looked complicated. He was silent for a moment before slowly saying, This watch was a gift from you to her. The room immediately buzzed with whispers. Several young women couldn't help but murmur. Song Yunshu's face darkened. She stared at Xie Jingchuan, her tone icy. I gave her the watch? I even said she stole it. Now call the police. Li Kai, the leader of the youth team, also came to the door, sighing with some helplessness. Comrade Song, let's talk calmly. There's no need to call the police now. Song Yunshu looked at them coldly and said, Comradely, Su Wanwan wants to take my watch for herself. Can I report it to the police? Then she added to everyone, the watch is valuable. If she claims everything borrowed is hers, would you be willing? Hearing her words, Li Kai frowned slightly and looked at Su Wanwan standing nearby. Su Wanwan's face was a bit pale. She looked down, her fingers clenched tightly, clearly feeling nervous. Li Kai sighed and spoke more gently, Comrade Song, let's not rush to report this to the police. We're all comrades in the same team. If there's a misunderstanding, we can sit down and talk calmly. Song Yunshu sneered coldly, her sharp eyes fixed on Su Wanwan. A misunderstanding? Comradely, the watch was bought by my father from a building in Beijing. The back of the watch face is engraved with my initials. Su Wanwan just now kept saying it was her thing. How can that be a misunderstanding? The nearby young workers started whispering. Someone quietly said, Song's watch is quite special. I saw her wear it before. Wang Zhaodi also agreed. Yes, Su Wanwan doesn't usually wear such expensive things. Seeing this, Li Kai knew he couldn't delay any longer. He said to Su Wanwan, Comrade Su, do you have anything to say? If it's really a misunderstanding, it's still time to explain. Su Wanwan looked up, her eyes a little red, her voice trembling slightly. I just thought the watch was very pretty and wanted to take a look. Maybe Song misunderstood. I didn't mean to keep it for myself. Song Yunshu snorted coldly. Take a look? You didn't say that just now. You told everyone that it was my watch and that I gave it to you. Now you're changing your story? She then turned to Xie Jingchuan and said, and just now you also said the watch was given to her by me. How shameless are you? Are you my children? Would I give such an expensive thing to you? Xie Jingchuan, hearing this, turned red with anger. He stared wide-eyed, pointed at Song Yunshu, and said in a slightly trembling voice, You really are unreasonable. Song Yunshu saw this and didn't back down. Instead, she straightened her back, looked directly at Xie Jingchuan without fear, and forcefully pushed his hand away. Her face was cold as ice, and she said, Unreasonable? It's obviously you all are too naive, seeing someone's things and wanting to take them. Su Wanwan, already crying like a tearful person, wiped her tears with trembling hands and said in a tearful voice, Yunshu, we are best friends. How can you say that about us? Seeing the situation becoming more awkward and the atmosphere growing heavier, Li Kai quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. He smiled warmly and said gently, All right. Since Comrade Su says it was just a misunderstanding, let's clear the air. Comrade Song, how about this? Su returns your watch, and since we're all comrades, let's understand each other. We can put this behind us. What do you think? Song Yunshu paused for a moment before nodding.
All right.
For Captain Li's sake, I won't pursue this further. But Su Wanwan must apologize to me in front of everyone and promise not to be interested in my things again. Su Wanwan clenched her lips tightly, almost biting through them. Her eyes flashed with reluctance, but she eventually lowered her head as if she had lost all strength. She trembled as she reached out and carefully took off her watch, then gently handed it to Song Yunshu, her voice so soft it was almost a whisper.
Yunshu, I'm sorry.
I was confused and forgot to return your watch. Song Yunshu took the watch expressionlessly, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She sneered and said coldly, Comrade Su, I hope you remember this lesson. Don't always be interested in other people's things. Her words were like a sharp sword stabbing into Su Wanwan's heart, causing her face to turn pale as paper. Tears streamed down Su Wanwan's face uncontrollably, like a flood that couldn't be stopped. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, she turned and ran away quickly, like an injured deer. Xie Jingchuan saw this and felt a pang in his heart. He hurried after her, calling out as he ran, Wanwan, wait for me. Li Kai watched Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan leave, then let out a sigh of relief. He clapped his hands and said to those around him, All right, everything's settled. Everyone, disperse now. Rest early, we have work tomorrow. The crowd gradually left, and the yard returned to peace. Li Kai looked at Song Yunshu sincerely and said, Comrade Song, thank you for keeping the big picture in mind. In our youth team, unity is the most important. Song Yunshu nodded, her tone softening. Comrade Li, I understand. I just hope they won't bother me again. All right, rest early. Li Kai returned to the dormitory, sighed softly, and thought to himself, the conflicts within the youth team are increasing, and as the team leader, his burden is getting heavier. Song Yunshu paid no attention to them. She put on her watch and went straight to bed to sleep. The others looked at each other silently, finished tidying up, and also went to bed. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan ran out of the youth camp, and Xie Jingchuan quickly caught up with her. The two slowly walked into a small grove, quiet and still, with only the rustling sound of leaves in the wind. Xie Jingchuan held Su Wanwan tightly. He softly comforted the person in his arms. Wanwan, don't cry anymore, okay? When I get a better watch, I will buy one for you. His voice was deep and gentle, like a spring breeze softly brushing Su Wanwan's ear.
Su Wanwan gradually stopped crying.
She looked up with tearful eyes at Xie Jingchuan and softly said, Brother Jingchuan, I don't want to watch. I just can't accept Song Yunshu humiliating us like that. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness and anger. Xie Jingchuan hugged Su Wanwan closer, making her feel his warmth. He softly said, Wanwan, don't worry. The humiliation we suffered today, I will make her pay back 100 times over. His words were firm and powerful, making it hard not to believe he could do it. Su Wanwan nodded slightly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But her brow was still furrowed, as if she had other worries. Brother Jingchuan, I feel like Song Yinshu has really changed, she said softly. Xie Jingchuan also felt a bit puzzled. He loosened his grip on Su Wanwan and looked into her eyes, asking, changed how? Su Wanwan thought for a moment and replied, she's become sharp-tongued and aggressive, completely different from the weak and easily bullied Song Yinshu she used to be. Xie Jingchuan pondered for a moment and said, that's true. Maybe it's because she heard us say we wanted to sell her to that paralyzed man, so she's acting like this. Su Wanwan nodded in agreement. Then she asked another question, Brother Jingchuan, why do you think Song Yinshu wasn't on Old Third's bed when we went this morning? Xie Jingchuan shook his head and sighed. Maybe she woke up before we arrived, so she left first. Su Wanwan recalled their morning at Old Third Gu's house, saying, before we went in, Song Yinshu was definitely in the room. She must have jumped out the window and run away, then appeared behind us. Xie Jingchuan nodded and said self-blaming, we went to check the back at that moment. We were too careless. Su Wanwan snuggled in his arms and softly said, Brother Jingchuan, don't blame yourself. We have other ways. Xie Jingchuan patted her head and looked a little fierce. That's right. Let's think of other options. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she whispered a few words into Xie Jingchuan's ear. Xie Jingchuan was first surprised, then a sneaky smile appeared on his face. Good idea. Let's do it that way. Let her see what happens when you offend us. Su Wanwan smiled and said, Brother Jingchuan, tomorrow Mrs. Gu will probably find out in the village. Xie Jingchuan nodded. Yes, I think Mrs. Gu is more interested in Song Yinshu having something with her third son. Su Wanwan smiled. Yes, Brother Jingchuan, let's go back now. Xie Jingchuan held her tightly and softly coaxed. Wanwan, stay with me a little longer. I can't bear to see you leave. After saying that, his hands started to act mischievously. Su Wanwan giggled softly and dodged, humming quietly, Brother Jingchuan, you're so naughty. Xie Jingchuan grinned mischievously. Wanwan, you like it when I tease you. Brother Jingchuan, you're getting more and more naughty. They stayed outside until late at night before returning to the youth commune. The next morning, before Song Yinshu woke up, Li Xianglan called out, Song Yinshu, today it's my turn to cook with you. Get up quickly. Song Yinshu opened her eyes, recalling the original owner's memories. In the past, Su Wanwan was the one who cooked. Now that they had a falling out, she had to do it herself. She smiled and nodded, okay, Comrade Li. I'll get up right away. Li Xianglan was a bit nervous, unsure whether to call her. Since Su Wanwan used to help her, she thought she was right to call her now. She said, Good, I'll go to the kitchen first. Song Yinshu quickly dressed and washed up briefly before heading to the kitchen. When she arrived, Li Xianglan had already prepared the ingredients. Comrade Song, today we'll make some mixed grain porridge, steam a few cornbread, and stir-fry some vegetables, Li Xianglan said. Song Yinshu smiled and nodded, skillfully starting to handle the ingredients. Her movements were quick, and her way of chopping vegetables showed she was experienced. Li Xianglan was a bit surprised. Wasn't she someone who couldn't cook before? But now she was cooking quite well, so she asked curiously, Comrade Song, you weren't able to cook before, right? But now you seem pretty skilled. Hearing Li Xianglan's words, Song Yinshu paused for a moment, then came back to herself. She secretly thought, so the original owner of this body was someone who couldn't cook. But she didn't feel embarrassed or uneasy about it. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her face as she softly said, Comrade Li, I think I should call you Sister Xianglan from now on. Calling each other comrades feels a bit too formal. Li Xianglan quickly nodded and agreed, Sure, Yinshu. That sounds more friendly. Song Yinshu nodded with a smile, showing her approval. Then, she seemed to remember something, and her smile turned a little mischievous as she said, Actually, I'm not completely unable to cook. It's just that Su Wanwan ate my food and used my ingredients. She should help me out a bit. Sister Xianglan, don't you think so? Li Xianglan looked a little embarrassed but quickly nodded. Yes, Yunshu. You're right. The two happily chatted while preparing the meal smoothly. Just then, Su Wanwan came in. She smiled gently and softly said, Yunshu, since you can't cook, let me help you. However, Song Yunshu didn't even lift her head. She kept focusing on chopping vegetables and simply replied, Thanks, but no need. Su Wanwan didn't expect Song Yunshu to be so cold. Her smile froze and she looked a bit awkward, continuing to say, Yunshu, don't be mad. You've never cooked before, so maybe you shouldn't do it now. Don't waste the food later. Hearing this, Song Yunshu finally stopped what she was doing, looked up, and glared at Su Wanwan fiercely. Then she said coldly, Get out. Li Xianglan also chimed in, Wanwan, I think Yunshu is doing fine. Let her do it herself. Su Wanwan's eyes turned red with tears, and she said sadly, Yunshu, I know you can't cook. I'm here to help you. Song Yunshu held a knife and turned around, pointing it at her. She said cautiously by manhwa, Stop talking nonsense here. Do you believe I will cut you? Seeing her holding a knife toward her, Su Wanwan was so scared she didn't dare speak and just stood there stunned. Li Xianglan quickly grabbed the knife and said, Yunshu, what are you doing? Don't scare everyone. Then she turned to Su Wanwan and said, Wanwan, you should go out quickly. We can handle things here. Su Wanwan reacted and turned around, crying as she ran out. Song Yunshu rolled her eyes and said irritably, It's early in the morning, and you're crying here. Li Xianglan awkwardly smiled and continued cooking. When Xie Jingchuan saw Su Wanwan run out of the house with tears on her face, he felt worried. He quickly put down the basin in his hand and hurried over, asking with concern, Wanwan, what happened? Did Song Yunshu bully you again? Su Wanwan shook her head quickly, but tears kept falling like beads. She sobbed and said, Brother Jingchuan, I was trying to help Yunshu cook, but she... A tear rolled down her cheek as she spoke. Hearing this, Xie Jingchuan was furious. Without hesitation, he turned and headed toward the kitchen door, shouting loudly, Song Yunshu, come out here. In fact, Song Yunshu had already heard the noise outside from inside the kitchen. She thought to herself that Xie Jingchuan dared to come to the door and call her. He was really overestimating himself. It seemed that if she didn't show them some color, they would really think she was easy to bully. Xie Jingchuan stood at the kitchen door and continued shouting loudly, Song Yunshu, come out now. Mama was kind enough to help you cook, but you not only didn't appreciate it, you also bullied her. What do you really want? Hearing Xie Jingchuan's shouting, Song Yunshu's anger instantly flared. She grabbed a kitchen knife from the chopping board and stormed toward the door. Li Xianglan saw this and turned pale with fear. She hurriedly dropped the vegetables in her hand and quickly chased after her, shouting, Yunshu, don't be impulsive. Let's talk nicely. Don't do anything rash. Xie Jingchuan, stop talking nonsense. In the morning sunlight, Song Yunshu's kitchen knife gleamed coldly, pointing straight at her. Her voice was icy and sharp, filled with sarcasm and disdain. Everyone saw Song Yunshu come out holding a kitchen knife and were quite frightened. They looked at each other nervously, then hurried forward, speaking quickly, Comrade Song, please don't be impulsive. We can sit down and talk about this calmly. Seeing Song Yunshu's fierce expression, Xie Jingchuan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened in fear as he shouted, What are you doing? Wanwan kindly helped you, and you treat her like this? That's too much. A cold smile appeared on Song Yunshu's lips. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping over Su Wanwan, who was still crying behind Xie Jingchuan. Her eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Her tone was mockingly sarcastic. Kindness? Who cares about her kindness? I didn't ask her to help me. From now on, she better stay far away from me. Stay as far as you can, and if I see her hanging around in front of me again, don't blame me for being rude. Then, Song Yunshu suddenly raised her kitchen knife and waved it a few times in front of Xie Jingchuan. The bright gleam of the blade made both Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan scream in fright.
Ah, ah.
They screamed in terror, like being shocked by electricity, and both took several steps back, trembling with fear. You crazy woman. Xie Jingchuan's face turned pale as he stammered curses. Li Kai, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to try to stop Song Yunshu. His face was tense as he said, "Comrade Song, please don't be impulsive. Let's talk nicely." Su Wanwan also hurriedly looked up, tears in her eyes as she explained, "Yunshu, I was just worried you wouldn't know how to cook. I only wanted to help." Wang Tsuetsue, with a furious face, snorted coldly, full of dissatisfaction and blame. "Song Yunshu, you're going too far. She was only trying to help you kindly and you don't appreciate it. Now you've made such a big fuss."
What do you really want?
Song Yunshu stared back at Wang Tsuetsue without showing any weakness. Her gaze was as cold as ice, making people shiver. Her voice was cold and full of sarcasm. "Fine, since you're so eager, from now on, Su Wanwan will help you. Just take care of both of them, and see how long you can hold on." Wang Tsuetsue was speechless after hearing Song Yunshu. Her face turned pale and her proud attitude disappeared instantly. She quietly stepped back into the corner and didn't dare to speak again. Next to her, Xie Jingchuan was furious when he heard Song Yunshu. He suddenly stood up, his eyes wide, and shouted loudly, "Song Yunshu, who are you talking about? Speak clearly. What do you mean, Song Yunshu?" Xie Jingchuan's voice was deep and cold. He walked quickly to the center of the yard, his gaze sharp like a knife, staring directly at Song Yunshu. But Song Yunshu was not afraid. She raised her chin, with a mocking smile on her face, and spoke disdainfully. "What do I mean? Xie Jingchuan, can't you understand? Am I not clear enough? I'm talking about you and Su Wanwan." Xie Jingchuan's face instantly turned pale, and his fists clenched tightly, with a cracking sound. He never thought Song Yunshu would say such harsh words, especially in front of so many people. He forced down his anger, but his voice still trembled. "Song Yunshu, don't go too far. When did Wanwan and I need you to support us? Why are you slandering us like this? Not needed? Slandering?" Song Yunshu sneered coldly, full of contempt. "Xie Jingchuan, do you dare to say that in these 2 months, you and Su Wanwan have been eating and using everything I gave you?" Hearing this, Su Wanwan's face turned pale instantly. She hurried forward, grabbing Xie Jingchuan's sleeve, her voice trembling with tears. "Brother Jingchuan, stop talking." But Xie Jingchuan seemed not to hear her. He kept staring at Song Yunshu with a low and suppressed voice. "Song Yunshu, all those things you gave us, food and supplies, were voluntary." Song Yunshu listened and chuckled softly. "Yes, I was just feeding a dog. Just don't bother showing off in front of me. By the way, there are 9 days left. Get the money and tickets together, or you'll have to face the consequences." Xie Jingchuan's face darkened. His lips moved, about to speak and argue back. At this moment, Lu Lingxiao, who had been silent, stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said, "Enough, enough. Don't argue anymore. Xie Jingchuan, what Song Yunshu said is reasonable. You two have indeed received a lot of care from her these past 2 months. As for the money and tickets, you should also be more careful." Li Kai also agreed, saying, "Yes, just pay back the money, and everyone can have breakfast. It's almost time to start work." Xie Jingchuan clenched his teeth and firmly said, "Okay, we will definitely go back when it's time." Su Wanwan lowered her head, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes, but she quickly looked pitiful again. Song Yunshu glanced at Xie Jingchuan, snorted coldly, and said, "I hope you keep your promise." Then she turned and went back to the kitchen. Xie Jingchuan looked at Song Yunshu's back, his fists clenched tightly. Su Wanwan tugged at his sleeve and softly said, "Brother Jingchuan, don't be angry. We'll find a way." Xie Jingchuan took a deep breath and nodded. Li Xianglan and Wang Zhaodi had already gone back to their rooms to prepare breakfast. Seeing Song Yunshu come in, they smiled at each other and said, "Yunshu, breakfast is ready. You can bring it out to eat." Song Yunshu smiled and replied, "Okay. Thank you both for your hard work." Then, The three of them carried the breakfast to the dining table. Everyone sat together, each with their own thoughts, eating breakfast. After finishing, Song Yunshu followed everyone to the gathering point. When they arrived, they found many villagers already there, chatting and greeting each other about family matters. Soon, the team leader also arrived. He stood among the crowd, cleared his throat, and began reading the rules. The team leader's voice was loud and strong, inspiring everyone. After reading the rules, he started assigning tasks. Since it wasn't busy farming yet, the tasks were mainly weeding and fertilizing. Those who received tasks left one after another. When it was Song Yunshu's turn, the team leader was busy, but still took a moment to ask about her health. Song Jiqing, are you feeling okay now? Song Yunshu's eyes flickered as she secretly thought she didn't want to go with everyone to fertilize the grass. It's tiring and dirty. Suddenly, she thought there might be an easier job, like cutting pig grass. She smiled and looked at the team leader, speaking softly, Uncle Leader, I'm almost better now. But, Uncle Leader, can I go cut pig grass? When the team leader heard this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He cleared his throat and said calmly, Song Jiqing, cutting pig grass is really a child's job, and you only get 2 work points a day. Song Yunshu quickly nodded and said eagerly, Uncle Team Leader, I don't mind having fewer points. Please let me go cut pig grass. Next to them, Wang Tsuetsue saw this and hurriedly interrupted, Song Yunshu, what are you thinking? Cutting pig grass is clearly a child's job. You're an adult, how can you compete with children? Besides, only 2 points a day, do you have enough to eat with that? Hearing this, Song Yunshu glanced at Wang Tsuetsue slowly, a slight smile on her face, neither happy nor angry, and said, I have my own money and tickets. I enjoy working with children. What's the big deal? You live by the sea, so you're so nosy. Wang Tsuetsue choked and muttered to herself, having money is a big deal, acting like a capitalist. Song Yunshu looked at her coldly and said sharply, Who are you calling a capitalist? Wang Tsuetsue, if you have the guts, say it clearly. Her gaze was sharp, and her voice was cold. Wang Tsuetsue, overwhelmed by her presence, shrank back a little, but still stubbornly said, I'm talking about you. You do nothing all day, but enjoy yourself. Song Yunshu's face was as calm as water. She walked step by step to Wang Tsuetsue and suddenly raised her hand. With a crisp slap, she struck Wang Tsuetsue's face hard. The slap was very heavy, and Wang Tsuetsue's cheek immediately swelled red. She was stunned by the hit, unable to react for a moment. Seeing this, a flash of anger crossed Song Yunshu's eyes. She stared at Wang Tsuetsue tightly and said in a deep voice, Wang Tsuetsue, your mouth is really nasty. Why do I not do proper work? My body isn't fully recovered, but I'm already thinking about earning points. And you, here talking coolly, saying I enjoy myself. What am I enjoying? Wang Tsuetsue finally came to her senses. Her face showed anger and resentment. She tried to break free from Li Xianglan and Wang Zhaodi's hold and rushed forward to argue with Song Yunshu. Song Yunshu, how dare you hit someone? Wang Tsuetsue shouted angrily, her voice echoing in the air. But Song Yunshu remained unmoved. She looked at Wang Tsuetsue coldly, snorted, and said, Just because your mouth is cheap, you deserve a beating. Wang Tsuetsue was overwhelmed by Song Yunshu's imposing presence and fell silent. She hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Seeing this, Song Yunshu slightly smirked and let out a cold, contemptuous snort. You, what are you? Behind them, Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan exchanged glances and whispered to each other, thinking, is Song Yunshu really crazy? The squad leader saw the situation and knew it was bad. He quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Smiling kindly, he said in a gentle tone, All right, everyone, stop arguing. Since Song Jiqing is so eager to go cut pig grass, let her do it. Wang Jiqing, you also stop talking and go to your work. Hearing the squad leader's words, Wang Tsuetsue felt even more wronged. She widened her eyes, tears welling up, and with a slightly crying voice, she said, He quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Smiling kindly, he said in a gentle tone, Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Since Song Jiqing is so eager to go cut pig grass, let her do it. Wang Jiqing, you also stop talking and always calling people capitalists. If she didn't hit you, who would? Song Yinshu heard the squad leader's words and looked at him more carefully, thinking to herself, this squad leader is pretty reasonable, someone who understands things clearly. At that moment, Wang Tsuetsue suddenly jumped up like a cat that had been stepped on. She shouted loudly, "Squad leader, you're clearly protecting her." The squad leader looked at Wang Tsuetsue with a blank face, his eyes cold and his tone harsh. Wang Jiqing, don't go around accusing people. You said Song Jiqing has capitalist tendencies, so she hit you. Who else can you blame? I tell you, if you dare say that in front of the women in the village, they won't be as polite as Song Jiqing. They might tear you apart. Wang Tsuetsue was immediately deflated by the squad leader's retort. Though she still felt very upset inside, she didn't dare to speak again. She could only glare at the squad leader angrily and then turn around, walking away sulkily. Su Wanwan glared at her with resentment, secretly cursing, useless. Li Xianglan and a few other women also said, Yinshu, we're leaving first. The team leader looked at Wang Tsuetsue walking away and shook his head helplessly. He then turned to Song Yinshu and said, all right, you don't need to stand here anymore. Hurry up and go cut the pig grass. Remember to stay safe. Song Yinshu smiled and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Team Leader. I will complete the task. After saying that, she picked up her sickle, carried her basket, and headed toward the pig grass cutting spot. On the way, she thought to herself that although cutting pig grass earned fewer work points, it was easy and free. She could also find chances to do Hurry up and go cut the pig grass. Remember to stay safe. Song Yunshu smiled and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Team Leader. I will complete the task. After saying that, she picked up her sickle, carried her basket. Grandpa told me to wait here for you. Hearing this, Song Yunshu realized he was the grandson of the team leader. She took out some fruit candies from her bag. Luckily, the original owner still had some candies left. She smiled and said, Thank you, Taidan. Please share these candies with your friends. Taidan happily took the candies, his face shining with a big smile. He said, Thank you, sister. Then he started giving the candies one by one to his friends. Next, Taidan enthusiastically introduced his friends to her. Sister, these are the soldiers I go pig grass cutting with. His name is Gooden and that one is Jindo. There's Gosher and Xiaohua too. Hearing these names, Song Yinshu almost choked on her saliva and started coughing. She couldn't help but think how special the names of people in this era were. She smiled as she looked at Taidan and his friends, then followed them toward the back mountain. Along the way, the children chattered like happy little birds, their laughter and voices blending together, filling the whole back mountain with energy and life. Inspired by the children's happiness, Song Yinshu also smiled happily. Taidan, from now on, I'll be counting on you. Taidan immediately puffed out his chest, patted his little chest confidently, and said proudly, All right, sister. From now on, your pig grass will be taken care of by us. Song Yinshu nodded with satisfaction and said, That's great. When you help me cut the pig grass, I'll trade you candies. Tiedan's eyes lit up. He excitedly said, Okay, sister. Don't worry. Soon a few people arrived at the back mountain. This was a well-known place among the village children, full of lush pig grass all over the hills. Taidan was very familiar with the area. He led Song Yinshu straight to a flat grassy spot and confidently said, Sister, look at how comfortable this place is. You can sit here and rest. Cutting pig grass is rough work, so let me and my friends handle it. Seeing how eager Taidan was, Song Yinshu slightly twitched her mouth, but kept a gentle smile. She softly replied, All right, I'll go look around nearby. Hearing this, Taidan quickly warned, Sister, please don't go deep into the mountains. There are many paths, and if you get lost, it will be a big problem. Feeling warm inside, Song Yinshu nodded and said, Got it. I'll just wander around nearby, and won't go far. Then she cheerfully walked toward the mountain, leaving Taidan and his friends to start working. Song Yinshu went alone up the mountain, thinking, It would be great to find some wild chickens or rabbits. That way, I can have extra food for lunch. In the past few days, she hadn't eaten much, just some grain porridge and cornbread, which made her throat sore and was hard to swallow. She realized she needed to find a way to move out. She kept walking forward, thinking about how she had heard that the Black Province was rich in wild mushrooms. Now it was May, so there should be mushrooms on the mountain. Maybe she could find morel mushrooms and plant some in her space later. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, and she started walking faster. Before she knew it, she reached the deep mountains. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a gray rabbit darted past her. Song Yinshu was overjoyed and shouted inwardly, "Haha, there really is a wild rabbit." She hurried to chase after it, but after a while, the rabbit disappeared. She sighed and muttered, "It runs faster than a rabbit." I wasn't joking. She was exhausted and hadn't caught the rabbit's fur. She took a cup of spring water from her space with her mind and drank it all in one gulp. Maybe she should head back now. As she walked back, she mumbled, "In stories, it's always said that you can catch wild chickens and rabbits as soon as you go up the mountain. But after working so hard, I didn't even get a feather. What kind of luck is this?" Suddenly, she tripped over something unknown under her foot and almost fell. Steadying herself, she looked down and saw a hidden mushroom among the grass. Her eyes lit up. She squatted down carefully to examine and found a rare morel mushroom. Song Yinshu was very excited. She quickly and carefully picked it, and soon she had a full basket. She put most of the mushrooms in her space and only left a small part outside. Just as she was about to leave, she heard some rustling sounds nearby. She looked carefully and saw a colorful wild chicken walking slowly. Her heart started pounding faster. She tiptoed closer, waited for the right moment, and suddenly lunged forward. But she missed. The wild chicken was startled and flew away quickly. Song Yinshu cursed herself for being useless. She thought about how other travelers easily catch wild boars, but she only caught a chicken feather. She drank a cup of spring water from her space to regain her strength. She decided she must catch a wild chicken or a rabbit later to reward herself. Unbeknownst to her, her attempt to catch the wild chicken was seen by Taiju, who was chopping firewood for Gu Yen on the mountain. He chuckled silently in his mind, thinking, Song Jiqing must be a bit crazy. Is catching a wild chicken really that easy? That's just wishful thinking. Song Yinshu waited a long time, but didn't see the wild chicken again. Seeing that it was about time, and knowing she needed to cook lunch, she headed down the mountain. At the pig grass cutting spot below, a few children were already waiting. When they saw Song Yinshu come down, Taidan called out, "Sister, you're finally back. If you don't come soon, I'll go get my grandpa to find you." Song Yinshu smiled and said, "Sorry, I didn't expect you to finish cutting the pig grass so quickly." Then she took out some candies and said, "Taidan, share these with them." Although Taidan really wanted the candies, his grandpa had told him not to take what he didn't earn. He shook his head and said hurriedly, "Sister, we already got some from you earlier. We can't take more." The other kids also said no more. "We can only take the pig grass after we finish cutting it." Song Yinshu put the candies into their hands and smiled. "What I gave earlier was a greeting gift. Now this is your reward for your hard work." The children happily accepted the candies, their faces full of smiles. At this moment, Taiju, carrying firewood, strolled over slowly and said with a smile, "Wow, Song Zijian is so generous, giving candies to the kids. You probably didn't catch anything on the mountain, did you? All that effort was wasted." Hearing this, Song Yinshu cleared her throat and looked surprised. She asked, "Did you see me catch the wild chicken?" Iron Pill smiled kindly and said, "I just happened to pass by and saw it." Song Yinshu smiled and held up her morel mushrooms, saying, "I didn't catch a wild chicken, but I found something good. These morel mushrooms are quite rare." Iron Pill looked dismissive and said, "These lousy mushrooms aren't worth much. They might even be poisonous." Iron Egg quickly stepped forward to defend Song Yinshu, saying, "My sister says these mushrooms are edible and safe." Iron Pill glared at Iron Egg and asked, "How do you know if they're poisonous or not?" Song Yunshu looked at Iron Pill with a gentle smile and said, "Comrade, you know much less than the kids. These morel mushrooms are not only edible, but also very nutritious. They're best used in wild chicken stew." Then she turned to Iron Egg and the others and said, "Kids, we're going back now." After speaking, she carried her basket and led the children toward the village. Iron Pill, carrying firewood, bypassed them and walked ahead. When they arrived at Guyan's house, he called out, "Yengo, I have something to tell you." Guyan pushed his wheelchair out and asked, "What is it?" Iron Pill placed the firewood in the kitchen, poured a cup of water from the jar, and then smiled as he said, "Today I was chopping wood in the mountains and saw Song Jiqing catching a wild chicken. Do you know how she caught it? Haha, it was hilarious. She just threw herself at it." Guyan coughed and said, "She didn't catch the wild chicken." Iron Pill nodded and laughed. "Yeah, if she could catch a wild chicken like that, anyone could do it. Haha." Guyan listened and couldn't help but smile, imagining Song Yunshu lunging at the chicken, finding her quite adorable. He softly said, "She's quite a resourceful person." Iron Pill pouted and said, "She has ideas, but they're a bit unrealistic. By the way, Yengo, she also picked some strange mushrooms, claiming they're morel mushrooms, edible and nutritious. I think she's just bragging." Guyan looked up and said, "I've heard of morel mushrooms. They're a rare type with high nutritional value." Iron Pill looked doubtful and said, "Really? I thought she was just lying to me." Guyan didn't reply, but he felt more curious about Song Yunshu. Meanwhile, Song Yunshu returned to the youth commune and started preparing the morel mushrooms, planning to make mushroom soup for lunch. When Li Xianglan came back, she saw the many mushrooms and asked in surprise, "Yunshu, did you pick these mushrooms today?" Song Yunshu nodded with a smile and said, "Sister Xianglan, this is morel mushrooms. I plan to make soup with them at noon."
Li Xianglan nudda.
"Okay, I'll start steaming the cornbread first." Suddenly, lively noise came from outside the door. Turns out the educated youths had all returned. As soon as they stepped into the yard, Wu Ruomei quickly spotted Song Yunshu squatting nearby, carefully washing mushrooms. She hurried over with a look of surprise on her face and asked, "Yunshu, are these morel mushrooms? You have morel mushrooms now?" While speaking, Wu Ruomei bent down to examine the bowl of mushrooms closely, her eyes full of curiosity. Song Yunshu softly responded with a her hands still working as she calmly said, "I picked these from the mountain today." Her voice was quiet but clear in the noisy yard. Wang Zhaodi immediately became interested and stepped forward. "When we have free time, let's go pick mushrooms on the mountain too." Su Wanwan stood nearby, glaring at Song Yunshu with resentment, muttering to herself, "What kind of luck is this? She actually managed to find mushrooms at this time." At that moment, Wang Tsuetsue crossed her arms and stepped out from behind the crowd, a faint, cold smile on her face as she sarcastically said, "Could they be poisonous mushrooms?" As soon as she spoke, the lively atmosphere instantly cooled, and everyone's eyes turned to Song Yunshu. Her eyebrows furrowed suddenly, anger rising in her heart. She was about to stand up and argue when Li Xianglan quickly grabbed her and whispered in her ear, "Ignore them. Just focus on cooking our meal." Song Yunshu was not one to suffer losses. She coldly said, "If you're worried about poison, you don't have to eat it." Then she went into the kitchen. Soon, the kitchen was filled with tempting aromas. The morel mushroom soup was ready, its rich, full scent spreading quickly through the educated youth's yard like an invisible hand. The young men resting in the yard, drawn by the smell, couldn't help but come closer. Lu Yong was the first to rush into the kitchen. Seeing the steaming soup, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it smells so good." His exaggerated expression made everyone laugh softly. Song Yunshu smiled as she served several bowls of soup, her eyes bright and warm as she said enthusiastically, "Try it. This morel mushroom soup is very nutritious." The young male workers looked at me, and I looked at them, all uncertain, and each took a small sip. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all gave a thumbs up. "This is really delicious. These mushrooms are so fresh." Cheers and praise filled the air. Xie Jingchuan stood nearby, watching everyone enjoy the soup, but himself without a bowl. His face showed some embarrassment. He quickly raised his voice and asked, Song Yunshu, what do you mean by that? His tone was a bit questioning. Song Yunshu rolled her eyes at him and said impatiently, It means exactly what I said. Her straightforward answer made the atmosphere tense again. Xie Jingchuan widened his eyes and stared at her fiercely, grinding his teeth as he said, Fine, just wait and see. At that moment, Li Xianglan came out of the kitchen carrying dishes, still smiling gently. She quickly tried to smooth things over. Comrade Xie, let me serve the food. Everyone please sit down and eat. Li Kai also agreed. Yes, let's eat. We still have work to do this afternoon. Everyone sat quietly to eat. Besides the mushroom soup, the rest was simple. 3 small cornmeal cakes for the young men, 2 for the young women, some mixed grain porridge, and a plate of stir-fried green beans with no greasy smell. Song Yunshu drank a bowl of mushroom soup and ate half a cornmeal cake, but couldn't eat more. Wang Zhaodi saw this and asked kindly, Yunshu, are you done eating? Song Yunshu nodded and said, Zhaodi, if you don't mind, you can have the rest of the cake. Wang Zhaodi's eyes brightened. She quickly took the half cake from Song Yunshu, politely saying, Yunshu, you shouldn't feel bad. You haven't eaten much. Although she said that, her hands moved quickly, and she ate the half cake in just a few bites. Sitting opposite her, Xie Jingchuan looked up and glared at her, frowning but not saying anything. He just lowered his head and continued drinking his grain porridge. Next to him, Wang Tsuetsue couldn't help but laugh softly and teased, Zhaodi, your appetite is really good. You're eating what Yunshu doesn't want. Wang Zhaodi, still chewing her cake, mumbled vaguely, wasting food isn't good. Yunshu didn't want it, so I helped her finish it to avoid waste. Song Yunshu just smiled faintly and said nothing more. She looked down at the remaining half bowl of mushroom soup in her bowl, feeling a bit upset inside. Although the soup was delicious, drinking it made her feel heavy in her stomach, as if something was pressing down on her. She looked up at the others at the table. Everyone seemed to be eating happily. Even Lu Lingxiao, who usually didn't talk much, was busy eating his bread and occasionally picking some green beans. The atmosphere at the table was a bit dull, with only the sounds of dishes clinking and occasional chewing. Song Yunshu felt a little annoyed inside. She didn't know when she would be able to escape this kind of life. She put down her bowl and sat to the side, knowing she still had to clean up later. Wang Zhaodi looked up at her, still chewing on some green beans, and asked vaguely, Yunshu, you should go rest now. I'll clean up the dishes later. Song Yunshu nodded and didn't say much. She got up and went back to her room. Lying on the bed, she thought about the earthquake that suddenly happened before she traveled through time. She wondered how her close friend was doing, and if she had also traveled with her. If she had traveled, then where was she now? She sighed and entered her space with her mind. She saw that the mushrooms she planted in the morning had already grown. She exclaimed, Wow, this is amazing. I need to find more seeds to plant. Thinking about these things, she soon fell asleep. When she woke up, the others had already gone to work. She quickly tidied herself up, slung her bag over her shoulder, and headed to the meeting point for their piggrass cutting team. Taidan and the others were already waiting there. When they saw her, they hurried over and called out, Sister, you're finally here. Let's go. Song Yunshu joined them to cut piggrass. Taidan explained as they worked, Sister, purple alfalfa and plantain are the pig's favorite foods. Hearing this, Song Yunshu couldn't help but wonder, isn't plantain a medicinal herb? Why do pigs eat it too? Although she was a bit confused, she didn't think too much and casually took some to plant in her space. Looking at Taidan and the other kids, Song Yunshu smiled and praised, You little ones are really impressive, knowing so much. Taidan was very proud when he heard her praise. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, Of course. My grandma told me. The piggrass we cut is what pigs love to eat the most. Song Yunshu listened and thought to herself that this was just an adult's way of tricking children, but she couldn't openly expose it. At that moment, a little girl named Xiaohua timidly spoke up, Sister, my grandma also says the same thing. Seeing this, Song Yunshu quickly nodded and smiled, saying, "I believe you all." Then she took out some fruit candies from her pocket and shared them with each child. As soon as the other children received the candies, they eagerly tore open the wrappers and happily ate them. Only Xiaohua was different. She carefully put her candy into her pocket and gently patted it, as if it was a very precious treasure. Song Yunshu noticed Xiaohua's action and asked curiously, "Xiaohua, why aren't you eating? Do you not like the taste? I can give you a different one." Dogdan hurriedly explained, "Sister, Xiaohua doesn't dislike the candy. She wants to save it for Grandma." Hearing this, Song Yunshu felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She smiled and took out another candy from her bag, gently saying to Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, you're such a good and filial child. Sister will reward you with one more." Xiaohua shook her head softly, with a pure and innocent smile, saying, "Sister, I can't take this candy. I already have one." Song Yunshu looked at this thoughtful child with deep emotion. In the 21st century, children like Xiaohua often need their parents or elders to feed them and tend to be spoiled in front of their parents. However, Xiaohua understands to leave the precious candy for her grandma, which is truly admirable. Song Yunshu gently took Xiaohua's small hand and placed the candy into her palm, softly saying, "Sister said this candy is a special reward for a sensible girl like you." Xiaohua looked down at the candy in her hand, her eyes gradually filling with tears, shimmering in her eyes. Earlier that morning, she deliberately kept this candy to share with her grandma because she knew that if her grandma ate the candy, she would get better faster. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly cry, Song Yunshu was surprised and quickly asked with concern, "Xiaohua, what's wrong? Are you facing any difficulties? Tell me and I will help you." Dog Egg looked worried and said, "Little Flower's grandma has been sick for a long time. I hear her coughing all the time." Hearing this, Song Yunshu felt a tightness in her chest and quickly asked, "Did the adults in your family take Grandma Zhang to see a doctor?" Tai Egg quickly interrupted, "Little Flower's parents are no longer here. Only she and Grandma Zhang depend on each other." Little Flower's tears flowed like a flood, but she tried hard not to cry out loud. She just shook her head gently and choked out, "Village chief and captain of both asked the doctor to see Grandma, but she still isn't getting better." Hearing this, Song Yunshu felt a heavy weight in her heart, very uncomfortable. She softly said, "So, Little Flower, you kept the candy to give to your sick grandma, right?" Little Flower nodded hard and said in a tearful voice, "Grandma will get better if she eats the candy." Song Yunshu smiled and nodded gently, saying, "You're right, Little Flower. If Grandma eats the candy, she will surely get well." Her eyes fell on Little Flower, and seeing this sensible child, she felt a wave of love and compassion. Because of her past work experience, Song Yunshu couldn't bear to hear about serious illness. At this moment, she silently decided to find time to visit Grandma Zhang and see how she was doing. She gently patted Little Flower's head and softly said, "Little Flower, keep the candy safe. Grandma will get better." Her tone was full of comfort and encouragement. Hearing this, Little Flower's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened. She happily asked loudly, "Really? Grandma will really get better?" Her hopeful look made people feel tender. Song Yunshu quickly smiled and replied, "Of course. Grandma loves Little Flower so much, she wouldn't leave you." Little Flower nodded as if she understood, believing that her grandma's illness would improve. Seeing Little Flower's hopeful face, Song Yunshu's resolve to visit Grandma Zhang grew even stronger. That evening, while cooking with Li Xianglan, Song Yunshu asked Xianglan, "Do you know Grandma Zhang from the village?" Li Xianglan paused her actions and thought for a moment before saying, "Yes, I know. Grandma Zhang is very kind, but she has a hard life. Her son and daughter-in-law passed away early, leaving a little granddaughter. She has been in poor health all along. Sigh, she's a kind person. Why do you suddenly ask about her?" Song Yunshu told Li Xianglan everything that happened during the day and then said, "That little girl is really sensible." Li Xianglan nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Yes, in the countryside, this kind of situation is quite common.
Many children are like that."
Song Yunshu also nodded but didn't say anything else, as if she was deep in thought. After dinner, Song Yunshu finished washing up and lay on the bed. Her mind was like a wild horse running free, drifting uncontrollably to the ending of the original story about Xiaohua. She thought for a long time but couldn't form a clear picture in her mind. After all, Xiaohua was not an important character in the original story, and the author didn't describe her much. Just as Song Yunshu was lost in thought, Wang Zhaodi, lying nearby, suddenly nudged her and softly asked, "Yunshu, are you asleep?" Startled, Song Yunshu quickly came back to herself and replied, "Not yet." "What's wrong?" Wang Zhaodi's voice dropped even lower, as if afraid someone might hear her. She whispered, "Yunshu, I just saw Su Wanwan and Comrade Xie leave." Hearing this, Song Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. Those two troublemakers leaving might cause more problems. She hurriedly sat up in bed and asked in a low voice, "Which way did they go?" Wang Zhaodi pointed toward the direction of the window. "It seems to be by the river outside the village." Song Yunshu nodded with a smile, put on her coat, and went outside. She had a faint feeling that Su Wanwan definitely had bad intentions. After all, it had been a quiet day today, which was unusual. When she reached the riverbank under the moonlight, she saw the figures of Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan. At that moment, Su Wanwan tightly grabbed Xie Jingchuan's arm, her delicate voice tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Jingchuan, another day has passed. What should we do? Yunshu is still angry." Xie Jingchuan's face looked a bit grim, clearly unhappy inside, but he still gently comforted her. "Wanwan, don't worry. She was like this before, and she'll get over it in time." However, Su Wanwan gently shook her head, looking worried. She said, "Brother Jingchuan, I think this time is different. Didn't you see her eyes? They are full of hostility and resentment." Xie Jingchuan was silent for a moment, seeming to think about Su Wanwan's words. Then he took her hand and said softly, "Don't worry, Wanwan. Tomorrow I'll buy her something she likes and try to make her happy. Maybe she will forgive us." Hiding behind them, Song Yunshu listened carefully to their conversation. She secretly cursed, so shameless, still thinking she's the same easy-to-please person. She's so easily fooled. Thinking of this, Song Yunshu felt bored and lost interest in eavesdropping. She snorted coldly and turned to walk toward the youth education compound, deciding not to bother with these two hypocrites. But what Song Yunshu didn't know was that, the moment she turned away, the conversation between Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan subtly changed. They started whispering about how to deal with Song Yunshu, and a sneaky plan was slowly forming in their minds. When Song Yunshu returned to the youth education point, the others had finished washing up. Wang Zhaodi saw that Song Yunshu came back so quickly and was a bit surprised. She lowered her voice and asked, "Yunshu, how did it go?" Song Yunshu waved her hand casually and answered calmly, "I didn't see anything." Li Xianglan overheard their conversation and became curious. She quickly asked Yunshu, "Didn't you see anything?" At this moment, Wang Tsuetsue, who had been standing nearby, suddenly snorted coldly in a sarcastic tone, "Xianglan, do you still need to ask?" She must have seen Su Wanwan and Comrade Xie leave together, so she hurried after them. Hearing Wang Tsuetsue's words, Song Yunshu's face slightly changed. She crossed her arms and looked at Wang Tsuetsue with a cold gaze. Wang Tsuetsue was a bit startled by her stare but quickly recovered and continued, "Am I wrong? Yunshu, you know very well, you and Comrade Xie broke off your engagement long ago. Now you're still chasing after him. What's going on?" Song Yunshu took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. She nodded and said stiffly, "I went out to chase them." "So what? What does that have to do with you? You really are overthinking things." Li Xianglan saw the tense atmosphere and quickly tried to smooth things over, smiling and saying, "All right, everyone, stop arguing. It's getting late, let's get some rest." Song Yunshu lay quietly on her bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. She looked around and saw her roommates curled up in their blankets, sleeping peacefully. Sighing softly, Song Yunshu thought to herself, "It's only 1970 now, and many young people will come here in the future. I also have a secret I can't tell anyone. In this environment, it's safer to move out early." Her mind drifted back to the novel she had traveled from. According to the story, she should already be with Gu Yen by now. But fate took a different turn the moment she traveled, and the original plot was completely changed. What confused her even more was that she hadn't yet met Gu Yan's mother, who was the real culprit behind the original protagonist's death. This was very different from the story, and now no one knew how things would unfold. She could only take one step at a time and adapt as needed. While lost in her thoughts, Song Yunshu suddenly remembered her space. With a flash of awareness, she entered that mysterious space. Inside, she saw clear spring water dripping steadily, almost filling a container. She quickly found another porcelain basin in the bamboo house to catch the water. She watched the spring water eagerly, silently wishing, "Heaven and earth, please let this water have the power to strengthen the body." Just as she was immersed in her hopeful thoughts, a faint sound pulled her back to reality. She looked up and saw Su Wanwan had returned. Su Wanwan tiptoed into the room, seeming afraid of waking others. But when she saw that Song Yunshu was still awake, she looked surprised. Song Yunshu noticed Su Wanwan's gaze and turned sharply, glaring back without hesitation. Su Wanwan was startled and looked a bit embarrassed. She quickly looked away, then, like a frightened rabbit, climbed into her bed, pulled the covers over her head, closed her eyes, and pretended to be asleep. Song Yunshu saw from afar her resentful yet proud look. Her heart sank, and she immediately knew they were probably trying to think of ways to harm her again. She secretly thought that she could not just wait and do nothing. She had to find a way to deal with it. After some careful thinking, Song Yunshu decided that when she went up the mountain tomorrow, she must bring something for self-defense. The next morning, Song Yunshu arrived early at the meeting point. When she saw Iron Egg and the other children, she smiled kindly and gave each of them 2 candies. Iron Egg happily took the candies and mumbled, "Thanks, sister." Song Yunshu patted Iron Egg's head gently and said softly, "Iron Egg, after you help me gather the pig feed today, help me go back and register it, okay? I have some things to take care of. Let's meet here again this afternoon when we bring the pig feed, all right?" Iron Egg blinked curiously and asked, "Sister, what are you going to do?" Song Yunshu smiled mysteriously and said, "I'm going to find some herbs on the mountain." Iron Egg was surprised and opened his mouth wide, looking very doubtful, and said, "Sister, you know about herbs?" Song Yunshu nodded proudly and said with a smile, "Of course. I know a lot. But you must keep it a secret and not tell anyone." Little Flower asked eagerly, "Sister, can you find the herbs for Grandma's illness?" Seeing her anxious look, Song Yunshu gently patted her head and comforted her. "Don't worry, Little Flower. I'll find out when I go." Little Flower quickly pulled Song Yunshu and said excitedly, "Sister, I want to go with you." The others also said, "Sister, let us go with you too." Song Yunshu shook her head seriously and said, "No, you still need to gather pig feed. I can go alone. Just keep it a secret and don't tell anyone, okay?" Iron Egg and the other children nodded in unison and said, "Okay, sister. We understand. We will keep it a secret." Song Yunshu walked quickly along the mountain trail, the dry leaves rustling softly under her feet. Today, she deliberately avoided the path she took yesterday, secretly hoping to find something interesting in this unfamiliar forest. Sunlight filters through the sparse tree canopy, casting dappled shadows that dance on her body. The air is filled with the fresh scent of earth and plants. She looks around carefully, occasionally squatting down to dig in the soil with a small hoe, gently collecting common medicinal herbs into her space. Although these herbs are not rare, she knows that small amounts add up, and someday they will be useful. As she walks, her steps suddenly slow. Not far ahead, in a low bush, something seems to be moving. She feels happy, thinking, could it be a wild bird? Just as she steps closer, she hears a soft rustling. Looking closely, she sees 2 wild birds startled and flying out of the bushes with clumsy wings, fluttering awkwardly before disappearing into the distant woods. She feels a bit disappointed. She had hoped to catch these birds for a tasty meal tonight, but they were too alert and flew away. She shakes her head helplessly, about to turn around, when suddenly she hears a coo-coo sound from the bushes. Curious, she stops and carefully approaches the bushes, afraid of startling whatever is inside. Getting closer, she gently parts the branches and sees something that surprises her: several tiny, newly hatched wild birds hiding inside. These little birds are fluffy and adorable, with big round eyes, looking at her with curiosity. Her heart fills with excitement, as if she already sees a delicious mushroom stew with chicken in front of her. She happily collects each of these little birds into her space. Then, she continues walking deeper into the forest. Along the way, she sees more wild birds, but they are very clever and she can't catch them. However, she isn't disappointed because she finds many wild eggs hidden in the grass, which is a happy surprise. The deeper she goes, the more valuable things she finds: various wild fruits, vegetables, and some rare herbs. She quietly thinks, this must be a deep mountain area. Before she knows it, noon has arrived, and her stomach begins to rumble loudly. She looked at the time and decided to eat something to fill her stomach. So, she took out some pastries from her space and sat under a big tree, leisurely eating. Fortunately, the original owner had left some food, so she didn't have to give everything to those two troublemakers. While eating the pastries, she enjoyed the beautiful scenery around her, feeling very happy. After finishing, she rested for a while before quickly continuing her search for medicinal herbs. Not long after, she suddenly saw a few grapevines in front of her. Although these grapevines hadn't yet borne fruit, her mind was filled with images of bunches of shiny purple grapes hanging on the branches, making her smile. She thought to herself that if she could transplant these grapevines into her space, she would have endless grapes to enjoy in the future. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if she had already tasted the sweet fruit. She carefully dug up the grapevines with their roots and soil and brought them back to plant in her space. Watching the grapevines grow strong and healthy in her space, she nodded with satisfaction, imagining a future of a good harvest. After planting the grapes, she continued walking. Suddenly, she noticed a few plants nearby with leaves that looked a bit like ginseng. Her heart moved, and she quickly walked over. To ensure safety, she picked up a stick and gently drove away any insects or snakes around. This was a little trick she learned from her old family members. They said that ginseng usually has a guardian spirit nearby. She wasn't sure if that was true, but trying couldn't hurt. When she squatted down to examine the plants carefully, her heartbeat quickened a little. The bright green leaves shone vividly in the sunlight, like jade. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself, then focused her eyes. Yes, those were ginseng leaves. She was secretly happy. Wow, I really found a treasure this time. She carefully cleared away the weeds and dirt around the plants, afraid of damaging the roots. As she dug into the soil bit by bit, the shape of the ginseng gradually appeared. Its roots were thick and complete, clearly quite old. A small smile appeared on her lips, and a flash of joy crossed her eyes. She couldn't believe her luck today. She had really found a ginseng plant. She gently dug out the ginseng, carefully cleaned the dirt from the roots, and then carefully stored it in her space. She stood up, brushed the dirt off her hands, and happily continued walking forward. The breeze in the forest softly brushed her face, bringing a cool feeling that made her feel very comfortable. She knew that today's harvest was enough to satisfy her, but she didn't stop walking. There might still be more surprises hidden in this forest, and she was willing to keep searching. When she reached the edge of the mountains and headed toward the meeting point, she noticed no one around. She took some herbs and a few wild chicken eggs with her. When Iron Egg and the others saw her return, they happily shouted, "Sister, did you find any herbs?" Little Flower looked even more eager, staring at her with tears almost to her eyes. Seeing how anxious they were, Song Yunshu smiled and said, "Don't worry. I not only found herbs but also picked up some wild chicken eggs."
Look.
She opened the bag to show them. Their eyes lit up instantly, shining brightly. They chirped excitedly like little birds, gathering around her with happy faces, shouting, "Wow, so many herbs and eggs. Sister, you're so amazing." Seeing their innocent and hopeful faces, Song Yunshu couldn't help but smile gently. She softly patted their little heads and said, "Of course. I'm very good at this. Okay, each of you can take 2 eggs, but when you go back, you have to say you found them yourself. Don't tell anyone our secret, understand?" Iron Egg nodded strongly, a happy smile on his face, and replied, "We understand, sister." Satisfied, Song Yunshu nodded and said, "All right, let's go home now." On the way home, Little Flower suddenly lowered her voice and carefully asked Song Yunshu, "Sister, did you find the medicine for my grandma?" Song Yunshu stopped and turned to look at Little Flower, softly saying, "Little Flower, I will know when I go see your grandma later." Next to her, Iron Egg quickly interrupted and asked, "Sister, can you also see patients?" Song Yunshu smiled slightly, nodded, and softly said, "This is our little secret. You must not tell anyone else." Titan then said to the others, "Did you hear that? This is our secret. If anyone tells, they will be a traitor. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded eagerly and said in unison, "Our pig forage team will never be traitors." "Don't worry, leader." Seeing this, Song Yunshu felt very happy and showed a bright smile. She gave a thumbs up and praised, "You all are great." Next, Song Yunshu led everyone to the place where they exchanged pig forage. When they arrived in front of Grandpa Zhang, who was raising pigs, he greeted them with a big smile. Grandpa Zhang looked at Song Yunshu and said happily, "Song Jiqing, this job of gathering pig forage suits you quite well." Hearing this, Song Yunshu felt a bit embarrassed and smiled as she explained, "Grandpa, I worry that if I go to the field to earn work points, I might slow others down." Grandpa Zhang laughed and patted her shoulder to comfort her. "You're a good girl. Even though gathering pig forage earns fewer points, it's not a big deal for you." Hearing Grandpa Zhang's words, Song Yunshu felt even more shy. She quickly smiled and said, "Grandpa, the pig forage is here. We'll go back now." Then she turned and hurriedly left with everyone. After exchanging the pig forage, Song Yunshu carefully took out a wild chicken egg and shared it with everyone, still muttering, "Remember our secret." "Everyone, go back quickly." After sharing the eggs, Song Yunshu turned to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, let's go. Let's visit your home." Xiaohua nodded excitedly, hopping like a happy little rabbit in front, leading Song Yunshu toward her house. Soon, they arrived at Xiaohua's home. Xiaohua gently pushed open the door and then flew into the yard like a little bird, happily calling out, "Grandma, Sister Song is here." A faint response came from inside. Song Yunshu quickly walked into the house and immediately saw an elderly person with gray hair lying on a sickbed, looking very weak and pale. The elderly woman heard Xiaohua's call and struggled to sit up. However, her body was too weak. Despite her efforts, she couldn't succeed until Song Yunshu entered the room. Seeing this, Song Yunshu quickly stepped forward, gently supporting the elderly woman and softly saying, "Grandma Zhang, don't worry. I'll check on you." Gratefully, Grandma Zhang looked at Song Yunshu and weakly said, "Song Jiqing, please sit down." Cough, cough, cough. Then she turned to Xiaohua and said, "Hua, go pour a glass of water for sister." Cough, cough, cough. Song Yunshu waved her hand quickly and smiled, saying, "Xiaohua, there's still water in the kettle. No need to trouble yourself." Afterward, she took a kettle from her bag, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Grandma Zhang. She gently said, "Grandma Zhang, drink some water first." The water was mixed with spring water from her space, hoping it would help the elderly woman. Grandma Zhang tremblingly reached out and took the cup, carefully taking a small sip. She then looked up at Song Yunshu, her eyes showing a hint of gratitude. She endured her cough and softly said, "Song Jiqing, thank you for being so kind to Xiaohua." Song Yunshu quickly waved her hand, smiling gently, and replied, "Grandma Zhang, you don't need to be so polite. I haven't done much. Xiaohua is a thoughtful child. All those candies were earned by her hard work." Hearing this, Grandma Zhang sighed helplessly, a look of guilt appearing on her face. She muttered, "Sigh, it's all my old bones that have burdened Xiaohua." Before she finished speaking, a violent cough erupted from her throat, as if she was trying to cough out her lungs. Seeing this, Song Yunshu hurried forward to support Grandma Zhang, gently helping her breathe steadily and caring for her. She asked with concern, "Grandma Zhang, please don't think like that. You're the closest person to Xiaohua and her support. By the way, let me check your pulse to see how you're doing." Hearing this, Grandma Zhang's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. Song Yunshu carefully held Grandma Zhang's wrinkled, slightly trembling hand, then focused on feeling her pulse, paying close attention to each beat. After a while, she softly asked Grandma Zhang some other questions about her health. After completing these actions, Song Yunshu had a good idea of Grandma Zhang's condition. It was probably a serious lung cough. She smiled and said to Grandma Zhang, "Grandma Zhang, don't worry. I collected some herbs on the mountain today. I'll make a medicinal soup for you to drink. Your illness will get better soon." Hearing this, Grandma Zhang's eyes filled with tears, and her lips trembled with excitement. She said in disbelief, Song Jiqing, you went up the mountain just to pick herbs? Thank you so much." Song Yunshu quickly waved her hand and comforted her. "Grandma Zhang, there's no need to be so polite. It's just something I did easily." She gently patted Grandma Zhang's hand with a warm and firm tone. Then, Song Yunshu stood up and said, "Grandma Zhang, you should lie down and rest for a while. I'll go make the medicine now." Before she finished speaking, she turned toward the stove. At this moment, Little Flower was busy lighting the fire to cook. Song Yunshu looked closely and saw that the pot was boiling some simple wild vegetable porridge. Seeing this plain meal, Song Yunshu felt a wave of sadness and tenderness in her heart. She quickly took out all the wild eggs she found on the mountain and gently said to Little Flower, "Little Flower, today I will cook eggs for you." Little Flower hurriedly waved her hand and shyly said, "Sister, these eggs are all you found. You should take them back and eat yourself." At this moment, Grandma Zhang was lying quietly on the bed, watching Song Yunshu busy herself. She looked at Song Yunshu's kind smile and her care for Little Flower, thinking, this Song Jiqing is as generous as Tongwen. She's willing to give away anything precious. Softly, Grandma Zhang said, "Song Jiqing, you really shouldn't do that. Eggs are very precious. You should keep them for yourself." Hearing this, Song Yunshu turned around with a bright smile still on her face. She patiently explained, "Grandma Zhang, don't say that. These eggs were found by Little Flower and me on the mountain, so they also belong to Little Flower. Moreover, Grandma, your body is still weak. You need to eat more nutritious food to recover faster." Grandma Zhang was old, but her mind was clear and sharp. She knew that Song Yunshu cared about her, and she felt very touched inside. She choked up and said to Xiaohua, "Little Hua, remember to help sister pick more pig grass in the future, okay?" Xiaohua nodded obediently and smiled, replying, "Grandma, I know already." Song Yunshu stood by the stove, smiling as she gently patted Xiaohua's head. She said softly, "Little Hua is very sensible. Sister is making medicine now, you can go rest for a while." Xiaohua nodded obediently and stepped back, but her eyes kept watching everything Song Yunshu did. With big, bright eyes, Xiaohua asked eagerly, "Sister, can you tell me how to do it? Then I'll know how to help Grandma make medicine in the future." While skillfully washing the herbs, Song Yunshu patiently answered, "Little Hua, you're still too young. When you grow up a bit more, sister will teach you." But Xiaohua shook her head firmly and said urgently, "Sister, I can do it. My own grandma is sick, and I've been making her medicine all by myself." Hearing this, Song Yunshu sighed softly. Yes, right now only they two, grandmother and granddaughter, depend on each other. Grandma Zhang was ill, and all the household chores naturally fell on the young Xiaohua. Looking at Xiaohua, Song Yunshu felt a wave of affection. She gently took Xiaohua's hand and said softly, "Okay, I will teach you." Then she explained everything carefully. She washed the herbs, put them into a jar, added water, and when Xiaohua wasn't paying attention, she secretly added a bit of spring water before starting to simmer slowly. Watching Xiaohua listen so seriously, Song Yunshu asked, "Little Hua, Do you remember everything? Xiaohua nodded firmly and said, Sister, I remember. The flames in the stove flickered, casting a warm glow on Song Yunshu's face. She kept an eye on the fire and softly told Grandma Zhang, These herbs I picked from the mountain are specially for coughs. They work very well. After drinking, your cough will gradually get better, and your health will improve. Xiaohua happily exclaimed, Sister, really? Then I'll go pick herbs from the mountain tomorrow. Song Yunshu quickly shook her head with a smile and said, Little Hua, I've already collected enough herbs for Grandma this time. Grandma Zhang sat by the bed, her eyes always following Song Yunshu's figure, filled with gratitude and happiness. She tremblingly said, Song Jiqing, you are really a good girl. Our little flower is lucky to have you. Song Yunshu smiled gently and kept focusing on making medicine. Soon, the smell of herbs filled the room. She poured the prepared medicine into a bowl and carefully brought it to Grandma Zhang, softly saying, Grandma Zhang, the medicine is ready. Please drink it while it's hot. Grandma Zhang took the bowl, gently blew on the steam, and slowly drank it. The medicine was bitter, but she felt warm inside. After finishing, she took a deep breath, feeling much more relaxed. Seeing this, Song Yunshu also felt relieved. She helped Grandma Zhang lie down, carefully tucked in the blanket, and softly said, Grandma Zhang, rest well. I will come to see you again tomorrow. If you feel uncomfortable, just let someone call me. Grandma Zhang hurriedly said, Jiqing, it's mealtime now. Why don't you stay and have a simple meal before leaving? Little Flower also chimed in, Sister, wait a little longer. My boiled eggs will be ready soon. Song Yunshu shook her head with a smile and explained softly, Grandma Zhang, Little Flower, there's really no need. The meal at the Jiqing courtyard is already prepared. If I don't go back to eat, it would be a waste. Grandma Zhang nodded, understanding, and her eyes showed love for Song Yunshu. She said, all right, Jiqing, you make sense. Go back and rest early. Be careful on the way. Song Yunshu smiled and replied, Okay, Grandma Zhang, don't worry. I will be careful. Little Flower quickly said, Sister, let me see you off. Song Yunshu waved her hand and said, No need, Little Flower. Just take good care of Grandma. Then she gently pushed open the courtyard door and slowly left Grandma Zhang's house. In the night, her figure looked especially thin, but her steps were firm and steady. Back at the Jiqing courtyard, Wang Zhaidi hurried over anxiously and asked, Yunshu, why are you so late? Song Yunshu frowned and asked, What happened? Wang Zhaodi hurriedly said, Today, everyone in the village is talking. They say you left Gu Laosan's house that morning, and some even saw you run out the window. Song Yunshu listened, her eyebrows tightening. She indeed jumped out the window, but she wasn't sure if anyone saw her. Seeing her still lost in thought, Wang Zhaodi quickly asked, Yunshu, did you hear what I said? Coming back to herself, Song Yunshu thought silently. This rumor could cause big trouble. Once it spreads, clearing it up will be hard. She calmed down a bit and said to Wang Zhaodi, Zhaodi, don't worry. Tell me everything carefully. At that moment, Wang Suizue came over and said sarcastically, Oh, Song Yunshu, the rumors outside are all true, right? No wonder you didn't come back all night. How will you explain yourself? Song Yunshu looked at her coldly and said, Wang Suizue, your mouth is really sharp today. Li Hua curled his lips and snorted, Yunshu, this isn't just me saying it. Everyone in the village is talking about it. Song Yunshu took a deep breath and said, Wang Suizue, you're also from the city. Spreading rumors like this is against the law. You should know that, right? Wang Suizue's face changed slightly after hearing this, but she quickly put on a mocking expression again. She crossed her arms and glanced at Song Yunshu sideways with a look of disdain in her tone. Oh, now you're talking about the law. Who do you think you're scaring? Everyone in the village knows you didn't come back that night. This isn't just my word, everyone saw it. Song Yunshu frowned slightly, clearly aware that someone was deliberately causing trouble. She knew exactly who was spreading the rumors. Wang Suizue, do whatever you want to think, Song Yunshu said coldly, turning to leave. Seeing this, Wang Tsuetsue quickly stepped forward and blocked her way, a look of glee on her face. Hey, don't go. The matter isn't settled yet. Did you really stay at Gu Laosan's that night? That's what everyone in the village is saying. Song Yunshu stopped and looked at her coldly, warning. I told you again, I was on the mountain that night. I didn't have time to gossip here with you. If you keep spreading rumors, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Tsuetsue sneered, clearly not believing her words. Up on the mountain, you always find excuses. Song Yunshu was too tired to argue and simply walked past her into the dormitory. Seeing that Song Yunshu ignored her, Wang Tsuetsue felt even more annoyed. She shouted after her. Song Yunshu, don't think everything's fine just because you stay silent. Just wait and see what the villagers say about you tomorrow. Song Yunshu's steps didn't slow down at all, as if she hadn't heard her at all. She kept her back straight and walked steadily toward the dorm. Wang Tsuetsue stomped her feet in frustration but could do nothing else. She glared fiercely at her back and muttered, pretending to be so proud. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. In the corner, Su Wanwan watched everything with a slight smile, a meaningful look on her face. She gently brushed her hair behind her ear and whispered to herself, Song Yunshu, let's see how you turn things around this time. Her voice was soft but carried a hint of pride. Su Wanwan had never liked Song Yunshu. If it weren't for the money and things she gained, she would have already taken action against her. She had also been secretly stirring up trouble behind the scenes, especially with the rumors spreading in the village. When Song Yunshu returned to the dorm, Wang Zhaodi came in carrying a steaming bowl of food.
Yunshu, eat first.
Wang Zhaodi handed the bowl to her. Song Yunshu took the bowl, feeling the warmth from the bottom, and a warm feeling spread in her heart. She smiled slightly. Zhaodi, thank you. Wang Zhaodi waved her hand and smiled simply. No need to thank me. We're all young people from the countryside. Helping each other is what we should do. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. Song Yunshu nodded and sat on the bed, lowering her head to eat a bite. The food was simple. She didn't comment on the taste but ate quietly, thinking about what had happened today. Her heart felt complicated. She knew the rumors in the village wouldn't be easily cleared up just because she explained. Especially with people like Wang Tsuetsue and Su Wanwan, who would definitely take advantage of the situation and keep stirring trouble behind her back. Seeing that Song Yunshu was distracted while eating, Wang Zhaodi couldn't help but ask, Yunshu, did something happen today? You didn't come back at noon. When Li Xianglan entered, she heard what was being said and frowned. She quickly asked, Yunshu, is this about Xiaohua's family? Song Yunshu nodded. Wu Ruame softly said, Yunshu, we've heard all the gossip in the village. Don't take it to heart. Those people are just bored and looking for trouble. Li Xianglan hurriedly said, yes, but this can't go on. These rumors might hurt you. Song Yunshu put down her bowl, sighed, and looked at them with a faint smile. I don't care. Her tone was gentle, but carried a firm, undeniable resolve. Li Xianglan and Wu Ruame exchanged a glance, feeling a bit helpless. But, as young people from the village, they couldn't help but worry for her. Yunshu, you really can't ignore this, Li Xianglan said anxiously, with a hint of blame. You don't know how bad the rumors are now. They say you weren't on the mountain that night, but, well, the words are very harsh. Wu Ruame nodded, also worried. Yes, Yunshu, you need to think about your reputation. If this keeps up, it could ruin you. Song Yunshu was silent for a moment, her gaze drifting outside into the night, her eyes a bit unfocused. She knew Li Xianglan and Wu Ruame cared for her, and she understood how important reputation was for women in this era. She took a deep breath, turned to look at them, and spoke calmly but firmly. Xianglan, Zhaodi, Ruame, thank you for caring. I will find a way. All right, Yunshu. Since you say so, we won't say more, Wu Ruame said softly. But if you need help, tell us. We are young people from the village, and we won't let you face this alone. Song Yunshu smiled, a trace of gratitude in her eyes.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Tai Zhu and Lu Erga hurried anxiously to Gu Yan's house. As soon as they entered, Tai Zhu couldn't wait to shout, Brother Yan, it's not good. The village is spreading rumors about you and Song Jining. Gu Yan's face darkened, his brows furrowing tightly. His voice was cold as he asked, "What's going on?" "It's been several days, and the rumors are still going around." Lu Ergu quickly added, "We just heard about it and came to tell you right away." Zhizhu nodded repeatedly and agreed. "Yes, Brother Yen, the rumors are spreading very fast in the village. Everyone is saying that Song Jiqing spent the night at your place that evening, and some even claim to have seen her run out of the window." Gu Yan's brow furrowed even more, and a feeling of unease grew in his heart. He quickly asked Zhizhu and Lu Ergu, "Zhizhu, Ergu, did you see anyone see her leave through the window that day?" Zhizhu quickly recalled the scene and confidently replied, "Brother Yen, absolutely not. I can guarantee it was just me and Ergu there at the time." Lu Ergu also hurried to confirm, "Yes, Brother Yen, we're both very sure. No one else saw anything." Gu Yan snorted softly. "That means someone is trying to cause trouble. You two go and find out who started this." Lu Ergu and Zhizhu listened and quickly said, "Brother Yen, you want us to find out who is behind this for Song Jiqing?" Gu Yan continued, "Yes, see who is causing trouble behind the scenes. No matter who it is, we can't let them slander Song Jiqing like this." Zhizhu and Lu Ergu looked at each other, thinking, Brother Yen cares so much about Song Jiqing. Did something really happen that night? Lu Ergu also wondered, but Brother Yen was hurt so badly. Could he really have done that? Maybe he's really that capable? As he thought, his eyes unintentionally glanced at Gu Yan. Seeing their eyes fixed on him, Gu Yan glared and said, "What are you two looking at? Hurry up and go." Zhizhu and Lu Ergu quickly responded with smiles, "Don't worry, Brother Yen. We will find out everything." After they left, Gu Yan looked out at the dark night outside, his eyes full of worry. He knew well how damaging rumors could be to a woman in this era. Song Yunshu was already alone in the countryside, and those two people caused this trouble. He couldn't let her suffer unjust harm. Actually, Gu Yan himself didn't quite understand what was happening. Since that night, he kept dreaming of her holding him, her hands mischievously touching his abs. The dreams felt so real, he didn't want to wake up. Meanwhile, Song Yunshu lay in bed. Though she closed her eyes, she couldn't sleep. She was determined to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind, and she thought of a way to clear up the rumors. The next morning, sunlight shone through the clouds, lighting up the whole village. Song Yunshu did not go to the pig-feeding area as usual, but went with others from the youth group to the grain-drying yard. When villagers saw Song Yunshu, they whispered and talked quietly. One villager pointed at her and said, "Look, that's Song the youth. She's really pretty." Another woman agreed, "Yes, but why does she like that Gu the Third?" "That Gu the Third is a soldier. He's strong," said another woman. But a third woman scoffed, "What strength? Gu the Third is badly hurt and bedridden. Who knows if he's still able?" Then another woman chimed in, "Exactly, she even climbed into his bed, so shameless." These words reached the youth group members' ears, making them feel angry and upset. Standing nearby, Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan exchanged smiles, secretly feeling proud. Su Wanwan softly said to Xie Jingchuan, "Brother Jingchuan, what do you think she'll do now?" "She'll definitely come back to beg us." Xie Jingchuan nodded and smiled. "Yes, when she comes to beg, we can make a deal. Tell her to tear up the IOU, and we'll help clear her name." Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Brother Jingchuan, you're so clever. She has to give us the IOU first. Without it, how can she threaten us later?" Wang Tsuetsue muttered softly, "Song Yunshu, aren't you pretty good at talking? Let's see if you can out-talk the women in the village." But Song Yunshu was not affected by Wang Tsuetsue's words. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Without hesitation, she walked straight toward the women who were chatting happily and talking loudly, still smiling brightly. "Annies, were you just talking about me?" Song Yunshu's voice was clear and gentle, with a hint of curiosity. The women didn't expect her to suddenly come over and ask, and they were momentarily caught off guard. According to common sense, when a young girl hears others talking about her behind her back, she usually feels upset and sad, then runs away crying. However, Song Yunshu remains very calm, which confuses the women a little. Seeing their confusion, she continues, "Aunties, if you have something to say, just say it loudly. No need to hide." Her words show confidence and honesty. Finally, one woman gathers courage and speaks first. "Song Jiqing, you've already done it, so why are you afraid of what others say?" Her voice is sharp, as if trying to intimidate Song Yunshu. Song Yunshu's smile doesn't fade. It becomes even brighter. She laughs softly and replies, "Oh? Well, Auntie, why don't you tell me what exactly I did?" Her tone is relaxed, as if this matter doesn't bother her at all. She stays so calm because she expected these women to bring up this issue. So, she deliberately let them speak first, aiming to completely shut down their accusations. Sure enough, another woman quickly says, "Everyone says you sneaked into Old Man Gu's bed that night." Hearing this, Song Yunshu's face turns very serious, and her voice becomes cold and questioning. "Oh, Annie, did you see it with your own eyes?" The woman looks surprised by Song Yunshu's direct question. Her face shows shock. Her mouth opens slightly, as if she wants to say something but can't. Usually, when someone is asked like this, most people would immediately defend themselves, saying, "I didn't do it, you're lying." But Song Jiqing doesn't follow normal rules. Her question is like a sharp sword stabbing the woman's heart, catching her off guard. Song Yunshu's words seem to be held back by an invisible hand, making it hard for her to speak smoothly. Her face turns pale, and a light sweat appears on her forehead. After a while, she finally manages to say, trembling, I heard it from others." Song Yunshu's gaze is cold like icy stars, and her voice grows louder, as if she wants everyone nearby to hear. "Andy, we have no grudges, right? You haven't even seen the facts with your own eyes, yet you dare to talk nonsense here, slandering and defaming me. I tell you, this kind of behavior is illegal. I can report you to the police for slander. If I do, you'll end up in jail." Actually, she wasn't sure if slander was a crime now, but many of these rural women didn't understand the law. Usually, hearing about reporting to the police made them scared, so she used this to scare them. When the woman heard Song Yunshu, her face looked very unhappy. She quickly argued, "How is that illegal? I didn't say anything wrong. I just heard it from others. You can't just say that the police will come to arrest us because I said something, right?" Song Yunshu sneered, raising her voice loudly. "You are slandering me. You are forcing me to die. If I jump into the river and die now, you all are murderers. You are all killers. And you say the police won't catch you?" The woman was frightened by Song Yunshu's strong attitude. Her voice became shaky. I'm not a murderer. You can't slander me like that." Song Yunshu snorted coldly and responded without mercy. "If I weren't so strong-willed, I would have jumped into the river already. Then wouldn't you all be murderers?" At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "The team leader and the village chief are coming." Everyone looked toward the sound and saw the team leader and village chief walking quickly over. As soon as they arrived, the team leader asked anxiously, "What exactly is going on?" Seeing the scene before her, Song Yunshu felt a bit happy. She hurried forward, tears on her face, and cried to the team leader and village chief, "Team leader, village chief, I really can't take it anymore. I want to report to the police. I want to accuse them of slandering me. They are all murderers." Hearing this, the team leader and village chief's faces changed. They looked at each other with some helplessness. Why does Song Jiqing always want to report to the police whenever something happens? Every time, her first thought is to call the police. "Song Jiqing, don't get excited. Let's talk calmly," the team leader quickly advised. "It's not good to always report to the police like this." The village chief also agreed and said, "Yes, Song Jiqing, if you have any grievances, you can tell us. We will help you solve them." Song Yunshu quickly pinched herself hard. The pinch was so painful that she grimaced and secretly complained. Was she being too rough? Soon, she adjusted her emotions and continued crying and pleading with the team leader and village chief. "Team leader, village chief, please stand up for me. I was really pushed to the edge and had no choice but to report to the police. These women are falsely accusing me. How can I stay in the village after this? The team leader and village chief looked at each other in surprise and confusion. After exchanging glances, they all turned their eyes to the women and asked loudly, "Tell us, what really happened?" The women, clearly frightened by the team leader and village chief's commanding presence, stepped forward trembling and explained stammeringly, "Team leader, village chief, we really didn't force her. She did those things herself and still refuses to admit it." Hearing this, Song Yunshu cried even more sadly. She sobbed loudly and retorted, "Team leader, village chief, you heard them. They are clearly slandering me, deliberately pushing me to the brink of death. What do you think I should do? Should I report to the police and let them seek justice for me?" Seeing this, the village chief quickly frowned and said to Song Yunshu, "Jiqing, don't get too upset or cry. Let's talk calmly and clarify everything. Everyone, stay calm and don't act impulsively." Hearing this, Song Yunshu stopped crying a little. She sniffed and continued, "Team leader, village chief, I believe you also heard the rumors circulating in the village about me yesterday. I came all the way from the city to work here, full of enthusiasm, wanting to contribute to the country's development. But these women, without any reason, are falsely accusing me. Are they trying to force me to die? I think the only way to clear my name is to report to the police and have them investigate this matter thoroughly, so I can feel at ease." After a moment of pause, Song Yunshu continued, "Captain, village head, think about it. If they're talking about a young girl from the village, then that girl might be lying here as a corpse. Do you think they are the killers? Are they murderers?" The women listening to Song Yunshu's words immediately turned pale, their hands and feet trembling slightly. They looked at each other, their eyes full of fear and worry. In the past, something similar had happened in the village. A young girl, unable to bear the rumors and gossip, chose to jump into the river and end her life. This incident was well known in the village and had been talked about for a long time. Now, with Song Yunshu's words, they panicked, afraid they might also be seen as the murderers who forced her to die. "We didn't kill anyone, really, we didn't," one woman said tremblingly, waving her hands as if that could clear her name. The captain and the village head exchanged worried looks, their faces becoming serious. They knew that Song Yunshu was a young person sent to the countryside, and if something serious happened, the village could not bear the responsibility. The captain quickly stepped forward, speaking urgently, "Song young person, please don't think like that. Let's talk about this calmly. The village will support you, and we won't let anyone treat you unfairly." The village head quickly agreed, "Yes, Song young person, you can't do something foolish. Everyone in the village is reasonable. We won't wrong good people, and we won't let bad people go unpunished." Song Yunshu looked at them coldly, her eyes showing no sign of backing down. She straightened her back and spoke firmly, "Captain, village head, don't worry. I won't die easily. But I tell you, even if I die, I want those who hurt me to pay the price. I want them to know that killing has consequences. I want their children and grandchildren to remember that their elders are murderers." Her words were like a sharp knife, piercing into everyone's hearts present. The women were so frightened they kept stepping back, muttering, "It's not our fault," with faces paler than paper. The captain and the village head were also stunned by her presence, unsure of what to say. The air was thick with tension, like a tightly stretched string ready to snap at any moment. Finally, the village chief looked at Song Yunshu with a helpless expression and said slowly, "Song Jiqing, things have come to this. Why don't you tell us what to do next?" Song Yunshu's face was calm and her eyes cold. She met the village chief's gaze without fear and replied coldly, "I want to find out the truth of this matter and catch the person behind it who is causing trouble, so they can be punished properly." The team leader nearby saw this and quickly shouted, "What are you all just standing there for? Do you really want to get caught and end up in jail?" Hearing the team leader scolding, the women's husbands snapped out of their daze. They angrily stepped forward and started hitting and kicking their wives, shouting curses, "You nosy women, always causing trouble. Are you trying to ruin our whole family?" As the scene grew more chaotic, Song Yunshu felt the right moment had come. She suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop fighting now." The men who were hitting the women were startled by her sudden shout. They all stopped at the same time and looked at Song Yunshu in surprise. Taking the chance, Song Yunshu quickly walked over to the women and spoke kindly. "Uncle and aunties, I don't know you personally, and we have no grudges. I believe you are probably being influenced or told to say these things, right?" Seeing that Song Yunshu was not blaming them, the women's fear eased a little. They nodded repeatedly, talking quickly. "Song Jiqing, this isn't really what we said. We only heard it from others." Song Yunshu looked at them coldly and said, "I heard it with my own ears. Now tell me who told you and where you heard it." One woman hurriedly said, "I heard about it from Granny Wang when I was working yesterday." Several other women agreed, saying, "Yes, we also heard it where we work." It seemed like they had already planned it. Seeing this, the team leader quickly shouted, "Go find Granny Wang." Soon, Granny Wang was brought over. When she arrived, she quickly explained, "Captain, village head, and Song the young worker, I really heard it from Lu's family when I was working." Later, the woman said, "Actually, I heard it from Mother Gu." Hearing this, the captain immediately sent someone to call Mother Gu. Soon, Mother Gu was brought before everyone. Song Yunshu looked carefully and thought, "This is the person who sold the original owner in the story." Mother Gu had slanted eyes and a harsh face, clearly not a kind person. Song Yunshu thought silently, with her look, how could she have a child as handsome as Gu Yan? Mother Gu also looked at Song Yunshu, thinking, so she's the young worker who slept with her third brother for a night? She looks lively, but it's a pity. She's the cursed cripple, not her family's fourth son. At this moment, the captain asked seriously, "Is it true that you from the Gu family are spreading rumors about Song the young worker?" Mother Gu's eyes flickered, and she immediately started crying and shouting, "Captain, I'm innocent. I just mentioned it casually. I never thought it would spread like this. Besides, I only heard it from you young workers." Behind them, Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan felt their hearts tighten and clench their fists, thinking, this old woman is so unreliable. Song Yunshu had already expected this outcome and asked coldly, "Oh, then tell me, who said it?" The captain fixed a sharp gaze on Mother Gu, his voice deep and stern. "Mother Gu, you'd better clarify. Who spread the gossip? If you dare to make things up, you'll have to face the consequences." Cornered, Mother Gu's eyes darted around and finally, she suddenly pointed her finger and shouted sharply, "It was her. Su the young worker. She said it when she came to my house for water, and we chatted." The crowd burst into an uproar, all eyes turning sharply towards Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan's face instantly turned pale. She clenched her fingers tightly and forced out a smile, saying, "Aunt Gu, you can't say things like that. When did I ever tell you these things?" Standing beside her, Xie Jingchuan frowned and secretly cursed Gu's mother for being as stupid as a pig. Out loud, he had to defend Su Wanwan. "Yes, Aunt Gu, Wanwan is usually very careful. She and Song Jiqing are the best friends. How could she spread rumors? Maybe you remembered it wrong?" Song Yunshu sneered and looked sharply at Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan, finally focusing on Gu's mother. "Aunt Gu, since you say it was Song Jiqing who told you, exactly how did she say it? Repeat it word for everyone." Gu's mother was cornered and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she lost her temper. "Oh, I have a bad memory. I can't remember everything clearly. Anyway, she said it. If you don't believe me, go ask her." Su Wanwan was so angry she trembled all over, her eyes turning red with a sad voice. "Yunshu, I know you have opinions about me, but you can't let others slander me. I never said such things." Song Yunshu looked at her with a mocking smile. "Really? Then tell me, why did Aunt Gu say she heard it from you? Or should we have the police check?" Hearing police, Gu's mother suddenly felt weak and almost collapsed to the ground. She hurriedly said, "It was Song Jiqing who said it. She said she saw you enter my third son's room at midnight, and you ran out through the window in the morning. She also said that Song Jiqing likes my third son, doesn't mind that he's disabled, and is willing to be with him. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan's faces changed. They knew very well that if this got serious, it wouldn't be good for them. Su Wanwan cried out, "Aunt Gu, I didn't do it. You can't slander me. I don't want to live anymore." Gu's mother spat and said, "You little troublemaker, it was you who said that. Don't think I don't know your plans. You just want his fiancé. You two are scheming to frame Song Jiqing."
Bah, shameless.
Su Wanwan was both ashamed and angry, stomping her feet and shouting, "You lie." Xie Jingchuan quickly supported her. "Aunt Gu, you can't say that without proof. That's slander." The team leader frowned and said seriously, "Everyone stop arguing. What's really going on? We must find out." At this moment, a village worker stepped forward and said, "That day, after Song Jiqing and Su Jiqing finished work, they headed toward Aunt Gu's house. When Su Wanwan heard this, she was so worried she started crying. "It was just on our way. You can't say I went to Aunt Gu's house to gossip just because of that." Song Yunshu looked at her coldly. "Su Wanwan, do you still refuse to admit it?" Aunt Gu's words are clear and convincing. Just as the two sides were about to argue further, a child ran over and said, "I saw Su Jiqing go into Aunt Gu's house and talk with her for a long time." Su Wanwan's face instantly turned pale as paper. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Xie Jingchuan also looked very upset, avoiding eye contact and not daring to look at anyone. The team leader waved his hand. "It's obvious now. Su Wanwan, do you have anything to say?" Su Wanwan hurriedly shook her head, crying. "Team leader, I. The village head's face was dark, and his voice was cold. "Still not admitting it? That day at Guyan's house, it was you two making the most noise and jumping the highest. How could your intentions be so malicious? People like Song Jiqing have already helped you, yet you're still not satisfied and have such evil thoughts to harm others." The team leader looked at Song Yunshu and asked softly, "Song Jiqing, what do you want to do about this?" Song Yunshu looked at the team leader with a blank expression, a faint smile on her lips, and asked playfully, "What do you think would be the best way to handle this?" After exchanging glances, the team leader quickly said, "Song Jiqing, how about this? Let her give you some compensation. What do you think?" Song Yunshu understood clearly. "They haven't caused me any real physical harm. Even if I report to the police, it's not a big deal. At most, it's a warning. It's harmless to them, just scratching the surface. It won't have any real effect. Plus, if I do that, I might offend the whole village. I still need to live here." Thinking of this, Song Yunshu nodded thoughtfully and then said slowly, "All right. Since the team leader and village head say so, I'll follow your arrangements." Hearing her response, the team leader and village head both breathed a sigh of relief. The team leader hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and carefully asked Song Yunshu, "Song Jiqing, regarding Su Jiqing's compensation to you, how much do you think is fair?" Song Yunshu slightly smiled, revealing a subtle grin. She winked playfully at the team leader and softly said, "Team leader, I think she should be punished really hard. That way, they will remember it. Don't you agree?" The team leader quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, you have a point. How about asking her to compensate you 50 yuan? Do you think that's okay?" Song Yunshu quickly shook her head and wagged a finger at the team leader. Seeing this, the team leader thought to himself, "This Jiqing really has a big appetite. Looks like no one should offend her easily in the future." After a moment of silence, the team leader cleared his throat and announced loudly to everyone, "After investigation, Su Jiqing deliberately defamed Song Jiqing. This behavior has caused very bad effects. Therefore, we have decided that Su Jiqing should pay 100 yuan as compensation to Song Jiqing." Before he finished speaking, Su Wanwan, like a cat with its tail stepped on, immediately jumped up to protest, "Team leader, this is so unfair. Why should I pay her 100 yuan? The team leader's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Since Su Jiqing disagrees, then let's follow Song Jiqing's suggestion and report it to the police for a decision." Song Yunshu quickly said, "Team leader, I also think reporting to the police is better. After all, I don't care about that 100 yuan. Xie Jingchuan, standing nearby, looked pale and stared at Song Yunshu. Song Yunshu, why are you so vicious? You want to report to the police to arrest Wanwan? Song Yunshu coldly stared at him and said sharply, Comrade Xie, you call me vicious when you spread rumors about me here? But when you try to push me to the brink, isn't your heart ruthless? Xie Jingchuan was speechless and looked pale and white. Hearing that they might call the police, Su Wanwan panicked immediately. She knew that once the police got involved and things got serious, she would be ruined in this village. Her reputation would be completely destroyed, and her record would be affected. Thinking of this, tears started to well up in her eyes. She suddenly knelt on the ground and cried out, Captain, village head, I was wrong. I am willing to pay the 100 yuan. Please, don't report this to the police. The captain snorted coldly and said, Why didn't you do this earlier? Now you're just afraid? Fine, since you're willing to pay, it's settled. Su Wanwan sobbed as she stood up and looked at Song Yunshu with resentment. Song Yunshu also glared at her and said, You still owe me 1,060 yuan. Now, just pay me the 100 yuan. Tearful and feeling wronged, Su Wanwan said, Yunshu, we don't have that much money right now. Can we pay it back slowly? Song Yunshu quickly replied, No, I promised to get the money back in 10 days. But you didn't appreciate that, and even started thinking evil thoughts. Why should I still give you kindness? The captain also said seriously, Su Wanwan, you were at fault first. Now, Song Jiqing's request to get her money back is reasonable. Hurry up and gather the money. Su Wanwan bit her lip, looking unwilling, but she didn't dare disobey the captain. She could only stomp her foot and cry, Captain, I have no money now. Are you asking me to die? The villagers watching also echoed, Yes, we can't push her to the point of death. Song Yunshu was speechless. Look at people now when they hear her crying and saying she has no money. They think she's the weaker one and immediately side with her.
How naive.
Song Yunshu sneered and said loudly, When she slandered me, why didn't she think about how she might push me to death? Now she cries and says she has no money, and suddenly it's my fault for pushing her to the edge. The villagers felt a bit guilty and no longer spoke. Seeing no one to help her, Su Wanwan immediately covered her face and cried even harder, her shoulders trembling as if she was deeply wronged. She cried and choked out, Fine, since you're all forcing me, I will go die now. I can't live anymore anyway. After saying that, she suddenly turned around and looked like she was about to rush to the river. The village head saw this and was so anxious he stomped his feet and shouted, Stop her. Don't let her do something stupid. Several caring villagers quickly rushed forward and grabbed Su Wanwan's arms. Su Wanwan was pulled back, struggling symbolically for a few moments, still crying out, Let me go. Let me die. But her struggling seemed weak, and her feet stayed firmly planted in place, not moving even a step toward the river. Seeing this, Xie Jingchuan quickly stepped in front of Song Yunshu, pointing at her nose and shouting angrily, Song Yunshu, why are you so cruel? Do you only feel satisfied when you force Wanwan to die? Song Yunshu sneered coldly, her eyes sharp like knives. Cruel? She asked back slowly. Then why didn't you think you were cruel when you set up to trap me? Xie Jingchuan was caught off guard by her question and immediately looked upset. He instinctively took a step back, his eyes flickering uncertainly. I don't know what you're talking about. Song Yunshu sneered again. Xie Jingchuan, do you really not know? I'll tell you. Even if you're about to die, you should pay me back first before you go. The villagers watching also started to realize what was happening. Someone whispered, Yeah, just now Su Jiqing said she wanted to die, but she ran faster than my old hen. Exactly, if she really wanted to die, she wouldn't be so slow. I think she's just pretending. Although these comments were quiet, everyone clearly heard them. Su Wanwan's face turned pale and then white, and she even forgot to fake crying. Song Yunshu looked around and raised her voice. Everyone, see clearly. Do you think someone who really wants to die would be so easily stopped? Would they act so obviously? Su Wanwan cried, Yunshu, I didn't. Song Yunshu stared at her coldly and said, I don't care whether you did or not. Su Jiqing, we are now officially no longer friends. From now on, call me Comrade Song or Jiqing. If you dare to call me Yunshu again, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, she turned to Xie Jingchuan with a sarcastic tone, "And you, Comrade Xie, hurry up and raise the money. If I don't see the money today, Xie, you will bear the consequences." Xie Jingchuan's face turned red with anger from her words, but he couldn't find anything to say in reply. He could only glare at her fiercely. The team leader saw the situation was about to get out of control and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, stop arguing. Xie Jiqing, go back and get the money. Whatever you have, pay it first." He turned to Su Wanwan and spoke seriously. "Xie Jiqing, don't always talk about dying or living. Things should be handled as they are, not just by crying a little to get away with it." Su Wanwan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, but she no longer dared to make a fuss like before. She secretly glanced at Xie Jingchuan and saw that he was also silent, looking down. Her heart sank. Song Yunshu looked at the couple with a cold expression and a faint smile, saying harshly, "If you can't pay back the money, then just go to jail." Her voice was icy and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Both Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan were stunned. Xie Jingchuan's eyes widened as he stared at Song Yunshu, his anger flaring up instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, we'll get the money now." He suddenly jerked his arm, pulled Su Wanwan's hand, and without looking back, headed toward the village's youth home. Song Yunshu watched their hurried departure, her cold smile growing more obvious. She turned around and addressed the villagers nearby. "Did everyone see that? They clearly have money but are deliberately delaying repayment. Isn't that just trying to cheat us?" The villagers nodded in agreement, showing clear disapproval of Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan's actions. Feeling pleased, Song Yunshu thought to herself that she didn't believe this couple could come up with any tricks. However, unexpectedly, not long after, Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan returned. They looked hurried, clutching some money tightly, as if it was their lifeline. Xie Jingchuan stepped in front of Song Yunshu, stopping. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves, then slowly spoke. "Yunshu, I only have 200 yuan now. I'm really sorry. The rest of the money, my family has sent it over. As soon as I get it, I will pay you back. Is that okay?" Standing nearby, Su Wanwan quickly added, "Yunshu, I only have 80 yuan. You know our family's situation has always been tough. Could you please give us a few more days? We will gather the money and pay you back as soon as possible." Song Yunshu looked at them expressionlessly and didn't reply immediately. The scene suddenly became very quiet, and the atmosphere grew tense again. The team leader saw the situation and quickly stepped in to mediate. He said to Song Yunshu, "Song Jiqing, how about giving them a few more days?" Song Yunshu understood that it was almost impossible for them to pay off all their debts at once. After all, she had already agreed to give them 10 days last time. The village head saw she was silent and softly reminded her, "Song Jiqing,
Look."
His voice was gentle, as if afraid of upsetting her. Only then did Song Yunshu come back to herself. A faint smile appeared on her face. She softly said, "Since the team leader and the village head have spoken, I will give you 1 more week. That should be enough time for your family to send the money." Hearing this, the team leader felt a big weight lift from his heart. He smiled with relief and quickly said, "It's great that Song Jiqing understands our difficulties. Let's settle on that." The village head agreed, rubbing his rough hands. Then he turned to look at Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan, who were standing aside. His tone was a bit strict as he said, "You two heard that. This is the last warning from Song Jiqing. You need to write letters or call your families and ask them to send the money soon." Xie Jingchuan's face remained gloomy. He responded in a low voice, "Thank you, team leader and village head. We understand." After saying that, he slowly took out the stack of money from his pocket and walked over to Song Yunshu, handing her the money. Subangwan stood nearby. Although she was very unwilling, she had no choice now. She clenched her teeth and also handed the money to Song Yunshu. Song Yunshu looked at their reluctant expressions and slightly curved her lips into a faint smile. She slowly reached out her hand toward the money that Su Wanwan was holding tightly. Seeing this, Su Wanwan quickly pulled her hand back, as if trying to hide the money. But Song Yunshu moved faster. He quickly grabbed a corner of the money and pulled gently. Su Wanwan refused to let go. She held the money tightly, as if it were her lifeline. Seeing this, Song Yunshu snorted coldly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Are you going to let go or not? The cold snort made Su Wanwan shiver involuntarily. She looked up at Song Yunshu, noticing his face was grim, and his eyes showed a commanding presence that was hard to resist. Although she was a little scared, Su Wanwan was still reluctant to hand over the money. Song Yunshu chuckled softly and said coldly, "It seems that Su Jiqing prefers to visit the police station." Hearing this, Su Wanwan quickly let go of his hand and softly said, "Yunshu, I'm just worried you might lose the money." Song Yunshu stared at her and coldly replied, "Don't worry, Su Jiqing. Even if you lose the money, it won't be lost." The team leader and the village chief exchanged glances. The village chief stepped forward and said, "All right, let's end this here. I hope everyone stops spreading rumors. If anyone dares to gossip again, I'll make them dig manure until they can't speak." His words made everyone quiet. No one dared to speak. The team leader then added, "The village chief is right. Rumors can get everyone in trouble. Now everyone stop wasting time and get to work." The crowd gradually dispersed. Song Yunshu happily went to the pig-grass gathering spot. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan stared angrily at her back, puzzled about why Song Yunshu had changed so much recently. Could it really be because she was heartbroken? Seeing Xie Jingchuan watching Song Yunshu's back, Su Wanwan said with a distressed tone, "Brother Jingchuan, do you think I didn't do a good job comforting Yunshu?" Xie Jingchuan saw her look of grievance and softly said, "Wanwan, I don't blame you. I just don't understand what she's been up to lately. She's completely unpredictable." Su Wanwan gently asked, "Brother Jingchuan, what should we do now? She seems to ignore us completely." Xie Jingchuan frowned, a hint of harshness flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, Wanwan. She's just feeling proud for now. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with her." Tears suddenly welled up in Su Wanwan's eyes, and her voice choked with emotion. "Brother Jingchuan, she only gave us a week to pay back the money. But where can I find so much money in such a short time?" Looking at Su Wanwan's sad face, Xie Jingchuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He quickly comforted her softly, saying, "Wanwan, don't worry. I will find a way. I'll ask my family to send some money and tickets, and then we can pay her back together." After hearing Xie Jingchuan's words, Su Wanwan felt a little calmer, but tears still kept falling. She gently wiped her eyes and said with a trembling voice, "Brother Jingchuan, you're so kind to me." "Thank you." Xie Jingchuan quickly waved his hand and said, "Enough, Wanwan. Don't say that. Let's go to work first. We can think about other things later." Then he took Su Wanwan's hand, and they headed toward the place where they worked. At the foot of the mountain, at Gu Yan's house, Tai Zhu and Lu Erge told Gu Yan everything that had just happened in detail. Gu Yan listened and thought to himself, it seems that Song Yunshu is not the same as the rumor said. She's changed. A mysterious smile appeared on Gu Yan's face. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan are probably going to be disappointed. Tai Zhu scratched his head and asked, "Brother Gu, what should we do next? Should we help Song Yunshu?" Gu Yan thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait and see. Since Song Yunshu has changed, she might bring us some surprises." Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan won't give up easily. When they make their next move, we'll act. Lu Erge nodded and agreed. "You're right, Brother Gu. But what does Auntie Gu mean? Is she planning to find a wife for you?" Gu Yan remembered what his mother said. His face darkened, and he said coldly, "She just wants to get a daughter-in-law for free, so she can justify kicking me out." Tai Zhu and Lu Erge were stunned and clenched their fists. Tai Zhu hurriedly said, "Auntie Gu is really scheming. She used to send so much money and tickets to Brother Yan. Now that he's hurt, they cruelly push him aside. I wonder if they are even related to him." Lu Erge stomped his foot in anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "Auntie Gu is so unkind. The money Brother Yan sent home over the years helped them build a big house. How can they be so heartless? Gu Yan's eyes were cold. He unconsciously rubbed his numb legs, a scar left from last year's mission when he saved someone. Taizhu noticed his movement and felt a pang of sympathy. He softly said, Brother Yan, maybe we should go talk to the team leader and see what can be done. We can't let them bully us like this. Guyan shook his head and gave a cold smile. No need. Since they want to scheme, let them do it. He slowly looked up, gazing into the distance, as if hiding all his worries there. His voice was soft but carried deep feelings of helplessness and despair. I'm like a useless person now. Maybe it's just repayment for all those years they raised me. Next to him, Taizhu quickly interrupted. Brother Yan, don't say that. You'll get better. His tone was anxious and worried, as if afraid Gu Yan might lose hope. Lu Ergo also agreed. Yes, Brother Yan, we are here for you. No matter what problems come, we'll stay by your side. Gu Yan looked gratefully at these two childhood friends, feeling a warm feeling inside. He knew that in this world, not many people truly cared for him. Taizhu and Lu Ergo were among the few. He looked at them and softly said, You two are grown up now. It's time to find a wife.
Lu Ergo seid helplessly.
Brother Yan, you know our situation. We're so poor. Who would want to marry me? Taizhu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Yeah. We can't even support ourselves, let alone afford a wife. Gu Yan understood their family hardships well. Taizhu had 5 siblings. He was the youngest and now his parents were old. He was also the least favored by his parents. Taizhu sighed again and added, All the money my brothers used to get married was borrowed. We haven't paid it back yet. Now, there's no money left to help me find a wife.
Lu Ergo nodded.
My family isn't much better. We have fewer siblings, but my parents are sick and need medicine all year. Our family is really poor. Gu Yan sighed deeply, full of helplessness and bitterness. He slowly said, Taizhu, ergo, I have some savings. You can see how much bride price you need.
Take it first.
When Taizhu and Lu Ergo heard this, they looked shocked. They quickly waved their hands and said together, Brother Yan, this isn't right. We absolutely cannot accept your money. Taizhu spoke very firmly, then added, Brother Yan, you're not easy to deal with either. You finally saved up a little money, and that's for your leg treatment. Lu Ergu also agreed nearby, saying, Yes, Brother Yan, you still have some money. First, go get your leg treated. We can discuss everything else later. Taizhu nodded, hesitating for a moment as if thinking of something, then finally said, Brother Yan, and one more thing. If Gu Annie and the others find out you still have money, they might cause a big fuss again. Gu Yan sighed helplessly, his eyes a bit dull, and softly said, Taizhu, Ergu, listen to me. I know very well what my injury is. I've been to the big hospitals in the city, but they can't cure it, and there's no point wasting more money. Taizhu hurriedly said, No, Brother Yan, we'll look elsewhere. There must be a way. But after talking for a while, Taizhu couldn't continue and finally just silently shed tears beside him. Gu Yan chuckled softly and said, Actually, I'm very happy to have you two as good brothers. Look, I've been back for almost half a year, lying in bed, and you've been helping me with everything, eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom. Otherwise, I would have long been. Brother Yan, don't say that. There's a way, Lu Ergu quickly interrupted. Gu Yan waved his hand and said, Taizhu, Ergu, listen to me. If not, when the Gu family comes again to search, I really won't be able to protect myself. Taizhu's eyes welled up with tears, and he suddenly turned his face away, rough hands wiping his face fiercely. Brother Yan, with us here, if they dare to come again, I won't agree. If it weren't for you finding me on the mountain, I wouldn't even know how tall the grass on my grave is. Lu Ergu also got anxious, grabbing Gu Yan's wrist tightly. Yes, the 3 of us are life and death friends. If those ungrateful Gu family wolves come to cause trouble, I'll be the first to fight them. Gu Yan looked at their flushed faces, feeling a warm current in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. He lowered his voice and said, I understand your feelings, but fighting head-on isn't the way. He paused, then looked out the window to make sure no one was eavesdropping before continuing, Don't worry, I've already hidden the money. It's enough for your bride prices. Liugo took a deep breath and asked, Brother Yen, have you been watching out for them for a long time? Gu Yen sneered and said, Since I got hurt and came back, have they stopped sneaking into my house? He patted his numb leg and looked sharp as a knife. Since they are not kind, don't blame me for being unfair. Take this money and use it first. I don't want to let them have an easy time. Tai Zhu nodded strongly. His rough big hand pressed firmly on Gu Yan's shoulder, as if trying to transfer his strength. He said, Don't worry, Brother Yen. When we need money, we'll come to you. Gu Yan smiled slightly, showing a calm and trusting look. He looked at Tai Zhu and said, That's what I call a good brother. Meanwhile, Song Yunshu was on the mountain looking for herbs. Suddenly, she saw a wild chicken flapping its wings in the nearby grass. Her eyes lit up, and she got excited, chasing after it. While chasing the chicken, she secretly wished, If only I could put this chicken into my space directly. Just as she thought this, the chicken suddenly disappeared, as if by magic, right in front of her. Song Yunshu stopped in surprise, rubbed her eyes, and wondered if she was seeing things. She stared around, but there was no sign of the chicken anywhere. Could it be that when I was thinking about putting the chicken into my space, it really went in? She whispered to herself, feeling both surprised and excited. She didn't have time to think more and quickly slipped into her space. As soon as she entered, she saw the chicken standing on the grass inside, hopping around happily, as if nothing had happened. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was so happy she started dancing and cheering loudly. Haha.
I'm truly lucky.
This means I can finally eat some meat. With this discovery, Song Yunshu left the space and headed into the deep mountains. Today, she planned to catch more wild animals to put into her space. She carefully searched the mountain, keeping a close eye on her surroundings. Soon, she found a few rabbits. She tiptoed closer, silently praying to put them into her space. In the blink of an eye, the wild rabbits disappeared and successfully entered the space. Song Yunshu happily jumped up. As she went deeper into the forest, her harvest grew larger. The space now contained several wild chickens, rabbits, and some unknown wild birds. However, just as she was about to look for new prey, she suddenly heard a deep growl. She was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. To her surprise, a large wild boar was glaring at her fiercely, making angry grunting sounds. Song Yunshu's face turned pale with fear, and her legs felt weak. But her instinct to survive made her quickly calm down. She focused her mind, thinking about how to put the boar into her space. But this time, the boar did not disappear. Just as the boar charged toward her, she quickly slipped into the space. Inside, she gasped for breath, thinking, this space sometimes malfunctions. Outside the space, the boar was also confused. Why did those two-legged creatures suddenly disappear? Inside the space, Song Yunshu drank some spring water and looked outside. She worried, oh no, that boar is still there. How can I get out? Just as she was worried about how to leave, she suddenly had a clever idea. She remembered there were many herbs in the space, and maybe she could make a sleeping potion to calm the boar. She thought, wow, I am so smart. She quickly picked several herbs suitable for making sleeping potion and started preparing it inside the space. Luckily, the bamboo house had all the necessary tools, saving her a lot of trouble. Time flew by, and the sleeping potion was ready in no time. Song Yunshu acted quickly, waiting for the perfect moment. Like a flash, she darted out of the space. She skillfully threw the sleeping potion at the boar, then swiftly returned to the space before it could react. Not long after, there was a loud crash. The boar, as if drained of all strength, fell stiffly to the ground and could no longer move. Seeing this, Song Yunshu felt a surge of happiness. She thought to herself, haha, even if 10 more boars come now, I won't be afraid. She proudly waved her hand, and the huge boar, as if under a spell, instantly vanished without a trace, being absorbed into the space. Song Yunshu checked the time and thought it was about right. She carried a bamboo basket filled with herbs and walked down the mountain happily. Along the way, she didn't waste time. She looked for medicinal plants by the roadside. When she found any, she picked them quickly and put them into her space. Before she knew it, she reached the gathering point for pig herding. From afar, she saw a few children sitting under an old locust tree. Tai Dan was focused on drawing squares on the ground with a stick. Dog Dan and Jean Dan sat nearby, watching carefully. Dog Z and Little Flower lay on the ground, happily counting busy ants. Song Yunshu used her mind to bring 2 rabbits and a wild chicken into her space. She smiled softly and called out, Tai Dan, Jean Dan, Dog Z, Little Flower. She tiptoed behind them and suddenly raised her voice. Come see what I caught today. The 5 children jumped like startled sparrows. Tai Dan's stick fell to the ground with a loud snap. Dog Z almost tripped over Little Flower's braid. Big sister. Little Flower was the first to react. She ran over to lift the basket. The other children hurried over, asking excitedly, is it a wild rabbit? And a wild chicken? Song Yunshu winked mysteriously and slowly lowered the basket. When 2 plump gray rabbits and a colorful wild chicken appeared, the children gasped in amazement. Dog Dan reached out to touch the chicken's tail feathers, but Jean Dan slapped his hand away, saying, Don't touch. You might pull out feathers. Today's luck was good. I caught them in the bushes on the mountain slope, Song Yunshu said softly, pushing the wild chicken toward Little Flower. This chicken will be used to make soup for Grandma Zhang to help her get better. Then she pointed at the 2 rabbits and told the other children, These 2 rabbits are for you 4. Half a rabbit each. Do you agree? The children answered together, no problem. We'll listen to Big Sister. Song Yunshu nodded with a smile and said, Good, no problem. Let's go home now. They carried the pig feed and headed toward the pig pen. The setting sun cast a warm glow on them, stretching their shadows and creating a cozy, busy scene. Little Flower walked at the front, occasionally looking back at Song Yunshu with full of hope. After buying the pig feed, Little Flower couldn't wait and held Song Yunshu's hand, lifting her small face to say, Sister, you should come to my house and have some chicken soup. Song Yunshu smiled gently, reached out to softly pat Little Flower's head, and nodded, saying, Sure, I need to check on your grandma too. Before entering the house, Little Flower happily called out, Grandma, Sister is here. Grandma Zhang had taken medicine yesterday and was able to get up today. She was sitting in the yard enjoying the sun. When she saw her granddaughter bringing Song Yunshu back, her face lit up with a smile. Song Jiqing is here. Coming quickly. The old lady stood up tremblingly and warmly greeted her. Song Yunshu quickly went to her side, carefully supporting her arm, and gently said, Grandma, walk slowly. I'll check your pulse and maybe stay for a meal at your house. The old lady's face was full of happiness, her smile so wide her mouth almost couldn't close. She nodded repeatedly, happily replying, Yes, yes, as long as you come, I'll be very happy. Song Yunshu carefully examined the old lady's face, smiling and saying, Grandma Zhang, your complexion looks much better than yesterday. Grandma Zhang tightly held Song Yunshu's hand, her eyes full of gratitude, and said, That's all thanks to you, Song Jiqing. Little Flower, excited, added, Grandma, today's sister is amazing. She caught a wild chicken, and we'll use it to make soup later. Hearing this, Grandma Zhang's smile became even brighter. She quickly said, Oh, Song Jiqing, your kindness is more than we can repay. Song Yunshu quickly waved her hand and smiled. Grandma Zhang, don't say that. I'm just here to share a meal at your home, so don't be so polite. Grandma Zhang tightly held Song Yunshu's hand. Her hand trembled slightly as she gently patted Song Yunshu's back, her eyes full of gratitude and emotion, her voice slightly choked. Song Jiqing, I'm an old woman now, not like Little Flower, that little girl. You've done so much for us. I know it all clearly in my heart. Song Yunshu smiled softly, looking tenderly at Grandma Zhang, and softly said, All right, Grandma Zhang, don't say that. It's just small things. Come, I will check your pulse first. Grandma Zhang nodded repeatedly and obediently extended her hand, placing it in front of Song Yunshu. Song Yunshu quickly and accurately felt Grandma Zhang's pulse, gently touching her wrist and sensing the faint heartbeat. After a moment, she smiled with relief and said, "Grandma Zhang, don't worry. Your health has improved a lot. Just a few more days of medicine, and you will be fully recovered." Hearing this good news, Grandma Zhang also showed a happy smile. She looked at Song Yunshu gratefully and kept saying, "Song Jiqing, thank you so much." Song Yunshu chuckled softly. "Grandma Zhang, rest for a while. I'll go make some chicken soup." At the same time, Little Flower was already skillfully starting a fire in the kitchen nearby, preparing to boil water to clean the chicken. The fire crackled, and the flames reflected on her focused little face, making her look especially rosy. Song Yunshu walked over, watching her quick movements, and smiled. "Little Flower, how about I make you some chicken with mushrooms? Would you like that?" Little Flower paused her actions upon hearing this, looking a bit disappointed as she raised her head. "Sister, I don't have any more mushrooms at home." She pursed her lips, seeming to feel she might disappoint her guest. But Song Yunshu winked at her with a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, I have some in my basket. They were just picked today, so they're very fresh." Little Flower's eyes lit up immediately. She put down the firewood excitedly and clapped her hands. "Really? Then I'll go get them." Song Yunshu nodded with a smile and casually took out a few fresh wild mushrooms from her basket. The caps were full and still carried the scent of earth. Little Flower leaned in to smell and exclaimed happily, "They smell so good. Sister is amazing, finding the best mushrooms." Song Yunshu gently ruffled her head and said softly, "Later, when they're cooked in the chicken soup, it will taste even better." The water on the stove started boiling, and as steam rose, the two worked together smoothly, Little Flower helping to pass the firewood and Song Yunshu efficiently preparing the wild chicken. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the pot, filling the small yard. Little Flower sniffed deeply and said, "Sister, it smells so good." Song Yunshu secretly added a drop of spring water when Xiaohua wasn't paying attention. Actually, she felt sorry for Xiaohua and sincerely hoped Grandma Zhang's health would improve soon, so she could spend more time with Xiaohua. The aroma grew stronger, and even Grandma inside the house couldn't help but peek out and ask, "Oh, what are you cooking? It smells so good." Xiaohua giggled and loudly replied, "Grandma, Sister made us chicken with mushrooms. It's so delicious." Next door, Gooden was sitting at his doorstep waiting for his mother to prepare rabbit meat. Suddenly, he sniffed the air and his eyes lit up. "Mom, why does the chicken Grandma Zhang is cooking smell so good today?" Gooden's mother was at the stove handling the rabbit. She smiled and said, "You have a good nose." She wiped her hands, looked toward Grandma Zhang's house, and saw smoke rising from the chimney. She could faintly hear Xiaohua's cheerful laughter. Today, Gooden came back excitedly and said, "Dad, Mom, today Sister Song was amazing in the mountains. She collected herbs and caught wild rabbits and pheasants." He gestured excitedly. "Look, that wild rabbit is so fat." Song Jiqing said she would share it with us 4 boys. She also said she wants to give the pheasant to Grandma Zhang to help her get better. Gooden's father was peeling corn in the yard. Hearing this, he came over and said, "That Song Jiqing is really a good girl. Honey, I'll treat that rabbit hide carefully and send it to Song Jiqing. She's from the city. She'll need it in winter." "That makes sense." Gooden's mother nodded repeatedly. She turned to go to the kitchen. "I'll steam a few more steamed buns to send along. Grandma Zhang's life is tight, and besides chicken soup, she probably has little else to eat. Since Song Jiqing is so generous, we shouldn't be too stingy." "Yes, yes, yes. Hurry and prepare everything," Gooden's father urged. "While they haven't finished eating, it's a good time to send some dishes over." Gooden's mother quickly lifted the lid of the pot. The steaming buns smelled sweet from the corn. As she packed them into a basket, she muttered, "That Song Jiqing has become better and better since breaking off her engagement with Xie Jiqing. Now she even shares meat with the children." Gooden volunteered, "Mom, I'll take it to them." "Go away, you clumsy kid," Gooden's mother scolded, patting his hand. She added a few of their homemade pickled vegetables into the basket. I'll go myself to show sincerity. Dog Egg's mother carried a basket and headed toward Grandma Zhang's house. As they reached the gate, they heard footsteps behind them, going clack clack. When she looked back, she saw Dog Egg quietly following, peering through the doorframe, eyes fixed on the steam rising from inside. "You little kid." Dog Egg's mother pretended to scold, but Dog Egg had already shouted loudly, "Grandma Zhang." The laughter inside immediately stopped. Grandma Zhang, leaning on her cane and trembling slightly, came out smiling with a face full of wrinkles. "Oh, it's Dog Egg and his mother. Come in and sit." Song Yunshu also came out holding a soup spoon, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, showing her fair arms. She smiled and said, "Auntie, you're just in time. The chicken soup is ready. Let's eat together." Dog Egg's mother shyly lifted her basket. "It's a bit embarrassing. I brought some cornbread and pickled vegetables, and the rabbit skin. Once the child's father finishes preparing it, I'll give it to you." Song Yunshu nodded. "All right, thank you, Auntie. Everyone, don't just stand there. Come inside and eat," Grandma Zhang warmly invited. "Song Jiqing's cooking is excellent. This chicken soup smells so good. Even I, your wife, am craving it." Although Dog Egg wanted to eat, he held back. Dog Egg's mother quickly said, "Grandma Zhang, you all eat first. I have some rabbit from Song Jiqing still waiting for me to cook when I get back. I won't say more, I'll go now." Dog Egg also loudly said, "Grandma Zhang, we're going back to eat rabbit meat." Song Yunshu hurriedly called to him, "Dog Egg, wait a moment. Sister will bring out the cornbread, and you can take your bowl over." Dog Egg nodded and sat aside, waiting. Song Yunshu went back to the kitchen. She saw the iron pot on the clay stove bubbling with golden chicken soup, with tender chicken pieces and full mushrooms floating inside, almost ready. Carefully, she filled each bowl and gently carried them to the table in the yard, placing them neatly. Then she cheerfully called out, "Dinner is ready." Hearing Song Yunshu's call, Dog Egg looked startled and quickly stood up, seeming to want to run away. But his movement was quickly caught by Grandma Zhang, who pulled him gently. Grandma Zhang smiled kindly and softly said, "Dog Egg, didn't you hear Sister Song call us to eat? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Xiao Hua also echoed, "Brother Godan, come sit here. This chicken soup is so delicious." As she spoke, she gently patted the empty seat beside her. Seeing this, Song Yunshu smiled and said to Godan, "Godan, don't stand there foolishly. Come eat with us. If you don't want to drink the chicken soup, I can take your family's steamed bread home for you." Godan looked a bit helpless, smiling bitterly, and said, "Sister Song, if I stay to eat, my parents will definitely scold me later." Seeing Godan look scared, Song Yunshu quickly comforted him. "Don't worry. Everyone is here. They won't scold you." After hearing Song Yunshu, Godan felt a little more at ease. He looked at the steaming bowl of soup, his eyes brightening. He couldn't wait and picked up the bowl to take a big sip.
Ah.
Godan was burned and stuck out his tongue, but he still mumbled, "It's so tasty. Even better than the chicken soup during New Year." Seeing this, Song Yunshu couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted the back of his head and said, "Eat slowly.
There's more in the pot."
At this moment, Godan's mother came in carrying a bowl of stir-fried rabbit meat. Seeing her, she quickly said, "Song Jiqing, don't mind. This kid has been starving since he was little. When he sees food, he gets so anxious." Song Yunshu hurriedly smiled and said, "Aunt Sue, you're too kind.
Kids are like that.
I was the same when I was little." Grandma Zhang saw Godan's mother bringing over more rabbit meat and said quickly, "Godan's mother, why are you bringing the rabbit meat again? Are you not eating anymore?" Godan's mother smiled and replied, "Auntie, this is what Song Jiqing caught. It's right to share with everyone." Hearing this, Song Yunshu quickly waved her hand and said, "Aunt Sue, you can't say that. These rabbits were caught by our small team. It's not just my achievement." Grandma Zhang smiled warmly and said, "Godan's mother, if Song Jiqing is willing to share these things with the children, it's a blessing for them. Hurry up and call Godan's father and little Godan to come eat." Song Yinshu also agreed from the side. Yes, more people make it more lively. Grandma Dogdan initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Grandma Zhang's serious face, she didn't dare say more. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Auntie, I'll go call them over now." After saying that, Grandma Dogdan hurriedly left the yard. Soon after, she returned with her husband and a lively little boy. Dogden's father was holding 2 large bowls, smiling kindly, and said to Grandma Zhang and Song Yinshu, "Auntie, Song Jiqing, sorry to bother you." Seeing this, Grandma Zhang quickly called out, "Dichue, come over and sit here." Song Yinshu also smiled and called out, "Uncle Gu, come sit over here." Little Dogdan, as soon as he entered the yard, stared at the chicken soup on the table, salivating. Grandma Zhang tapped the edge of the pot with a wooden spoon and said, "Little glutton, just a little longer, and you'll be able to eat meat." Dogden's father put down the dishes and the cornbread, rubbed his hands, and suddenly took out an oiled paper package from his pocket. "Yesterday, I exchanged 2 ounces of brown sugar at the supply and marketing cooperative to brew water for the Jiqing comrades." Song Yinshu hurriedly declined. "Uncle, you should give these to Auntie and the children to drink. I still have some." Grandma Dogdan also said quickly, "Song Jiqing, we know you have some, but this is our little gesture." Song Yinshu quickly replied, "Annie, if I take it home and can't finish it, it would be a waste. Besides, it's not easy for you to get sugar tickets. I have all kinds of tickets here, really you don't need to." Grandma Zhang also said, "Dichue, just take it home and leave it for Dogden's mother to drink. Don't stand around, eat while it's hot." Dogden's father nodded and said, "Next time I catch a wild rabbit, I'll help you process the rabbit skin." Song Yinshu nodded happily, as she was looking for someone to help her with the processing. She smiled and said, "All right, I won't be polite then." Grandma Dogdan quickly said, "No need to be polite."
Ha ha ha.
Little Dogdan was anxiously tugging at his mother's clothes. Aunt Sue picked up a piece of rabbit leg meat, blew on it, and said, "You kid, all you know is eating." Everyone laughed. As the sunset faded and the sky darkened, the small yard was filled with laughter and joy. Grandma Zhang watched the lively scene and quietly wiped her eyes. Since her son left, her home hadn't been this lively for a long time. Song Yinshu noticed the old woman's expression and quietly placed the tenderest chicken leg into her bowl. "Grandma, eat more. These mushrooms I picked today are especially fresh." Grandma Zhang nodded. "Song Jiqing, eat more." Song Jiqing smiled and nodded. This was the first time she had eaten meat since crossing over. Honestly, the wild chicken soup now is really fresh. In her later life, she couldn't get this kind of natural flavor. In another 2 families in the village, everyone was happily eating rabbit meat. The adults also reminded the children, "You can't be lazy. Help Song Jiqing gather pig grass every day." At the brigade leader's house, the leader made Taidan kneel on the ground, holding a cane, and asked seriously, "Taidan, where did you get this rabbit meat?" Taidan was so scared by the serious look that he didn't dare speak. The brigade leader's wife saw her husband's stern expression and quickly said to Taidan, "Taidan, hurry and tell him." Taidan shrank his neck, clutching his clothes tightly, and whispered, "Grandpa, I can't say. If I do, I'll be a traitor." The brigade leader glared at him. "Traitor? Just tell the truth." Taidan helplessly said, "It's a secret of our small team. Song Jiqing gave us." The brigade leader frowned and tapped the cane. "Song Jiqing? Why would she give you rabbit meat for no reason?" Taidan swallowed and whispered, "We helped her gather pig grass. She even praised us for being diligent. Everyone in our team got some rabbit meat. Xiao Hua got a wild chicken." Song Jiqing said it was to help Grandma Zhang improve her health. Hearing this, the brigade leader's wife relaxed and quickly pulled Taidan aside, scolding the leader, "Look at you, scaring the kid." Song Jiqing is kind-hearted. She saw Taidan helping and shared some meat. "What's wrong with that?" The brigade leader's expression softened a little, but he still kept a serious face. "It's not that we don't want him to eat, but we're worried he might not understand the rules and take others' things without permission. Our family isn't rich, but we shouldn't take advantage of others." Tai-Dan hurriedly shook his head. Grandpa, we didn't take it unfairly. Song Jiqing said that if we help again and catch wild game, she'll share with us. Hearing this, the brigade leader finally put down the cane and snorted. You're clever, kid. But remember, it's not easy for Comrade Jiqing to come here. We should help her more, not just think about taking advantage. Tai-Dan nodded vigorously. Grandpa, I remember. The brigade leader's wife smiled warmly, gently ruffling Tiedon's head, and said softly, All right, stop dawdling. Go call your mother to stew that rabbit meat. When Tai-Dan heard this, his eyes immediately lit up like two shining gems. He excitedly responded and then, like a gust of wind, quickly ran toward his mother, Lin Xinger. Seeing this, Lin Xinger hurried forward carefully to take the rabbit meat, her face full of joy. She softly said, Mother knows, I will go now to stew the rabbit meat for you. Seeing this, Tai-Dan was even more eager. He tightly followed his mother, jogging all the way to the stove, as if the smell of the rabbit meat was so tempting it made his mouth water. The team leader looked at Tai-Dan's energetic figure and shook his head helplessly, but a small smile appeared on his face, full of affection. He muttered to himself, This Song Jiqing, a delicate girl, how can she catch so many wild rabbits and pheasants? Next to him, Li Dahua heard the team leader and rolled her eyes, saying impatiently, You, stop worrying so much. Didn't Tai-Dan just say it's their secret? You absolutely can't tell anyone, or he'll be considered a traitor. Hearing this, the team leader chuckled softly. He found the little secrets between Tai-Dan and Song Jiqing quite amusing. He teased, What kind of small team are they forming? And what secrets can't be told? Talking about traitors. This is just like fighting enemies. Li Dahua also laughed and said, These kids are so innocent. But it's good that Song Jiqing can bring them along and share. She's a kind girl. The team leader nodded. She's a good young person. It would be great if our team had more young people like her. Li Dahua quickly added, And you know, Song Jiqing used to be quite naive, being tricked by Su Jiqing and Xie Jiqing. But luckily, she's finally woken up now. I tell you, you all need to watch out for her and make those two pay back the money quickly. The team leader, with a cigarette in his mouth, waved his hand slowly and impatiently said, All right, I get it. You go check if the food is ready. I haven't smelled meat in a long time. Tonight, I want to drink some good wine. Li Dahua heard this and couldn't help but laugh and scold, Hey, who was just criticizing Tai-Dan so seriously? And now you're thinking about wine again? The squad leader felt a bit shy after Li Dahua said that. He scratched his head and smiled politely, saying, Hee wife, I was wrong. Isn't that okay? Now go pour me half a glass of wine to satisfy my craving. Li Dahua shook her head helplessly but smiled slightly. She turned and went into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Tai-Dan was eagerly watching his mother cook rabbit meat in the kitchen, almost drooling. Lin Xinger playfully poked his head and said, Little glutton, you'll have some to eat later. Tai-Dan grinned happily, Mom, Song Jiqing is so good. I want to go hunting rabbits with her in the future. As soon as the grandmother entered the house, she heard her grandson Tai-Dan talking. She couldn't help but laugh and teased him. Oh, my good grandson, don't get your hopes up. Wild chickens and rabbits aren't your pets, so you can't just catch them whenever you want. Hearing his grandma's words, Tai-Dan felt a bit upset. He pouted, cheeks puffed out like a little frog, and argued, Grandma, don't look down on me. If Song Jiqing can catch them, I can learn from her and catch some too. Lin Xinger, watching how cute Tai-Dan looked, couldn't help but laugh. She agreed, Yes, Tai-Dan is the best. When you learn to catch rabbits, you can go hunting every day and bring us more food. Hearing this, Tai-Dan became excited. He pounded his chest and promised, Of course. I'll catch one every day to show you all. Li Dahua and her daughter-in-law looked at each other, both amused by Tai-Dan's innocent sincerity. They said together, All right, we're just waiting to eat the rabbits Tai-Dan catches. At this moment, the smell of cooked rabbit meat in the pot grew stronger. Tai-Dan sniffed eagerly, eyes fixed on the pot. Soon, the rabbit meat was ready. Lin Xinger served a big bowl and brought it to the table. The whole family sat together. The squad leader took a piece of rabbit and tasted it, praising, "The rabbit Song Jiching caught is so tasty. Tai Dan, you should learn from her, and not just think about eating meat." Tai Dan, with his mouth full, mumbled, "Got it, Grandpa." After dinner, Tai Dan took the initiative to help his mother clean the dishes, then ran back to his room. He lay on his bed, still thinking about catching wild rabbits. Before he knew it, he fell asleep, dreaming of catching many wild rabbits with Song Jiching and eating until he was full and round. In Grandma Zhang's yard, everyone finished eating and started tidying up the dishes. Song Yunshu wanted to help Dogden's mother wash the dishes, but everyone refused. Grandma Zhang said, "Song Jiching, you've been busy all day. Go home and rest. It's not safe after dark." Song Yunshu nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, I'll go now." Walking back to Jiching's place, she thought to herself, "Things are completely different from the story now. I wonder if the plot will affect me again in the future." When she arrived at Jiching's yard, everyone had finished eating and was relaxing in the shade. Wang Zhaodi saw her return and hurried over to bring her some food. Song Yunshu stopped her and said, "Zhaodi, I've already eaten. If you're still hungry, go ahead and eat." Everyone was surprised to hear her say she had eaten. Brave Wang Tsuetsue suddenly spoke again, teasing, "Wow, someone is always inviting you to eat every day. That's impressive." Her words carried a hint of sarcasm and jealousy. Hearing this, Song Yunshu suddenly looked up, her eyes like cold stars, staring fiercely at Wang Tsuetsue. Her gaze was icy, as if it could pierce her. Her voice was equally cold and emotionless. "Wang Tsuetsue, do you have a problem?" Wang Tsuetsue felt a bit scared under Song Yunshu's sharp stare. Her body trembled slightly, but she tried to stay calm and replied stubbornly, "What problem could I have? I was just talking casually. Don't be so petty." However, Song Yunshu clearly didn't plan to let her go easily. Her voice grew colder. "If you have no problem, then shut your mouth. Don't let me hear another word, or I'll slap you." Next to them, Su Wanwan saw things weren't looking good and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. She smiled and said to Wang Tsuetsue, "Tsuetsue, stop talking nonsense. Yunshu getting invited to eat is because she's capable. Don't be jealous." Song Yunshu's gaze swept over Su Wanwan like a blade. Su Wanwan felt a chill and hurriedly hid behind Xie Jingchuan, seeming to seek safety. Seeing this, Song Yunshu cursed inwardly. What a useless person. If you have the guts, don't hide. Xie Jingchuan saw Song Yunshu's eyes glaring at him and felt a bit angry. He shouted loudly, "Song Yunshu, what do you want to do?" Song Yunshu looked at them and sneered slightly. She said, "Comrade Xie, I just want you to watch your woman's words. Otherwise, I might really have to slap her." Xie Jingchuan was so angry at Song Yunshu's words that his face turned red. He took a step forward and said angrily, "Song Yunshu, don't go too far. Su Wanwan only said a few words of advice, and you're being so aggressive." Song Yunshu crossed her arms and looked back at him without fear. She replied, "Too far? Was that advice? If she and Wang Tsuetsue weren't talking behind my back, would I be like this? Xie Jingchuan, if you're so protective, then watch out for them. Don't come out to bother others." Su Wanwan hid behind Xie Jingchuan and whispered, crying softly, "Brother Jingchuan, I just didn't want everyone to argue. I didn't expect her to be so mean to me." Wang Tsuetsue also chimed in from the side, "Exactly. Song Yunshu, nowadays, no one's grain is so precious that they can invite others to eat casually." Song Yunshu snorted coldly. "I was just eating, and it's none of your business. If you dare to speak rudely again, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, she turned around and went back to her room, leaving Xie Jingchuan and others standing there, glaring in frustration. The other young workers watched the scene and shook their heads silently. They also formed opinions about Su Wanwan and Wang Tsuetsue stirring up trouble. Song Yunshu returned to her room. Wang Zhaodi also came back with her. She hurriedly asked, "Yunshu, no work tomorrow. Are you going to town to buy something?" Song Yunshu asked quickly, "No work tomorrow?" Wang Zhaodi nodded. "Yes, you forgot?" Song Yunshu patted her head. "Oh, I really forgot. Okay, I'll go with you. I need to check the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there's any suitable fabric. I plan to make a new dress. Wang Zhaodi's eyes lit up at this idea, and she said excitedly, Great. I'll come too. Just then, Li Xianglan and Wu Ruame came in carrying basins. Li Xianglan noticed the unusual atmosphere outside as soon as she entered. She quickly put down her basin and asked with concern, What's going on with you all? She also pointed outside, as if hinting at something. Seeing this, Song Yunshu snorted coldly, with a look of disdain. She replied, They're like mad dogs, biting whoever they want. When Wang Tsuetsue entered the room, she immediately heard Song Yunshu's words and became very angry. She angrily retorted, Song Yunshu, who do you call a mad dog? Song Yunshu didn't even look at Wang Tsuetsue. She just sneered and said coldly, No matter what I say, if you admit it, then it's true. Su Wanwan had been quietly watching everything. Her eyes stayed fixed on Song Yunshu. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, Yunshu, why have you changed like this? You weren't like this before. Song Yunshu stared hard at the person in front of her, a cold smile appearing on her lips. That smile was chilling, and she slowly said, Do you think I should still let you all manipulate me like before? Su Wanwan's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. She hurriedly waved her hands and explained, Yunshu, you misunderstood us. We really didn't. But Song Yunshu didn't give her a chance to explain. She suddenly stepped forward, raised her hand, and with a sharp slap, slapped Su Wanwan hard across the face. The slap was very forceful, causing Su Wanwan's face to turn to the side, and a trace of blood even seeped from the corner of her mouth. After hitting her, Song Yunshu acted as if nothing had happened. She casually shook her hand, as if she had just swatted a mosquito, and muttered, Tieske, this skin is really thick. You even made my hand hurt. This sudden slap stunned everyone present. No one expected Song Yunshu to be so decisive and ruthless. Su Wanwan finally came to her senses. She covered her burning cheek, looked at Song Yunshu with disbelief, and shouted angrily, Song Yunshu, why did you hit me? Song Yunshu only looked at her coldly, with no trace of mercy in her eyes. Her voice was equally icy and emotionless as she said, Because you deserved it. Su Wanwan was so angry she trembled all over. She widened her eyes, stared at Song Yunshu fiercely, and suddenly, as if she had gone mad, she rushed toward her, shouting, Song Yunshu, I won't back down. Song Yunshu was prepared. She sidestepped quickly, causing Su Wanwan to miss her. She lost her balance, stumbled, and fell to the ground in a clumsy, embarrassing way. Everyone let out a low gasp. Someone tried to step forward to help her, but Song Yunshu shot a cold look, scaring them into pulling back their hand. Come on, get up, Song Yunshu said from above, looking down at her with a mocking smile. Weren't you just trying to fight me? Su Wanwan clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. She looked up sharply at Song Yunshu, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Song Yunshu, don't go too far. Go too far? Song Yunshu chuckled softly, squatting down slowly. She reached out and grabbed her chin, forcing her to lift her face. Compared to the dirty things you've done behind the scenes, this slap of mine is already being kind. Su Wanwan's pupils shrank, a flash of panic in her eyes, but she quickly pretended to be calm. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Song Yunshu released her, took a handkerchief from her pocket, and slowly wiped her hands as if she had just touched something dirty. Then should I tell everyone what you and Xie Jingchuan did in the small woods? As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd gasped. Su Wanwan's face turned pale instantly. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word, only crying out in grievance. Wang Tsuetsue wanted to say something but was pulled back by Li Xianglan. At this moment, Xie Jingchuan called from outside. Wanwan, what's wrong? Wang Tsuetsue took the opportunity to shout, Comrade Xie, Wanwan was hit by Song Yunshu. Hearing this, Xie Jingchuan rushed in. Seeing Su Wanwan sitting on the ground, looking distressed with obvious slap marks on her face, he immediately widened his eyes in anger and shouted at Song Yunshu, Song Yunshu, that's too much. How can you hit someone? Song Yunshu sneered coldly, crossing her arms. Xie Jingchuan, I told you long ago to control your woman. Don't be talking nonsense in front of me. If you keep bothering me, I'll tell everyone what you and Su Wanwan did, so they can judge for themselves. Xie Jingchuan's face changed, and his eyes flickered with hesitation. Seeing the situation, Su Wanwan cried even louder. Brother Jingchuan, I just said she changed. She's deliberately bullying me. Xie Jingchuan's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Song Yunshu. His voice was cold and tinged with anger. Song Yunshu, say something.
I want to see what evidence you have.
Song Yunshu looked at him confidently, with a slight smile that was hard to read. She calmly said, I don't have solid proof, but I can ask the police to investigate. The bump on the back of my head is evidence that someone attacked me from behind. Su Wanwan's eyes stayed fixed on Song Yunshu. Her face turned pale, and she quickly interrupted. So, you stayed overnight at Guyan's house? Song Yunshu softly replied, Su Wanwan, how do you know I was at Guyan's house?
Unless.
She deliberately stretched out her voice, unless you guys knocked me out and then threw me at Guyan's place. So, are you admitting to that? Su Wanwan's face looked worse. She hurriedly defended herself. We didn't. You said it yourself. Song Yunshu sneered and continued, I only said I had a bump on the back of my head, and you immediately said I stayed overnight at Guyan's house. Isn't that strange? So, maybe the bump on my head was caused by you? And then you threw me at Guyan's house. After a pause, Song Yunshu took a deep breath and said, You guys plan to kill me. I won't forgive you. I will report you, and you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Her voice was full of anger and determination, making everyone present stunned. No one expected her to suddenly bring up that night. Xie Jingchuan quickly shouted, Song Yunshu, you're lying. How could we have planned to kill you? Song Yunshu ignored his words and stared coldly at them, saying, Fine, I want to ask you, if I was knocked out, how did I manage to crawl to Guyan's house? Her question made Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan speechless, unable to answer at once. Seeing their silence, Song Yunshu sneered again and said, Guyan was paralyzed in bed, so he couldn't have moved me. And at the scene, only you two were there.
Who else could it be?
Xie Jingchuan stammered, I don't know. Maybe you went there yourself. Song Yunshu chuckled softly. Oh, I fainted, and I still managed to run away? Su Wanwan hurriedly said, Yunshu, didn't you say you stayed overnight in the mountains? Song Yunshu's gaze suddenly turned sharp, like a blade cooled by ice, cutting through Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan's panicked faces. Song Yunshu smiled and said, So, we can report to the police and let them investigate. Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan didn't expect her to disregard her reputation. They both knew very well that if the police investigated, they would find evidence pointing to them. Song Yunshu looked at them coldly and said, Are you still trying to deny it? You deliberately left me at Guyan's door, just to confirm my shameful reputation of being shameless and entangled with a disabled person. Then, she addressed everyone, otherwise, why would they know to go to Guyan's house the very next morning? Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Lingxiao quickly said, This isn't just attempted murder. It's also framing a soldier. Don't forget, Guyan is a retired soldier who was injured and is now at home. Hearing Lu Lingxiao, the crowd's expressions changed, and they cast accusing looks at Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan. Murmurs and accusations started to spread among the crowd. Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan were so frightened by everyone's reactions that their faces turned pale, their legs trembling, almost collapsing to the ground. They didn't expect Song Yunshu to be so formidable, analyzing everything clearly, and Lu Lingxiao even brought up Gu Yan's military status. Su Wanwan's legs gave way, and she knelt down, crying out, Yunshu, I was wrong. We were blinded by greed. Please don't report us. Xie Jingchuan also knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. Song Yunshu looked at their pitiful state, with no trace of sympathy in her heart. She coldly said, Now you realize you're wrong? It's too late. I will make sure you pay for what you've done. Suddenly, Su Wanwan rushed forward, hugging her leg and saying, Yunshu, let us go. I have a secret to tell you. Song Yunshu stared at her. She didn't have solid evidence. If the police came, it would just be a warning. Besides, sending them to jail would be too easy on them. She wanted them to suffer deeply. After a moment, she said coldly, it depends on what the secret is. Su Wanwan's voice trembled as she whispered in her ear, Yunshu, actually, there is a hidden story behind your mother's death. Hearing this, Song Yunshu was stunned. She quickly asked, how do you know? Why should I believe you? Su Wanwan smiled slightly and said, that's all I can tell you. Song Yunshu's pupils suddenly contracted, and her fingertips unconsciously pressed into her palm. She stared intently at Su Wanwan, speaking in a very low voice but with a sharp, cold edge. You better clarify your words. Seeing her wavering, Su Wanwan's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation. She quickly leaned close to her ear, her voice trembling but urgent. Your mother didn't die from illness back then. Song Yunshu's breath paused, as if an invisible hand was squeezing her chest tightly. She suddenly grabbed Su Wanwan's wrist with great force, almost crushing her bones. Where's the proof? Su Wanwan's face turned pale from the pain, but she forced a twisted smile and said, I
guessed.
If you let us go today, I will tell you everything. Song Yunshu looked at her, her eyes filled with overwhelming hatred and cold, killing intent. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. The smile was breathtakingly beautiful but made people feel cold. All right, then let's have a good talk. She released her hand, gracefully tidied her clothes, as if her earlier loss of composure never happened. But only Su Wanwan saw the madness in her eyes, the kind of resolve to destroy everything for revenge. Song Yunshu looked at Su Wanwan with a blank expression, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. Her voice was icy, as if to send a shiver down one's spine. Come with me. Su Wanwan felt a bit nervous, but obediently followed Song Yunshu to the riverside. The wind by the river made Su Wanwan shiver slightly. Song Yunshu stood in front of her, looking down at her from above. Her indifference made Su Wanwan a little afraid. Her voice remained cold and icy, with a hint of questioning. How did you find out? Speak quickly. Su Wanwan looked at Song Yunshu and said, You promise me. I tell you this secret, and you won't pursue what happened that night. Song Yunshu's face grew even paler. She had long known that her stepmother was not a good person, but she didn't expect her to be so cruel. It seemed she must find a chance to go back and deal with them. Why should I believe you? Song Yunshu stared at Su Wanwan. And, how do you know my mother's death was an accident? Su Wanwan's body trembled slightly. Her eyes flickered with hesitation, afraid to meet Song Yunshu's gaze directly. After a moment of doubt, she decided to tell the truth. When she was sent to the countryside, she found me and said that if I helped her with this matter, she would give me some money and try to help me return to the city. Su Wanwan's voice was shaky, as if she was still afraid of this. Song Yunshu kept her eyes fixed on Su Wanwan, trying to see a flaw on her face. But Su Wanwan's expression looked genuine, not like she was lying. And what else? Song Yunshu asked coldly. Su Wanwan sighed and quickly continued. That's what my mother told me. She said your mother was always healthy, so how could she suddenly fall ill? So, we guessed it was something else. Hearing this, Song Yunshu was even more shocked. She recalled the memories of the original owner. When her mother died, she was only 6 years old. It's been over 12 years now, so it's probably hard to find out what happened back then. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. She grabbed Su Wanwan's chin with force, almost crushing her bones, and her voice was icy. So, you're playing me? Su Wanwan's face turned pale from the pain. She quickly shook her head, trembling. No, it's not. I just told you what I heard. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. When your mother died, your father brought in the stepmother. They are definitely connected. Song Yunshu slowly released her hand, but her murderous intent remained. She looked at Su Wanwan coldly and suddenly chuckled. All right, since you're so kind to warn me, I'll investigate carefully. She leaned slightly forward and whispered in Su Wanwan's ear, her voice soft but chilling, "But if I find out you're using me to transfer your hatred." Her fingertips lightly brushed Su Wanwan's neck. "I will make you suffer more than death." Su Wanwan trembled all over, her back instantly soaked with cold sweat. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. After a while, Su Wanwan finally spoke slowly. "I only heard about those things from others, and I swear it's all true. You promised me you would do what you said, so you must keep your word." Song Yunshu was originally bending over, but after hearing this, she slowly straightened up and turned to leave, thinking to herself, it seems her cheap father isn't simple either. "Unfortunately, I can't go back now, so I can only wait for a chance to check things out later." Seeing Song Yunshu walk away, Xie Jingchuan hurried over, looking worried. "Wanwan, are you okay? What exactly did you say to her just now?" Su Wanwan had a faint smile on her face and answered softly, "Brother Jingchuan, I'm fine. I just told her that all this was her stepmother's idea."
Huh?
Xie Jingchuan was surprised and looked at Su Wanwan with disbelief. "Wanwan, how can you say that?" Su Wanwan didn't mind. She gently tugged on Xie Jingchuan's sleeve and explained softly, "It was her stepmother who told us to do this. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now we tell her the truth, and she can fight her stepmother. Isn't that better?" Xie Jingchuan thought for a moment after hearing her words, then smiled and praised, "You're so clever, Wanwan." Su Wanwan smiled and said, "If Song Yunshu wants to blame someone, she can only blame her bad luck." Xie Jingchuan hurriedly asked, "What about that night? What did Song Yunshu say?"
Su Wanwan grinned confidently.
"What could she say?" "I threw all the blame on her stepmother. She must be furious with her now. She didn't hold on to that night either." Xie Jingchuan frowned. "Really went so smoothly? I'm still worried. What if she figures out we planned this?"
Su Wanwan snorted softly.
Right now, she's focused on finding out why her mother died and dealing with her stepmother. She has no time to worry about us. Plus, she has no proof that we harmed her. Xie Jingchuan nodded. "You're right, Wanwan." Su Wanwan took Xie Jingchuan's hand and pouted playfully. "Brother Jingchuan, don't worry so much. As long as Song Yunshu and her stepmother fight until they both suffer, life here in the countryside will be much better for us. Maybe after her stepmother falls from power, we can also take advantage and return to the city." Jingchuan Xie looked at Su Wanwan's confident expression and felt relieved. He smiled and said, "Wanwan is very foresightful. But we shouldn't be careless. We still need to watch Song Yunshu's movements." Meanwhile, Song Yunshu returned to her place and sat on the bed, lost in thought. Although Su Wanwan's words sounded believable, she didn't dare to trust completely. She knew people can be tricky, and maybe Su Wanwan had her own plans. Everyone saw her like this, and felt unsure of what to do. No one dared to disturb her easily. Time passed slowly. Finally, Wang Zhaodi carefully asked in a soft voice, "Yunshu, I've boiled the water. Do you want to wash up first?" Hearing the voice, Song Yunshu slowly came back to herself and looked at Wang Zhaodi. She thought silently, besides loving to take small advantages, Wang Zhaodi seems pretty nice. Maybe I can find a way to help her, so she won't have a sad ending. Seeing Song Yunshu staring blankly, Wang Zhaodi felt a bit embarrassed and quickly reminded her, "Yunshu, did you hear what I just said?" Song Yunshu snapped out of her thoughts, smiled slightly, and nodded. "Yes, I heard. Thank you. I'll go wash up now." Wang Zhaodi hurriedly said, "Then I'll go with you, so you won't be alone." Song Yunshu happily agreed. "Good. It's also nice to have someone to talk to." So, the two girls walked and talked, reminding each other to wake up early tomorrow, or else the supply shop's goods would all be sold out. The next morning, before sunrise, the whole village was covered in a thin layer of morning fog. Wang Zhaodi got up early. While dressing, she called out loudly, "Yunshu, get up. Don't dawdle, or there won't be any seats on the bullock cart." Song Yunshu, still deep in sleep, was suddenly awakened by Wang Zhaodi's call. She opened her sleepy eyes and saw everyone had already gotten up, feeling a bit panicked. She quickly got up, hurriedly put on her clothes, and mumbled, "Why so early?" On the side, Wu Ruame smiled and explained, "Today, everyone doesn't need to work. Many people are going to the town, so we should leave early. If we go too late, the ox cart will have already left. If we walk to the town, it will take about 2 hours." Hearing this, Song Yinshu felt a bit nervous and quickly sped up her dressing. Soon, she finished and showed a small smile, saying, "All right, let's go." Everyone watched as Song Yinshu dashed out like the wind, and they were all a little surprised. Wang Zhaodi was panting behind her, calling out, "Yinshu, slow down. The ox cart isn't leaving that fast." Song Yinshu looked back at Wang Zhaodi and smiled. The morning light shone on her face, making her features look especially bright and charming. She cheerfully said, "Let's go early to get a good spot. Isn't that what you all said?" After saying that, she happily jumped onto the ox cart that had just arrived at the village entrance. 2 women were already sitting there. One was Li Dahua, the wife of the team leader, and the other she had seen before but didn't know her name. Li Dahua saw Song Yinshu approaching and warmly called out, "Song Qing, come sit over here." While speaking, she quickly moved her seat to make more space for Song Yinshu. At this moment, Lao Li, who was driving the cart, was leisurely smoking a dry tobacco pipe. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile and praised, "This girl is really quick and nimble, even more so than the young men in our village." Hearing Li Dahua and Lao Li's words, Song Yinshu's smile grew even brighter. She quickly walked over and sat down in the empty spot next to Li Dahua. Then, she took out some fruit candies from her bag, smiled, and offered them to Li Dahua and the other woman, saying, "Uncle and ladies, here, have a candy to sweeten your day." Li Dahua looked at the candies in Song Yinshu's hand, her eyes shining. She shyly smiled and said, "Oh, these candies are really rare, Song Qing. You keep them for yourself." Song Yinshu quickly waved her hands, insisting on giving the candies to Li Dahua and the women, and kept saying, "Everyone, don't be polite. Let's all share and enjoy." Seeing this, Li Dahua smiled and took the candy, repeatedly saying thank you, Song Jiqing. Then, she quickly put the candy in her mouth. A sweet taste spread instantly, making her smile even brighter. Another auntie also smiled and took the candy handed to her by Song Yinshu, thanking her softly. However, she didn't immediately put the candy in her mouth like Li Dahua. Instead, she carefully placed it into her pocket. Song Yinshu understood that this auntie probably wanted to keep the candy to give to her children at home. She didn't think this was wrong. Instead, she thought the auntie loved her children very much and was a good mother. Old Man Li looked at the candy in his hand. Although he felt a little reluctant, he carefully stored it away. He remembered his grandson Jin Do telling him that Song Jiqing gave candies to the children every day. She was a kind-hearted girl. At this moment, Wang Zhaodi and Li Xianglan also got on the ox cart one after another. Wang Zhaodi sat down steadily and smiled at Song Yinshu, saying, "Yinshu, you're the last to get up, but you were the first to climb onto the ox cart." Soon after, Wu Ruame also hurried onto the cart, panting heavily. She gasped and agreed, "Yes, Yinshu, you're really fast today." Song Yinshu looked at them and smiled slightly, explaining, "You all said that if you're late, there won't be a seat, so I hurried." Li Xianglan caught her breath and said, "Riding this ox cart costs 5 cents. Many aunties in the village are reluctant to spend that money. Most of them walk instead." Old Man Li was smoking a dry pipe nearby, squinting as he looked at the winding dirt road in the distance. He knew very well that what Li Xianglan and the others said was true. Most of the young people going to town, like Song Yinshu, took the ox cart, while villagers often got up early and walked to save that 5 cents. After all, 5 cents was enough to buy a steamed bun. They happily climbed onto the ox cart one by one. Old Man Li saw that most people had arrived, so he slowly waved his whip and drove the ox cart forward. Just as the cart was about to start, suddenly Wang Tsuetsue, Su Wanwan, and Xie Jingchuan shouted, "Wait for us." Hearing this, Old Man Li quickly stopped the cart and turned around. He saw Wang Tsuetsue, Su Wanwan, and Xie Jingchuan running to catch up. Looking at them, Old Man Li said helplessly, "There's only room for one more. You decide,
Who'll get on?
Hearing this, Wang Tsuetsue immediately jumped like a cat with its tail stepped on, shouting, "Oldly, what do you mean? We're not asking for free rides." Su Wanwan also agreed, looking sad, and said, "Grandpolly, can't you make an exception? We'll squeeze in a bit. Please, let us come along." But Old Man Li was unmoved. He glanced at Wang Tsuetsue and Su Wanwan and replied calmly, "No, that's not possible. The cart isn't big, and if I squeeze in 3 more, my old ox might get too tired." Wang Tsuetsue was furious when she heard this. She shouted angrily, "Oldly, what do you mean? Are we less important than this ox?" Seeing this, Old Man Li nodded slowly and said, "That's right. This old ox isn't just for pulling the cart. It also plows the fields. You can't compare yourselves to it." Everyone around couldn't help but chuckle softly at his words. Xie Jingchuan looked at Song Yinshu with a stern face, showing his displeasure and anger. His voice was low and slightly questioning. "Yinshu, maybe you shouldn't go to town. Do you need to buy something? We can help bring it back." But when Song Yinshu heard this, she didn't feel grateful at all. Instead, she laughed softly, as if she had heard a very silly joke. Her laugh was loud and out of place in the quiet atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. They all looked at her, curious about how she would respond to Xie Jingchuan's suggestion. Song Yunshu smiled for a while before finally stopping her laughter. She crossed her arms, looked directly at Xie Jingchuan without fear, and spoke loudly in a nearly mocking tone. "Xie Jingchuan, who gave you the courage to speak so boldly in front of me? And why do you think I need you to buy things for me? You're just looking for trouble." Her words were like a sharp sword, stabbing straight at Xie Jingchuan, making his face turn even uglier, as if he had been slapped in public. Xie Jingchuan wanted to speak and defend himself, but Song Yinshu cut him off mercilessly. "Is it because of your shamelessness? Even though we've broken off the engagement, you still rush to get close." Her voice grew louder, full of contempt and disdain. "Don't you have any self-respect or shame?" Her words hit everyone like a heavy hammer, and many nodded in agreement with her point of view. Even Oldly, who usually kept quiet, couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise her. Song Jiqing is so reasonable. Even though the engagement is broken, they still cling on. What else can you call it but thick-skinned? Xie Jingchuan felt embarrassed by everyone's reactions, his face turning pale and then red. He clenched his fists, with veins bulging on his forehead, clearly trying to hold back his anger. Finally, he snorted coldly and said stiffly, "We're just helping you buy things. Don't be ungrateful."
Puffed.
Li Dahua, standing with her hands on her hips, loudly said so everyone could hear, "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless." Still calling her a city girl. Truly embarrassing for city folks. Song Yunshu stood beside the donkey cart, a slight smile on her lips, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. She gently brushed her sleeve and said calmly, "Auntie, as the old saying goes, people who have no shame are invincible." As soon as she finished, the surrounding people burst into louder laughter. The others on the ox cart also started laughing. Li Kai tried to smooth things over. "Comrade Xie, I think you should just walk with them." Su Wanwan, feeling wronged, said, "Brotherly, if we walk for 2 hours, our legs will be useless." Li Kai shrugged, looking helpless. "Comrade Su, there's nothing we can do about it." Xie Jingchuan was so angry his chest heaved violently, but he couldn't argue. He glared fiercely at Song Yinshu. Song Yinshu didn't want to bother with him anymore. She turned to Old Man Li and softly said, "Grandpa, let's go. I'll pay for the empty seat." Old Man Li happily nodded. "All right, girl, you're quick to decide." He then raised his whip, and the donkey cart creaked as it started moving. It carried a group of people away gradually, leaving only Xie Jingchuan and a few others standing on the dusty roadside, looking very unhappy. Wang Tsuetsue shouted loudly, exhausted from yelling, "Wait for me."
Wait.
There are still empty seats on the cart. Her voice echoed on the open road. But Old Man Li, driving the ox cart, ignored her calls. He swung his whip in the air with a crisp sound. The old ox, startled, suddenly sped up, running faster than before. Seeing this, Li Xianglan felt worried. This isn't very good. We all came to the countryside together as young students. Li Kai snorted coldly and replied indifferently, if Li Comrade thinks it's not good, he can give up his seat for them. His tone was full of mockery and disdain. Li Xianglan felt embarrassed by Li Kai's words. She smiled awkwardly, unsure how to reply. The donkey cart continued to move forward at a steady pace. Song Yinshu enjoyed the scenery along the way, feeling very happy. Meanwhile, Xie Jingchuan and the others stood still, watching the cart go farther away. They felt both angry and helpless. Su Wanwan stomped her feet in frustration, tears welling up in her eyes. She angrily complained, Brother Jingchuan, what should we do? Do we really have to walk 2 hours to the town? Xie Jingchuan clenched his teeth and stubbornly said, if we have to walk, then we walk. I don't believe they'll laugh at us. But not long after, they were already tired and gasping for breath. Their steps grew heavier and heavier. Wang Tsuetsue struggled to walk while cursing under her breath. These people are so heartless. There are still empty seats on the cart. If they squeezed a little, they could take us along. But they are so cruel. It's just too hateful. Soon, the ox cart carrying Song Yunshu and the others arrived at the town. Old Man Li stopped the cart and turned to everyone. At 1 o'clock, everyone needs to be back here. If anyone is late, you'll have to walk home by yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone quickly jumped off the ox cart and scattered in different directions to buy the items they needed. Wang Zhaodi went over to Song Yinshu and asked with a smile, Yinshu, you said before you wanted to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy fabric for clothes. I'll go with you. Song Yinshu had planned to go alone but felt shy to refuse Wang Zhaodi directly. She politely said, Zhaodi, I need to make a phone call to my family later, so I might not be able to go to the supply and marketing cooperative with you. You go ahead and buy what you need. Don't wait for me. Hearing this, Wang Zhaodi immediately understood that Song Yinshu wanted to avoid her. She didn't say much, just nodded with a smile and asked, Okay, is there anything you want me to bring back for you? Song Yinshu thought for a moment, then took out some money from her pocket and smiled as she said, Zhaodi, please buy some candies and snacks with this money.
Keep it for yourself first.
Seeing this, Wang Zhaodi quickly took the money and nodded repeatedly, saying, All right, after I buy the things, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. However, Song Yinshu waved her hand quickly and said, No need. Just go to the state-run restaurant and wait for me. We'll have a meal together before heading back. After saying that, she hurriedly turned and left. In fact, Song Yinshu's real intention was to visit the black market. After all, the goods there were many and varied, and you didn't need a ticket to buy them. In her memory, the original owner had never been to the black market. Whenever she went to town to buy things, Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan always worried she would tire herself out, so they kept her in the dormitory to rest. Thinking of this, Song Yinshu decided to look for the black market first. From what she had read in novels, black markets were usually in remote alleys. She wrapped her face with a silk scarf and moved back and forth through the small alleyways in town, carefully observing her surroundings. She had been wandering around this place for a long time but still couldn't find the black market she was looking for. Feeling exhausted, she found a place to sit down and secretly complained, Why is it so easy for others to find the black market? I've been running around almost to the point of breaking my legs, and I haven't even seen a shadow of it. Song Yinshu looked at the time and thought that continuing to search like this was not a good idea. It would be better to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if she could find any clues there. Just as she was about to stand up and leave, she suddenly heard a deep voice nearby. Looking for goods? Song Yinshu felt a surge of hope. Could this be the legendary black market? She quickly looked up and saw a young man standing nearby, staring directly at her. The young man saw her look over and asked again, Looking for goods? We have all kinds. Hearing this, Song Yinshu hurriedly asked, Where are the goods? The young man understood that business was coming in and smiled. He quickly said, In the alley ahead, there are all kinds of items. If you're interested, come with me. After saying that, He turned and walked ahead, seeming very familiar with the area. Seeing this, Song Yunshu immediately stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and followed quickly. She followed the man through a narrow alley. After winding around several turns, they finally reached the gate of a courtyard. The gate was closed, and two strong, fierce-looking men stood at the entrance, like two gate guardians, making people feel intimidated. Song Yunshu looked at these tough men and felt a bit nervous, but she still gathered her courage and stepped forward. The young man seemed to know these two men well. He smiled and greeted them, then turned to Song Yunshu and asked, "Are you buying or selling?" Surprised, Song Yunshu asked back, "Buying." "What's wrong with that?" The guard at the gate answered expressionlessly, "2 mao for buying." Her heart sank. She didn't expect the prices here to be so high. Still, she kept her composure and asked, "And selling?" The guard looked impatient and said, 5 mao. Song Yunshu silently cursed. The prices were outrageous. But then she remembered she still had some ginseng in her space. She thought she could get a good price. Gathering her courage, she said, "Both buying and selling." The men looked at her with suspicion. They examined her from head to toe. Aside from a shoulder bag, she had no other obvious belongings. The young man looked surprised and asked in disbelief, "Miss, do you really have something to sell?" Song Yunshu smiled and nodded, confirming yes, but I don't know if anyone here needs it. The gatekeeper, curious, stepped forward and asked, "What exactly are you selling?" Song Yunshu calmly took an item from her bag, but in fact, she had brought it out from her space. She showed it to the three of them. It was the ginseng root she had dug up last time. They looked closely and were instantly stunned, their mouths opening wide enough to fit an egg. They never expected that such an ordinary girl could produce such a large ginseng root with a single move. Seeing this, the young man quickly said, "Big sister, I think this ginseng is of high quality. Let me take you to meet Brother Koen." Hearing this, Song Yunshu became suspicious and asked, "Is Brother Koen the boss here?" The young man nodded repeatedly, smiling flatteringly. "Yes, yes. From now on, you can call me Qiangzi." Song Yunshu smiled slightly and said, "All right, Qiangzi, please take me to see Brother Koen." Qiangzi beamed with happiness and hurriedly led Song Yunshu into the neighboring yard. She was puzzled and asked, "Isn't it the yard in front?" Qiangzi explained quickly, "That's for selling other small things. You just give it directly to Brother Koen." She nodded and followed him inside, then went out the back, entered another yard, and finally arrived at a different courtyard. It felt like going on a secret mission, but luckily, she had read many novels before, so she wasn't too scared to follow. Finally, they entered the main hall. Qiangzi said, "Big sister, wait here for a moment. I'll go inform Brother Koen." She nodded, and Qiangzi hurriedly left the hall. She looked around. The hall was simply decorated, with a few old calligraphy paintings on the wall, a table with 8 seats, and some chairs. Soon, a tall man with sharp eyes entered. He must be Brother Koen. He walked straight to Song Yunshu, sizing her up from head to toe, his gaze falling on the ginseng in her hand, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Song Yunshu met his gaze confidently, not afraid, and looked back at him. Brother Koen thought to himself, "This girl looks young, but has a strong presence." Then he smiled and asked, "Miss, is this ginseng yours?" Song Yunshu calmly replied, "Yes, I dug it up myself." Brother Koen's lips curled slightly. "That's a good find. But why are you thinking of selling it on the black market?" Song Yunshu smiled. "I wanted to buy some things but didn't have a ticket, so I thought I'd sell this ginseng to get some money." Brother Koen nodded. "All right, I won't bother you. I'll take the ginseng. As for the price, I'll give you a fair deal, 300 yuan. Song Yunshu was happy. The price was better than she expected, so she nodded in agreement. "Okay, I trust Brother Koen won't cheat me." Brother Koen asked his assistant to give the money to Song Yunshu. "Miss, if you find good items like this in the future, come back to me. By the way, you said you wanted to buy some things?" Song Yunshu took the money, a big stack of 10 yuan bills, and smiled. "Yes, thank you, Brother Koen." Brother Koen asked warmly, "If you need anything, just tell Qiangzi. He'll help you prepare everything." Song Yinshu thought to herself that she might go out alone to eat sometimes, so she asked, "Do you have kitchen supplies here?" Brother Kun quickly replied, "Yes, we have big iron pots and everything." Song Yinshu nodded happily and said, "Brother Kun, I want all the kitchen items. Please help me prepare them. Also, could you check if you have any seeds? Any kind of seeds will do." Brother Kun was surprised and thought, "This girl looks quite young, but she's pretty good at managing." He agreed readily. "Sure, Mississippi, sit down and have some tea. I'll ask Xiangzi to prepare everything for you." Soon after, Xiangzi came back carrying a basket full of items, followed by another person holding 2 pots. Xiangzi hurriedly unloaded the basket and said to Song Yinshu, "Miss, everything is ready. It's all here." Song Yinshu stepped forward, examined the items carefully, and said satisfied, They look good. Xiangzi, can you tell me the total cost?" Xiangzi smiled and replied, "Miss, all these items cost 126 yuan. Seeing this, Brother Kun quickly interrupted and said, 120 yuan is enough. Also, since you don't have much to carry, I will give you this basket as well." Song Yinshu secretly sighed. She had just received her money and hadn't spent it yet, but now she had to give most of it away again. Despite this, she smiled and counted out 12 large notes, handing them to Brother Kun. She said politely, "Thank you very much, Brother Kun." Xiangzi looked at the large pile of things in front of him and offered, "Big sister, you can't carry all this alone. Let me help you move it out." Song Yinshu was worried about how to carry everything at once. Hearing Xiangzi's offer, she felt relieved and gratefully said, "Thank you so much, Xiangzi." With great effort, Song Yinshu finally managed to carry the basket on her back. She then followed Xiangzi out of the yard. When they reached the gate, Song Yinshu quickly said, "Xiangzi, just help me put the stuff at the front entrance." Xiangzi nodded happily, understanding her request. Soon, they arrived at the road intersection. Xiangzi carefully set down the items. Song Yinshu wanted to thank him but saw that Xiangzi had already turned and left quickly, so fast that she couldn't even say thank you. Seeing no one around, Song Yinshu put the 2 iron pots into her space and also stored the other items from the basket. After tidying everything up, she left the intersection with only her shoulder bag, feeling free of extra weight. She checked the time, estimated the distance, and thought it was about time to meet Wang Zhaodi at the state-run restaurant. Quickly, she walked toward the restaurant, thinking about what to do next. When she arrived at the door, she saw Wang Zhaodi waiting there already. Wang Zhaodi saw Song Yinshu from afar, waved her hand, and called out loudly, "Yinshu, I'm here." Song Yinshu hurried over with a smile and asked, "Zhaodi, have you been waiting long?" Wang Zhaodi smiled and replied, "No, I just finished buying things and came straight here." She then took a stack of money from her pocket and handed it to Song Yinshu. "This is the remaining money. Count to see if it's correct." Song Yinshu took the money and noticed a 5-cent coin among the bills. She smiled and said, "Zhaodi, this is your tip for your hard work." Wang Zhaodi quickly waved her hand and sincerely said, "Yinshu, you really don't have to. I was just helping out casually. Don't be so polite." Seeing this, Song Yinshu hurriedly pushed the money into Wang Zhaodi's hand and smiled brightly, saying, "It's what you deserve. If you don't take it, I might be too shy to ask for your help next time." Wang Zhaodi couldn't refuse anymore, so she reluctantly took the money. She then asked a bit awkwardly, "Yinshu, is there anything else you need?" Song Yinshu shook her head with a smile and replied, "No, I've bought everything. Let's go inside and eat." Wang Zhaodi patted her pocket, but she didn't have much money left. She really didn't want to spend much at the state-run restaurant, so she quickly said, "Yinshu, go ahead and eat. I'll stay here and watch your things. That way, you'll feel more at ease." Yinshu understood Wang Zhaodi's situation. Every month, she had to save some food for her family and handle various expenses. She didn't have extra money to eat out. Thinking of this, Yinshu smiled and said, "Let's go. We don't come out often, so today I'll treat you." Then she pulled her toward the restaurant entrance. Wang Zhaodi was touched. Although she liked to get small favors, she felt a bit guilty about being treated at the restaurant. She hesitated and said, Yunshu, let's go and eat. Yunshu held her hand and said with a smile, all right, stop hesitating. Just help me out more in the kitchen next time. Wang Zhaodi nodded and said, okay, it's all on me. Inside the state-run restaurant, Yunshu looked around at the style of that time. There were no fancy decorations, and the walls were a bit worn and dull. The interior was decorated in a socialist style, with pictures of revolutionary leaders and posters on the walls. There were slogans like Save Food and Serve the People. The restaurant had large tables and long benches, and the space was quite open. It wasn't mealtime yet, so many tables were empty. Yunshu and Wang Zhaodi sat at an empty table. Yunshu smiled and said to Wang Zhaodi, what would you like to eat? I'll go line up and order first. In this time period, people usually buy tickets from the waiter first, then wait for their turn to be called, and go to the window to pick up their food when it's their turn. Wang Zhaodi quickly lowered her voice and said, Yunshu, the food here is quite expensive. Let's just eat a little. Song Yunshu understood Wang Zhaodi's worries. She smiled softly and reassured her, okay, no problem. Song Yunshu's eyes fell on the small blackboard, which clearly listed today's menu. Today's dishes: stir-fried pork with green peppers, sliced melon with meat, stir-fried meat, braised pork, braised fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and other home-style dishes. Looking at these dish names, Yunshu already had her choices in mind. She turned to the waitress and called out, Miss, please give me a plate of braised pork, a serving of chicken with mushrooms, some stir-fried greens, and 2 bowls of rice. The waitress smiled warmly and responded enthusiastically, sure, that will be 2.1 yuan. You'll also need 2 jin of grain tickets. Yunshu handed the tickets to the waitress. The waitress took the tickets and said, I'll call you when it's ready. Yunshu returned to her seat. Wang Zhaodi whispered, Yunshu, look outside. Hearing this, Yunshu turned her head in confusion and looked in the direction Wang Zhaodi pointed. She saw Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan walking over from the entrance. Seeing these 2 people, Yunshu's face immediately darkened. She snorted coldly and said disdainfully, well, it seems they still have some money. Wang Zhaodi echoed, yeah, they clearly still have money but refuse to pay you back. That's just too much. Her tone also carried blame towards Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan. However, Yunshu's reaction surprised Wang Zhaodi. She twinkled her eyes as if she thought of something interesting. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and she softly said, it's okay, don't worry. At this moment, as Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan entered the restaurant, they immediately noticed Yunshu and Wang Zhaodi sitting in the corner. They couldn't help but be startled. They had planned to come early to eat and avoid these 2 people, but unexpectedly, they ended up meeting here. Su Wanwan softly called out, Yunshu, you're here too? What a coincidence. Song Yunshu looked at them and smiled as she responded, what a coincidence. What are you eating? Su Wanwan felt uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly looked away, saying, just some random food. Xie Jingchuan stood nearby with a not-so-good expression. At that moment, the waitress called out, number 3 table, your food is ready. Wang Zhaodi quickly got up and went to serve the dishes. When she placed the food on the table, a strong aroma spread quickly. Wang Zhaodi cheerfully said, Yunshu, hurry and eat.
Suana's stomach growled involuntarily.
She awkwardly covered her belly. Song Yunshu deliberately raised her voice so everyone nearby could hear, saying, wow, the braised pork and chicken with mushrooms smell so good. The state-run restaurant really lives up to its reputation. The waitress happily responded, that's right. Our chefs are top-notch. Wang Zhaodi's eyes lit up when she saw the 2 dishes. She thought to herself, the last time I had meat was during the New Year. This is such a rare treat. However, Song Yunshu noticed that Wang Zhaodi was just staring at the food but hadn't started eating yet. She quickly said, Wang Zhaodi, what are you waiting for?
Eat.
Look at how big these portions are. We definitely can't finish it all. When Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan heard Yunshu's words, their eyes briefly exchanged with a hint of resentment. Inside, their little voices were shouting angrily, this hateful girl. These delicious dishes should all belong to us. Xie Jingchuan cursed silently. Darn Song Yunshu. How did she become like this? Su Wanwan looked at Song Yunshu and cautiously said, Yunshu, maybe. We can sit and eat together? Such a big meal. It would be a shame to waste it. Xie Jingchuan quickly agreed. Yeah, Yunshu, we used to eat together all the time. Song Yunshu stared at them expressionlessly and suddenly let out a cold laugh, saying, I see. Humph. Ugly face, but quite the daydreamer. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan blushed. Su Wanwan's eyes welled up with tears, and she said sadly, Yunshu, how can you say that? We just don't want to waste food. Xie Jingchuan chimed in, exactly. We're all friends. Eating together is no big deal. Song Yunshu smirked with a look of mockery. Acquaintances? Su Wanwan, Xie Jingchuan, have you paid back the money you owe me? If you don't pay, you can't just come here for free food. There's no such good deal in the world. Su Wanwan bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. Yunshu, I really don't have money right now. When I do, I will definitely pay you back. Song Yunshu snorted coldly. I can't wait that long. If you have no money, don't come out to eat. Go home and face the cold wind. People around them looked over with strange eyes. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan felt embarrassed under everyone's gaze, their faces turning pale and red. Xie Jingchuan, angry and ashamed, was about to lose his temper when a waitress approached. Please, everyone, stop arguing. You're disturbing other customers. If you don't want to eat, just leave. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan looked even more upset after hearing this. Xie Jingchuan quickly said, We're eating. I'll order now. Then he pulled Su Wanwan toward the ordering counter. Song Yunshu watched their backs with a disdainful snort and continued happily eating with Wang Zhaodi. Soon after, Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan returned after ordering, sitting not far from them. But they only ordered the cheapest plain noodles and steamed buns. Su Wanwan looked at the braised pork and chicken with mushrooms on Song Yunshu's table, swallowed hard, and her eyes were full of longing. At this moment, Li Xianglan and other young workers also came in. Seeing them enter, Song Yunshu quickly called out, Sister Xianglan, Comrade Li, come sit here. Li Xianglan and the others heard her and came over. Song Yunshu warmly said, Sister Xianglan, everyone, let's eat together. We ordered too much food. Everyone didn't hesitate and sat down. Li Xianglan smiled and said, Then we won't be polite. I'll just have a bowl of noodles. Others also said, We'll go order some staple food first. Soon, they ordered their meals and returned, and the restaurant became lively. Everyone ate and chatted happily. Su Wanwan watched the scene, feeling both jealous and angry. She whispered to Xie Jingchuan, Brother Jingchuan, look at her, so proud. Xie Jingchuan comforted her. Don't mind them. Let's eat our own food. Though he said this, he didn't feel comfortable inside. Once everyone finished eating, Wang Zhaodi said, We need to go back quickly, or the ox carts will be full. She also looked at Su Wanwan and the others. Song Yunshu understood and smiled, saying, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The others quickly headed toward the designated stopping point for the carts. When they arrived at the ox cart gathering spot with their bags, Li Dahua and another Andy were already waiting there. Old man Li saw everyone was gathered and said, Everyone sit down, let's go. After a gentle wave of the whip, the ox cart slowly moved toward the village. When Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan reached the gathering point, they saw the ox cart had already left. Su Wanwan muttered, We agreed to leave at 1 o'clock, and now there's half an hour left, but they already left. It's obvious they did it on purpose. Xie Jingchuan comforted her. Forget it. If they want to go, let them. We can walk back ourselves. Su Wanwan nodded angrily, and they started walking along the road back to the village. As they walked, they suddenly heard the sound of an ox cart behind them. They looked back and saw a cart from the neighboring village. A little happy, Su Wanwan waved her hands and shouted loudly, Sir, sir. Hello. We are from Xiangyang village, and we're young educated workers. Could you please give us a ride? Hearing the call, Grandpa Zhang slowed his ox cart and smiled kindly, saying, Oh, you're from Xiangyang village. How are you going back?
Come on, hop in.
I'll give you a ride. Su Wonwon quickly expressed her thanks happily. Thank you so much, sir. You're so kind. Grandpa Zhang smiled and said, Come on, kids, get in. Su Wonwon and Xie Jingchuan got on the cart, thinking happily, finally, we don't have to walk back. After returning to the youth workers' courtyard, everyone had already eaten at the state-run restaurant, so they each went to their rooms to rest. Su Yunshu lay on her bed to relax, but soon she started tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind kept thinking about the seeds she bought from Brother Kun. She wondered when would be a good time to enter her space and plant those seeds. If she did, she could have a steady supply of food and never worry about being hungry again. After thinking carefully, Song Yunshu finally couldn't hold back her inner urge and decided to get up and move. She carefully looked around and saw that everyone else was still deep in sleep. So, she tiptoed off the bed, afraid of waking others. After tidying her clothes, Song Yunshu slung her bag over her shoulder, moved quietly, and opened the door. Then she quietly headed toward the back mountain. However, she didn't know that just as she stepped out of the youth commune, her figure was seen by Su Wonwon and Xie Jingchuan, who had just returned. Seeing this, Su Wonwon whispered softly, Jingchuan, look, isn't that Yunshu? She's alone. Where do you think she's going? Xie Jingchuan shook his head tiredly and said, Wonwon, forget about her. I'm so exhausted. Let's go inside quickly. As he spoke, he was about to walk toward the youth commune. But Su Wonwon was quick. She grabbed Xie Jingchuan's sleeve and anxiously shouted, Jingchuan, wait. Let's follow her and see. Xie Jingchuan was reluctant. He was too tired and just wanted to rest inside. But when he saw Su Wonwon's serious face, his heart softened. After hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded and agreed. All right, let's go see. But what about our things? Su Wonwon quickly replied, Jingchuan, just carry them. Let's move fast, or we might lose her. Then, she pulled Xie Jingchuan along, and the two carefully followed behind the person in front, afraid of being noticed. Meanwhile, Song Yunshu was unaware of all this. She hummed a song and headed toward the back mountain. When she reached Gu Yan's house, she suddenly stopped. A thought flashed through her mind. This is the place she traveled back to. But since that day, she hadn't come here again. She didn't know how that man was now, whether he was really close to death, as the book said. Just as she was about to pass through the gate, a loud crash came from inside, followed by the man's pained groans. The sound was like thunder, exploding in Song Yunshu's ears and making her heart tighten sharply. This sound, it seems to be that man's. A thought flashed through Song Yunshu's mind, and her steps seemed to be enchanted, causing her to stop involuntarily. Her mind began to picture the man's face. Although they had only met once, his pale face and weak appearance left a deep impression on her. Without much thought, her body was pushed forward by an invisible force, and she opened the door to the courtyard, then quickly walked inside. Her heart beat faster and faster, as if she could hear it pounding in her ears. When she reached the door of the house, she didn't hesitate and pushed it open directly. But when she saw what was inside, she froze in surprise. Inside, the wheelchair was overturned on the ground, and Gu Yan was lying on the floor. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was as pale as white paper. His eyes were tightly closed, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he was enduring great pain. A sharp pain struck Song Yunshu's heart. She quickly went to Gu Yan's side, knelt down, and asked anxiously, Comrade Gu, what's wrong? Gu Yan saw it was her, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but mostly pain. Thinking about how unkempt he looked in front of her, he felt even worse.
It's
nothing. Behind them, Su Wonwon and Xie Jingchuan quietly entered the yard. Seeing the scene, Su Wonwon whispered to Xie Jingchuan, Brother Jingchuan, go find someone, preferably bring Gu Mu here. Xie Jingchuan understood her meaning, nodded, and quickly ran to call for help. Inside the house, Song Yunshu saw Gu Yan in pain and hurriedly said, let me help you up. Then she reached out to support him. Gu Yan pushed her hand away, enduring the pain, and said coldly, no need. You should go now. It's not good if someone sees this. Song Yunshu muttered softly. You're like this now. It's not good for others to see you like this. Without waiting for his reply, she reached out again to help him. Don't pretend to be strong. You can't move me, Gu Yan said softly. Song Yunshu whispered. If I carry you all at once, I can't lift you. Can you help yourself onto the bed? Hurry up. Stop hesitating. Gu Yan frowned, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead, but he stubbornly turned his face away, refusing her help. But Song Yunshu didn't care about these things. Her slender arms gently supported his arm, and she said, Comrade Gu, let me help you sit up first. Their faces suddenly drew closer. Gu Yan could even smell a faint jasmine scent from her hair, which made him think of that night again. Gu Yan was silent for a moment, but finally didn't push her away. Seeing that he wasn't resisting, Song Yunshu first placed his arm on her shoulder, trying to use her body's strength to lift him, but he showed no reaction. Comrade Gu, don't worry. We'll take it slow, she said softly. She adjusted her posture to help him better. She slowly crouched down, moving gently and carefully. Then, she carefully pressed Gu Yan's back against her chest, crossing her hands under his armpits to form a firm support. This sudden contact made Gu Yan freeze. His body stiffened instantly, and it felt like he stopped breathing for a moment. His ears turned bright red, as if they might bleed. Noticing Gu Yan's unusual reaction, she quickly asked with concern, Comrade Gu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Yan was startled by her voice. He hurriedly came back to himself and stammered, and no, it's nothing. I'm just a little nervous. Hearing this, Song Yunshu felt a bit relieved but still didn't dare to relax. She clenched her teeth, gathering all her strength, and slowly stood up. Every movement was very difficult. Every muscle was tense, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead like broken pearls. Gu Yan also tried to cooperate, supporting himself with his limited strength, but his weak legs couldn't provide enough help. Song Yunshu felt her waist almost breaking. Moving each step was extremely hard. Her breathing became rapid and heavy, as if each breath was fighting against a huge force. Her arms started to ache and go numb from overexertion, as if losing sensation, but she never gave up. One step, then another, each one was so difficult, like carrying a heavy burden beneath her feet. Still, she gritted her teeth and kept moving toward the bed. Finally, they managed to reach the edge of the bed. Gu Yan looked at her exhausted appearance and said with concern, Song Jiqing, take a rest first. Song Yunshu nodded slightly, but she was thinking about how to get him onto the bed. After some thought, Song Yunshu decided to use the most direct method. Without hesitation, she walked up to Gu Yan, then stepped over his body and stood in front of him. This move startled Gu Yan, whose face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. So Wanwen watched nervously, thinking, Jingchuan is looking for someone. Why hasn't he come yet? However, Song Yunshu didn't notice his reaction. She was only focused on getting Gu Yan onto the bed quickly. She quickly reached out both hands, tightly grabbing Gu Yan's waist, then let him put his hands on her shoulders. Her actions were a bit rough, but full of strength. At that moment, Song Yunshu suddenly felt a warm breath gently brush her face. That was Gu Yan's breathing, carrying his unique scent, making her heart beat faster. Song Yunshu took a deep breath, gathering her last bit of strength, and suddenly lifted Gu Yan into her arms. Because of inertia, they both fell onto the bed together. With a loud bang, Gu Yan pressed heavily on Song Yunshu, and his lips just happened to touch her cheek. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and the whole world became quiet. Only their breathing intertwined in the air, their gasps clearly audible. Outside the door, Su Wanwen, sneaking and peeking, saw everything happening inside. When she saw the two of them kissing, she secretly thought, haha, they're kissing. Let's see how long Song Yunshu, that little troublemaker, can pretend. What are you doing? Suddenly, an unexpected and untimely voice rang out, like a thunderclap in the quiet atmosphere. This sudden sound made the two inside the room jump in shock, trembling all over. They quickly separated in panic, their faces full of surprise and embarrassment. Song Yinshu looked carefully and saw it was Gu Yan's mother, followed by a group of people behind her. Gu Yan's mother's eyes were wide like bells, her hands on her hips, shouting loudly, "Well, look at you, Jiqing, doing this kind of thing here. If it gets out, what will happen?" Gu Yan immediately recognized her mother and hurriedly explained, "Mother, you misunderstood. I fell on the ground, and Song Jiqing was helping me." However, Gu's mother was stubborn and said, who would believe that? A single man and woman in this room, and they even kissed. How could he be just helping?" Song Yinshu was anxious and sweating profusely. She hurriedly looked up and her gaze met Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan standing behind her. A wave of anger rose in her heart. She thought, these people probably manipulated everything behind the scenes. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. Then she turned to look at Gu's mother, who was looking at her proudly, as if she didn't understand the situation. This darn plot. Suddenly, Gu Yan's voice sounded in her ear. He said seriously, "Mother, don't say nonsense." But Gu's mother ignored his words and glared at him fiercely, saying, "I'm not talking nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes." Then she turned to Song Yinshu with a fake smile and said, "Song Jiqing, I've heard about you. I heard you have feelings for our third son. But don't worry, our family will treat you well and won't mistreat you." Thoughts flashed quickly through Song Yinshu's mind like a movie. She had to find a way to turn this awkward situation around. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and then smiled at Gu's mother, saying, "Aunt Gu, you might have misunderstood. I was just passing by and saw Comrade Gu fall, so I helped him. There's no such relationship you mentioned." Gu's mother smiled lightly and said in a relaxed tone, "I understand. Young people, especially when they're just starting to fall in love, can be a bit impulsive." Hearing this, Gu Yan's face changed. He quickly interrupted his mother, saying, "Mother, please stop talking." At this moment, Su Wanwan stepped forward with a proud look and a sly smile, openly saying to Song Yinshu, "Yinshu, if you're interested in our third son, just say it clearly. Everyone saw you two kissing passionately on the bed. Perhaps all of this was part of the plan." No matter how hard she and Gu Yan tried, they couldn't escape the fate of being caught in the act. However, she thought again and realized she had already planned to move out of the Jiqing courtyard. Since that was the case, moving to Gu Yan's place didn't seem like a bad idea. This place is remote and rarely visited, so no one would know what she did. More importantly, this way she could have a chance to deal with Gu's mother properly, because in the original story, Gu's mother was also the villain. Song Yinshu slightly smiled, looking at Su Wanwan with a half-smile, openly saying, "Yes, I like Gu Yan. Do you have a problem with that?" This sentence was like a thunderbolt, stunning Gu Yan instantly, and even the others present were shocked, staring at Song Yinshu in disbelief. Especially Su Wanwan, who didn't expect Song Yinshu to admit her feelings for Gu Yan so directly. She was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to respond. But just as everyone was stunned, Xie Jingchuan suddenly stepped forward, angrily pointing at Song Yinshu and shouting, "Song Yinshu, you shameless woman. You even won't let a cripple who is bedridden rest." His words were sharp, like a knife stabbing Song Yinshu's heart, but she didn't back down. Instead, she met Xie Jingchuan's gaze and stepped closer. When they were just a short distance apart, Song Yinshu suddenly raised her hand. With a loud slap, she slapped Xie Jingchuan hard across the face. The slap was powerful, making Xie Jingchuan's cheek turn red and swell instantly. He widened his eyes, staring at Song Yinshu in shock, clearly startled by her sudden action. Song Yinshu's eyes were cold as ice. She clenched her teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. "Gu Yan may be paralyzed now, but the injuries on his body are proof of his heroism. Who are you to slander him?" Xie Jingchuan's face turned redder, with veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes widened as he stared at Song Yinshu, his chest rising and falling violently. His suppressed anger finally erupted, and he took a step forward, shouting angrily, "Song Yinshu, why do you hit me? I didn't say anything wrong." Song Yinshu looked back at him without fear, her eyes cold like ice, as if she could freeze the air around her. Her lips parted slightly, and she spoke slowly and coldly. "It's you I'm talking about. Who told you to be so rude with your words?" As soon as she finished speaking, Song Yunshu quickly turned around and faced the crowd watching. She took a deep breath, her chest rising slightly, then loudly said, "Fellow villagers, think about it. Without the soldiers fighting bravely at the front, risking their lives, going through wind and rain, sacrificing everything to protect our home, how could we now live peacefully in this village? How could we have these peaceful days? They put their heads on the line for us, but some people, when they see others hurt, talk behind their backs and criticize them freely. Can their conscience be clear doing that?" Song Yunshu spoke more and more passionately, her hands waving forcefully in the air, her eyes shining as she looked at everyone. "Well said." The team leader and the village head almost spoke together. They looked at each other, both showing approval for Song Yunshu's words. The team leader, with his hands behind his back, walked steadily. The village head nodded slightly. They came in side by side from outside. The team leader said seriously, "Song Jiqing is right. Gu Yan is a hero of our village. Everyone should respect him. If anyone starts talking nonsense again today, don't blame me for being rude." The village head also nodded in agreement. Xie Jingchuan covered his face, his eyes full of regret, but he didn't dare to speak. Su Wanwan's face was very pale. She lowered her head and whispered, "It's obvious they're just messing around with each other." The village head was smoking a dry pipe nearby. When he heard this, he suddenly looked up, his cloudy eyes widening instantly. His gaze shot sharply at Su Wanwan, full of warning. Su Wanwan seemed to be hurt by this look. She trembled slightly, but still gathered her courage, feeling a bit wronged, and said, "Village head, you can't just favor Gu Yan because he's your nephew. We all saw clearly they're hugging and even kissing each other. The evidence is clear, everyone saw what happened, and we are not just making things up. Everyone can testify." She spoke while looking around for support, hoping others would agree. Suddenly, the people present started talking among themselves, saying, "They were just kissing on the bed." When they said that, the team leader and the village head fell silent, looking at each other, unable to speak. The scene fell into a brief silence, with everyone's eyes shifting back and forth between a few people. At this moment, Song Yunshu, who had been silent, smirked with a look of disdain and confidence. She took a step forward, standing tall, and said clearly, "Su Wanwan, you keep saying we are involved in inappropriate relationships. Where is the proof? Just because you saw us kiss? Let's be real, neither of us is married. I like him, and he likes me. We are a young couple, and we want to kiss. What's wrong with that? Is it against the law?" As soon as Song Yunshu finished speaking, it was like a bomb exploded among the crowd, leaving everyone stunned. Some people opened their mouths in shock, their faces showing disbelief. Others looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Su Wanwan turned red with embarrassment, her face flushing from her neck to her ears. She opened her mouth to reply, but before she could, the team leader interrupted impatiently, "Enough. Stop causing trouble. Song Jiqing is right. This is just a matter between the two of them. It's none of your business to point fingers." The crowd around them started murmuring again. Gu Yan sat on the bed, confused and frowning deeply. He couldn't understand why Song Yunshu would say such things. In his view, her words had suddenly made a situation that could have been resolved even more complicated, leaving no room for negotiation and making things worse. When Gu's mother heard Song Yunshu's statement, her face lit up with a smile. She quickly stepped forward, clapped her hands excitedly, and said happily, "I knew it. I knew Song Jiqing liked my third son from the bottom of her heart. Don't worry, child. I'll find the most famous matchmaker in the village and ask her to come and propose marriage right away." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she gestured animatedly, full of hope for this marriage proposal. The team leader and the village head exchanged glances, silently sharing their thoughts. Then, the team leader looked at Song Yunshu and asked, "Song Jiqing, what are your plans for this matter? Please tell everyone." Song Yunshu quickly thought to herself, How can I explain this so it sounds fair and makes everyone support us? While thinking, she instinctively glanced at Gu Yan. Gu Yan noticed her look and was about to speak to clear up the misunderstanding, but before he could say anything, Song Yunshu suddenly stepped forward like a gust of wind, reached out, and covered his mouth. Gu Yan was caught off guard by this sudden action. He felt her warm hand, and his heart tightened. He looked at her in surprise and confusion. Seeing Gu Yan staring blankly, Song Yunshu couldn't help but give him a sharp look, as if scolding him for his lack of understanding. Then she let go of his hand, turned to face everyone, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "Actually, when I first saw Gu Yan, I liked him. But Gu Yan kept refusing me." At this point, Song Yunshu secretly pinched her thigh hard where no one could see. The pain almost made her cry out, and she muttered inside, "Oh my, that was a really strong pinch." Gu Yan saw her small action clearly. He was full of questions and wondered, what is this woman trying to do? Why does she keep doing confusing things? Tears welled up in Song Yunshu's eyes as she looked at everyone with a sad expression. She continued, "You all don't know. Gu Yan said he was paralyzed and couldn't take care of himself, and that it would be a burden for me for life." Everyone listened and nodded in understanding. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but sigh. "Gu Yan is just worried about being a burden to you. This young man is kind-hearted." Song Yunshu sniffed, her voice trembling with emotion, and said, "But I don't care about that. I like him for who he is, his kindness, his strength. Today, I came to see him again because I want him to know I won't dislike him. I want to be with him for a lifetime, no matter how hard the road ahead is." She paused and then continued, "Do you know what else? Today, when I came in, I saw him lying on the ground alone, struggling to get up but unable to do so. Yet, he didn't want my help. Everyone knows he was badly hurt, but no one usually takes good care of him. Today, I am very grateful that everyone saw me with him. Now, he can't refuse me anymore, and I can finally take proper care of him and stay by his side." After hearing Song Yunshu's heartfelt confession, everyone was moved by her sincerity and determination. Many people's eyes showed feelings of sympathy, and there were whispers of admiration among the crowd. Su Wanwan stood nearby, watching things develop unfavorably for her. She wanted to speak up and argue a few words, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was met with a stern look from the team leader, who made her swallow her words. Gu Yan quietly watched Song Yunshu, feeling a mix of emotions inside. He couldn't understand why this woman was willing to go so far for him, even making up stories just to help him out. Gu's mother listened to Song Yunshu. At first, she felt a little awkward, but when she thought about Song Yunshu's good background, wealth, and popularity, she immediately smiled happily, her face full of joy. She kept holding Song Yunshu's hand and said affectionately, "Good girl, my third son is so lucky to marry you. It's truly a blessing for him." The team leader stepped forward, patting Gu Yan's shoulder and speaking sincerely, "Gu Yan, Song Jiqing cares for you sincerely. You must treat her well and not let her down." The village chief nodded in agreement, looking pleased. Gu Yan didn't know what to say, so he just looked at Song Yunshu. Seeing everyone's reactions, Song Yunshu secretly felt pleased inside but kept a sad and delicate look on her face. She knew that her carefully planned act was successful. Now, she was just waiting to see how Gu's mother would handle the marriage and how Gu Yan would react. Thinking of this, she secretly glanced at Gu Yan. Gu Yan was also looking at her. Song Yunshu thought, to act well, she had to do the whole performance. So, she quickly stepped forward, took Gu Yan's hand, and looked at him pitifully. Softly, she said, "Brother Yan, did you hear me? You can't push me away anymore." Gu Yan felt uncomfortable being called Brother Yan by her, but seeing the hopeful and pleased looks from everyone around, he swallowed his refusal back. He gently held Song Yunshu's hand, nodded, and said in a low voice, "Okay, I won't push you away. But my body is like this, and it might make you sad." Song Yunshu was happy inside. She didn't expect Gu Yan to cooperate so well. She quickly said, "I'm not sad. I am willing." Gu's mother saw this and smiled so much her eyes squinted. She took their hands and said, "This is settled then. I will go find a matchmaker now. The village chief and the team leader also left happily. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan stood at the edge of the crowd, their faces pale and white, full of dissatisfaction. Su Wanwan bit her lower lip hard, almost biting through it, and secretly cursed, "This is not what I expected." Xie Jingchuan frowned tightly, glaring fiercely at Song Yunshu and Gu Yan, and muttered softly, "This is ridiculous." Even now, they still think they can change the situation. But when he thought about Song Yunshu being tied to the paralyzed Gu Yan for the rest of her life, trapped and with a short remaining lifespan, a malicious feeling of pleasure rose in their hearts. A proud smile appeared on their face, and they even chuckled softly. As the farce gradually ended, the crowd slowly dispersed. Soon, only Song Yunshu and Gu Yan remained in the room. Gu Yan slowly released the hand he had been holding with Song Yunshu. The warmth from his hands still seemed to linger in her palm. He frowned deeply, his eyes full of confusion and doubt. He asked coldly, "Why did you do this? Do you know how much trouble this will bring you?" His voice was low and somewhat accusatory, as if trying to find a reasonable answer in Song Yunshu's reply. Song Yunshu blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. She pouted slightly, pretending to be wronged, and said, "It's just to get out of the current trouble. Think about it, this is the best way. Otherwise, how can we turn the situation around?" She silently thought, she probably can't tell him that the plot is too strong. They escaped the first capture, but not the second. Plus, this way, she can also move out of the Youth Education Institute. That's great. These words circled in her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to say them aloud. Guyan looked at her for a long time, his gaze deep, as if he could see through her thoughts. There was curiosity and regret in his eyes. Finally, he sighed helplessly, as if holding back many words. He softly said, "But it wouldn't be good for your reputation. You're a young girl, and if you're involved with someone like me, people will gossip about you." His voice was full of worry, as if he was concerned about Song Yunshu's future. Song Yunshu slightly smiled and softly laughed. She said casually, "There's no need to worry about reputation. The villagers only think we are loyal and caring. Don't overthink it." Guyan looked at her seriously and said again, "Song Jiqing, you're thinking too simply. Do you know? If I die, you'll be a widow. Then your life will only get harder." His voice carried a hint of bitterness, as if he already saw a sad ending. Cough, cough, cough. "What are you talking about? A widow?" Song Yunshu was startled by his words, her face full of surprise. She looked at Gu Yan with disbelief. Gu Yan looked at her calmly, without a hint of joking. He repeated, "My injuries are serious. I don't have many days left. When I die, you'll be a widow." Hearing this, Song Yunshu suddenly pointed at him, eyes wide with shock, and loudly said, "Bah! Gu Yan, I tell you, I won't let you die. Don't even think about it. If you dare to die, I won't let you go." Her voice was firm and a bit bossy, but mostly filled with genuine concern. Guyan sat quietly by the bed, seeing Song Yunshu's wide eyes, her tears threatening to fall, but she was trying to act tough. He couldn't help but smile. That smile carried some helplessness and affection. Just as he was about to softly comfort her, before he could speak, she spoke first. Song Yunshu's eyes widened with anger, almost grinding her teeth as she said fiercely, "Gu Yan, I tell you, if you make me a widow, I'll dig up your family's ancestors' graves." Gu Yan looked at her quietly, feeling a mix of emotions that he couldn't quite describe. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand to pat her head and comfort her, but when his arm was halfway up, he remembered that he was paralyzed in bed, unable to move even the simplest way. Then he thought of his family at home, like wolves and tigers, always scheming against their own relatives, with greedy faces and suspicious eyes. His heart sank again. After a moment of silence, he hardened his heart and said coldly, "You should leave now. Don't come back. It's better not to cause misunderstandings." Song Yunshu heard his words and felt her already hurt feelings flare up instantly, her anger rising sharply. She crossed her arms, her eyes shining with anger, and said irritably, "Gu Yan, if you hadn't kissed me and been caught, I wouldn't be in this situation. It's not like anyone wants to bother with you." After saying this, she stomped her foot and turned angrily to leave. Every step was quick and heavy, as if she wanted to vent all her frustration in just a few steps. Guyen watched her figure walk away, growing more distant. Suddenly, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The sound was especially harsh in the quiet room, like a dull knife repeatedly cutting through his already wounded heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to call her back, but when he saw his injured leg and his family, like blood-sucking leeches, his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't make a sound. He could only watch her leave helplessly. He knew that with his current condition, he couldn't keep her. Any attempt to stop her would only be selfish, dragging her deeper into trouble. It was better to let her go. That was the right choice. Song Yinshu was also very angry inside. She thought, what's so great about Guyen? How dare he push her away? It made her so mad. As she left the yard, she looked up at the sky. It was still early evening. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and remembered her purpose for coming out. Without hesitation, she turned around and headed up the mountain. Her steps were hurried. The trees and flowers on both sides looked like blurry shadows rushing past her. When she reached a quiet spot in the woods, she looked around cautiously. After confirming no one was nearby, she quickly entered her space. Upon entering the space, a familiar fresh scent greeted her. She didn't have time to enjoy it and quickly looked in the corner for the seed she bought from Brother Cohen. Then, she went to the small river in the space. After standing still, she closed her eyes and focused her mind to start tilling the land. She saw the flat ground being turned over as if an invisible hand was flipping it. The soil gradually became loose. Soon, the land was ready. Song Yinshu looked at the prepared soil and first scattered rice seeds. Her planting was a bit awkward because she had never farmed before. She wasn't sure if scattering the seeds like that would work. But she had no choice now. She could only try her best and hope the seeds would sprout and grow. After planting the rice, she took out vegetable seeds and scattered them all over the land, thinking, when these vegetables grow, I will have plenty to eat. She also thought, next time I must find more fruit seeds. Then I will have endless fruit to enjoy. Just thinking about that makes me happy. Meanwhile, Tai Zhu and Lu Ergo were squatting in the corner of the yard. Bored, they fiddled with some stones on the ground while listening to the sounds coming from inside the house. When they saw Song Yinshu storm out of the house angrily and then slam the door shut with a loud bang that sounded like thunder, both of them shivered. They looked at each other in fear, their eyes wide with shock. Tai Zhu hurriedly spoke, trembling a little. Ergo, I think Song Jiqing was probably arguing with Brother Yan. That anger is really scary. Lu Ergo swallowed hard, looking confused. How would I know? But it seems like it. Maybe we should go inside and ask Brother Yan? They exchanged a quick look, then stood up together. They brushed off the dust from their clothes and went into the house. Inside, the room was dim. Guyen sat silently on the bed, staring blankly at the ground with a furrowed brow. Lu Ergo was anxious. He stepped forward quickly and was about to speak when he was cut off. Brother Yan about Song Jiqing. Stop talking. It's all a misunderstanding. Guyen suddenly looked up, his voice hoarse, interrupting him. Tai Zhu saw that Guyen didn't want to talk about it and quickly added, Brother Yan, we just want to say that Song Jiqing went up the mountain. We watched as the sky was getting dark and wondered why she was going up the mountain at this time. Guyen immediately sat up straight, looking anxious. He said, What are you talking about?
She went up the mountain.
Why now? The mountain is dangerous, especially for a girl. At this point, a flash of her determined back as she left appeared in Guyen's mind. He felt mixed emotions and was silent for a moment. Then, as if making a decision, he sighed softly, Let her go. It's her choice. His voice was full of helplessness and exhaustion. Tai Zhu and Lu Erga stood nearby, looking at each other, unsure of what to say to break the tense and heavy silence. Suddenly, the room became very quiet, so quiet that you could hear the rustling of leaves outside. After a moment of hesitation, Taizhu decided to speak first. Carefully, he looked at Gu Yan and asked softly, Brother Yan, maybe Lu Ergu and I should go up the mountain to check? Lu Ergu quickly agreed. Yes, Brother Yan. We'll follow now and see if we can help. Gu Yan slowly looked up, his gaze resting on them. His tense face eased a little, but there was still a faint sadness. He softly said, Taizhu, Lu Ergu, no need. You two should go back.
Don't worry about her.
I'm fine now. Hearing this, Taizhu's heart tightened. He knew Gu Yan was upset, but he didn't want to worry him. He quickly stepped forward, sincerely saying, Brother Yan, don't be like that. You must be hungry, right? Let me make you some food before you go. Eat a little, don't go hungry. Gu Yan waved his hand gently, a bitter smile on his face. Taizhu, no need. I have no appetite today. Indeed, after everything, he really couldn't bring himself to eat. Lu Ergu quickly added, All right, we'll come back later. After saying that, the two of them left the house, looking back several times as they went. Once they left, Gu Yan slowly moved to the wheelchair. With effort, he turned the wheels and slowly reached the door. He sat quietly, staring straight ahead outside. His eyes were empty, lost in thought. Only the gentle rocking of the wheelchair showed his inner unrest. At this moment, Song Yunshu was bending over, busy working in the land. She carefully planted each seed, then carried a small bucket to water the plants repeatedly, happily busy with her work. Sweat slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the freshly planted soil, but she was unaware, filled with hope, silently wishing, I hope the seeds I planted will grow soon. Once everything was done, Song Yunshu felt completely exhausted. She thought about drinking some spring water to regain her strength. But when she hurried to the spring, she was surprised to see the water outlet had become larger. The spring, which previously could only fill a small jar in a day, was now flowing continuously and overflowing. Watching the spring water flow away, Song Yunshu couldn't help but think, isn't this wasteful? Thinking of this, she quickly turned around and ran to the bamboo house to find something to carry water. But after searching inside, she couldn't find a large basin. She sighed helplessly, realizing she needed to buy a big water tank next time to hold all this increasing spring water. Full of questions, she hurried back to the spring. Seeing the water had grown even more, she squatted down, held her porcelain jar, and took a big drink happily. After drinking her fill, she stood up, frowned slightly, and thought quietly, why did the spring suddenly get bigger? Could it be because I planted something in the space? If so, I should come in more often to plant things. Thinking about having endless food in the future, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked at her watch, but because of the different speeds, she didn't know the exact time. She thought she had been inside for a while, and it was probably late. Thinking about the wild chicken, she went to the area where the chickens were kept, chose a fat one, and carried it out of the space. Because of the surprise of the spring water getting bigger, Song Yunshu felt very happy. She carried the chicken, hummed a little tune, and walked briskly down the mountain. When she reached the foot of the mountain, it was already dark, with only a faint glow remaining in the sky. From afar, she saw Gu Yan's house was dark and wondered why. She muttered softly, no lights on. Are they already asleep? Actually, since she learned she was going up the mountain, Gu Yan had been sitting at the door waiting. He stared intently at the mountain path, feeling very anxious. He kept muttering, stupid woman, it's so late. Why haven't you come back? Don't you know it's dangerous on the mountain? When Gu Yan finally saw Song Yunshu's figure from afar, the heavy weight in his heart eased, and his tense body relaxed. Song Yunshu stood at the gate of the yard, looking inside quietly. She whispered to herself, surely she's not sleeping so early. I still want to have some wild chicken soup. She stood there for a while, feeling conflicted. She wasn't sure whether she should go inside. After much hesitation, Song Yunshu decided to go in and check. Inside, Gu Yan watched all this silently, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth without him realizing. Song Yunshu pushed open the door and softly called, Gu Yan, are you asleep? Gu Yan felt warm inside. He wanted to reply, but couldn't say a word. No one knew that since he was injured and returned, only Taiju and Ergo came to visit him at night. No one else had come. Song Yunshu reached the door of the room, gently brushed her wind-blown hair back from her forehead. Her eyes shimmered softly as she looked carefully into the room. After a moment, she whispered, "Guyan, are you asleep?" At that moment, Gu Yan's slightly hoarse but joyful voice came from inside, like a stone dropping into a calm lake. "Not asleep. Is something wrong?" Song Yunshu was startled by this sudden response. Her body trembled slightly. She instinctively patted her chest and hurriedly complained, "You're not asleep, yet you don't turn on the light. You made me call you for so long before you answered."
You scared me to death.
Guyan cleared his throat and apologized softly. "Did I scare you?" Standing at the dim doorway, Song Yunshu couldn't see Guyan's face clearly, but she knew that the man sitting in the wheelchair was quietly waiting. She waved the plump wild chicken in her hand, her eyes full of pride, and said, "Guyan, look at this. I caught a wild chicken today. Tonight, we'll have wild chicken soup." Guyan reached out to turn his wheelchair, and soon, a warm yellow light spread inside the room. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the wild chicken, then looked up at Song Yunshu. Her face was glowing with a bright smile, which instantly warmed Gu Yan's heart. "All right, I'll help you cook it." Song Yunshu quickly waved her hand, acting confidently and efficiently. She said, "No need, just watch from the side. I've done things like killing chickens and plucking feathers before." However, Gu Yan didn't listen. He turned his wheelchair again and slowly moved to her side, seriously saying, "I'll help you light the lamp." After saying that, he took out a flashlight from somewhere beside his wheelchair. The flashlight looked a bit out of place in the shabby room. Seeing that he insisted, Song Yunshu no longer refused. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She skillfully handled the wild chicken, her hands moving quickly and steadily. Guyan held the flashlight, shining a steady light on her hands, as if wrapping her movements in a golden glow. Under the warm yellow light, Song Yunshu's side face looked very soft, like a delicate oil painting. Guyan watched her, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on her as if everything around them had disappeared. She secretly took some mushrooms from her bag and carried them to a nearby basin. She carefully washed them, then put them all into a pot. She also added some spring water from her space, covered the pot, and prepared to stew the chicken. She squatted down, added some firewood to the stove, and the flames immediately flared up, lighting up her face. Turning her head, she saw Gu Yan staring at her without blinking. Suddenly, she had a playful idea and wanted to tease him. "Gu Yan, do I look good?" She blinked her big eyes and smiled at him, full of expectation. Gu Yan snapped back to reality, as if he had been caught off guard. His face turned hot, and he quickly cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. He stammered, "Why, you look good." Seeing his reaction, a bigger smile appeared in Song Yunshu's eyes, like a crescent moon. She deliberately moved closer, close enough to feel each other's breath, tilting her head to continue asking, "Then tell me, where do I look good?" Gu Yan's ears turned bright red, like ripe cherries. His gaze nervously drifted to the boiling pot beside him, trying to change the subject. "The mushrooms
Are washed.
You can put them into stew now." Song Yunshu chuckled softly, her laugh clear and pleasant. "I've already put them in. You still haven't told me where I look good." Gu Yan's face turned even redder, like a ripe tomato. He hurriedly said, "The fire is about to go out. Time to add some wood." "Oh," she drawled, slowly sitting up straight. She lightly tapped his shoulder with her fingertips, eyes full of teasing. "So, you can be shy too?" Gu Yan pursed his lips and helplessly glanced at her, his voice tinged with frustration. "Song Jiqing, it's getting late. Finish the chicken soup and go home early." Song Yunshu looked at him, pretending to be angry. "Fine, I'll leave now. Is that okay?" After saying that, she made a move to walk away quickly. Gu Yan's heart tightened. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed her, his fingers trembling slightly. He softly said, "The chicken soup isn't ready yet." Song Yunshu swung her hand away, annoyed. "You told me to leave, right? I don't want the chicken soup anymore. I'm not staying. Guyen quickly held her tighter, his hands turning a bit pale. He anxiously said, I didn't tell you to leave now. I meant after the chicken soup is ready. Seeing his anxious look, Song Yunshu felt secretly pleased but still pretended to be angry. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Maybe you're just hoping I'll leave quickly. Guyen was a bit at a loss. He released her hand and gestured wildly in the air, unsure how to explain. After a long pause, he finally said, I just worry that it's late, and you might not be safe going back. Seeing his flushed face, Song Yunshu found him adorable and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I haven't even drunk the chicken soup, and I didn't really plan to leave. Guyen finally relaxed, his tense body easing up. He also felt a bit embarrassed about his earlier behavior, his ears still red like the sunset. At that moment, the chicken soup in the pot emitted a rich aroma. The smell filled the entire room as the soup bubbled and boiled. Song Yunshu took a bowl from nearby, filled it with chicken soup, and handed it to Guyen with a hopeful smile.
Try it.
It must be delicious. Guyen took the bowl, blew on it gently. The steaming hot chicken soup rose up, blurring his vision. He took a sip. The warm soup went down his throat, warming his stomach and his heart. It's really good. I didn't expect your cooking to be so great. Song Yunshu's smile was like spring sunshine. It's delicious. From now on, I'll make it for you often. Guyen wanted to agree, but he hesitated and swallowed his words. He knew he couldn't be so selfish. After a moment of doubt, he reluctantly said, no need. Don't come back anymore. Song Yunshu listened, put down her bowl, and said, okay, I'll leave now. I won't bother you. Then she angrily walked out. Guyen reached out to stop her, but his hand froze in midair. In the end, he felt too weak to do anything. At the gate of the yard, Song Yunshu saw that he didn't call her back. Feeling upset, tears welled up in her eyes, and she silently cursed herself. I'm really so foolish. Just then, she heard Guyen struggling to push his wheelchair behind her, but she didn't hear him call her. She stomped her foot and ran toward the youth commune. Actually, Guyen wanted to call her back and say don't go, but he hated his legs. If he kept her with him, it might hurt her. Letting her go was the best choice. Song Yunshu returned to the youth commune. Wang Zhaodi immediately asked her, Yunshu, is it true what the villagers said? Are you and Guyen together? Everyone else looked at her, some with confusion, others with disbelief, as if waiting for her to give a clear answer. Feeling everyone's gaze, Song Yunshu slowly looked at each face. Finally, she paused on Wang Zhaodi and nodded gently. She spoke calmly and firmly, yes. These two words hit everyone like a heavy blow, causing a big stir. People reacted differently. Some looked at her as if she were crazy. Seeing this, Li Xianglan quickly went to her side and asked with concern, Yunshu, do you have a reason? You can tell us and we'll help. Wu Ruomei also hurriedly agreed. Yes, Yunshu, this is no joke. You need to think carefully. But despite everyone's concern and doubt, Song Yunshu remained very calm. Her smile didn't fade. Instead, she looked even more composed. She slowly put down her bag, gently patted her clothes as if none of this mattered. With a dust of dirt on her face, she said, What? Guyen and I are together, and it's so unbelievable. He is now seriously injured and paralyzed in bed. If this affects your ability to return to the city in the future. Li Xianglan also worriedly held her hand and said, Yes, Yunshu, you must not be confused. His health and the situation at home later on. Song Yunshu gently withdrew her hand, looked around at everyone, and finally focused on Su Wanwan's smug face. She slightly smiled and said, Oh? Do you think, Comrade Su? How about Comrade Gu? Su Wanwan didn't expect her to suddenly call her out. Her smile froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered and pretended to care as she said to Song Yunshu, Yunshu, you should think carefully. After all, that Comrade Gu might not be really suitable for you. However, Song Yunshu was not affected by Su Wanwan's words. Her tone became a bit lighter, and she responded, Oh, really? You think he doesn't match me? But you didn't say that before. Su Wanwan's face suddenly turned a little panicked. She hurriedly waved her hands and explained anxiously, Yunshu, I didn't say anything wrong. I only do it for your good. Song Yunshu stared at Su Wanwan closely, a slight smile on her lips, showing a half smile, and softly said, Su Wanwan, what exactly have you done? You should know very well in your heart. Don't think I don't know anything. Su Wanwan's eyes started to dodge. She tried to look calmer and stubbornly said, What can I do? Yunshu, don't wrongly accuse good people. Seeing this, Song Yunshu sneered coldly and ruthlessly exposed her. Su Wanwan, stop pretending. What exactly happened this afternoon? Surely you know very well. Su Wanwan's face instantly turned pale. Her lips trembled slightly, but she still tried to act calm and argued, Don't talk nonsense without evidence. I was with other villagers this afternoon too. At this moment, Wang Tsuetsue, who had been silent all along, suddenly interrupted, Song Yunshu, I heard that you were the one who went to Gu Yan's house voluntarily today. Song Yunshu smiled gently, her eyes calm as she looked at everyone, and slowly said, That's right, I did go to see him voluntarily. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone showed expressions of shock, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Especially Wang Zhaodi, who was very anxious, kept stomping her feet and shouting, Yunshu, how can you be so silly? However, in response to everyone's reactions, Song Yunshu remained very firm. She straightened her back and replied confidently, I know exactly what I am doing. I like Gu Yan. No matter what he is like, I am willing to be with him. Su Wanwan smiled softly and said, Yunshu, as long as you like him, that's enough. Hearing this, Song Yunshu stared directly at Su Wanwan and retorted mercilessly, Su Wanwan, stop arguing. This afternoon, it was clearly you who led everyone to Gu Yan's house, just to see me embarrass myself. But I want to thank you, because your actions have made it possible for me to be with Gu Yan openly. Song Yunshu's words made Su Wanwan blush with embarrassment, and she was momentarily speechless. But she still stubbornly said, I didn't do anything. You can't falsely accuse me. Seeing her, Song Yunshu sneered coldly and responded without backing down. Falsely accuse? Fine. Shall we invite Gu Yan's mother to come and testify? Let's see what she has to say. Su Wanwan hurriedly said, Now that Gu Yan's mother is part of our family, she will definitely help you. Song Yunshu didn't want to bother with her and simply took a basin to wash up. After finishing, she ignored everyone's strange looks and lay down on the bed. She didn't forget that she had important things to do tonight. Later, in the dead of night, when everything was silent, Song Yunshu quietly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and determined. She carefully sat up from the bed, moving very slowly to avoid making any noise. Once she confirmed everyone was deep in sleep, she quickly took out a carefully prepared sleeping drug from her space. The drug was in a small ceramic jar, with a piece of old cotton stuffed into the mouth of the bottle. She carefully lit the sleeping drug, and strange wisps of blue smoke slowly rose, spreading quietly in the darkness. In a short while, the people in the dormitory were enveloped by the drug's effect and fell into a deeper sleep, their snores growing louder. Seeing this, Song Yunshu immediately got up, dressed quickly and efficiently, and walked briskly to Su Wanwan's side. She found the key under her pillow, then hurried to the chest. She knelt on the ground, frantically rummaging through it, scattering clothes everywhere. Soon, she found a small bag wrapped in a handkerchief. When she opened it, she saw that it was filled with money and tickets. She quickly flicked through the money and tickets, then paused for a moment. Her face darkened instantly, and she couldn't help but curse silently. Good job, Su Wanwan. You hid it well, hiding over 200 yuan. Since you're so determined not to return the money, don't blame me for being ruthless and unkind. After venting her anger, Song Yunshu forced herself to calm down. She carefully tidied up the items, put them back in place, and quietly left the dormitory. The night was dark as ink. Song Yunshu hunched over, moving swiftly and quietly like a ghost to the door of the male youth's dorm. She lit the sleeping potion again. The smoke seemed like invisible tentacles slipping through the door crack into the room. Sure enough, after a while, there was no movement inside, and the male youth had fallen into deep sleep. Song Yunshu took a deep breath to steady her nerves. She gently pushed open the door of the male youth's dorm. Inside, a mixture of sweat and tobacco smell filled the air. She wrinkled her nose and, under the faint moonlight, quickly found Xie Jingchuan's box. The box was locked with an old padlock, but that was no obstacle for her. She skillfully fiddled with it and soon opened the box. She found a small iron box inside. The moment she opened the iron box, her eyes lit up. Inside, neatly arranged, were money and various tickets. Without hesitation, she stuffed all the valuables into her space. Then she carefully closed the iron box, placed it back in its original spot, and quietly left the male dormitory to return to her own bed. The next morning, Song Yunshu woke up, washed up, and thought to herself, I wonder when they'll realize the money and tickets are missing. Last night, she counted the money and tickets in her space. Su Wanwan had 260 yuan, and Xie Jingchuan had over 680 yuan. She didn't expect these two to hide money so well. It seemed she had been too kind to them before. But now, with over 900 yuan more, she felt happier. Just as she was feeling pleased, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they found out so quickly? Wang Zhaodi hurried into the room, muttering, Comrade Xie said his money and tickets are missing. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the room hurriedly rushed out like a disturbed swarm of bees, heading straight to the dormitory. When they arrived at the door, they saw a group of young workers gathered around Xie Jingchuan's suitcase, each face showing shock and disbelief. Xie Jingchuan stood in the middle of the crowd, his face dark and cold, as if it could drip water. He shouted loudly, My money and ID are gone. It must have been a thief. His voice echoed in the dormitory, filled with obvious anger and worry. Li Kai, the team leader, quickly stepped forward and asked seriously, Comrade Xie, how much money did you lose? His tone was serious and caring. Just as Xie Jingchuan was about to answer, he suddenly saw Song Yunshu outside the crowd. His words seemed blocked by something, stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak. Su Wanwan, who had sharp eyes, immediately noticed Xie Jingchuan's strange behavior. She hurried forward and asked with concern, Brother Jingchuan, how much money did you lose? What about others? Xie Jingchuan's eyes flickered. His gaze briefly stayed on Song Yunshu's face, then quickly shifted away as if electrocuted. He clenched his teeth, hesitating over something, then finally mumbled, the exact amount. I can't remember clearly, but at least a few hundred yuan. Hearing this, Su Wanwan exclaimed loudly, a few hundred? That's not a small amount. This is a big deal. We must find out what happened. Her voice was particularly sharp in the dormitory, causing a stir among others. She turned to the crowd and raised her voice deliberately. Our youth team has never had such an incident before. Someone must be up to no good. Wang Zhaodi frowned and muttered softly, but we usually live together. Who would steal money? Li Kai looked serious and said sternly, we can't ignore this. Everyone should check their belongings to see if anything is missing. Everyone started to go back to their rooms to search, including Song Yunshu, who checked calmly, even with a faint smile on her face. Seeing this, Su Wanwan immediately pointed at her and shouted, Song Yunshu, why aren't you checking? Aren't you worried at all? Song Yunshu lazily looked up at her innocent tone. Why should I worry? I didn't lose anything. Su Wanwan was speechless. Then her eyes widened in surprise and asked, how do you know you didn't lose anything? Song Yunshu chuckled softly. All my money tickets are with me. Su Wanwan was full of doubt. She started carefully searching her belongings in the dormitory, not missing any corner. Finally, she found the box that held her money tickets. When she opened it and took out the cloth bag, she was surprised to see it was empty. My money tickets are gone too. Su Wanwan shouted in shock, her voice trembling with disbelief and fear. Everyone heard Su Wanwan's cry and gathered around, looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what to say. Li Xianglan quickly checked her belongings and sighed in relief. Mine are still here. Wu Ruomei also checked and said the same. Mine are fine too. Wang Zhaodi, who didn't have much money to begin with and kept her money in her pocket, touched her pocket and shook her head. Mine is still here. Finally, Wang Tsuetsue finished her check and said relieved, Mine is still here. Su Wanwan's face grew paler. She stared directly at Song Yunshu, her eyes full of anger and suspicion. Song Yunshu, didn't you steal our money tickets? Su Wanwan asked angrily, her voice trembling. Song Yunshu's face was cold as water. She looked at Su Wanwan with a sharp gaze, stepping forward suddenly, raising her hand without warning. 2 crisp slaps echoed loudly in the air. Su Wanwan, do you have proof? Song Yunshu's voice was icy and stern, as if it could pierce through to the bone. Su Wanwan was stunned by the sudden slaps. She covered her face, feeling a burning pain that ignited her anger instantly. Song Yunshu continued, Everyone in the village knows you still owe me money. Where did you get the money to make me steal? I warn you, if you accuse me like this again, it won't be just 2 slaps, Song Yunshu said coldly, her eyes like knives, staring straight at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan's eyes burned with anger. She stared at Song Yunshu fiercely, grinding her teeth as she said, If not you, then who? Song Yunshu sneered coldly, shrugging her shoulders. I'm not a police officer. I have no obligation to help you find the thief. Su Wanwan was completely angered by her attitude. She looked like a furious lion and suddenly lunged at Song Yunshu, muttering, It must be you. It's you who stole our money. However, Song Yunshu was prepared. She quickly dodged to the side, easily avoiding Su Wanwan's attack. Then, she swiftly struck back, grabbing Su Wanwan's arm with lightning speed and pulling hard. Su Wanwan staggered and almost fell. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Yunshu swung her other hand like a gust of wind, delivering 2 solid slaps to Su Wanwan's face. Your face is getting thicker. My hand hurts from hitting you, Song Yunshu said sarcastically after the slaps. The series of actions happened so fast that everyone didn't have time to react. They only saw Su Wanwan being beaten and looking very embarrassed. The scene fell silent, and everyone was stunned by this dramatic moment. Li Xianglan was the first to recover. She hurried forward and grabbed Su Wanwan, anxiously saying, Wanwan, you can't say things like that. Su Wanwan struggled to break free while cursing, Song Yunshu, you shameless little brat. It was you who stole my money. Song Yunshu's face turned red with anger. She really wanted to go up and slap Su Wanwan hard to vent her anger. But just as she was about to act, Wang Zhaodi and Wu Ruomei quickly held her back. Wang Zhaodi hurriedly said to Su Wanwan, Don't get too excited. How much money was stolen? Su Wanwan knew exactly how much money she had lost, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was a significant amount. If everyone found out she had money and didn't return it, her reputation would be ruined. At that moment, Li Xianglan rushed out and told Li Kai outside, Our girls' dormitory's money was also stolen, including Su Wanwan's. Li Kai's face immediately turned serious. He quickly said, And we've lost Comrade Xie's money too. Li Kai gathered everyone in the yard and said, Right now, only Comrade Su and Comrade Xie's money is missing. Let's discuss what to do. Su Wanwan, holding her swollen face and crying, said, I will report to the police. I'm sure Song Yunshu stole my money. Thank you for sharing the text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. After hearing this, Xie Jingchuan quickly looked at Song Yunshu, trying to find a flaw in her eyes. Song Yunshu looked at them coldly and loudly argued, Su Wanwan, don't accuse others falsely. You say I stole your money, but do you have proof? Wang Zhaodi also stepped forward to support her, saying, Su Wanwan, you can't just say things without evidence.
We need to stick to the facts.
Su Wanwan cried and said, You just don't want to get along with us. Song Yunshu looked at her and chuckled softly. Everyone knows you still owe me over 200 yuan. You say you have no money and will pay it back slowly. But where did you get this money? Hearing this, Su Wanwan choked and couldn't speak.
I what?
I think you are just acting, Song Yunshu said, staring at them. While everyone was arguing, the team leader, Li Kai, spoke up. Everyone stop arguing. We haven't confirmed who stole the money yet. Let's report to the team leader first. Song Yunshu sneered and looked sharply at Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan. All right, then let's report to the team leader. Maybe they will check, and some people who owe money suddenly have a lot of cash. Xie Jingchuan's face changed quickly. He hurried forward and said, Wait, this might be a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Song Yunshu raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say someone stole from us? Now you're saying it's a misunderstanding? Seeing this, Su Wanwan quickly tugged at Xie Jingchuan's sleeve and tried to explain. Jingchuan and I were too anxious. Maybe the money was kept somewhere else. Wang Zhaodi sneered. Oh, weren't you just crying and shouting about being robbed? Now you're changing your story? Li Kai frowned and looked back and forth at them. What's really going on? Comrade Xie and Su, did you lose your money or not? Xie Jingchuan broke out in cold sweat and stammered, Maybe. Maybe I remembered wrong. Su Wanwan also agreed, saying, Maybe we remembered incorrectly. Song Yunshu crossed her arms and looked at them calmly. How about this? Let's send someone to the team office now, and have the leader send people to search. Let's see who is really lying. No. Su Wanwan suddenly shouted sharply, then realized she had overreacted and lowered her voice, saying I have to work later, so don't bother the team leader. The others at the youth station looked on with understanding. Li Xianglan muttered quietly, Isn't that obvious guilt? Li Kai sighed, All right, since the money wasn't stolen, let's leave it at that.
But
He looked seriously at Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan. In the future, make sure to find out the facts before accusing someone. Song Yunshu snorted softly and was about to go back to work. As she passed by Su Wanwan, she lowered her voice and said, Next time you try to frame me, make it look more real. Su Wanwan was so angry she trembled and shouted loudly, Song Yunshu, you just slapped me a few times. How do you explain that? Song Yunshu stopped and turned to look at her, speaking loudly, I will report to the police. Su Wanwan accused me of stealing her money, and now they say the money wasn't stolen. That's slander. Li Kai also said, Let's call the team leader. Soon after, Chen Tianyu quickly went to find the team leader. When the team leader heard about the missing money, he hurried over. Once he arrived, Li Kai explained everything in detail. The team leader frowned deeply, staring sharply at Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan, and asked coldly, Comrade Xie and Su, did you lose the money? Give me a clear answer. Su Wanwan's lips trembled slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She spoke with a crying tone, Team leader, but she couldn't finish her words, as if something was blocking her mouth. Xie Jingchuan kept his head down, clutching his clothes tightly, trying to hide his inner anxiety and fear. He remained silent, making it hard to read his thoughts. Seeing this, Song Yunshu smirked faintly, then lifted her head and looked at the team leader with a sad face, speaking softly, Team leader, I want to report to the police. The team leader immediately felt overwhelmed. He quickly asked Comrade Song, What's going on? Why do you suddenly want to report to the police? Song Yunshu glared fiercely at Su Wanwan, then turned to the team leader and said, Team leader, I want to report that Comrade Su has slandered me. She falsely accused me of stealing her money, which is a serious insult to my character. The team leader frowned and looked back and forth at the people present. Su Wanwan's face turned pale, and she clenched her fists around her clothes. Xie Jingchuan looked down, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
Song Jiqing about this.
The team leader was about to speak to mediate, but Song Yunshu quickly took out a notebook from her pocket. Team leader, I have proof. She opened the notebook and pointed to the record. This is a IOU from Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan, where they borrowed 880 yuan from me. They kept saying they had no money to pay back, but now suddenly they have several hundred yuan. Isn't that strange? The onlookers, all young workers, started to discuss loudly. Wang Zhaidi was the first to jump in. Yes. They were crying poverty every day before. The team leader's expression grew more serious. He turned to Su Wanwan. Comrade Su, Comrade Xie, everyone in the village knows you owe money to Comrade Song. Where did you get the money you just lost? Su Wanwan's legs went weak, and she trembled as she couldn't speak. Xie Jingchuan suddenly looked up and said urgently, Team leader, this is our mistake.
We
forgot that we paid some money back to Comrade Song a few days ago. You're framing other comrades. The team leader shouted loudly. Do you know what kind of serious problem this is? Song Yinshu added at the right moment, Team leader, not only are they slandering me, but they also wasted everyone's time, and we haven't even had breakfast. I demand they apologize to me in front of all the young workers and immediately return the money they owe. Su Wanwan finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears.
Wah.
Yinshu, we really know we were wrong. You even slapped me a few times just now. Song Yinshu looked at her coldly and said, If you hadn't slandered me, would I have hit you? You're just asking for a fight. Then she turned to the team leader and said, Team leader, I want them to return my money immediately. Xie Jingchuan's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. Song Yinshu, do you really want to go this far? Song Yinshu sneered. Go this far? When you were slandering me, didn't you think it was going too far? You clearly owe me money and haven't paid it back, but now you're saying I stole your money. She then turned to the team leader and said, If you can't give me justice, I will have to go to the county police station. The team leader, hearing this, immediately responded, This matter must be handled seriously. He pointed at Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan and said, Both of you, apologize at the team meeting tomorrow. You must pay back the money owed to Song Jiqing within 3 days. Then he softly said to Song Yinshu, Song Jiqing, please give me some face, and give them 3 days. Song Yinshu didn't want to make a big fuss, so she nodded and said, All right, I'll give the team leader some face. Su Wanwan cried even harder, while Xie Jingchuan stared at Song Yinshu with full of resentment. But Song Yinshu was not afraid. Instead, she gave him a teasing smile, as if saying, Watch me slowly deal with you. All right, everyone disperse and get to work, the team leader called out loudly, then waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. Song Yinshu happily hummed a little tune and walked briskly toward the pig-feeding gathering point. Suddenly, a young voice called out, Big sister, big sister. The little boy missing a tooth ran over shouting, Big sister, we heard you're going to marry Uncle Guyen. Startled by this sudden news, Song Yinshu almost choked on her saliva. She coughed and looked at the group of kids with confusion, asking, Who did you hear that from? The boy quickly came over and said eagerly, Big sister, we heard it from the villagers. Everyone is talking about it. Little Hua blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Big sister, if you marry Uncle Gu, will you still feed the pigs? A smile appeared on Song Yinshu's face as she replied, Of course I will. What else would I do if I didn't feed the pigs? At this moment, Tai Dan interrupted and said, But big sister, Grandma Gu is not easy to get along with. She definitely won't let you feed the pigs. Everyone calls her old money granny. Song Yinshu patted Tai Dan's head and said with a smile, I married Uncle Gu, not that old money granny. The children laughed and said, Yes, if old money granny doesn't treat you well, we'll help you deal with her. Song Yinshu nodded with a smile. All right, let's go. Later, I'll go catch some wild rabbits. All right, let's go. The little kids cheered happily when they heard about the wild rabbits and jumped with excitement. Everyone arrived at the back mountain. Song Yinshu said to the children, You go to gather pig grass first. I'm going to catch some wild rabbits. Song Yinshu carried a basket and quickly headed up the mountain. Soon, she saw wild pheasants and rabbits. She used her mind to put them into her space. By then, she had already collected several groups deep in the mountains. She thought to herself, it would be good to catch a few wild boars to sell. Thinking about this, she quickened her pace into the deep forest. Not long after, she heard a huff-huff sound. She was very happy. Could it really be wild boars? She carefully approached the sound, parted some bushes, and saw 3 strong wild boars rooting at the ground. Song Yinshu took a deep breath, adjusted her focus, and gathered all her mental strength. She planned to use her mind to put the boars into her space. But just as she was about to act, One wild boar suddenly seemed to sense something unusual. It lifted its head sharply and looked directly in her direction. Then, it let out a loud, ear-splitting roar, as if warning its companions. The other two boars heard the roar and immediately became alert. Without hesitation, they charged towards Song Yunshu. Her heart pounded faster. She felt nervous and didn't think much. She turned around and ran. She sprinted desperately through the forest, dodging left and right, trying to shake off the pursuing boars. But these boars were much faster than she expected. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't put enough distance between them. Seeing the boars getting closer, sweat broke out on her forehead, and her breathing grew rapid. At this critical moment, she spotted a large tree nearby with a thick trunk and lush branches. She quickly darted behind the tree, then entered her space. When she saw the wild boar was still some distance away, she didn't hesitate to spray the sleeping potion toward it. The potion formed a thin mist in the air, slowly drifting toward the wild boar. Soon, the three wild boars suddenly collapsed to the ground with a loud crash, as if under a spell, and stopped moving. Seeing this, Song Yunshu felt a big stone in her heart finally fall. She couldn't help but laugh happily. Haha, it looks like I need to prepare more sleeping potion. She walked briskly, a proud smile on her face, heading straight toward the three wild boars. With a gentle wave of her hand, the three boars disappeared as if by magic, entering her space. Song Yunshu thought to herself, these three wild boars are really a lucky surprise. When the time is right, I can trade with Brother Cohen and probably get a lot of good stuff. She looked up at the sky, estimating the time, and realized it was getting late. So, she decided not to delay any longer and quickly headed down the mountain. Not long after, Song Yunshu returned to the foot of the mountain. From afar, she saw Tai Dan and the other children standing there, clearly waiting for her. She quickened her steps and approached the children, smiling as she called out, "I'm back." The children gathered around her excitedly, asking in unison, "Sister, did you catch a wild rabbit?" Song Yunshu pretended to be regretful and shook her head. Today wasn't very lucky. I didn't catch a single wild rabbit. She knew very well that she couldn't catch wild chickens or rabbits every day, as it would attract too much attention and raise suspicion. So, she could only tell a small lie to the children. Hearing this, the children's eyes showed obvious disappointment. Xiao Hua was the first to react. She smiled and comforted her sister. "That's normal. You can't catch wild animals every day." Tai Dan quickly agreed. "Yeah, my grandpa also said that catching one once is already pretty good." The other children nodded in agreement. Seeing how sensible the children were, a warm feeling rose in Song Yunshu's heart. She smiled slightly and, pretending to be mysterious, said, "Although I didn't catch a wild rabbit, I found a wild chicken egg. Come over and see." After speaking, she gently placed the basket on the ground and opened the cover to reveal wild chicken eggs inside. The children gathered around eagerly, saw the eggs, and cheered happily, saying, "Sister is so clever." Song Yunshu looked at them and smiled, saying, "As usual, each of you gets 2 eggs. Once I finish feeding the pigs, I will give them to you." Everyone cheered together. Yay! After feeding the pigs, Song Yunshu had not yet returned to the youth commune yard when Wang Zhaodi ran to find her. Seeing her, Wang Zhaodi shouted loudly, "Yunshu, something has happened." Seeing her anxious look, Song Yunshu quickly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so worried?" Wang Zhaodi panted and said, "Yunshu, Madame Gu and the matchmaker have come. They are waiting for you at the youth commune yard." Hearing this, Song Yunshu was a bit surprised. "Oh, so soon." Wang Zhaodi nodded anxiously. "Yes, they've been here for a while. Sister Xianglan and the others are welcoming them. What do you think we should do?" "Let's go back and see first," Song Yunshu said calmly. The two hurried back to the youth commune yard. As soon as they entered, they saw Madame Gu and the matchmaker sitting there. Madame Gu was dressed plainly but neatly, with a sharp and calculating look in her eyes. The matchmaker was smiling broadly. When Li Xianglan and the others saw Song Yunshu return, they relaxed. Wu Ruomei quickly stepped forward and said, "Yunshu, you finally came back." Madame Gu looked at Song Yunshu from top to bottom and said, "Song the youth, my son Gu Yan is a good young man. If you marry him, you won't be at a loss." The matchmaker also chimed in, "Yes, the Gu family is well respected in the village. Gu Yan is a retired soldier. Although he's injured now, once he recovers, you'll be happy." Song Yunshu smiled slightly, speaking confidently, "And Gu, have you asked Gu Yan what he thinks?" Madame Gu's expression changed, and her calculating look became even clearer. "Song the youth, didn't you say you liked Gu Yan? You also said you wouldn't mind that he's now confined to bed." The matchmaker nodded in agreement. "That's right, Song the youth. Madame Gu is right. You agreed to this marriage, didn't you?" Song Yunshu smiled softly and said, "Yes, I don't mind him, and I am willing to take care of him. But does he agree to marry me?" Mrs. Gu was caught off guard and hesitated for a moment. She quickly tried to act calm and said, "He's just a bedridden man. What opinion could he have? As his mother, I wouldn't harm him." The matchmaker quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
Exactly.
"Mrs. Gu is only thinking of his best. If this marriage goes through, it will be good for both of you." Song Yunshu kept smiling but spoke firmly. "Aunt Gu, marriage is a big matter. The person involved should agree willingly. If Gu Yan truly wants to marry me, let him come and tell me himself." Mrs. Gu's face turned very unpleasant. She didn't expect Song Yunshu to insist so strongly. After a moment, Mrs. Gu smiled and said, "Song Jiqing, that day at my third son's house, in front of so many people, he also agreed." Wang Zhaodi was very anxious and shook her head at Song Yunshu, signaling her not to agree. Li Xianglan, who had been here longer and seen many such things, smiled and said, "Aunt Gu, why don't you just bring your third son here?" At that moment, Su Wanwan entered and said with a smile, "Aunt Gu, you're here to propose marriage for your third son." Mrs. Gu saw her and smiled.
Yes.
Su Wanwan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Aunt Gu, you're really lucky. Yunshu is the best-looking girl in the youth camp. She's also fallen for your Gu Yan at first sight. Isn't that lucky for you?" Song Yunshu looked at Su Wanwan, knowing she hoped she would marry Gu Yan soon. But for her, it was a good chance to move out early. As for Gu Yan, he was someone she cared about deeply. She was confident she could heal his wounds. Mrs. Gu's smile grew wider after hearing Su Wanwan. She nodded repeatedly. Yes. If my third son can marry Jiqing, it's a blessing he's earned over many lifetimes." Then she looked at Song Yunshu again. "Jiqing, don't hesitate anymore. Let's settle this marriage." Song Yunshu remained unmoved. She looked at Mrs. Gu with a firm gaze. "Aunt Gu, I said before, marriage is a matter for Gu Yan himself. If he comes and says he wants to marry me, I will agree." Mrs. Gu's face darkened. She clenched her teeth and stood up.
Jiqing, all right.
"I'll go find our third son now." Song Yunshu sneered coldly. "That's the right way to do it. If Gu Yan is unwilling, even if you invite the matchmaker today and call everyone in the village, this marriage cannot happen." Mother Gu was so angry she was trembling. She looked at Song Yunshu and said, "Fine, very good. Song Jiqing, I will find him right away." After speaking, she pulled the matchmaker and stormed off. Once Mother Gu left, Wang Zhaodi immediately said, "Yunshu, old third Gu is here. Are you really going to marry him?" Wu Ruomei also said, "Yes, that's right. Gu Yan will come. He's now bedridden and needs someone to take care of him." Li Xianglan quickly added, "Exactly. Yunshu, you should know that if you marry Gu Yan, who is paralyzed, you'll have to handle everything at home."
How will you manage that life?
Song Yunshu smiled indifferently. "It's fine. I can still get through it." When Song Yunshu said this, everyone was surprised. Wang Zhaodi was so worried, she stomped her feet. "Yunshu, you're so confused." Wu Ruomei also tried to persuade her kindly. "Yunshu, think carefully. This is not a small matter." Wang Tsuetsue snorted coldly, looking disdainful. The emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is anxious. Her tone was full of sarcasm and dissatisfaction. Song Yunshu ignored Wang Suetsue's words. She just smiled slightly, shook her head gently, and didn't seem to want to argue with her. At this moment, Li Kai quickly tried to change the subject, smiling and shouting, "Everyone, stop arguing. Are you all hungry? Let's eat." So, everyone sat down and started eating. However, the atmosphere at the table was very tense, especially Xie Jingchuan, whose dissatisfaction grew stronger. He finally couldn't hold back and said, "I knew it. Why are you in such a hurry to cancel the engagement? Turns out, you've set your sights on that cripple." Hearing this, Song Yunshu suddenly raised her head, her eyes sharp as she stared at Xie Jingchuan and responded coldly, "Yes, I like him. What does that have to do with you?" Xie Jingchuan was furious. He immediately stood up from his seat, glaring at Song Yunshu with wide eyes, and shouted loudly, "Song Yunshu, you're proud of having a cripple as your partner? I think your future days will be tough." Faced with Xie Jingchuan's accusations, Song Yunshu showed no fear. She snorted coldly and retorted without hesitation, "Xie Jingchuan, isn't this the result you wanted to see?" After a pause, Song Yunshu continued, "Besides, it's my own matter. You don't need to interfere here. Stop worrying about things that don't concern you." Xie Jingchuan wanted to argue further, but Su Wanwen quickly reached out and gently persuaded him, "Brother Jingchuan, don't be angry. They truly love each other. As outsiders, we can't understand." Xie Jingchuan nodded, "Yes, that's true. It's not something everyone can understand." Li Kai hurriedly said, "That's their own business. Song comrade can decide for herself. Let's all have dinner." Soon after, Gu's mother indeed arrived with Gu Yan. Gu Yan sat in a wheelchair, looking pale, but with a determined gaze. Song Yunshu looked at him, curious about what he would say. Gu Yan also looked at her. She didn't know that after she got angry and left last night, he had sat like that all evening. Gu Yan was pushed in front of Song Yunshu. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, "Song Jiqing, I don't want this marriage." Gu's mother was alarmed. "Third son, what nonsense are you talking about?" But Gu Yan remained unmoved. "Mother, marriage is a lifelong matter. I can't harm Song Jiqing." Song Yunshu looked at Gu Yan, a hint of admiration in her eyes. She stepped forward and softly said, "Gu Yan, I appreciate your honesty. But I also said that as long as you're willing, I will agree to this marriage. However, I'm curious. Why don't you want it? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Do you dislike me?" Gu Yan slowly shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips, and softly said, "Song Jiqing, I don't deserve you. I don't have the good fortune to spend my life with you." Gu's mother, standing nearby, was completely unprepared for how things were developing. She was stunned, her mouth wide open, unsure how to respond. Song Yunshu gazed at Gu Yan, a faint smile in her beautiful eyes. She softly asked Gu comrade, "Do you have someone you like?" Gu Yan was startled by this sudden question. He hurriedly waved his hands to deny, "No, absolutely not." Seeing this, a more obvious smile appeared on Song Yunshu's face. She slowly leaned forward, closing the distance between them a little, and then spoke in a gentle yet firm tone. "Since you don't dislike my appearance and you don't have someone you like, why do you refuse this marriage?" When Song Yunshu approached, Gu Yan's ears suddenly turned slightly red. He awkwardly avoided her gaze and muttered softly, "I know my situation well. I can't give you happiness. If you stay with me, you won't have a good life." Hearing his words, Song Yunshu smiled softly and said, "Are you so sure?"
But I don't care about that.
"I just want to stick with you." So Wanwen, standing nearby, watched all this and felt full of doubt. She simply couldn't understand why Song Yunshu was so unresistant to this marriage, even seeming a bit eager. So Wanwen was full of confusion and couldn't figure out what was really going on. Everything seemed so unreasonable, completely against her understanding and common sense. At that moment, Gu Yan stared at her closely, his voice cold and a little annoyed. "Why?" So Wanwen was startled by his look and froze for a moment. But just as she hesitated, Song Yunshu suddenly smiled, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "There's no reason. You kissed me in front of so many people, so you have to be responsible for me." Guyan's face suddenly turned red. He clearly didn't expect Song Yunshu to say such a thing.
He nervously explained, That
was just an accident. I didn't mean it. Song Yunshu's lips curled into a playful smile. Her voice was still gentle but carried a firm tone, but others might think differently. If you disagree, what will they think of me? They might say I'm being inappropriate with you. Guyan was speechless after what Song Yunshu said. His face flushed red, and his eyes showed embarrassment. Guyan's mother watched them whispering and quickly said, "Third son, Song Jiqing already said yes. Let's settle this marriage. The girl doesn't mind you, so why are you hesitating?" The village head and the team leader had also arrived. They exchanged glances, surprised that Gu Yan might refuse. People around started talking, mostly thinking it would be good if this marriage went ahead. Wang Zhaodi and others didn't expect things to develop this way. They were a bit stunned and thought Gu Yan was really a good person. The team leader quickly stepped forward and said, "Gu Xiaozi, Song Jiqing has already agreed. Why are you still hesitating? If you do this, how will Song Jiqing survive in the village in the future?" Guyan took a deep breath, looked at Song Yunshu, and said seriously, "All right, I agree. I will also try my best to make you happy." Song Yunshu nodded happily and said with a smile, "That's the right attitude." Everyone saw that the matter was settled and smiled. Gu's mother couldn't stop smiling and kept praising her, holding Song Yunshu's hand. The village chief looked at Gu's mother and asked quickly, "Second family, since both children agree, shouldn't you give the bride price to Song Jiqing?" The team leader also agreed and said, "Yes, from a wealthy family, how much bride price have you prepared?" The village chief and team leader said this on purpose. They knew that Gu Yan had spent all his money on his mother's medical bills after returning injured. Now, they didn't mention the bride price, planning to have Gu Yan find the money later. Gu's mother heard about the bride price and hurriedly said, "We still have some money." Gu Yan used all his money for his treatment. "I really can't come up with any more now." Song Yunshu knew what kind of person she was and quickly said, "So, Aunt Gu means there will be no bride price? Then why are you here proposing marriage today? Or are all the brides you marry without bride price?" The village chief also said, "Second family, you can't do this. Although Song Jiqing is from out of town, you can't treat him like this." The team leader added, "Zhong Jinhua, this isn't right. Even though Song Jiqing is from elsewhere, you shouldn't do this." Song Yunshu sneered coldly, "Auntie, if your family expects not to pay a bride price to marry me, that's impossible. Your younger son married someone from the city and paid a lot of bride price. You should give me that much. Unless Gu Yan isn't your son." Gu's mother heard this and secretly cursed, "Little witch, dreaming. She wants to compare him to our fourth son." But she didn't dare say that now and quickly said, "Gu Yan is definitely my son. It's just that he was injured for so long and used up all his money. Now, he can't come up with that much." Hearing this, Song Yunshu's eyes turned cold slightly, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She slowly adjusted the wrinkles on her sleeve and said calmly, "Auntie, Gu Yan's injury was a proud sacrifice. The army's compensation money was given without deduction. Everyone in the village knows that." She paused, glancing at the village chief and the team leader standing nearby, and her tone grew more firm. "Moreover, your new house last year, 4 big tiled rooms with blue bricks up to the roof, was all built with the allowance sent back by Gu Yanji.
You must have used that."
Gu's mother's face stiffened. She didn't expect Song Yunshu to know all this clearly. She secretly resented it, but dared not cause trouble in front of the village officials. She could only awkwardly say, "Well, we'll have to wait until the end of the year when the grain is distributed, then we'll have more money." Song Yunshu chuckled softly, "No rush. When your wife's family has enough bride price, we can talk again." Anyway, she raised her eyes, looking clearly at everyone. "Marriage is a big matter. It shouldn't be unfair to anyone, right?" The team leader nodded in agreement. "That's right. Zhong Jinhua, if you're sincere about marrying, Don't beat around the bush. The bride price should be paid fully, no less. The village chief also said, the second family, when Gu Song got married, you paid 100 in bride price, right? Gu's mother's face turned pale with anger. She didn't want to give up one of those 4 big tiled houses, which were her treasured possessions, especially since she had already given some to her sons. She was anxious and pointed at Zhao Shun, scolding, "You meddlesome old woman. This isn't your place to speak." Zhao Shun didn't back down. She crossed her arms and retorted, "I just can't stand how you bully others." "Isn't that right, everyone?" The villagers around nodded in agreement. Song Yinshu watched this scene quietly, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth, secretly feeling pleased. Haha, Zhao Shun is really impressive. Thanks to her, the bride price is definitely coming today. After this is over, I must thank her properly. At this moment, Gu's mother saw that everyone clearly sided with Song Yinshu. She knew very well that today, there was no way to avoid paying the bride price. Although she felt unwilling, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and say with a face full of anger, "Fine. You're ruthless. I accept. But I really don't have that much money right now. Once I save enough, I will send the bride price." After speaking, Mother Gu glared fiercely at Song Yinshu as if she wanted to swallow her whole, then angrily turned away, looking a bit awkward. Seeing Mother Gu's distant figure, Song Yinshu's smile grew brighter. She even called out loudly, "Auntie, don't forget, we're all waiting here for you." Hearing Song Yinshu's shout, Mother Gu paused slightly, then turned back and shot her a fierce glare, as if she could kill. The village chief looked at Gu Yan, patted his shoulder kindly, and advised, "Yanzi, Song Jiqing is a good girl. You should cherish her and treat her well." Gu Yan looked at Song Yinshu's proud smile, nodded and said, "Don't worry, uncle. I know what to do." Seeing this, the team leader also smiled and added, "All right, since everything is settled, let's not stay here any longer. Everyone, disperse." The crowd gradually left. Gu Yan's gaze stayed on Song Yinshu. He softly asked, "Are you really sure about this?" Song Yinshu's lips curled into a playful smile. "I've decided." While they were talking, Wang Zhaodi looked at Song Yinshu with envy and said, "Yinshu, you've made your decision. Congratulations." Wu Ruomei also stepped forward and said, "Yes, congratulations to you both." Li Xianglong nodded in agreement. "Yeah, congratulations. If you need anything in the future, don't forget to tell us." Wang Tsuetsue pouted and muttered softly, "Marrying a cripple. What's there to be proud of?" Song Yinshu ignored her, smiling and nodding to thank everyone. "Thank you all. I will." However, contrasting with everyone's happiness, Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan's faces were full of confusion. They looked at each other, both seeming puzzled by Song Yinshu's decision. Song Yinshu said to Gu Yan, "I'll take you back." Gu Yan nodded softly and replied, "Okay." Song Yinshu pushed Gu Yan towards the foot of the mountain. Along the way, they met villagers who said, "Gu Yan, Song Jiqing, congratulations. We're looking forward to celebrating your wedding." Gu Yan just smiled and nodded. Song Yinshu responded warmly, "All right, I'll definitely invite you all when the time comes." When they reached Gu Yan's home, Song Yinshu pushed him inside and helped him sit on the bed. Gu Yan sat on the bed, looked at Song Yinshu, and said seriously, "Song Yinshu, have you really thought this through? This decision might change a lot for you." Song Yinshu sat on a stool, her gaze firm. "Gu Yan, I've thought it over." "What? Are you regretting it now?" Gu Yan sighed. "I know I can't change your mind, but I'm worried you might regret it." Song Yinshu shook her head gently. "It won't happen. I take responsibility for my choice." Gu Yan looked at her helplessly. "Song Yinshu, I need to tell you, I am badly hurt. I might never recover." Hearing this, Song Yinshu quickly asked, "How do you know you'll never recover?" Gu Yan forced a smile. "The doctor has made a conclusion, and I can feel it myself." Song Yinshu, don't be foolish. You deserve better. Song Yinshu stood up and walked to Gu Yan's side, holding his hand. "Gu Yan, I don't care about that. You were hurt for the country, and that's an honorable thing. Plus, I believe medical science will improve. Maybe someday, they'll be able to cure you." In fact, Song Yunshu knew that medical conditions were poor in this era. It was unlikely that Gu Yan's injury could be fully healed, but she believed that with her help, she could find a way to cure him. Gu Yan looked into her determined eyes, feeling a surge of unspeakable emotion and inner conflict. He simply couldn't understand why Song Yunshu was so persistent about being with him. If Song Yunshu knew the complicated thoughts deep inside him, she might also sigh and say, "This story is so unbelievable," forcing them to be a couple. She only came in to help him, and somehow they were caught in the act, falsely accused of something inappropriate in bed. But at that moment, they really were close together. It's hard to explain, so they just had to be tied together first. Seeing Gu Yan silent, Song Yunshu softly asked, "Gu Yan, do you trust me? Let me help you check." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan looked surprised and asked, "You know medical skills?" Song Yunshu smiled slightly and nodded gently, replying a little. "So, do you want me to take a look?" Gu Yan was even more surprised and quickly waved his hand. "My wound looks pretty bad." Song Yunshu looked at him with a slight smile and said softly, "I only realized how serious it was when I saw it." Gu Yan's fingers tightened slightly, causing the bed sheet to crease. He instinctively shifted his body as if to avoid her gaze, but stopped himself in the next moment. "It really looks bad," he said quietly, his voice a bit hoarse. "Are you sure you want to see?" Song Yunshu didn't answer. Instead, she gently placed her hand on his, feeling the warmth of her fingertips transfer to him, making him stiffen slightly. She looked at him with gentle but firm eyes and softly said, "Let me check your pulse first." Gu Yan squinted slightly, seeming hesitant, but eventually closed his eyes slowly and responded softly, "You know traditional Chinese medicine?" Song Yunshu nodded slightly to confirm, and then carefully placed her fingers on his wrist, feeling his pulse closely. After a while, Song Yunshu released his hand and said calmly, "I'll check your wound first." Before she finished speaking, she stood up, ready to examine his leg. However, Gu Yan quickly reached out to stop her, looking helpless. "Don't look. I'm afraid you'll be scared." Song Yunshu's hand paused in midair. She looked down at him and suddenly smiled. "Gu Yan, when did you become so timid?" Gu Yan's fingers tightened again, clutching her sleeve, and his voice was low. "It's not fear." "Then what is it?" She tilted her head, looking straight into his eyes. "Are you afraid I might dislike it?" His breathing faltered slightly, and he didn't answer, but his eyes revealed the truth. Song Yunshu sighed softly, placing her hand on the back of his hand, her fingertips warm and steady. "Gu Yan, unless something unexpected happens, we will live together from now on." Gu Yan was stunned, unsure of what to say. Actually, his body was starting to rot, and if she saw it, she would definitely be scared. Song Yunshu looked at him, understanding how he was holding on. The wound must be very serious. Song Yunshu smiled gently, lightly touching the back of his hand with her fingertips, and asked, "So, do you think I would be scared by just a small wound now?" Gu Yan was silent for a moment, then slowly released her hand that was stopping her. Song Yunshu crouched down and gently rolled up his pant leg. Under the light, a fierce scar twisted across his calves, like a jagged crack. Her fingertips trembled slightly, as if weighed down by a heavy burden, hesitant to touch. Finally, after a brief pause, she seemed to make up her mind, and her fingers gently touched the wound. In that moment, a strange feeling rose in her heart, like something was blocking her, making it hard to breathe. She knew the wound was serious, but seeing it in person still shocked her. The wound was already rotting, with dark red pus seeping out and giving off a foul smell. The sight was so horrifying that she couldn't look directly at it. Song Yunshu sighed. It seemed that his endurance was extraordinary. She wondered how he had managed to survive such a serious injury. "It must hurt a lot," she asked softly. Gu Yan only shook his head, expressionless, and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Tears welled up in Song Yunshu's eyes, and she fought to hold them back, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "How could it not hurt?" Gu Yan's lips curled into a faint, almost painful smile, and he whispered, "It was very painful at first, but now it's numb." Song Yunshu bit her lip, trying to control her emotions. She couldn't imagine how much pain Gu Yan had endured. With such a serious injury, he was still holding on. Maybe the pain has become numb. She murmured, her fingers slowly moving along the fierce scar, as if she could feel the intense pain he had experienced. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, stood up abruptly, and said to Gu Yan, "Take off your pants." Gu Yan was clearly caught off guard by her words, froze for a moment, and stammered, "What did you say?" Song Yunshu took a deep breath, calmed herself, and then repeated, "I said, take off your pants." Gu Yan's face suddenly turned red to his neck. He widened his eyes, looked at Song Yunshu with disbelief, and for a moment, didn't know how to respond. Seeing his stunned expression, Song Yunshu deliberately asked, "Do you want me to help you take them off?" Gu Yan panicked, instinctively covering his pants with his hands, and waved his hands quickly. No, I can do it myself." He blushed, stiffly unfastened his waistband, and slowly took off his pants, revealing his injured thigh. Song Yunshu didn't expect the injury on his thigh to be so serious. The wound was shocking, with purple and swollen skin around it, and several cuts still bleeding. Looking at the scene in front of her, her heart ached, and her eyes welled up with tears again. She fought back her tears and softly said, "I'll get a basin of water to clean your wound." After speaking, she turned and left the room, her steps unsteady. Gu Yan watched her stumble away, feeling upset inside. He knew her reaction was because she was scared by his injuries. Song Yunshu stood outside the door for a while, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm her mind. She thought, it's hard to imagine how someone with such serious injuries manages to survive without anyone to care for them. Gu family's heart is really cruel. How can they be so harsh to their own son? Unless... A sudden thought flashed through Song Yunshu's mind. Unless Gu Yan isn't even their biological son. Once this idea appeared, it spread quickly like wild grass in her mind. She began to recall scenes from the book, trying to find clues from the details. But the book had no description about this at all. Thinking of this, Song Yunshu helplessly shook her head. It seemed that to find out the truth, she could only investigate it herself slowly. After calming her mood, she quickly went to the kitchen and filled a basin with clean water. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly added some spring water from her space, mixing it in. She wasn't sure about the effects of the spring water, but she thought trying it wouldn't hurt. Maybe it could help Gu Yan's injuries heal faster. She carried a basin of water into the room. When Gu Yan saw her come in, his face was full of guilt and worry. He quickly said, "Sorry, did I scare you just now?" Song Yunshu forced a faint smile and softly replied, "It's okay. I'm not afraid. Don't worry about it." Gu Yan looked at the basin in her hands and quickly waved his hand. "Just put the water here. I'll wipe it myself. You don't need to trouble yourself." Hearing this, Song Yunshu glared at him with a hint of annoyance and gently scolded, "What are you trying to show off? You're hurt now, so don't push yourself. Just cooperate with me." After saying that, she placed the basin beside the bed, squatted down, lifted the blanket covering him, and carefully soaked a towel in the water to gently wipe the blood around his wound. The coolness of the spring water eased Gu Yan's pain a lot. He couldn't help but let out a soft breath. Song Yunshu moved even more gently, speaking softly as she cleaned. "Hold on a bit. It'll be over soon." After finishing cleaning the wound, Song Yunshu took some herbs from her bag, actually from her space, and carefully ground them into a paste to apply on Gu Yan's injury. Gu Yan asked hurriedly, "What kind of herbs are these? They feel cool when I put them on." Song Yunshu paused, then smiled softly. "These are herbs I found by chance in the mountains. They help reduce inflammation and relieve pain. If you use them, your wound will heal faster." Gu Yan quietly leaned against the bed, his eyes fixed on Song Yunshu's busy figure. She was lowering her gaze, her thick eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her cheeks. She looked very focused, her slender fingers skillfully handling the herbs. Her movements were gentle but confident. Seeing her like this, Gu Yan felt warmth in his heart. His eyes moistened uncontrollably, and a warm feeling quietly rose from his chest, spreading through his whole body. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he softly said, Yinshu, thank you. Song Yinshu paused her actions, looked up, and softly replied, there's no need to thank me. Just focus on healing. Don't worry about anything else. After carefully applying the herbal medicine, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked seriously at Gu Yan and asked, Gu Yan, have you ever had an x-ray of your leg? You know, the picture we usually talk about. Gu Yan was surprised at first, then quickly nodded and replied, yes, I had one in Kyoto. Hearing this, Song Yunshu's eyes flashed with urgency. She quickly asked, do you still have that x-ray? Show it to me. Gu Yan looked confused and asked back, you know how to read x-ray images? Song Yunshu's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. After all, the original owner definitely didn't have this skill. If she said she learned traditional Chinese medicine, she could maybe explain it as from her neighbor, Grandpa Liu. Since Grandpa Liu has passed away, there's no way to verify it. Thinking this, Song Yunshu glared at Gu Yan and pretended to be angry, saying, why do you have so many questions? Stop talking nonsense. Where is the x-ray? Seeing how cute he looked when he was angry, Gu Yan smiled softly and said, all right, I won't ask anymore. The x-ray is in the drawer of the desk next to you. Song Yunshu nodded, walked to the desk, and took out the film from the drawer. Song Yunshu interrupted him gently, pointing at the picture. Here and here. Although some parts are broken, the most serious damage is to the nerves, and the blood vessels are somewhat blocked. She looked up with bright eyes. I have a special fixing technique that can help the broken bones grow back. With acupuncture and herbal baths as additional treatments, it will definitely heal. Really? How long will it take? Gu Yan asked in a hoarse voice. Song Yunshu slightly smiled. 3 months to walk again, 6 months to fully recover.
She paused.
But the treatment will be very painful, even more than when you were first injured. Gu Yan suddenly smiled, his face lively with a smile. Compared to being useless, what's pain? Song Yunshu nodded in agreement, and then softly said, all right, I will prepare the necessary herbs now. Hearing this, Gu Yan's heart tightened. He quickly asked, what do I need to get? Tell me, and I'll ask Taizhu and Lu Ergo to prepare it. Song Yunshu knew that Taizhu and Lu Ergo were Gu Yan's best friends, so she honestly replied, I need to pick some fresh herbs. When Gu Yan heard this, his face changed quickly. He hurriedly advised, no, you absolutely cannot go into the mountains. It's too dangerous there. Seeing Gu Yan so nervous, a warm feeling rose in her heart. She smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't get into trouble. But Gu Yan didn't relax at all. He tightly held her hand and said anxiously, no, I absolutely won't allow you to go alone. Seeing this, Song Yunshu felt a bit helpless. She explained with a smile, really don't worry. I'm just going to the foot of the mountain to pick common herbs. I won't go deep into the mountains. However, Gu Yan still refused to let go. He looked serious and said, I said no, and that's final. Seeing how determined Gu Yan was, she understood he was truly worried about her safety. So she had to compromise. All right, then I'll go with Taizhu and Ergo tomorrow. Gu Yan nodded. Okay. She looked at his handsome face, thinking about how busy she had been since noon. Suddenly, she asked, Gu Yan, did you have lunch? Gu Yan cleared his throat and quickly said, I'm not hungry. Song Yunshu frowned and said with a hint of blame, that means you haven't eaten. Why didn't you tell me earlier? After speaking, she turned quickly and walked toward the kitchen, muttering as she went, leg injuries already affect blood circulation. Going hungry again. How can your body handle it? Gu Yan watched her back, a faint smile of helplessness in his eyes. He didn't feel hungry at all. Over the past 6 months, he'd been eating one meal and skipping the next, used to enduring various discomforts. But now, seeing her busy for him, a warm feeling he hadn't felt in a long time rose in his heart. When Song Yunshu arrived in the kitchen and saw it empty, she sighed softly and muttered, what did Gu Yan usually eat before? She didn't know that Gu Yan often relied on Iron Pillar and Lu Ergo for care, but they had their own things to do and couldn't always look after him perfectly. She sighed again, took noodles from her space storage that she bought from Brother Kuan, and quickly boiled water to prepare to cook. Once the water boiled, she skillfully added the noodles and took out 2 eggs from her space, cracking them into the pot. Soon, a steaming bowl of egg noodles was ready. Song Yunshu served a large bowl and brought it to Guyen. Eat quickly, don't go hungry. Guyen looked at the bowl of noodles, feeling a bit emotional. He couldn't remember the last time he had a hot meal, but he was curious about where the noodles came from and asked, "Where did these noodles come from?" She was momentarily stunned. How could she explain? Forget it, if she couldn't say, she wouldn't. She glared at him irritably. If you're hungry, just eat. Why ask so many questions? He was choked by her words and quickly changed the subject. Yunshu, you should eat some too. She shook her head and said, you eat first. I've already eaten at noon. Guyen disagreed and stubbornly said, if you don't eat, how can I eat alone? She rolled her eyes at him, stood up, put her hands on her hips, and said loudly, Guyen, stop with the nonsense. Eat quickly. Guyen looked down at the fragrant bowl of noodles, momentarily stunned, then softly said, thank you. Song Yunshu sat across from him, resting her chin on her hand, watching him. From now on, don't do that again. Your health is more important. Guyen looked up at her, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, I'll listen to you. The noodles were chewy, the soup was fresh and tasty, and the eggs were tender and smooth. Every bite made him feel very happy. Song Yunshu watched him eat happily and felt pleased herself. Is it delicious? She asked with a smile. Guyen nodded strongly. Yes, it's the best noodles I've ever had. After finishing a bowl, Guyen felt warm all over. He looked at Song Yunshu sincerely and said, Yunshu, thank you. Song Yunshu smiled gently and waved her hand casually. She said in a friendly tone, no need to thank me. Just focus on healing. When your leg is better, I really look forward to you cooking for me yourself. Hearing this, Guyen also showed a faint smile. Without hesitation, he nodded and replied, okay, once my leg heals, I will cook delicious food for you every day. Hearing this, Song Yunshu's smile became even brighter. She joked, you better not break your promise. I'm really looking forward to it. Seeing her, Guyen quickly nodded seriously and answered firmly, don't worry, I won't break my promise. Seeing Guyen so serious, Song Yunshu felt warm inside. She smiled happily and then stood up to clear the dishes on the table. After Song Yunshu finished cleaning up the dishes and left, Taizhu and Lu Ergu appeared in Guyen's room like ghosts. Taizhu, looking curious, hurriedly asked Brother Yen, are you really going to marry Song Ziking? This is a big deal. Lu Ergu nodded repeatedly and added, yes, Brother Yen. Today, everyone in the village is talking about how you've already agreed on the bride price with Song Ziking. Guyen looked at their anxious expressions and couldn't help but smile faintly. He softly said, yes. Ha, ha. Taizhu and Lu Ergu almost shouted at the same time, their voices so loud it seemed they might shake the roof. Guyen, seeing this, glared at them and said irritably, calm down. Lu Ergu looked worried and said, Brother Yen, how can we stay calm about this? This is a lifelong matter. Taizhu echoed, that's right. Brother Yen, even though Song Ziking is a bit proud, at least she can cook hot meals. Lejurg hurriedly nodded and said, yes, yes, Brother Yen, with Song Jiqing around, you won't have to worry about your meals anymore. She will definitely take good care of you. Taizhu then said, exactly, exactly. Song Jiqing isn't like us rough guys. She's careful and will surely look after Brother Yen very well. Taizhu and Lu Erg spoke happily, completely ignoring Guyen standing nearby. Guyen looked at their excited chatter with some helplessness. He cleared his throat to interrupt and said, all right, enough talking. Listen to me first. Hearing Guyen's voice, they realized they had been a bit rude and quickly shut their mouths, looking at Guyen with eager faces. They asked together, Brother Yen, do you have something to tell us? Guyen looked at them and slowly said, tomorrow, Song Jiqing is going to pick herbs deep in the mountains. I really can't rest easy knowing she's going alone, so I want you two to go with her. That way, I can feel more at ease. Go deep into the mountains to pick herbs? They asked in unison, surprised. Tai Zhu's voice trembled slightly as he hurriedly asked, Brother Yen, what's going on? Why does Song Jiqing need to go deep into the mountains? Lu Erg also looked at Gu Yen with suspicion, waiting for a reasonable explanation. Gu Yen looked at them impatiently and said irritably, Didn't I tell you to stay calm? Why are you still so surprised? Just follow along and see. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Tai Zhu and Lu Erg immediately straightened up and looked serious. Tai Zhu patted his chest and said loudly, Don't worry, Brother Yen. With me and Erg here, I promise not a single hair of Song Jiqing will be missing. Lu Erg nodded repeatedly and agreed. Exactly. The mountain paths are tough, but we know them well. We won't let Song Jiqing stumble or get hurt. Seeing their quick agreement, Gu Yan's expression eased a bit. He nodded and said, Good. With you two there, I can rest easier. Tomorrow morning, go to the pig grass gathering spot and wait for her. Don't delay. Tai Zhu scratched his head and chuckled. Brother Yen, just relax. We'll arrive early and won't let Song Jiqing wait for us. Li Ergo's eyes twinkled as he moved closer and lowered his voice, saying, Brother Yen, you care so much about Song Jiqing. Could it be that you've liked her for a long time? Before he finished, Tai Zhu slapped the back of his head and glared. Stop asking so many questions. Brother Yen told us what to do, and we just follow orders. Li Ergo shrank back and awkwardly smiled. I'm just curious. Gu Yan shook his head helplessly and said calmly, Enough, stop joking. Go back early and rest so you won't miss anything tomorrow. The two quickly nodded and said together, Got it. Brother Yen, we're leaving now. After saying that, Tai Zhu and Li Ergo shoulder to shoulder turned around and left, whispering about plans for tomorrow. Gu Yan watched their backs, a slight smile on his face, feeling a bit more at ease. The next morning, Song Yunshu arrived at the gathering spot for collecting pig feed. She told Tai Dan, today I'm going to catch wild rabbits. I won't be back at noon. You guys handle the pig feed work. And remember, you must keep this a secret. Tai Dan pounded his chest to promise, Sister, don't worry. We all understand. Song Yunshu patted their heads and took out some fruit candies, handing them out. All right, go ahead and gather the pig feed. A few children left, and then Tai Zhu and Li Ergo appeared in front of her. Tai Zhu hurriedly said, Song Jiqing, Brother Yen asked us to follow you into the mountains to pick medicinal herbs. Song Yunshu nodded and smiled. Okay, let's go. After that, she took out a few more candies from her pocket and handed them over. Here, try some too. Tai Zhu quickly waved his hands and said sincerely, Song Jiqing, you're too kind. We're here to work, not to ask for candy. Li Ergo grinned and happily took the candies, unwrapping one and popping it into his mouth. Mumbling vaguely, he said, Thanks, Song Jiqing. These candies are really sweet. Tai Zhu glared at him, and only then did Li Ergo realize and quickly straighten up, adding, Song Jiqing, don't worry. We'll protect you well. With us here, no snakes, bugs, or mice in the mountain will get near you. They made her laugh, and she nodded softly. Good, let's go. The herbs we need to pick today are deep in the mountains, and the roads are rough. Be careful. Tai Zhu patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. We grew up in the mountains. We can walk with our eyes closed. Lu Ergu also agreed, saying exactly. Song Jiqing, if you get tired, just tell us. We can take turns carrying you. Tai Zhu immediately nudged him and whispered, What are you talking about? Song Jiqing is about to become our sister-in-law. We can't just let anyone carry her. After a short pause, Tai Zhu added, And if Yengu finds out, he might get mad and punish you. Lu Ergu awkwardly scratched his head and quickly said, Song Jiqing, I didn't mean to offend. Please don't take it the wrong way. Seeing them arguing, Song Yunshu couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'm not that delicate. Let's hurry and get going. The three of them headed into the deep mountains. Tai Zhu led the way at the front, Lu Ergu followed behind, and Song Yunshu walked in the middle, occasionally looking down at the plants by the roadside. The mountain breeze was cool, leaves rustled softly, and birds chirped now and then. Lu Ergu looked around as they walked and suddenly lowered his voice. Song Jiqing, I heard there used to be tigers in these mountains. Do you think we might run into one? Taiju turned to glare at him. Stop talking nonsense. It's been many years since anyone saw a tiger. Besides, even if there was one, can't we two grown men protect Song Jiqing? Song Yinshu wasn't afraid and asked with interest. Have you ever seen a tiger? Taiju scratched his head. When I was a kid, I heard elders talk about it, but our generation has never seen one. Lu Erga shrank back and awkwardly said, It's better if we haven't seen one. I really don't want to run into one. Song Yinshu smiled but didn't dwell on the topic. She told them, Keep an eye out for these herbs. Taiju and Lu Ergo asked in surprise, Song Jiqing, are these herbs useful? While searching for herbs, Song Yinshu explained, Sanqi. It helps stop bleeding, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. It can quickly stop bleeding, help blood clots dissolve, and speed up wound healing. It's very effective for external injuries, bruises, and cuts. Chonglu. It clears heat and toxins, reduces swelling, and relieves pain. It's used for treating snake bites and injuries that cause swelling and pain, helping to ease discomfort. Xuejia. It helps break up blood stasis, stop pain, and promote healing. It encourages blood clotting and speeds up wound recovery. It's often used for external bleeding, internal bruises, and ulcers that won't heal. After a while, Song Yinshu continued, These are all good herbs for treating wounds. By the way, there's also natural copper, which helps reduce swelling and pain, promotes healing of broken bones, and speeds up blood flow to the fracture site, helping the bone heal faster. Taiju and Lu Erga listened to Song Yinshu, completely stunned and unable to respond for a long time. After some time, they seemed to wake up from a dream. They looked at each other, then both gave a thumbs up to Song Yinshu, their eyes full of admiration and respect. Suddenly, Taiju seemed to remember something important. He quickly asked, Song Jiqing, are you gathering herbs to help Brother Yan's leg? Hearing Taiju, Lu Ergu also came back to himself and hurriedly agreed, Yes. The herbs we're looking for are definitely good for Brother Yan's leg. However, Tieju's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He looked at Song Yinshu with doubt and asked further, But, Song Jiqing, we've never heard before that you know medicine. Yeah, Song Jiqing has been with us in Xiangyang village for over 2 months, and we never knew you knew these things, Lu Ergo added. Seeing how they talked back and forth, Song Yinshu couldn't join the conversation and just found it a bit funny. She thought to herself, I wonder how Gu Yan, that quiet guy, became such good friends with these talkative guys. Song Jiqing, did you hear what we said? Taiju and Lu Ergu, seeing she didn't respond, became a bit anxious and raised their voices to ask again. Only then did Song Yinshu come back to herself. She smiled slightly and explained, Oh, I was just thinking about some things and wasn't paying attention to what you said. The recipe I have now is something I heard from others before, so I want to try it and see if it works. However, when Taiju and Lu Erga heard her say try it, their eyes dimmed noticeably. Clearly, they were not satisfied with this answer. Taiju stared at Song Yinshu, his lips slightly parted as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, unsure how to speak. Noticing Tieju's expression, Song Yinshu asked with a smile, If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold back. Seeing this, Taiju quickly and seriously asked, Song Jiqing, do you really not mind Brother Yan? Lia Go quickly agreed, saying, Yes, Song Jiqing, we don't mean anything bad, just. Before he finished, Taiju added, Brother Yan has had a hard life since he was young. His father didn't care, and his mother didn't love him. It wasn't until he joined the army that things got a little better. But who would have thought that now Brother Yan is seriously injured and paralyzed in bed? We all know he doesn't deserve this. And if you don't truly want to live with Brother Yan, Song Jiqing, please don't give him any hope. We're worried he can't handle the disappointment. Hearing this, Song Yinshu felt happy that Gu Yan had such good brothers. She softly asked, Did Gu Yan have a hard life before? Although she knew from books that he had a tough life, she only skimmed over it. Now she wanted to hear the real story. Taiju quickly nodded and said, That's true. When he was just 3 years old, he started working hard to earn points. Still, he was often the least liked, hungry and cold, wearing ragged clothes. Aunt Gu would often hit or scold him every day. Liago also agreed, these are just small things. When Brother Yen was young, Aunt Gu once abandoned him in the deep mountains several times. If the village chief and the team leader hadn't searched for days with villagers, he might have lost his life. Tai Zhu added, when the team leader finally found him, he was covered in wounds and looked terrible. Because of that, the village chief issued a strict warning. If Aunt Gu dared to abandon him again, she would be sent to jail. After that, things got a little better. Liago spat angrily and said with a face full of hatred, how could things get better? Brother Yen joined the army before he was 15, and he served for 12 years. He sent all his army allowances home, but who would have thought that when he had an accident, they cruelly threw him into that old, broken house and ignored him. Hearing this, Song Yunshu felt a tightness in her chest, very uncomfortable. She angrily said, how can that old money grubber be so cruel? Isn't Guyen her own son? Iron Pole also turned red with anger and said angrily, at first, we all thought the same way. But later, I heard my mother say that Brother Yen is indeed their biological son. Lu Ergu quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, my mother also said that. Brother Yen and my eldest sister were born in the same year, so they are definitely the biological children of Aunt Gu. Song Yunshu found it more and more strange. She couldn't help but think of the novels she read in her previous life. Usually, in such cases, the children are often not their biological children. Could there be some hidden secret here? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Song Yunshu's mind. Could the child have been switched? At that moment, Lu Ergo suddenly patted his head and said, I heard my mother say that when Aunt Gu gave birth to Brother Yen, she had a difficult labor and almost lost her life. Since then, she's been unfriendly toward Gu Yen. Song Yunshu seemed to have caught an important point and quickly asked, was old Qian Pa also born at home during a difficult labor? Lu Erga shook his head. No, she was born at the town health clinic. Hearing this, Song Yunshu thought to herself, maybe the problem is at the health clinic. We can only investigate further when we get the chance. While pondering the possibility of a switch at the health clinic, she suddenly heard a low growl coming from nearby. Iron Pole hurriedly said, Song Jiqing, run. There might be a wild boar. Hearing this, Song Yunshu's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, let's go see. Lu Ergu was stunned and hurriedly said, Song Jiqing, that's a wild boar. We should leave quickly. If you get hurt, Brother Yen won't forgive us. Song Yunshu waved her hand and smiled. Don't worry. I have sleeping powder here. Even if a wild boar comes, I'm not afraid. Iron Pole and Lu Erga looked at each other, surprised. They didn't expect Song Jiqing not only to stay but to go directly to find the wild boar. Iron Pole was anxious and rubbed his hands nervously. Song Jiqing, this is no joke. Wild boars can go crazy and break trees as thick as a bowl. That sleeping powder of yours might not be enough. Before he finished speaking, a crisp crack sounded from the bushes. A large, black-haired wild boar suddenly charged out, its tusks gleaming in the sunlight, panting heavily. Lu Ergo was so scared his legs went weak and almost sat down on the ground. Oh my goodness! Wow, that's really big. But Song Yunshu stayed calm. She quickly took a small cloth bag from her medicine basket and whispered, everyone, step back. Her delicate fingers skillfully opened the bag, releasing a faint herbal scent. The wild boar glared with red eyes. It pawed the ground a few times, ready to charge. Tai Zhu grabbed Lu Ergu and pulled him behind, then picked up a rough wooden stick, preparing to rush forward. Song Jiqing, run. I'll stop it. Don't move, don't move. Song Yunshu suddenly raised her voice and threw the powder from the bag at the boar. The powder spread in the air, forming a light yellow smoke. Surprisingly, the angry boar shook its head and slowed down noticeably. It staggered a few steps forward and finally fell to the ground with a loud splash, snoring loudly. Lu Erga stared in shock, shouting, It just fell? Tai Zhu also rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he saw, stammering, This This is too unbelievable. Song Yunshu brushed the powder off her hands and smiled proudly. This is my special sleeping powder. It can even knock down bears, let alone a wild boar. Tai Zhu still felt nervous, his hands trembling as he held the stick. Song Jiqing, your medicine is really powerful. Let's go and take a look, Song Yunshu said, trying to step forward, but Tai Zhu pulled her back.
Wait.
Wait a little longer, Tai Zhu warned, eyeing the boar carefully. What if it wakes up suddenly? Maybe we should wait a bit more. Song Yunshu blinked. Don't worry, the effect lasts for 2 hours. Besides, she grinned slyly, I brought a rope. Perfect for tying it up. Wild boar meat is a rare delicacy. Tonight we feast. Lu Erga's eyes lit up at the thought of meat. Song Jiqing, you're amazing. If Brother Yan knew how clever you are, he would definitely. Cough, cough. Tai Zhu interrupted loudly, coughing twice. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and help tie the pig. Suddenly, Lu Erga said casually, Song Jiqing, there are rules in this village. For a big game like this, we have to hand it over to the village officials. Song Yunshu understood the rule clearly, but she was quick-witted and immediately came up with an idea. A smile appeared on her face as she hurriedly said, How about this? We wait until it gets dark to move the wild pig down the mountain. At that time, we keep some for ourselves and sell the rest. What do you think? Tai Zhu and Lu Erga looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Yes, that sounds good. Tai Zhu then added, Let's first carry the wild pig to Yan Ji's house at the foot of the mountain, and then decide what to do after dark. Okay. The three worked together to tie up the wild pig. Tai Zhu and Lu Erga found thick branches to make a simple stretcher. As Lu Erga and Tai Zhu carried the heavy pig back, Lu Erga couldn't help but praise, Song Jiqing, I really admire your herbal gathering skills. You can even bring back a wild pig as medicine. Tai Zhu smiled and said, Song Jiqing, no. Sister-in-law, if you go up the mountain again, don't forget to call us. Seeing this, Lu Ergu quickly agreed, Yes, sister-in-law, next time you go up the mountain, remember to call us. While speaking, he looked at Song Yunshu eagerly, as if afraid of being left out. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing their way of calling her, Song Yunshu almost choked on her saliva. She quickly said, Lu Ergu, Gu Yen, and I aren't married yet. Don't call me that. Lu Erga hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, it's only a matter of time. We'll start calling you that now. Tai Zhu also quickly added, Yes, from now on, I'll call you sister-in-law. Hearing their words, Song Yunshu burst into a clear, cheerful laugh that echoed through the air. She couldn't help but think secretly, these two are really funny. If they were born in later times, it would be a shame not to see them act in comedy sketches. Tai Zhu secretly glanced at Song Yunshu's side face, thinking to himself that Yan Ge was truly perceptive. Not only does Song Jiqing look good, but she's also brave and capable. No wonder Yan Ge cares so much about her. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Tai Zhu looked at the sky and said, Sister-in-law, you should go back first. We'll wait here until it's dark, then carry the wild pig to Yan Ge. Song Yunshu nodded and smiled, saying, All right, be careful here. I'll go back to the youth camp to wash up first. Later, I'll go to Gu Yan's place and prepare the meals. After speaking, she headed toward the gathering point where the pigs were being fed. When Song Yunshu arrived at the gathering point, Tai Dan and the others were already waiting there. As soon as they saw her return, they hurried over, their eyes full of hope. Seeing their eager faces, Song Yunshu smiled and said, Today, I was lucky. I caught 3 rabbits. Take a look. She took the rabbits out of the basket she had hidden behind her. Their eyes lit up immediately, and they exclaimed, Wow, sister is amazing. Smiling, Song Yunshu said, Let's go back quickly and share the rabbits. Tonight, you'll have a good meal. The children cheered happily. Now we can eat rabbit meat again. They all happily headed back together. After washing up at the youth camp, Song Yunshu decided to go to Gu Yan's place. Wang Zhaodi saw her about to leave and asked, Yunshu, dinner is almost ready. Are you going out now? Song Yinshu nodded. Yes, I won't be eating here today. Wang Tsuetsue sneered and said, Oh, so you're already eager to serve before you're even married. Song Yinshu paused, then turned to look at her coldly. Wang Tsuetsue saw her gaze and quickly shrank back, muttering quietly, I didn't say anything wrong. Song Yinshu walked up to her and said coldly, Say that again. Wang Tsuetsue, seeing Song Yinshu coming over, was already trembling with fear and dared not speak again. She could only lower her head silently. The other youths sitting in the yard cooling off saw what happened and looked at them. Li Xianglan hurriedly advised, Yinshu, forget it. You have things to do, so go quickly. Song Yinshu nodded with a smile, then turned and looked coldly at Wang Tsuetsue, saying, If you're not afraid, you can keep talking. Shivering with fear, Wang Tsuetsue dared not make another sound. Only then did Song Yinshu turn and leave the youth camp. On the way, her mind kept flashing with Wang Tsuetsue's annoying face. She secretly thought, This Wang Tsuetsue is always causing trouble in front of me. I really can't stand it anymore. I need to find a good chance to deal with her properly. Before Song Yinshu reached Gu Yan's place, she saw him sitting quietly in the yard, gazing at the distant mountains as if lost in thought. When she heard her footsteps, Gu Yan slowly turned his head. When he saw it was Song Yinshu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He quickly sat upright, rolled his wheelchair forward, and smiled, saying, Yinshu, you're back. Song Yinshu also smiled in response. She walked over, gently set down her basket, and asked with concern, You're sitting here alone, daydreaming. What are you looking at? Gu Yan cleared his throat awkwardly and replied vaguely, Nothing. Nothing special. Seeing this, Song Yinshu became more curious. She continued to ask, Really nothing? Then, why do you look so thoughtful? Gu Yan was a bit speechless from her questions. He hesitated but decided to change the subject. He asked, Where are Taiju and Ergo? Why didn't they come back with you? A mysterious smile appeared on Song Yinshu's face. She softly said, You'll find out when it gets dark. Hearing this, Gu Yan felt more anxious. He hurriedly asked, Did something happen to you all? Tell me quickly. Seeing Gu Yan's eager expression, she found it amusing. She deliberately kept him in suspense and asked, Gu Yan, how do you know something happened to us? Gu Yan's heart sank at her excitement. He quietly asked, Did you encounter wild boars? Song Yinshu chuckled. How do you know? Gu Yan's worry deepened. He asked urgently, Are you hurt? Seeing his concern, Song Yinshu smiled lightly. No, we're fine. Taiju and the others will carry the wild boar down after it gets dark. Gu Yan frowned, scanning her back and forth as if afraid to miss any injury. His voice was low and restrained with a hint of anger. Do you know how dangerous wild boars are? If they go berserk and charge, you won't be able to run away. Song Yinshu blinked and kept smiling. There are many of us, and Taiju and the others are here. It's okay. Gu Yan's breathing quickened, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his fists, clearly trying to control his emotions. He stared at her, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Next time, don't go there again. Song Yinshu tilted her head to look at him, teasingly saying, So, Comrade Gu, are you worried about me? Gu Yan was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. His grip was firm but gentle, making it hard for her to pull away. His eyes were deep, and his voice was low and serious. Song Yinshu, I'm not joking. She was startled, and her heart skipped a beat. He rarely called her by her full name like that, and even less often showed such obvious nervousness. After a moment, she gently pulled her hand back and smiled softly. All right, I won't go next time. Gu Yan finally relaxed a little, though a tense look still lingered in his eyes. He whispered, It's getting dark. Let's go home early. Song Yinshu shook her head. No need. Taiju and the others will come over later. I'll go make some food. Gu Yan hurriedly said, I can do it. You've been busy all day. You should rest. She looked at him with wide eyes, a bit annoyed. You still have injuries. Later, I'll help clean your wounds. Before she finished speaking, she quickly carried her basket and headed straight to the kitchen. Seeing this, Gu Yan immediately turned his wheelchair and followed closely behind her, both heading toward the kitchen. When Song Yinshu put the basket down, she looked up and saw Gu Yan following her into the kitchen. She quickly said, "Gu Yan, can you help me start the fire?" Gu Yan nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes." Song Yinshu hesitated for a moment, then asked with concern, "What did you eat for lunch?" Gu Yan simply answered, "Potatoes." Hearing this, she immediately widened her eyes and scolded him gently, "Don't you know you need nutritious food to keep your body strong?" Gu Yan was touched. It had been a long time since someone cared about him like that. He looked up at her softly and said, "I know, but the conditions are limited now. Having potatoes is already good." Song Yinshu knew he had injuries, so cooking was not easy for him. She could only prepare simple dishes like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Thinking of this, she felt distressed and said, "Today, I'll make eggs and meat to help you recover." After saying that, she quickly started preparing the food. Gu Yan sat by the stove, carefully tending the fire, occasionally glancing up at Song Yinshu busy with her work. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the smell of delicious food. Outside, the voices of Taiju and Ergo could be heard. "Brother Yen, sister-in-law, we've brought the wild boar." Cough, cough, cough. Gu Yan heard them calling and couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking to himself, "These two guys are quite thoughtful." Song Yinshu gently pushed Gu Yan as they walked out of the kitchen. He immediately saw them carrying a large wild boar, their faces full of excitement. However, when Gu Yan's eyes fell on the boar, his expression suddenly darkened. Taiju noticed Gu Yan's silence and quickly understood that he was worried about Song Jiqing's safety. He hurriedly smiled and explained, "Brother Yen, don't worry, we're all safe." Next to them, Lu Ergo chimed in, "Yes, Brother Yen, you don't know how amazing sister-in-law is. She has a sleeping potion." She lightly sprinkled it on the boar, and it soon looked drunk, staggering and falling down. Cough, cough, cough. Song Yinshu desperately signaled to them with her eyes, trying to stop them from talking. But these two men didn't seem to understand her and kept talking about what happened in the mountains. Seeing Gu Yan's face turn darker and darker, Song Yinshu finally couldn't hold back. She awkwardly smiled and changed the subject. "All right, everyone, don't just stand around. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. We just finished cooking." Taiju and Ergo finally realized and quickly shut their mouths to wash their hands. The atmosphere at the dining table was a bit tense. Gu Yan ate quietly, occasionally glancing at Song Yinshu. Song Yinshu felt a little nervous under his gaze, so she kept her head down, eating without daring to look at him. Finally, after finishing the meal, Gu Yan said to Taiju and the others, "Clean up the dishes and chopsticks and take the wild boar to sell some. Be careful and stay safe." Then he turned to Song Yinshu and said, "Yinshu, if you want to eat that part of the meat, ask Taiju and them to bring it back later." Song Yinshu quickly replied, "Bring back some bones too, so I can make soup to nourish Gu Yan." Taiju and Lu Ergo looked at each other. Taiju asked sister-in-law, "What about the fatty meat?" "Based on your instructions, here is the corrected and simplified version of your text." Song Yinshu listened and said, "People nowadays like big, fatty meat. Let's add some pork belly for braised pork." Taiju and Lu Ergo nodded and went to clean the dishes. After they left, Gu Yan looked at Song Yinshu and asked, "Tell me, what's going on with the sleeping potion?" His face was serious, and his eyes showed concern. Song Yinshu didn't know what was happening. Seeing Gu Yan's serious face, she felt a little scared. She secretly cursed, this must be part of the story, not really her. She shook her head and gathered courage to say, "I made the sleeping potion myself. I brought it just in case I faced danger in the mountains."
It turned out to be useful this time.
Gu Yan frowned and sighed. "Don't take such risks in the future. What if something goes wrong?" Hearing this, Song Yinshu felt warm inside. She knew he was worried about her. She nodded gently and said, "I understand." Outside, Taiju and Ergo looked at each other and whispered, "It seems Brother Yen still cares about sister-in-law." Of course, Brother Yen is just stubborn. They smiled at each other and continued to clean the dishes. Inside the room, Song Yunshu said to Gu Yan, I'll help you onto the bed. You need to clean your wound again. Gu Yan didn't refuse. He obediently let Song Yunshu push him to the bed. She quickly said, take off your clothes and pants first. I'll get some water. Then she went to fetch water. Gu Yan had already taken off his pants in front of her yesterday, so he wasn't so shy now. But when he heard her say to take off his clothes too, he looked at her surprised. Maybe he heard wrong. He slowly started to take off his shirt. When Song Yunshu returned with the water, she saw he hadn't taken off his shirt. She knew he was probably shy, so she decided to tease him a little. She placed the basin on a stool, smiled, and said, Gu Yan, are you not taking off your clothes? Do you want me to help you? Gu Yan's ears turned red. His fingers unconsciously clenched the bed sheet. He lowered his eyes and swallowed hard. His throat moved as he said, I'll do it myself. Song Yunshu deliberately moved half a step closer, her scent of soap and jasmine brushing past his hot ear tips. She softly said, I only remember to clean the wound on your leg yesterday. I didn't check if your upper body was hurt. Actually, Song Yunshu knew very well that his upper body wasn't hurt at all. Thanks to her, when she first arrived, she hugged him like a pillow all night. She vaguely remembered that his abs were quite firm, probably because he was in the army and trained every day. A mischievous glint appeared in Song Yunshu's eyes. She deliberately reached out to touch his shirt collar, lightly grazing his collarbone with her fingertips. Gu Yan stiffened all over and instinctively moved back, but he winced due to his injury. Why are you hiding? She asked with a pretend serious look, but her fingers mischievously hooked his belt. What if you have hidden injuries? You just came back from the battlefield. I need to check carefully. Gu Yan's ears turned red almost like blood, and his Adam's apple moved. His voice was low and hoarse. Song Yunshu, you.
What?
Afraid I'll look? She tilted her head, smiling playfully. That night when we slept together, I touched Song Yunshu. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of embarrassment and anger, calling her by her full name, clearly annoyed. She finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She took a step back and handed him a wrung-out cloth. Wipe yourself. I won't look. I'm going to get some water to wash your wound. Gu Yan's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. When he took the cloth, his fingertips trembled slightly. He softly said, okay. Song Yunshu turned her back, but a small smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She went out to fetch water again. As Song Yunshu left, Gu Yan's lips curled into a smile, thinking to himself, she probably just likes to see his body. When Song Yunshu returned with water, Gu Yan had already cleaned himself and was putting on his shirt. Seeing her come in, his movements paused, and his ears still flushed slightly. Song Yunshu didn't tease him anymore. She placed the water down and stepped forward to carefully check the wound on his leg. Gently touching it, she thought, this spring water really works. Just one wash, and the wound has healed a lot. Looks like I can give him a medicinal bath and acupuncture tomorrow. Gu Yan shivered slightly. The wound is healing well, Song Yunshu said softly as she began to clean his wound gently. Watching her focused, Gu Yan's heartbeat inexplicably sped up. Song Yunshu nodded and said, but your left leg's bones are shattered. Once some time passes, I will perform surgery to remove the broken bones. Gu Yan was even more confused and asked in surprise, you can perform surgery? Song Yunshu chuckled softly, I know more than you think. Don't worry, I will definitely heal your leg. Hearing that his leg could be cured, Gu Yan felt very excited and full of hope. He tightly held Song Yunshu's hand and said with a trembling voice, Yunshu, thank you. You saved my life. From now on, my life belongs to you. Song Yunshu's face slightly reddened. She withdrew her hand and said, don't thank me yet. Healing isn't easy. During acupuncture, it will hurt a lot, so you need to endure it. Gu Yan nodded firmly. I'm not afraid of pain. As long as my leg gets better, I can endure any pain. Song Yunshu packed up her medicine box, lightly tapping the lid with her fingertips, and said confidently, good. As long as you can endure, I can not only heal your leg but also fix those old injuries on your body. Guyan stared at her blankly, his eyes showing complex emotions, shock, doubt, but also a faint glimmer of hope. After a moment of silence, his voice hoarse, he said, Yunshu, do you know? The best orthopedic doctors in the city said my leg was beyond saving. At that time, I lost all hope of living. Thank you for giving me hope now. Song Yunshu looked at him seriously and said, just because those doctors said it can't be done doesn't mean I can't do it. Guyan, you have to believe in me. Guyan nodded heavily, his gaze firm. After a while, Guyan finally broke the silence and said slowly, I'll take you back. Hearing this, Song Yunshu slightly turned her head, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, a faint smile appearing on her lips, but that smile carried a hint of helplessness and refusal. She softly said, stop showing off. Rest well. I can walk back by myself. Guyan didn't seem affected by her words. He quickly said, take a flashlight with you, and be careful on the road. As he spoke, he picked up a flashlight from the nearby table and handed it to Song Yunshu. Seeing Guyan hand her the flashlight, a warm feeling rose in her heart. She smiled and waved her hand, saying, I have a flashlight. Don't worry. After speaking, she took out her flashlight from her bag and waved it in front of Guyan to show that she really had a flashlight. Song Yunshu turned on her flashlight, and a bright beam instantly lit up the path ahead. She walked briskly along the small road toward the Jiqing courtyard. Along the way, her mind was already drifting to the mysterious spring. She thought to herself, the spring seems to have changed a little again, but she hasn't planted any crops these past 2 days. What could be the reason that the spring has become bigger? This question kept bothering her, and she couldn't figure it out. Song Yunshu chuckled softly. What are you worried about? If you can't understand, just stop thinking about it. Anyway, it's good that the spring is getting bigger. When she returned to the Jiqing courtyard and saw everyone was already asleep, she quietly lay down on her bed. She glanced at Su Wanwan nearby and thought, tomorrow is the day to pay back the money. I have some money coming in. Meanwhile, Tai Zhu and Lu Ergo happily completed their wild boar deal. They carried the large bones and pork belly that Song Yunshu needed, walking cheerfully toward Guyan's house. Both of them knew very well that Guyan was probably anxiously waiting for their return. When they stepped into the yard, Guyan immediately knew. He quickly turned on the light inside the house. Tai Zhu and Lu Ergu exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Tai Zhu whispered, Brother Yen, let's put the meat and big bones in the well first, to keep them fresh. Guyan nodded with a smile, showing his appreciation. Thanks for your hard work. Come in quickly. Lu Ergo hurriedly handed the money he was holding tightly to Guyan and said, Brother Yen, this is the money from selling the wild boar. It's a total of 120 yuan, all here. Guyan took the money, counted it carefully, then divided it into 3 equal parts. He picked up one part and handed it to Tai Zhu without hesitation, then gave another part to Lu Ergu, smiling as he said, Here, take this. It's what you deserve. Tai Zhu and Lu Ergu looked at each other, quickly waving their hands to refuse. Brother Yen, this isn't right. The wild boar was clearly caught by my sister-in-law. We didn't do anything. We can't take this money. Seeing this, Guyan hurriedly explained, Don't say that. If it weren't for your help, she wouldn't have been able to bring back the wild boar alone. You refused to accept the money, and she might feel embarrassed to ask for your help again in the future. After hearing Guyan's words, Tai Zhu and Lu Erga hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the money. Guyan looked at Tai Zhu and said sincerely, Tai Zhu, you should keep this money and not give it all to your family at once. Tai Zhu nodded to show he understood, but after thinking for a moment, he pushed the money back to Guyan and said, Brother Yen, I think I should keep this money with you. Guyan was a bit surprised and looked at Tai Zhu with wide eyes. Storing it with me isn't safe. If my family finds out, the money will be gone. Tai Zhu just smiled casually and said, Brother Yen, I'm not afraid. Hee. Guyan shook his head helplessly, but agreed to Tieju's request. Finally, he looked at the two of them and said slowly, All right, come back tomorrow to help me again. Hearing this, Tieju's face lit up with happiness. He hurriedly asked Brother Yen, is this because sister-in-law is going to start treating your leg? Today, they went into the mountains to pick herbs, and they guessed that Song Jiqing was helping treat Gu Yan's leg. Gu Yan smiled and nodded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Softly, he said, yes, Yunshu said she has a way to heal my leg. Tomorrow, she will start giving me herbal baths. Taiju and Lu Ergu were so excited they jumped like children, shouting happily, wow, really? Brother Yen, can your leg really be cured? Gu Yan nodded again and warned, you two must remember. Don't tell anyone about this, understand? Taiju and Lu Ergu nodded together. Brother Yen, we understand. Gu Yan looked at them and said, all right, you should go back and rest now. The two nodded and went outside. The next morning, sunlight shone into the yard, illuminating Song Yunshu's half-smile face. She sat comfortably in the yard, one leg elegantly crossed over the other, her posture relaxed, with a mysterious smile on her lips. Her gaze was fixed straight at the door, as if waiting for someone or something important. Wang Zhaodi saw Song Yunshu early and, noticing her strange behavior, couldn't help but feel curious. She quickly walked up to Song Yunshu and asked with suspicion, Yunshu, why are you sitting here so early in the morning? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Song Yunshu's mouth as she softly said, Zhaodi, today is a good day. Wang Zhaodi became even more curious and asked, what good day?
Tell me about it.
Song Yunshu chuckled softly and played hard to get. Hee hee, today is a day when wishes can come true. Her words surprised everyone around her. All eyes turned to her, as if trying to find some clue on her face. Seeing this, Li Xianglan couldn't hold back her curiosity and quickly asked, Yunshu, stop teasing us. What exactly is so good about today?
Please tell us.
At that moment, Su Wanwan noticed Song Yunshu's half-smile and felt a sudden sense of unease. She thought Yunshu looked a bit strange, as if something was about to happen. Her heart beat faster, and she clenched her fists tightly, her palms slightly sweaty. Seeing everyone standing up, Song Yunshu looked at Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan and said with a smile, Comrades Su and Xie, have you forgotten what day it is today? Hearing her call, Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan were startled. They exchanged glances, and Xie Jingchuan hurriedly asked, Yunshu, what are you talking about? How would we know what day it is? Su Wanwan also said, yes, Yunshu, we haven't done anything to upset you. Song Yunshu stood up, brushed imaginary dust off her clothes, and coldly said, it seems you two are pretending to forget. Let me remind you. Today is the day you pay me back, she said, waving the IOU in front of them. As soon as Yunshu finished speaking, Su Wanwan's face turned pale, and she unconsciously clenched her clothes tightly. Xie Jingchuan frowned and instinctively stepped in front of Su Wanwan with a slightly annoyed tone. Yunshu, we don't have the money right now. Everyone looked at them and suddenly remembered that today was the day they needed to repay their debt. Yunshu looked at the two in front of her with an expressionless face, but a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Not having money is no excuse, right? Her voice was soft but carried a hint of disdain. Don't forget, today is the deadline. Su Wanwan's eyes turned red, tears welling up. She begged in a trembling voice, Yunshu, please give us more time. We will pay back the money as soon as possible. However, Song Yunshu remained unmoved. She looked at Li Kai nearby and coldly ordered, Captain Li, send someone to find the team leader. Seeing this, Xie Jingchuan felt anxious. He quickly shouted, Song Yunshu, why do you want to call the team leader? Song Yunshu's gaze was as cold as icy stars. She looked directly at Xie Jingchuan and slowly said, isn't it true that you don't want to pay back the money?
Fine, I will help you with that.
Hearing this, Su Wanwan's face turned pale instantly. She asked in fear, Song Yunshu, what are you going to do? Song Yunshu's smile grew more obvious. She replied casually, what am I going to do? Of course, I won't let you pay back the money. Su Wanwan's face showed an expression of disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly as she hesitated, asking, really? Song Yunshu nodded without expression and answered firmly, yes. That's why I want to find the team leader and have him take you to jail for a few days. Then, your debt to me will be settled. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan were stunned by her words. They never expected Song Yunshu to be so ruthless, even wanting to send them to prison. Su Wanwan's face turned pale again. Her voice trembled with fear. Yunshu, why are you so cruel? Isn't this going to ruin us? Xie Jingchuan was also shocked and angry. He stared at Song Yunshu and asked, how can you do this? How will we go back to the city after this? Song Yunshu's smile didn't fade, but her eyes were icy cold. She slowly folded the IOU again, her tone light. Cruel? When you borrowed money from me and didn't pay it back, didn't you think you were cruel? Besides, whether you can return to the city or not has nothing to do with me. Xie Jingchuan's face turned dark. He lowered his voice and said, Yunshu, let's talk privately. Why make a scene in front of the team leader? Song Yunshu sneered and said, I give you 10 days. If you falsely accuse me of stealing your money, I will give you 3 days. If you pretend not to hear after that, it's clear you just want to avoid paying. After speaking, she turned to Captain Li and raised her voice a little. Captain Li, paying back debts is the right thing to do. But they not only refuse to pay, they also keep insulting me. Now I can have them go to jail to settle the debt. Isn't that fair? Captain Li frowned and said, Comrades Xie and Su, have you decided not to pay back? You should know if you go to the police station, it will show up on your records. When you try to find a job later, it won't be easy. Xie Jingchuan broke out in cold sweat and tried to explain we are in a special situation. I plan to wait until I receive money from home to pay. Song Yunshu looked at them and smiled lightly. You just want to delay, don't you? Don't think I don't know. If your family sends money, it will only add 50 yuan in interest after half a month. If it takes more than a month, I will charge an extra 120 yuan. What do you think? If you agree, we can sign the agreement now. She then took out paper and a pen from her bag. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan stared wide-eyed. Xie Jingchuan angrily said, Song Yunshu, are you crazy about money? Su Wanwan also shouted, Yes, Yunshu, we are your best friends. How can you treat us like this? Song Yunshu shouted loudly, Stop pretending. If you don't pay back, you'll go to jail for a few days. No more nonsense. Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan were speechless after hearing Song Yunshu. Their faces turned red with shame and anger. People around them whispered and looked at them with disapproval. Xie Jingchuan clenched his teeth, his eyes flickering as if weighing the pros and cons. Su Wanwan held onto Xie Jingchuan's sleeve and sobbed quietly. At that moment, the team leader strode into the yard. Seeing the tense atmosphere, he understood what was happening. He pretended to frown and asked, What's going on? Song Yunshu stepped forward, smiled lightly, and explained the situation. The team leader listened carefully, then looked seriously at Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan and said, Paying back debts is a matter of principle. If you are truly in difficulty, you should discuss it properly with others instead of just delaying repayment. Xie Jingchuan and Su Wanwan lowered their heads, afraid to meet the captain's eyes. The captain then turned to Song Yunshu. Yunshu, they're also having a hard time. Can you give them a few more days? Song Yunshu thought for a moment and said, All right, I can give them 3 more days. But they must write me a promise. If they don't pay back in 3 days, I will send them to jail to settle the debt. Everyone was secretly surprised. Song Yunshu is really strict. The captain nodded. That's fine.
Let's do it that way.
Then he asked Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan, Comrades Su and Xie, do you have any objections? Su Wanwan quickly said, Yunshu, you don't need a signature, right? We promise to pay you back in 3 days. Song Yunshu shook her head and smiled gently. No, that's not enough. You must sign a written guarantee. Then she took out a pen and paper and started writing. Her pen moved quickly, and she finished the guarantee letter neatly and clearly. She pushed the paper and pen towards Su Wanwan and said firmly, Sign here. You can also stamp your fingerprint if you prefer. Su Wanwan bit her lip, her fingers trembling slightly, hesitant to take the pen. Xie Jingchuan's face darkened. He grabbed the guarantee letter quickly, glanced at it and sneered. Song Yunshu, you're quite thorough, even writing out the consequences of breaking the promise. Of course, Song Yinshu smiled slightly. After all, you have a record. I have to be careful. Xie Jingchuan tightened his grip on the paper, but finally, under everyone's watch, he signed his name and pressed his fingerprint heavily. Seeing that he had given in, Su Wanwan's eyes reddened, and she trembled as she signed her name. Song Yinshu happily put away the guarantee letter. She gently blew on the ink that hadn't dried yet and said cheerfully, "All right, remember, only 3 days." After saying that, she turned to leave, but seemed to remember something. She looked back and added, "Oh, and I'm still waiting for your money for the dowry." Xie Jingchuan's eyes were cold and fierce. He stared at her back until she disappeared outside the gate. Then he slammed his fist against the wall and muttered a curse softly. Onlookers, the young educated workers, saw that the situation was over and started to leave. However, they were secretly talking among themselves. Wow, Song Yinshu is so powerful now. She used to be quiet and let them control her, but now she's taking charge and hitting them where it hurts. Su Wanwan and Xie Jingchuan are really in trouble this time. They borrowed money and didn't pay it back, yet they still act so confident. Yeah, Song Yinshu used to be very loyal to them, but they betrayed her. She had to fight back hard. But her methods are really harsh. She doesn't hold back at all. Why would she hold back? They kept delaying paying her back. Unaware of these rumors, Song Yinshu was walking toward Gu Yan's house, gently rubbing the promissory note in her hand, a faint smile on her lips. When she arrived, Tai Zhu and Lu Ergu were already waiting there. Gu Yan's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Song Yinshu, shining with happiness. He hurriedly asked, "Yinshu, have you eaten?" She smiled and shook her head softly, replying, "Not yet. I came here to eat with you." Seeing this, Tai Zhu quickly said, "Sister-in-law, we're making bone soup. It will be ready soon." Song Yinshu smiled happily and said to Tai Zhu, "Thanks for your hard work, Tai Zhu and Ergu." Soon, the bone soup was ready. The rich aroma spread through the house like a warm breeze. Everyone sat together, each face showing satisfaction. They enjoyed the tasty soup and chatted happily, making the atmosphere very friendly. After eating, Song Yinshu stood up and said, "Tai Zhu, Ergu, take the herbs out of the basket and wash them. Then put them in the pot, add a lot of water and boil it. I'll need it later." Tai Zhu and Lu Ergu nodded quickly and started working right away. They carefully took the herbs out, washed them thoroughly, then put them into the pot with some water, and began to simmer. Song Yinshu looked at Gu Yan and asked, "Gu Yan, do you need to go to the bathroom now? The acupuncture will take a little while." Song Yinshu nodded and said, "I'll help you back to your room." Once inside, she gently helped him onto the bed and softly said, "I'll take off your pants." Gu Yan blushed and quickly said, "I'll do it myself." Song Yinshu didn't insist. She took out her acupuncture tools from her bag, things she had previously found in the space. She now believed even more that the old man was a great doctor. Otherwise, how could those tools be in the space? After sterilizing the silver needles in alcohol, Song Yinshu turned to see that he had already taken off his pants. She said, "Gu Yan, I'm about to start." Gu Yan nodded and said, "Yinshu, I trust you." She didn't say anything more and began the acupuncture. She looked focused, pinching a thin silver needle and quickly passing it over an alcohol lamp to sterilize it. She looked down at the injury on Gu Yan's leg and softly said, "It might hurt a little. Please bear with it." Gu Yan clenched his fists tightly on the bed frame, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he still managed to smile and said, "It's okay. You can go ahead." Before he finished, a flash of silver light appeared, and the first needle was precisely inserted into the acupuncture point. His muscles tensed instantly, his Adam's apple moved, but he swallowed the pain and kept quiet. Song Yinshu's technique was skillful. Her needle insertion was quick and steady. One by one, she inserted the silver needles into the acupuncture points on Gu Yan's leg. He was in pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, but he clenched his teeth and said nothing. Seeing his determined look, Song Yinshu secretly admired him. Finally, After placing the last needle, Song Yunshu looked up and met his deep gaze.
The needles are in.
In 15 minutes, you can remove them.
How do you feel now?
Guyen felt a warm flow surge through his leg, and it felt much lighter than before. He quickly said, I feel a warm flow. Song Yunshu nodded slightly, indicating she understood, and softly said, That's common. After removing the needles, you can take a bath. After a while, she spoke again, gently reminding him, Rest for a bit. I'll go see if Taizhu and the others have finished preparing the bathwater. Then she left the room. Outside in the yard, Song Yunshu called out loudly, Taizhu, Ergo, is the bathwater ready? Taizhu and Lu Ergo heard her and quickly responded, Sister-in-law, it's all ready. Song Yunshu quickly walked to the wooden tub and carefully tested the temperature of the medicinal bath inside. Suddenly, a warm mist filled with a strong herbal scent rose around her. She took the opportunity to add some spring water to the tub. She nodded with satisfaction, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She softly said, The water is just right. Please lift the tub inside. Taizhu and Lu Ergu quickly lifted the wooden tub. As they passed by Song Yunshu, Taizhu lowered his voice and asked, Sister-in-law, Brother Gu's leg, can it really be cured? His dark face was full of worry.
The doctors in the capital said.
Don't worry, it will get better, Song Yunshu interrupted confidently. As long as you give the injections and soak the medicine on time, he can recover in less than 3 months. Lu Erga nudged Taizhu with his elbow and grinned. I told you sister-in-law is capable. Now Brother Yen finally has a chance. Song Yunshu didn't reply. She just went inside the house. Looking at the time, she said, Gu Yan, it's enough time. I'll remove the needles, and then you can take a bath. After saying that, she quickly took out the needles. After Taizhu and Lu Erga set up the bath, Song Yunshu said to them, Taizhu, Ergu, carry Gu Yan into the bath. They carried Gu Yan into the tub. The hot medicinal water covered his injuries. He broke out in cold sweat on his forehead but clenched his teeth and stayed silent. Song Yunshu then told them, Taizhu, Ergu, keep boiling the medicinal water. We'll need to add more water later. They responded and left. Song Yunshu took a clean cloth and placed it at the edge of the tub. You need to soak for at least half an hour. When the water cools, call Taizhu and Ergu to add hot water. Guyan nodded and softly said, Yunshu, you should lie down on the chair and rest for a while. Feeling tired herself, Song Yunshu nodded. Okay, I'll lie down for a bit. In half an hour, Taizhu and Ergu can carry you out. All right, I understand. Song Yunshu was indeed very tired. She lay on the chair and soon fell asleep. Gu Yan watched Song Yunshu sleeping on the chair, feeling a gentle warmth in his heart. The warm steam from the medicinal bath rose inside the room, making her peaceful sleeping face look especially calm. Gu Yan looked at her faint blue shadows under her eyes and remembered how hard she had worked these days to treat his leg, climbing mountains to gather herbs and cleaning the wound yesterday. His heart felt like it was gently touched by something. He softly called out, Taizhu. The door was pushed open, and Taizhu came in carrying a bucket. Brother Yen, I've added water. Gu Yan lowered his voice and said, Find a thin quilt from the cabinet. Seeing Song Yunshu asleep, Taizhu grinned and was about to speak when suddenly, Gu's mother's sharp voice came from outside the yard. Song Yunshu, come out here. Song Yunshu frowned in her sleep. Gu Yan's expression suddenly turned cold. He said to Taizhu, Go and send her away. Before Taizhu could leave, Song Yunshu had already opened her eyes. She rubbed her temples, still a little dazed from waking up. Gu Yan, what's wrong? Who called me? It's nothing, Gu Yan softened his tone. You can sleep a little longer. Lu Ergo and Taizhu couldn't stop her, but suddenly the yard gate was pushed open. Gu's mother stormed in angrily, followed by her stern-faced eldest son Gu Jiang, second son Gu Hai, and some villagers watching the scene. As soon as she entered, Gu's mother saw Gu Yan soaking in the medicine bucket and immediately glared with wide eyes. Good, so you really... Song Yunshu stood up and blocked in front of the bucket. Aunt Gu, what are you doing here? Are you bringing wedding gifts? Gu Yan also called out, "Mother, what are you doing?" Gu's mother, hearing their words, shouted loudly, "Song Jiqing, you still want wedding gifts? What are you doing here in broad daylight?" Gu Yan's face was serious as he said in a low voice, "Mother, what exactly do you want?" Gu's mother, trembling with anger, pointed at Song Yinshu's nose and scolded, "You shameless little easy woman, seducing my son and doing such shameful things in the house." She then turned and shouted at Gu Jiang and Gu Hai behind her, "Get this little brat out of here." Gu Jiang's face darkened as he moved forward. Gu Yan sat in the bucket, unable to move, clutching the edge tightly. He stared coldly at Gu Jiang and Gu Hai and said sharply, "If anyone dares to touch her." Seeing Gu Yan's icy gaze, Gu Jiang and Gu Hai hesitated and didn't dare to move. But Song Yinshu gently held Gu Yan's arm and softly said, "Gu Yan, don't get excited. Don't move. I'm here." She then turned to Gu's mother and said coldly, "And Gu, what have Gu Yan and I done? How can I be so unlikable?" Mother Gu spat and loudly said, "What are you doing in the room? You're so shameless." Song Yunshu sneered and said, "And Gu, is Gu Yan your biological son? Only someone not related would come here to cause trouble without knowing the facts and speak such harsh words. If this gets out, won't people laugh at you?" Mother Gu was speechless for a moment, then said, "Gu Yan isn't my real son. I heard you keep pestering my son every day. I didn't expect that when I came in, you two would be undressed here." Song Yinshu looked at her coldly and said sharply, "I pester him?
Who told you that?"
Gu Yan is soaking in herbal baths. How can he do that without removing his clothes?" Then she turned to the people behind her and said, "Everyone, you all know that Gu Yan is badly injured. No one is taking care of him, and he has no money for treatment." At this point, Song Yinshu pinched herself hard in a place others couldn't see. Gu Yan saw her pinch herself and felt very upset. Every time she was with him, he faced these frustrating things. With a tearful voice, Song Yinshu continued, "I am now Gu Yan's fiancé. I can't just watch him suffer every day, so I went up the mountain to pick herbs and brewed water to wash him. Mother Gu came in and scolded me for being a little easy woman, for seducing her son. Uncle, Andy, do you think I did something wrong? Should I just ignore Gu Yan's life and death like Mother Gu's family does?" The more she spoke, the more emotional she became, crying louder and louder. Finally, she sobbed, "Uncle, Annie, I heard people say that Gu Yan has suffered a lot, but I didn't know how hard his life was. Mother Gu just doesn't want Gu Yan to have a future." The villagers around listened to Song Yunshu and started whispering among themselves, showing sympathy and criticizing Mother Gu. Mother Gu's face turned red and white from the accusations, but she still stubbornly said, "Who knows if what you say is true? Maybe you're just deliberately seducing my son." Suddenly, an older villager stepped forward and said seriously, "Sister Gu, I think Song Ziking isn't lying. Gu Yan really is soaking in the herbal valley." His words, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, caused ripples to spread. Everyone started whispering and showing their disapproval of Mrs. Gu's actions. "You are Gu Yan's biological mother. Not helping is one thing, but why are you here criticizing them? You shouldn't be so unkind." Another villager agreed. At that moment, the team leader and the village chief hurriedly arrived. When they reached the scene, they were stunned by what they saw. As soon as Song Yunshu saw the team leader and village chief, she cried like she had found a savior, tears falling rapidly. She sobbed, "Team leader, village chief, Gu Yan and I have no way out now." Seeing this, the village chief's face darkened. He scolded Mrs. Gu, "You from the second family, are you trying to push Gu Yan to his death?" Mrs. Gu, feeling flustered by everyone's words, quickly explained, "I only heard it from others." The team leader looked at Song Yunshu, who was crying so sadly, and hurriedly comforted her, "Song Ziking, don't get too upset. Let's talk slowly." Although Song Yunshu was anxious inside, she held back her sadness and said to the team leader, "Team leader, please let everyone go outside first. Gu Yan has been soaking in there for too long. The water is cold now. If he stays in any longer, he won't be able to take it." Hearing this, The team leader quickly shouted, "Everyone, please go outside first. Let Yenzi put on his clothes." Although reluctant, everyone listened to the team leader's call and stepped into the yard. Seeing this, Song Yunshu hurriedly said to Taizhu and Lu Ergu, "Taizhu, Ergu, quickly carry Guyan out and help him change clothes. I'll help him apply medicine later." Taizhu and Lu Ergu responded quickly, "Sister-in-law, we understand." They carefully carried Guyan out. Song Yunshu looked at Gu Yan's pale face, feeling a pang of sadness. She softly comforted him, "Don't worry, I'll go outside first to handle things. You just focus on changing your clothes." Gu Yan suddenly held her hand and, in a weak voice, said, "Yunshu, if possible, I want to cut ties with them." Song Yunshu was shocked. She knew Gu Yan had always been unhappy with his family, but she didn't expect him to ask for this at such a moment. She looked into Gu Yan's eyes and nodded firmly, "Okay, I'll help you. If one time isn't enough, we'll try twice." Song Yunshu gathered her emotions before leaving the room. When she saw the crowd in the yard, she approached Madame Gu and cried out, "Madame Gu, I don't understand how a mother can be so cold-hearted, watching her son struggle in pain." Madame Gu's face suddenly changed, and a flicker of panic appeared in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and snorted coldly, "Song Jiqing, what are you talking about?
He's my son. Of course I care about him."
Song Yunshu took a deep breath, straightened her back, and continued, "Caring? If you cared, you wouldn't have left him alone when he was badly hurt, nor would you come here causing trouble. Over the years, how much has Gu Yan sacrificed for this family? And what have you given him in return? Now he's injured like this, have you ever cared about him?" Some people in the crowd started whispering, looking confused and curious. At this moment, Gu's father frowned and walked over, speaking impatiently, "Stop making noise here. This is family business. Outsiders shouldn't interfere." "Outsider?" Song Yunshu smiled sadly. "I'm the person Gu Yan wants to spend his life with. How am I an outsider? But you, who call yourselves family, have pushed him to the brink." Hearing this, Madame Gu sat down on the ground, slapped her thigh, and cried out, "Everyone listen. What kind of words are these? Someone who isn't even married to him dares to scold his parents. This will bring divine punishment." The village chief shouted loudly, "Everyone from the Kai family, stop causing trouble." At this moment, Tai Zhu pushed out the weak Gu Yan. Looking at his mother causing a scene, Gu Yan's voice was weak but firm. "Mom, stop causing trouble. Over the years, I've followed your wishes. I sent all my soldiers' allowances home. Even the money I got after being discharged and injured was taken by you. What more do you want from me?" Gu Hai hurriedly said loudly, "Goodness, Gu Lao-san. Your parents raised you with difficulty. It's just a little money they used. Isn't it your duty to be filial to them?" "Exactly, Lao-san, you're unfilial," Gu Jiang echoed. Hearing this, the crowd started murmuring again, criticizing Gu Yan for being unfilial and being so petty over a little money. Seeing this, Song Yunshu felt speechless. She thought to herself, they're just trying to gain everyone's sympathy. With that in mind, she stepped forward and lifted the thin blanket covering Gu Yan's legs. Instantly, his injured legs were revealed to everyone. Everyone saw and gasped in shock, their voices rising in discussion. This is too serious. Oh my goodness, this is so terrifying." Song Yunshu pushed Gu Yan closer to the Gu family members, tears in her voice as she said, "Look at him. Gu Yan is hurt so badly. Have you thought about taking him to see a doctor? You haven't. Not only that, but you've taken all the money meant for his treatment. You're abusing a seriously injured soldier. If you report this to the army, you'll all go to jail." The faces of the Gu family instantly turned very ugly. Mother Gu snorted dismissively, "He won't die." Gu Yan's father, Gu Quankai, frowned deeply and hesitantly said, We didn't expect it to be this bad." Song Yunshu sneered coldly, her emotions rising as she shouted, "He won't die? You didn't expect that? As Gu Yan's parents, how can you be so indifferent to his injuries? Have you cared about him at all since he was hurt? All you do is scheme against him every day. Is he really your biological son? The villagers around also started criticizing one after another. Parents like that are so irresponsible. Their child is hurt like this.
Exactly.
No matter how busy they should care about their child's injuries. Gu Yan, who had been like a neglected weed in a corner, was ignored by everyone. Now, seeing Song Yunshu standing firmly beside him like a warm ray of sunshine shining into his cold heart, he felt both pain and deep gratitude. Tears welled up in Song Yunshu's eyes as she choked out, "Dear villagers, look at Gu Yan. He's so badly hurt, he can't take care of himself at all." She paused briefly, seemingly calming her emotions, then continued, "If it weren't for Taizhu and Ergo coming every day to help, Gu Yan would have already." Her voice trembled as tears shimmered in her eyes. "Since I decided to be with Gu Yan, I've been thinking about how to raise money for his leg. But I was so foolish before. I lent all my money to those two unkind people." Her tone was full of regret and self-blame. "Now, I can only wait until they pay back the money before I can take Gu Yan to a big hospital for treatment." Song Yunshu sighed helplessly, "But look, Gu Yan's injuries are getting worse. We really have no other choice but to go deep into the mountains to pick some herbs, boil them into water, and use it to clean his wounds. Such things are impossible for someone badly hurt and unable to move. So, I have to do it for him." Tears streamed down Song Yunshu's face like a flood. However, despite this, Aunt Gu and her two sons came to cause trouble, shouting that we were doing shameful things. "Everyone please judge, Gu Yan is like this. How could he do anything shameful?" Their family's actions are pushing Gu Yan and those who care for him into a corner. Then, Song Yunshu cried and threw herself into Gu Yan's arms, saying, "Gu Yan, if they want to force us to death, we should report them to the police. If the police can't handle it, we'll go to the military. There's always a place to seek justice." Her crying moved everyone present. Many quietly shed tears. People started talking among themselves. Some quietly criticized Aunt Gu's family for being too much, while others comforted Song Yunshu. Gu Yan looked at Song Yunshu, who was crying and trembling in his arms. He didn't expect her to be so deep and loyal, risking everything for him. He gently patted her back and comforted her. "Yunshu, don't cry. Don't take it to heart." At this moment, an old man stepped out from the crowd. He cleared his throat and said, "This is obvious. Gu Yan is honest, and Song Ziking is also straightforward. Aunt Gu's family is indeed acting unfairly." His words were echoed by others, and Aunt Gu's face turned very ugly. She angrily pointed at Song Yunshu and scolded, "You little witch, only good at pretending to be pitiful and fooling everyone." "How am I fooling everyone? Gu Yan's injuries haven't just happened in a day or two. It's been half a year," Song Yunshu said loudly. Gu Yan suddenly seemed to be angered. He sharply raised his head and stared at his mother with eyes full of anger and disappointment. "Mother." Gu Yan's voice was deep and strong, as if suppressing great rage. "It looks like we should go to the police and settle this." This sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in the air and shocking everyone present. Especially Gu's mother. She was so frightened by Gu Yan's gaze that she trembled all over. Her previously arrogant attitude instantly weakened. Aunt Gu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but when she saw the strict look in the village chief's eyes, she swallowed her words back. The village chief stood nearby, his eyes fixed on Gu Chuansai's family. His eyes were slightly red, clearly angry.
Gu Quankai.
The village chief said angrily, "How can your family be so heartless? Don't you care about your descendants? How can you do this and still expect others to speak well of you in the future?" The Gu family members all turned red in the face. They wanted to speak and defend themselves, but were drowned out by the accusations from others. At this moment, the team leader stepped forward. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, stop arguing. We all see the difficulties Song Jiqing is facing. Gu Yan was hurt so badly, and Yun Shu didn't give up on him. That's true friendship. Gu family, you shouldn't cause trouble without knowing the facts. Now, Gu Yan wants the police to handle this. What do you think?" Hearing that the police might be called, Aunt Gu jumped up suddenly. like a cat with its tail stepped on. Her voice became sharp and piercing because she was excited. I'll call my son. No matter who comes, we're not afraid. Seeing this, Song Yunshu didn't back down. She suddenly stood up straight, her back straight, and stared fiercely at Aunt Gu, speaking firmly. All right, since you're so confident, let's call the police. If they don't give me an explanation today, I'll go to the military to find Guyan's former leaders and ask them to investigate. Let's see if there are parents like you in this world. Her words were strong and resolute, with a tone that left no room for doubt. After speaking, Song Yunshu took a deep breath, calmed herself a little, and then continued. I will not only go to the military to find the leaders, but I will also write about this incident and send it to the newspaper, so everyone in the country can judge whether your actions are right or wrong. Hearing this, Gu's mother's face turned pale instantly. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't speak. Her once arrogant attitude seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water. She froze in place, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Gu Hai quickly tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Mother, making a big fuss isn't good for us. Gu Annie finally came back to her senses, but still refused to give in. She stubbornly shouted, You stop scaring people. My son is mine, and I can do whatever I want with him. Song Yunshu sneered coldly, her eyes sharp as a blade. Then try and see if I'm just scaring you. Gu father glared at Song Yunshu, grinding his teeth as he said, People like you, don't even think about entering the Gu family. Song Yunshu met Gu father's gaze fearlessly and loudly said, Don't worry, with your family's way of doing things, I really don't want to join. But Guyan is someone I trust, and I won't ignore him. Today, we must get an explanation. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a jeep sped over. The door opened, and several people in military uniforms got out. The crowd immediately quieted down, unsure of what was happening. The leading officer strode up to Guyan, saluted, and said, Comrade Guyan, we received the message and came right away. Song Yunshu looked at Guyan, feeling a bit confused. She thought, who did they bring here? They arrived just in time. Guyan quickly returned the military salute and asked, May I ask, are you? The officer waved his hand and stepped forward to address everyone with a serious expression and sincere words. Guyan is a hero who shed blood and suffered injuries for the country. The matter between him and Song Jiqing cannot be bullied by you. If today's events cannot be made right, wouldn't it make the soldiers fighting on the front lines feel disheartened and lose faith in protecting the country? Everyone listened in shock. The Gu family members were so frightened they knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Song Yunshu's lips curled into a slight smile, a faint laugh revealing her disdain and contempt for these people. Haha, what a selfish bunch. Seeing this, the officer turned to Gu Yan with a questioning look and asked, Comrade Gu, how do you plan to handle this matter? Gu Yan looked at everyone in front of him with a blank expression. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and firm. Since it's come to this, let's cut ties. These two words exploded like thunder among the crowd, causing everyone to look at Gu Yan in shock, and suddenly, everything fell silent. However, Gu's mother reacted very strongly. When she heard the words cut ties, she was struck like lightning, and her face turned pale instantly. She widened her eyes, angrily rushed forward, and scolded Gu Yan loudly. You ungrateful brat. Why didn't you die outside? You are so unfilial, and now you want to cut off our relationship. Song Yunshu heard Gu's mother speak so harshly and immediately retorted, Annie, Gu Yan is a jerk? Did you secretly have a child outside? When Song Yunshu said this, everyone burst into laughter. The officer also frowned, his eyes full of anger. He shouted loudly, How dare you? Comrade Gu Yan has made great sacrifices for the country. As his mother, not only do you not feel proud of him, but you also insult him like this. That's too much. Gu's mother was so frightened by the officer's scolding that she trembled and sank to the ground. Gu Yan looked at his mother sitting on the ground, his eyes full of determination. From today on, I have nothing to do with you all. After saying this, he turned to Song Yunshu, his eyes softening. Yunshu, thank you for always standing by me. Song Yunshu's eyes turned red as she tightly held Gu Yan's hand. Gu Yan, I will always be with you. Gu's father looked anxious and said, I absolutely disagree. Gu Yan, how can you cut ties with the family just because of these things? We are your real parents. Gu Yan looked at his father with a blank expression, but inside, he knew very well. Although his father seemed honest on the surface, he was actually the one in charge of all the big and small matters at home. Gu's mother was just a yes man. I am not close to my family, and you want to force me to death? Gu Yan's voice was cold and emotionless. Song Yunshu, standing nearby, also agreed. Exactly. If you don't want to cut ties, then hurry up and give Gu Yan some money to treat his injury. Gu's mother quickly shouted, We have no money. Don't get your hopes up. Song Yunshu stared at them fiercely and said loudly, No money? Then sell your brick house. That house was built with Gu Yan's money. Now that he's hurt, selling the house to pay for his leg is only right. Mother Gu jumped up, crossed her arms, and shouted loudly, You ungrateful little brat, trying to take my house? No way. This house is where our family lives. If you sell it, where will we go? Father Gu also chimed in, Exactly, how can you sell this house? Gu Yan, don't listen to Song Jiqing's tricks. Don't cause trouble for the family. The officer frowned and said seriously, Comrade Gu Yan has dedicated himself to the country. Now he's injured and needs treatment. As family members, you should support him fully. If you really have no money, selling the house to help him is reasonable. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing the officer's words. Gu Yan looked coldly at his parents. This house was built with my savings from the army. I'm using it to save my life. That's not too much. Mother Gu sat down heavily on the ground, slapping her hands. There's no justice anymore. You want to take my house? I'd rather die here. Gu Jiang and Gu Hai also said angrily, Third brother, are you trying to force your parents to death? Song Yunshu sneered, You keep saying Gu Yan is forcing you, but he's been injured for so long. Have you ever cared for him? Now you want the house and are threatening to die. Why didn't you do this earlier? The officer looked at the Gu family and said seriously, Today, we need a clear answer. If you refuse to listen, I will report this to higher authorities for them to handle. Song Yunshu quickly said, Comrade, also investigate how they've treated Gu Yan over the years. It's a good chance to find out if Gu Yan is really their biological son. Hearing about reporting and investigation, the Gu parents' faces turned pale with fear. After a long silence, Father Gu sighed. We agree to cut ties. Gu Yan watched the scene, already expecting this outcome. His expression was calm. He took Song Yunshu's hand and said, Yunshu, from now on, I only have you. Song Yunshu held his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I will stay with you. Mother Gu hurriedly said, Cutting ties is fine. No matter what, we raised you. You need to take care of us in old age. We don't need much, just 20 yuan a month. When Mother Gu said this, everyone started discussing. 20 yuan a month?
Who can afford that?
This is really forcing Gu Yan to the edge. Everyone should remember, this family should not be connected by marriage. Song Yunshu burst into laughter. Your family must be crazy for money. You all know how much your fourth child earns each month, right? Then she said to Gu Yan, it's better not to cut ties. Let the higher-ups investigate them. Actually, Song Yunshu was just gambling. Since Gu Yan was their adopted child, they definitely wouldn't dare to be investigated. Gu Yan nodded and said, Yes, I don't have money for treatment now. I only get 20 yuan a month from them. So, better not cut ties. Let them sell the house to pay for my leg. If they refuse to sell, then let the authorities investigate. I'll go to their workplace and talk to their boss. When Gu's mother heard this, her face turned pale. Her lips trembled and she couldn't speak. She thought she could control Gu Yan and Song Yunshu, but they turned the tables and hit the weak spot of the Gu family. Gu's father quickly stepped forward and shouted with force, Stop scaring people. Our Gu family is honest and upright. We're not afraid of your investigation. Song Yunshu sneered and said slowly, Really?
Good.
I heard your fourth child got a good job at the factory because of the military family status. If people find out how you treat Gu Yan, I wonder if he can keep his job. Gu Yan sat nearby, with a cold look and a calm voice that cut deep. Dad, Mom, if you're not afraid, let's try. My leg is useless now, and I lost my job. The one without shoes isn't afraid of the one with shoes. Gu's mother was panicked now. She quickly grabbed Gu's father's sleeve and lowered her voice. Old man, we can't let them go to the fourth child's workplace. If they investigate our family. Gu's father looked very upset, his face dark with anger and dissatisfaction. He clenched his teeth, trying to hold back his emotions, but finally he couldn't help but say, fine. No 20 yuan a month, just 10 yuan will do. The team leader and the village chief looked at each other. Their eyes seemed to exchange silent messages. After a moment, the village chief shouted, let's follow the village's normal pension standard, 2 yuan a month. When Gu's mother heard this, her face instantly turned dark. She widened her eyes and shouted angrily, no, at least 10 yuan. Her voice was so loud that it seemed the whole village could hear her. However, the team leader shouted loudly, Gu Quankai, don't ruin the reputation of our Xiangyang village. Your family's descendants shouldn't talk about marriage anymore. Our village's young men and women are still looking for partners. His voice was like thunder, booming through the crowd, making everyone feel shocked. People also agreed, saying, yes, our children can also find partners. For a moment, everyone was talking loudly, unhappy with Gu's mother's demand. Zhao Auntie, who often argued with Gu's mother, was even more direct. She said, my second cow is already promised for marriage. If it's because of your strict conditions that it falls through, we will fight for it. Seeing this, Gu's mother's anger grew stronger. She stared wide-eyed and looked furious. Just as she was about to speak and argue back, Gu's father suddenly pulled her back. Gu's father held her tightly by the sleeve and lowered his voice, saying, all right, just 2 yuan. Let's stop arguing. Song Yunshu slightly smiled, looking at Gu's father and mother with a half-smile, and said mockingly, don't worry. Even if Gu Yan's illness doesn't get better, I will definitely give you those 2 yuan. Gu Yan looked at the team leader and the village chief with firm and sincere eyes. He spoke softly, Uncle team leader, uncle, please ask the accountant to write a formal letter of disownment for us. The team leader and the village chief looked at each other, both seeing helplessness and regret in each other's eyes. They paused for a moment, then nodded at the same time, gently patting Gu Yan's shoulder to show their agreement. At this moment, Accountant Zhao Lei hurriedly arrived at the scene. Tai Zhu and Ergo quickly moved a table out. Zhao Lei took out paper and pen and quickly wrote a formal letter of disownment according to Gu Yan's request. The team leader took the letter, read it carefully, and confirmed it was correct. Then he said to Gu Yan and others, this disownment letter is in triplicate. Each of you keeps 1 copy and the team office keeps 1 as well. If there are no objections, please sign your names on it. Gu Yan took the letter without hesitation. His movements were quick and decisive, as if he had already made up his mind. He picked up the pen, signed his name on the document, and pressed his fingerprint firmly. The team leader handed the severance letter to Mr. and Mrs. Gu, indicating they should also sign and stamp. Mr. Gu hesitated for a moment, then silently took the document, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprint. Gu Yan then said, Gu Hai and Gu Jiang, come over and sign your names and press your fingerprints too. Gu Hai and Gu Jiang looked at each other after hearing Gu Yan, then slowly walked to the table, picked up the pen, signed their names, and pressed their fingerprints on the document. The team leader, the village chief, the accountant, and several other witnesses also came forward one by one, signing their names and pressing their fingerprints. Once everyone had signed and stamped, the team leader spoke, all right, this document is now signed and stamped. I will take it to the town hall to get it officially sealed, so it becomes valid. Just as the team leader was about to turn and leave, Song Yunshu suddenly called out to him, Captain, please wait a moment. The team leader stopped, looked at Song Yunshu with curiosity, and asked, is there something else? Song Yunshu quickly explained, Captain, when you go to the town hall to get it sealed, please also help Gu Yan publish a public statement. She took a 10-yuan note from her pocket and handed it to the team leader. Everyone was surprised when they heard Song Yunshu, and they started talking among themselves. Why does he need to publish a statement again? Isn't that unnecessary? What's really going on here? The team leader took the 10-yuan note from Song Yunshu, nodded, and said, "All right, I understand. The statement for Gu Yan will be published in tomorrow's newspaper." At this moment, the village chief also stepped forward and said, "Old heir, Gu Yan and the others are right. Your family has gone too far. Today's severance is good. Don't cause trouble anymore." Mr. Gu lowered his head, afraid to speak. The village chief addressed everyone, disperse now. The crowd gradually left, discussing as they went, how did they just cut ties so quickly? A nearby officer saw everyone leaving and sighed, saying, "Comrade Gu Yan, if you have any requests, you can bring them up. If you face any difficulties in the future, just talk to the organization." Gu Yan slowly shook his head, showing a sincere expression, and softly said, "I really don't have any special requests, nor have I faced any difficulties." Seeing this, Tai Zhu and Ergo quickly brought over some chairs and placed them in front of the group. Song Yunshu also cheerfully said, "Thank you so much. Come, sit down and rest for a bit, have some water." The officer quickly waved his hand and smiled as he replied, "No need. We have other tasks to do, and need to leave now." Gu Yan, seeing this, hurriedly asked the officer, "Comrade, wait a moment. I want to know who exactly sent you here to help me." The officer smiled slightly, waved his hand, and replied casually, "It's just a small matter. No need to worry too much." After saying that, he turned around with a few of his men, stepped into the car parked nearby, and drove away slowly.